Outside the window, snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled, and the world was a vast expanse of white. Inside the room, "Boss, why are you swelling up more and more? Boss, don't scare us, your leg is seriously injured. Boss, you passed out. Boss, don't die, how would we live without you?" 10 minutes later, Wang Lu slowly opened his eyes, staring at the white snow outside the window, his face full of bewilderment. Have I traveled into a book and become the brainless villain injured by the protagonist? Wasn't I just reading a novel about global freezing that became a hit all over the internet? Wasn't I just falling asleep while reading? How did I suddenly transmigrate into this world? Wang Lu felt both amused and frustrated. But since he was here, he accepted the fact quickly. This was a post-apocalyptic novel about global freezing. It told the story of the protagonist, Chen, who stocked up on billions of supplies before the apocalypse, built a temperature-controlled safe house, and spent his days feasting on delicacies, showing off and slapping faces, and taking in beautiful women. The villain Wang Lu was the first antagonist in the book to be toyed with and humiliated. He was a rich second generation, his father a pharmaceutical tycoon with billions in assets. But he was an uneducated bully leading 4 minions to oppress others and commit all kinds of evils. He was the notorious young master of the city. After the global freeze, he was drinking wine and eating turtle with his 4 minions, planning to show off his prowess that night. Unexpectedly, when he came to his minions' home, everything was fine. But after eating the turtle, he couldn't go back. They were trapped in this high-rise residential area for 7 days straight, and all their meager supplies were eaten up. When the villain Wang Lu saw in the owner's group chat that many people said Chen had stocked up a lot of supplies, he took his minions to Chen's door to buy some. But Chen was unscrupulous. Without a word, he attacked with a marble gun from the shooting hole. 2 shots in a row. They nearly crippled Wang Lu's leg. He had to drag his leg and limp back to the room. The 4 minions, seeing their boss beaten like this, were gnashing their teeth in anger. After settling Wang Lu, they went to take revenge on Chen using a door as a shield. But they were drenched with water and turned into ice dogs. But even so, the villain Wang Lu still didn't learn his lesson. He kept leading his minions to retaliate and seek death. As a result, he was either sprayed with urine, blasted with fire, or hit with stink bombs. Chen even posted Wang Lu's injured photo in the owner's group, earning the mockery of the entire building's residents. The villain was step by step humiliated, continuously toyed with, and finally froze to death in the snow. Wang Lu thought of the original villain's subsequent plot and felt furious. This villain was too pathetic and brainless. Why didn't he know how to use his money power? Why didn't he know how to flexibly use his 4 minions? Alas, I really feel sorry for you. Brother, being a villain isn't like that. But now that I'm here, I will perfectly interpret what a true villain is. Next I should. Just as Wang Lu was sitting on the bed wrapped in a blanket, thinking, the door was pushed open. 4 minions ran in from outside, looking disheveled, covered in ice lumps, their faces pale from cold. "Boss, you're awake. We miscalculated. Chen's door can't be broken. He drenched us with water. It's so cold I'm freezing to death. Boss, as long as you're okay. Chen is too cunning. What do we do now? Boss, it's so cold I'm going to freeze to death." Wang Lu looked at the 4 minions' sorry state, his face full of helplessness. It was exactly the same as in the book. Next, he definitely couldn't provoke Chen. He was the protagonist with billions of supplies and a top-tier temperature-controlled safe house that even bombs couldn't break. He had 360-degree surveillance of the entire building. For defense, he had heavy crossbows, pistols, marble guns, and flamethrowers. Most importantly, Chen was extremely cautious and never left the safe house. Under these circumstances, picking a fight would be suicide. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Chen, he had to solve the survival problem first. Then he could first shut off Chen's gas pipeline, cut the power to his circuit breaker. If he could climb to the rooftop, he would pee into Chen's ventilation hole to freeze it, then throw feces onto his windows. Let him enjoy a view of dung every day. He could also, in short, as long as he didn't confront him, any dirty trick would do. As for the immediate situation, the priority was to solve the survival problem. Ahem. Don't panic. He'll make sure you all eat and stay warm today. Now let's go to the kitchen to warm up by the fire. Don't catch a cold. If you get sick, it'll be troublesome. Wang Lu lifted the blanket to stand up, but nearly fell to the ground. The minions immediately rushed to support him. "Boss, be careful, your leg is still swollen." "Yeah, boss, your leg." "Boss." Hearing the minions' reminders and feeling the severe pain in his leg, Wang Lu then remembered. Right, his leg was injured now. The calf of his right leg was bruised, terribly swollen, making it hard to walk. Supported by 2 minions, Wang Lu arrived at the kitchen. They lit 2 stoves, and Wang Lu and the 4 minions began to warm themselves by the fire. Although the 2 flames were small, the warmth they emitted was heartening. The 4 minions shivered as they warmed themselves. "Boss, our food is all gone, and our clothes are frozen. Will we freeze to death?" "Yeah, boss, I'm so cold and hungry. I'm really suffering." "Boss, you said we'd eat and stay warm. Is that true?" Wang Lu was confident. "Of course it's true. Warm up first. Then we'll each take a knife and go borrow some food from the neighbors." The 4 minions looked at each other. "Take a knife? Go borrow? Boss, you call this borrowing?" "What? Borrow? Boss, this doesn't seem like borrowing. Boss, this seems like robbery." Are you looking down on our boss? What do you mean seams? Take out the seams. Boss, will we get caught? Wang Lu sneered. Now was the first week of the ice apocalypse. Many unbelievable things hadn't happened yet, and the civilized system was still in place. Later robbing would be nothing, murder and arson would be commonplace. So if you want to survive, you have to strike your neighbors early, the more ruthless the better. Survival of the fittest in this harsh environment to come was no joke. It was a bloody iron law. Don't worry. Follow me, and I'll take the responsibility if someone dies. Do you want to starve and freeze to death? The four quickly shook their heads. No, of course not. We're starving to death now. We don't care about the future. He'll follow the boss. Right, let's eat and get warm first. He'll follow the boss too. Follow the boss. Wang Lu was very satisfied. These four minions were spoiled brats, but they were obedient and easy to manipulate. They would be very useful in the coming survival. He had to keep them on his side, ensuring they would fight for him at all times. With these four minions, he could grab a lot of supplies and do a lot of things early. Even if the temperature kept dropping and electricity and gas were cut off, he wouldn't worry about freezing or starving. By then, killing, crime, brutality, perversion, stealing partners. All would be child's play. Survival was the only way. Just as Wang Lu was thinking about how to survive, better his hand reached into the flame. To his surprise, it wasn't hot at all. Instead, his whole arm became warm, and then the heat spread to his upper body. Wang Lu was shocked. Holy shit. My hands are not afraid of heat, they are frantically absorbing it. The four minions noticed the stove had no heat, and saw Wang Lu's hand wrapped in flames. They were terrified. Boss, your hand. Boss, your hand is being burned. Boss. The four minions hurriedly pulled Wang Lu back. But Wang Lu shook them off. He continued to keep his hand in the flame. This feeling of frantically absorbing heat was too pleasant. Too magical. I've awakened an ability. I can absorb heat. Great. From now on, I'm not afraid of the cold. Awesome. To test this ability, Wang Lu took off his down jacket, then 2 layers of coats, then his shirt, then. The four minions were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Wang Lu like he was an idiot. Boss, don't lose your mind. Yeah, boss, don't be foolish. Well, definitely kill Yi Chun and avenge you. Boss. Wang Lu didn't listen at all. Even when he was down to a pair of floral shorts, he didn't feel cold at all. His body was still warm. It was as if the extremely low temperature didn't exist. Wang Lu felt wonderful, free, and unrestrained. The four minions were panicked. Boss, have you frozen your brain? Put your clothes on quick. Yeah, boss, wearing so little will freeze you to death. How can a pair of floral shorts be enough? Boss, quickly, put on your down jacket. Boss. The minions anxiously tried to dress Wang Lu. But Wang Lu stopped them. Don't make a fuss. I'm fine. Wearing so many clothes is too cumbersome. This is comfortable. Don't worry, I'm not cold at all. This temperature is just right. The minions looked at each other. They were speechless with shock. Wang Lu grinned, and to prove he wasn't cold, he immediately grabbed a younger brother's hands to let him feel his temperature. As a result, he made a new discovery. He could clearly sense that as long as he willed it, the heat inside his body could be directly transferred to the other person. With just a handshake, that younger brother's entire expression changed. Hot, so hot. The boss hands are so warm. My hands are no longer stiff, no longer frozen, so comfortable. Wang Lu was also delighted. Great, I can not only absorb heat, but also release it. In his joy, Wang Lu prepared to let go. But the younger brother held on tightly, his eyes full of pleading. Boss, no, don't let go, I beg you, hold my hand a little longer. Don't stop, please give me a little more warmth. This remark made the other 3 younger brothers unable to bear it. Chang, are you sick? Have you developed an M attribute from the cold? Changzi, stop messing around, our boss has normal orientation. A phone lay go pung gu, you don't know, it's really comfortable, very warm. Chang was excited. But Wang Lu did not give him more heat. He released Chang's hand and grasped Lian Yufeng's, transferring a little heat. After ensuring he was no longer cold, he immediately let go. Then it was Zhou Hailei and Chun Huaipeng's turn. Wang Lu gave each of the 4 a tiny bit of heat. And just that tiny bit instantly revived Chang, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Hailei, and Chen Huipeng. They no longer looked as miserable as when they had been bullied by Yi Chun. At this moment, the 4 men's eyes were shining. Boss, did you mutate? Why do we feel warm all over after shaking hands with you? This is too amazing. Yeah, boss, your hands are so magical. After just a short handshake, I feel full of heat, as if I could take off my down jacket and not be cold. Boss, you're amazing. Have you become a superhero? Boss. The 4 younger brothers looked at Wang Lu with curiosity beyond excited. Wang Lu nodded. That's right, I've awakened an ability to absorb heat and transfer it to others, but this ability can only transfer a tiny bit of heat per day. Now I've given you all the heat. My hands can't produce any more heat. I'm so cold. Hurry, turn up the stove fire. I need to absorb heat, or you'll freeze to death. As he spoke, Wang Lu feigned a shiver, looking as if he was freezing. In fact, Wang Lu was extremely warm all over. Moreover, the heat he had given to the 4 younger brothers was negligible. Most of the heat was now gathered in his dantian for later use. Okay, boss, come and warm yourself. The whole stove is yours, hurry. Boss, you're so generous. You awaken the ability to transfer heat, and immediately gave us all your heat. I'm so moved, boss, let me kneel and kowtow to you. It's so lucky to follow the boss. We're not afraid of the cold anymore. Boss is awesome, boss, please warm yourself. The four younger brothers were even more excited than Wang Lu. They immediately gave the stove to Wang Lu and began flattering him. Wang Lu placed his hands on the stove. He quietly sensed the uniqueness of this heat-absorbing ability. Streams of heat energy were absorbed by his hands and stored in his dantian. As long as the stove kept burning, he could keep absorbing. In fact, Wang Lu felt that the heat from the stove was far from enough, it was just a piece of cake. His dantian was like a black hole that could absorb endless heat. After absorbing heat for a while, Wang Lu had become skilled. The ability was simple: absorb heat and store it in the dantian, then release it at will. In his joy, Wang Lu quickly calmed down. Even though his body was no longer cold, his stomach was terribly hungry. Outside the window, snow was still falling and the cold wind was howling. The snow had buried everything up to the fourth floor. Going out was impossible. It seemed that even with an ability, he had to solve the problem of food and warmth first. Thinking this, Wang Lu looked at the four younger brothers. Brothers, get ready. Bring your tools. We're going to borrow food from the neighbors. Okay, boss. No problem, boss. Boss will follow you. Chen and Lian Yufeng quickly supported Wang Lu on either side and left the kitchen. Wang Lu sat on the sofa and began to put on his clothes. Indeed, he put on his down jacket and thick pants again. Not because he was cold, but to avoid drawing attention. At such a time, he had to keep a low profile. He couldn't let others know he wasn't afraid of the cold. Who knew what might happen later? He might be taken as a guinea pig. After Wang Lu finished dressing, Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng had already taken out 4 kitchen knives and 2 rolling pins from the kitchen. Wang Lu took 1 knife. Chen and Lian Yufeng, who were supporting him, each took a knife as well. Zhou Hailei chose a thick rolling pin, and Chen Huipeng hesitated before finally selecting a knife. With their tools ready, the 5 of them laughed a sly and conspiratorial laugh. But just as they were about to leave, the doorbell rang, surprising Wang Lu. The 4 younger brothers exchanged glances and immediately opened the door. As the door opened, a beautiful, delicate face came into view. Skin like snow, a single ponytail, and a swan-like neck. Her figure was stunning. Even though she was bundled in thick clothes, her tall, curvaceous silhouette was still evident. She was definitely a beauty above 9 out of 10. However, when she saw Wang Lu and the other 4 looking fierce with kitchen knives in their hands, her pretty face turned pale. You? What are you doing? Wang Lu stared at the stunning beauty before him, his eyes almost frozen in place. She was incredibly beautiful. This girl was absolutely exquisite. Who was she? Why had she come to him of her own accord? Just as Wang Lu was about to order his underlings to drag the woman into the room and tie her up, Chen had already spoken. Dr. Li, you're here so soon. Dr. Li, could it be? She was the first female lead, the beautiful physician, Li Ruobing. Your name is Li Ruobing? Wang Lu looked at the woman before him with some curiosity. Yes. Li Ruobing nodded slightly at Wang Lu, then turned her gaze to Chen. What are you all doing? Didn't you tell me to come quickly to treat your friend's leg? But you. Li Ruobing was terrified as she wished she could flee immediately, but with Wang Lu and the others holding cleavers, she dared not run. She had no choice but to steel herself and steady her nerves. Seeing that Chen didn't know how to respond, Wang Lu said, So it's Dr. Li. Sorry if I startled you. We brothers were a bit thirsty and the snow on the windows had already melted into water for drinking. We were about to go downstairs to get some snow to melt, and we happened to run into you. Since you're here, why not treat my leg first? As he spoke, Wang Lu placed the cleaver back on the shelf by the door and made a gesture inviting her in. The others quickly put down their cleavers and rolling pins, feigning warmth as they invited Li Ruobing inside. Li Ruobing tightened her grip on the medical kit strap and stepped through the door. Wang Lu sat down on the sofa, pulled off his pants, and revealed his leg injured by a metal pellet. The leg was bruised and swollen, truly in need of proper treatment, otherwise he would be unable to walk well for a short time. This was an urgent issue. Li Ruobing examined it, then took out a box of Panax Nodo ginseng tablets from her medical kit and handed them to Wang Lu. Take these 3 times a day, 1 pill each time, to promote local blood circulation and aid recovery. Thank you. Wang Lu accepted the medicine and treasured it in his pocket. Li Ruobing then took out an external anti-inflammatory and analgesic ointment and began applying it to Wang Lu's injury. She was a doctor at a provincial hospital in Jiangnan City and kept many medications at home. It was only the first week of the global freeze, so supplies weren't yet scarce, especially medicines. Since the power hadn't gone out yet, every household could use air conditioning and wear extra layers, so there weren't many sick people. The scarcity and value of medicines would only become apparent after a week. Li Ruobing's technique was very skilled, and she finished applying the medicine in no time. Just then she noticed that when her hand touched the skin on Wang Lu's leg, it felt very warm. At first she thought it was merely because his leg was hot from the injury. But she soon realized that wasn't the case. Her fingers, which had been numb from the cold, had inexplicably become a bit warmer. Moreover, this warmth lingered on her hand. This discovery made Li Ruobing hesitate to withdraw her hand. She decided to test it more. So from gently massaging the area around the swelling with her fingertips, she eventually pressed her entire palm against Wang Lu's skin and caressed it. Li Ruobing was astonished to find that her hands, once stiff from the cold, were now warm and very flexible, no longer cold at all. The heat even spread to her wrists and arms. It was so warm, truly intoxicating. His leg was so warm that she simply couldn't stop. For a moment, this woman, who usually disliked excessive contact with patients and was as silent and aloof as an ice goddess, was now holding onto Wang Lu's calf and stroking it repeatedly. Wang Lu realized that he could also transfer heat through the skin of his leg, which thrilled him. It seemed his entire body could radiate heat. If that were the case in the future, when he encountered a woman, he could channel warmth through just one spot. Wouldn't that touch her soul and make her utterly dependent on him? Haha, what a brilliant idea. Especially for a woman like Li Ruobing, the first female lead, an absolute stunner. In the future, he would only transfer heat through that one specific spot. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The first female lead. From now on, you will be the prey of this villain, and you came to me willingly, falling for me of your own accord. So let it begin with this caress. After all, there was plenty of time. A true hunter often appears as the prey. Li Ruobing keeps stroking. This is only the beginning. Haha, you won't be able to leave me. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Lu's gaze toward Li Ruobing grew increasingly ambiguous. Li Ruobing, however, was completely unaware. By now she felt the warmth spreading through her entire upper body. The soothing sensation was so intoxicating that she couldn't stop. Oh, she kept caressing Wang Lu's leg. His leg was so warm. How incredible. Was this an illusion? Why did her hand become so warm as long as it didn't leave his leg? It felt so good. This warmth was utterly delightful. The four underlings noticed nothing amiss. They assumed Li Ruobing was continuously massaging the swollen area around the boss leg to reduce the swelling. Just then Wang Lu gave a soft cough and said casually, "Dr. Li, why are you so addicted to touching my leg? You've moved from my calf almost up to my thigh. Could it be you're falling for me?" At these words, Li Ruobing's heart raced and she was flustered. She felt guilty, but she had excellent control over her emotions and showed no surprise or panic. She continued calmly massaging Wang Lu's leg. "Young Master Wang, you're joking. Look at how swollen your leg is. Even after I applied the medicine, it won't absorb immediately. I'm helping with the absorption and doing rehabilitation massage, so you'll recover faster. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. No need to rush." She spoke with an air of calm. Wang Lu, however, chuckled inwardly. This first female lead was quite cunning as she'd come up with such an excuse that he couldn't even stop her from touching him. But if she wanted to touch, let her. Her hands were soft and smooth, and it felt rather pleasant on him. But from now on he would reduce the heat he gave her, offering only a trace, enough to warm her hands, but not her whole body. Haha. After all, he was the villain, not only wicked but also stingy when it mattered. Even a landlord has no surplus grain. Only a simp would eagerly give everything to a goddess. But I am the man who will make the goddess in your hearts as docile as a cat. Afterward, Li Ruobing pretended to massage Wang Lu's leg for a little while longer before reluctantly standing up. She packed up her medical kit and slung it over her shoulder. She didn't leave the wound dressing medicine with Wang Lu, intending to return for a third visit. "Young Master Wang, your injury looks serious, but it's actually not that bad. Don't worry. He'll come every day to apply the medicine, and it should heal quickly." Wang Lu was overjoyed at her words. Indeed, she craved his body. A little bit of heat had already hooked her. Once his leg was healed, he could claim a backache. Then he'd give her some irresistible warmth. "Dr. Li, what will your reaction be?" Li Ruobing's reference image. Wang Lu felt a secret delight as he pulled up his pants and slowly rose to his feet. Strangely enough, the pain had lessened considerably. Li Ruobing's medicine and massage had proven surprisingly effective. Dr. Li, I'm truly grateful. I've never met a doctor as diligent and responsible as you. From now on, I'll trouble you to apply the medicine every day. By the way, how much is today's consultation fee? They'll transfer it to you now." Li Ruobing felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. She quickly pulled out her phone and displayed a QR code. "You're too kind, Master Wang. I treat all my patients the same. The medicine and consultation fee total 100 yuan. Of course, if you have any food, you don't need to transfer money. I've run out of all the food and vegetables I had at home. If you could give me some food, that would be even better. I'm in dire need of it now." Wang Lu scanned the code and added Li Ruobing as a friend. He immediately transferred 100 yuan to her. "Dr. Li, this is an advance payment for the medical fees. I'd like to give you some food, but we truly have none. In any case, thank you for treating my leg. Once we have food, I'll definitely share it with you. I'm a man who remembers kindness." Li Ruobing looked at the 100 yuan transfer. She initially wanted to refuse, but the word advance made her accept it. This Master Wang was rich but foolish, and his body was so warm. It would be perfect for a few more visits. "All right, thank you. I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow." Li Ruobing nodded expressionlessly and left without any hesitation. However, as soon as she stepped out the door, her demeanor changed. She took several deep breaths, savoring the comfortable warmth spreading through her body before hurrying toward her own home. Her heart was filled with curiosity. It was truly strange. Why was that Wang Lu's body so warm? During her time in the hospital, she had touched many male patients during surgeries, but she had never felt anything like this. This time it was utterly marvelous. She had never touched a man as warm as Wang Lu, and it made her entire body feel hot. This had never happened before. Could it be that she and Wang Lu were fated by heaven? Was her heartbeat quickening because of him causing her body to warm up? But that doesn't seem right either. While Li Ruobing was lost in her thoughts, Wang Lu had already pulled up his pants and, accompanied by his 4 underlings, stepped out of the room. Their floor was the 5th apartment, 502. The building had 1 elevator and 2 units per floor, each a spacious 200 square meters. The residents of this high-end complex were generally not poor. Some of the regular homeowners had ample supplies of rice flour and oil, and their freezers were usually fully stocked. Thus, even after a week of heavy snowfall, trapping the city, panic hadn't yet taken hold in this building. However, the situation would only worsen as time went on. First came the power outage after a week, then the gas supply was cut off, compounded by a lack of food supplies. It was then that all sorts of brutal and despicable human behaviors began to erupt one after another. For now, the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. In the homeowners group chat, people were still exchanging words of encouragement. They said things like, "The snow has only been falling for a week, it will pass soon. The government won't abandon us, they'll surely clear the snow. We'll be able to drive through the city soon and return to work and normal life." To bolster spirits, some homeowners even shared positive announcements and videos in the group offering confidence and encouragement. Bang, bang, bang. The door of apartment 501 was pounded heavily. The residents and newlywed couple peered through the peephole and saw Wang Lu, Chang, Lien Yufeng, Zhou Heilai, and Chen Huiping banging on the door with fierce expressions. The couple was terrified. The young wife, only 25, curled up on the bedroom bed, trembling in fear. Her husband was also cowering. He repeatedly checked the situation through the peephole. Those men looked menacing, clearly up to no good. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Stop pretending you're not home. I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down. Chang kicked the security door several times, shouting loudly. The others joined in with their own clamor. The newlyweds grew even more frightened, daring not to open the door. This infuriated Chang and the others. They brandished a cleaver and slammed the flat of the blade against the door repeatedly. Finally, unable to bear the pressure, the wife ordered her husband to go negotiate. The man approached the door and, mustering his courage, asked, "What do you want? This is a peaceful era. If you dare break in, I'll call the police." Chang and the others ignored him, continuing their racket to intimidate him into opening up. Wang Lu was exasperated and gave them a signal. The 4 underlings stepped back obediently. Wang Lu stood before the peephole, smiling warmly as he greeted, "Hello, sir. Please don't be afraid. My friends are a bit rough. I'm here today with no ill intentions. I just wanted to borrow some food. I'm terribly hungry. If you're not agreeable, that's fine. We can find another way to talk since we're neighbors. It's just as easy to reach your place from the balcony outside." The male homeowner initially thought Wang Lu was reasonable, but when he heard balcony, his face turned pale with terror. He knew they were from apartment 501. He had known that a wealthy, rich second generation lived there, but later discovered that person was just a lackey to this young man. The balcony. If they really smashed the glass and came in from there, the consequences would be dire. How could he and his wife withstand 5 big men, especially with such vicious ones? The thought was terrifying. After much hesitation, the male homeowner tremblingly opened the security door. As soon as it was opened, Chang and the others tried to barge in, but Wang Lu stopped them. Wang Lu maintained a smile, stepped forward, and patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, don't be scared. We're good people, no harm intended. We're just very hungry and want to borrow some food. Bring us a few bags of rice, millet, oil, flour, the basics, and some vegetables and fruit too. If you have bread, instant noodles, or snacks, bring some of those as well. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. This is a loan, remember. You're doing this voluntarily. Oh, I'm not forcing you." The male homeowner's face turned ashen, and he looked on the verge of tears. "Brothers, I don't have any surplus either. I really don't have much food. It's been a week of lockdown, and our supplies were scarce to begin with. We barely have enough for ourselves. There's truly nothing left." Wang Lu was speechless. This guy really wasn't too bright. So Wang Lu stepped closer and whispered in the man's ear, "Is that so? I think you're lying. Brother will give you one last chance. You don't want your wife to be taken away, do you?" With that, Wang Lu heavily patted the male homeowner's shoulder, his lecherous gaze fixed on the massive wedding photo in the living room. The woman in the photo was indeed stunning, with a sensuous figure, especially her legs slender, as arms truly delicate enough to be grasped. Moreover, in the original plot, this young wife had aligned herself with this villain, betraying her husband for just 2 packs of instant noodles. It was because her husband had secretly tipped off Chen multiple times, attempting to use him to eliminate this villain, and the villain had suffered many schemes from Chen as a result. However, Chen merely used him without offering any benefits. When his wife discovered this, she decisively chose to side with the villain to survive, betraying her husband. After her husband's death, she displayed an unimaginable charm and coquettishness. Not only did she comply with every demand, but she also actively flirted to please this villain. The thought of it sent shivers of delight. Recalling her subsequent storylines, Wang Lu couldn't help but indulge in wild fantasies. An ancient proverb surfaced in his mind, and he wanted to say to the male homeowner, Brother, rest assured your wife I shall care for, have no worries. The male homeowner, upon hearing Wang Lu's words, "You wouldn't want your wife to be taken away, would you?" felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning pale with fear. Meanwhile, Shang and the other three surrounded him, cleavers in hand, glaring fiercely at the male homeowner. Their posture clearly threatened to kill him if he didn't lend them what they wanted. The male homeowner instantly caved. Ill lend. Sorry, brothers, just now. I lied earlier. I do have some surplus. Please wait and don't enter my bedroom, I beg you, my wife is scared. But Chang paid no heed, grabbing the homeowner by the collar. Scared my ass. If you don't do as my boss says, I'll kick your bedroom door down and have fun with your wife, you hear? The male homeowner was so terrified tears streamed down his face. No, please don't be rash. Ill lend right now. With that, the homeowner rushed to the kitchen, opening cabinet after cabinet, pulling out a bag of rice, a small bag of flour, and a jug of oil. Then he opened the fridge, taking out the last small pack of lettuce and a few carrots. Next, he brought over a box of instant noodles. Seeing this food, Chang and his men's eyes lit up. Since yesterday, Chang's home had run out of all supplies. The brothers had been starving all day, and now seeing food, they were ecstatic, almost tempted to tear open the lettuce and eat it raw on the spot. Wang Lu glanced at the pile of food on the floor, unsatisfied. Brother, you're not being honest. I sincerely came to borrow some food. Why didn't you give me the meat? Don't you care about your wife anymore? The homeowner was on the verge of tears. Boss, my mistake, I forgot to bring out the frozen items. He'll get them now. He hurried back to the kitchen, opened the freezer compartment, and brought out 5 pieces of pork, 2 fish, and a large box of frozen shrimp. Placing the food before Wang Lu, the homeowner said pitifully, Boss, this is all I can lend you. My family can barely hold on. Please have mercy on us. Wang Lu glanced at the closed bedroom door, then at the bride in the wedding photo, smacking his lips. All right, you seem honest enough. Don't lie to me again. Your wife is quite pretty and very interested. If you trick me again, I'll have to go into the bedroom for a proper chat with her. With that, Wang Lu took one last lingering look at the bride in the photo. Only then did he step out of the house, one step at a time. The homeowner was drenched in cold sweat from fear, not daring to meet Wang Lu's eyes. Chang and the others chuckled gleefully, took all the borrowed items, and followed Wang Lu out. Once outside, the 4 quickly stashed the items in their own rooms. Then they headed to the 6th floor. They skipped the 4th floor because the 3rd, 2nd, and 4th floors were mostly occupied by elderly people whom Wang Lu was reluctant to bother for now. Mainly because the elderly rarely had ready-to-eat food, though they stocked more rice, flour, and oil. Wang Lu planned to save them for later. Bang, bang, bang. The door of Unit 601 was violently knocked. Living in Unit 601 was a mother accompanying her son, who was in high school. She hadn't bought the place, but rented it as it was very close to a high school. Many families with school children rented in this neighborhood, and there were quite a few such mothers. Hearing the knock, the plump woman inside sensed no danger, but was instead furious. She strode over quickly and flung the door open. She was a woman with a fiery temper, often berating her husband over the phone for his weakness, cursing for hours, even insulting his entire family. She constantly felt she contributed the most by accompanying their child and cooking meals. Meanwhile, her husband did nothing but earn money, working 16 hours a day, barely covering their daily expenses. In her eyes, he was a useless wretch, unworthy of being a man. She regretted marrying such a failure, enduring poverty and hardship, unable to afford a mansion or a luxury car. What a waste. The woman seethed with resentment daily. Even with the world frozen over, she still fumed at her husband, who was stuck working overtime at the office. Now, with someone pounding on her door, her anger surged instantly. She threw the door open and launched into a tirade without a second thought. Which uncultured brute dares to knock on my door like that? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? They'll call the cops on you right now, you ill-mannered. Slap. Before she could continue, Wang Lu raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to her face, leaving it burning. She looked utterly incredulous. A man dared to hit her. She covered her cheek, seething with defiance. You hit me. I'll report you for sexual assault. I'll say you tried to rape me. Slap. Slap. Wang Lu gave her 2 more hard slaps. Chang and his men, unable to stand it any longer, yanked the door open and kicked her in the stomach. The woman tumbled backward like a ball, landing inside the door. The group swaggered in, brandishing their cleavers. She froze in terror, all the curses dying in her throat. What do you want? Wang Lu scanned the room, pulled up a chair, and sat down. On the wall were her son's report cards, excellence awards, and photos from events. I didn't want much, just to borrow some things. But now I've changed my mind. You insulted me, and that hurt deeply. You need to compensate me. Bring me all the food you have along with the nutritional supplements you give your son. The woman found his words utterly outrageous. Anger flared within her again. If not for the 4 henchmen with cleavers behind Wang Lu, she would have cursed him out, insulting his entire family, even his grandmother. But now she dared not. She knew well that these men weren't pushovers like her husband. Being tough would only get her beaten. You're acting like robbers. This isn't borrowing, it's outright theft. I have cameras in my house. You're being recorded. If you do anything, you'll call the police. So leave now, or I won't be polite. Slap. Wang Lu picked up a plate and smashed it over her head. Men beat her to death, he roared. FCK you stupid bitch. Talk back to my boss, and he'll kill you. Getting tough with my boss, you fat pig. Take this. You fat hag DM you. Offend my boss, and he'll finish you. Shirchong and his men rushed in, raining punches and kicks on the woman, pummeling her mercilessly. The woman screamed in agony like a stuck pig. Only then did her son, a sophomore in high school, emerge from the bedroom. He had headphones on his phone displaying a game screen, a look of utter confusion on his face. What are you looking at, you little brat? Get over here. Zhou Hailei brandished a rolling pin, pretending to strike the boy. But then something unexpected happened. The boy, too terrified to utter a single word, clutched his phone and bolted into the bedroom with lightning speed, locking the door behind him. This amused Wang Lu to no end. This plump woman had truly raised a filial son. What came next? Shirchong and the others were about to search the room for food, but Wang Lu stopped them once more. We're borrowing here, the owner herself must hand it over to us. How can we just take it ourselves? As he spoke, Wang Lu smirked and walked to the cabinet, grabbing the home surveillance camera. With a twist of his hand, he snapped off its lens. Then he yanked out the wires and tossed the round camera head in front of the plump woman. With a crack, Shirchong stomped on the camera, crushing it under his boot, and glared at her. Fatso, come on. Weren't you just acting tough? Go ahead, call the cops on me. Don't you have cameras at home? Damn it. You think you're so tough, bitch. They'll kick you to death. This is what happens when you disrespect our boss. After a round of vicious kicks, Shirchong grabbed the woman by the hair and pulled her up. Come on, come on. Show me that attitude again, huh? Scream. Damn it. Why aren't you shouting now? The woman's face was now a mess of misery, a far cry from her earlier arrogance. Trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face, she was utterly pathetic. I'm sorry, please brothers, let me go. I've raised my child all alone with so much hardship, and now I'm here with him for his studies. It's been so tough. Please don't hit me anymore. You just want some food, right? He'll get it for you. Slap. Lian Yufeng grabbed her hair and delivered a resounding smack across her face. Tough. Look at how fat you are. And you dare call it tough. Hurry up and get us some food now. The woman, sobbing and whimpering, scrambled to her feet and shuffled into the kitchen with a mournful look. She brought out her son's biscuits and bread, piling them on the floor. Then she began to lament again, claiming she had no more food at home, and so on. So she got beaten again. Obediently, she scurried back to the kitchen and retrieved long-lasting vegetables from the cold storage: potatoes, carrots, onions, radishes, eggs, and tomatoes. After setting them out, she wept bitterly, nearly begging on her knees. Please let me go. There's really no more food in my house. This is all I can lend you. The underlings looked to Wang Lu for his decision. Wang Lu, munching on bread, shook his head repeatedly. He was far from satisfied. So the woman received a few more slaps and kicks before obediently heading back to the kitchen to open the freezer door. She brought out over 20 high-end steaks she had stored in the freezer, more than 10 sea bass ready for steaming, and 2 San Juan chickens. All of it went into a plastic bag, a huge bundle that she dragged out. After piling the food in front of Wang Lu and his men, the woman wept as though her heart were being torn out. Wang Lu was quite pleased. Excellent, madam. I'm very satisfied with your compensation today. I hope you'll mind your tone the next time you speak to me. With that, Wang Lu cheerfully strode out of the house. Shirchong and the other 3 gathered up the supplies, giving the woman one last kick before happily following Wang Lu to knock on another neighbor's door. The woman, watching them leave like a band of marauders, quickly slammed her door shut. She bitterly regretted her reckless decision to open the door. No sooner had she closed it than she began pouring out her grievances in the homeowners group chat. Neighbors, I was beaten. I was attacked by a thug with 4 lackeys. They stole my supplies and even traumatized my son. These people are utterly detestable. Neighbors, let's call the police together. There is strength in numbers. If we all report it, the police will surely send a helicopter to arrest these ruffians. Sob. They are so brutal. The woman's words quickly drew a response from the young couple on the 5th floor. However, they dared not use their real names in the group chat, and instead used a dummy account to echo her. They recounted how detestable Wang Lu and his gang were, encouraging everyone to report them and purge the bad apples from their building. After the young couple posted using their dummy account, the resident of 602, who had just had his door knocked on, trembled in fear. She had just read the group messages when the banging on her door began. She felt like crying. She was just a kind, delicate girl, but why was she being targeted? Truly, men were such annoying creatures. Before this, she had already despised men, believing they all deserved to die. She even referred to her own father as her sperm donor. Only fair maidens deserve to thrive for eternity, to enjoy wealth and glory, and to possess all that is beautiful. Now her hatred deepened. These loathsome men were knocking on her door. It filled her with both anger and fear. A furious thought surfaced in her mind. Sisters, who understands this? Not a single woman is among those knocking on my door. It's all disgusting men. Indeed, 90% of the world's danger is caused by men. Inspired by this sudden epiphany, she mustered the courage to approach the door. Through the peephole, she used her phone to capture footage of Wang Lu and the others knocking. Afterwards, she fled to her bedroom in terror, wiping away her tears as she edited the images and text to post on her social media feed. Still unsatisfied, she also shared her plight on a popular social platform for women. Finally, she posted the images in the owners group seeking help. Building 6 Unit 602, Image Building 6, Unit 602, Image Building 6, Unit 602, Image Building 6, Unit 602. Everyone there knocking on my door. What should I do? They're about to break it down. It's so violent I'm terrified. Building 6 Unit 602. I'm so scared. Can anyone save me? What if they break in and kill me? Building 6, a Unit 602 help. I'm crying now. Men of Building 6, it's time for you to step up and protect us women. Please save me. Many replied to the girl's plea for help. Who is this troublemaker? Why is he so detestable? Can't we all just get along as neighbors? How can he lead a robbery? Is he a bandit? Building 6, Unit 602, you sound like a feminist warrior. How despicable. How can such trash live in our building? Don't let me see him, or I'll beat him up. Girl from 602, don't open the door. The security doors in this building are sturdy, they definitely can't break them down. 61402, are you insane? The girl is scared to tears and you're still here gloating. Are you even human? 602, you must not open the door. If you let them in they'll bully you since you live alone. Messages in the owners group came one after another. Some gave advice to the girl and cursed Wang Lu while others made snide remarks. Amidst the heated debate, Chong pulled Wang Lu into the group chat. Upon entering the group, Wang Lu greeted everyone directly. Wang Lu Building 6 Unit 602. So you're the beauty who refused to open the door and slandered my name in the group, right? Fine, I've got my eyes on you. His words caused an uproar. No sooner had Wang Lu spoken than he was bombarded with a torrent of abuse from the group members, both in voice messages and text. They cursed him for being a scoundrel, for lacking humanity, for being morally bankrupt, and for being a thieving bandit who robbed his own neighbors. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow, yet you prey on your neighbors. You'll definitely be caught and sent to prison. Seeing so many people cursing him in the group, Wang Lu couldn't help but laugh. He sent another message. Wang Lu, does anyone in our building know how to pick locks? Is there a locksmith? If so, please add me as a friend. He'll pay 5,000 for each lock you open. As expected, this message also caused an explosive response in the group. Without exception, countless neighbors condemned and insulted him. Has this scumbag gone mad? He can't break down the doors, so he wants a locksmith to help him break in and rob us. Is he even human? Butler Miss Musy Little Butlerly. Kick him out. This is too arrogant. Isn't this blatant robbery? How can someone like this live in our building, openly looking for a locksmith? He's lawless. You bastard, you're too cocky. Even if you find a locksmith, try coming to my door. He'll chop you to death. Neighbors, don't be afraid. If he gets a locksmith to enter your home, just swing a kitchen knife and kill him. It's self-defense. Yes, we must unite. None of us should fear him. People like him only bully the weak. Miss Musy, hurry, Butler, kick him out. As the owners group was in an uproar, a maintenance worker living in Unit 102, who had been starving for 3 days, stared at Wang Lu's message, unable to calm down. He didn't want to collude with a villain like Wang Lu. But the exorbitant offer of 5,000 per lock was a price he had never dared to dream of. It wasn't that he was greedy, but the offer was too tempting. He had been picking locks his whole life, usually earning only 150 yuan each time. Even then, some owners would haggle after he finished off and cutting the price by 100 and only paying him 50. If it happened once or twice, it was tolerable, but after it happened repeatedly, the maintenance worker harbored a deep-seated resentment towards many of the owners. Now, with Wang Lu's astronomical offer of 5,000, he was sorely tempted. Yet his innate kindness made him hesitate, leaving him without the courage to send a friend request. So the maintenance worker decided to consult the fates. He took out a pack of cigarettes. One by one, he pulled them out, muttering as he did, "Add Wang Lu as a friend. Don't add Wang Lu as a friend. Add Wang Lu as a friend. Don't add Wang Lu as a friend. Add. Don't." On the other side, Chen, residing in apartment 1801 on the 18th floor, clad in a thin pair of pajamas and barefoot, was savoring gourmet food while watching a pre-downloaded movie in his safe room. He was utterly at ease. At that moment, he also scrolled through the messages in the owners group chat. So the dogs are already turning on each other. But this is merely the beginning. Right now, you're only having your belongings snatched. Before long, Wang Lu will be slaughtering you to roast and eat your flesh. But what does that have to do with me? Chen flashed a sinister smile. He tossed his phone aside, preparing to continue watching his drama in peace. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Chen Baiwei. Seeing this call, Chen's sinister smile deepened. Chen Baiwei, you scheming bitch. In my past life, I was too infatuated with you, trusted you too much, and that's why I remained your devoted simp, only to be deceived and exploited by you. In the end, you even caused my death. But this time, dream on. I will make you pay a heavy price. The phone kept ringing incessantly. After a moment's thought, Chen decided to answer. The moment the call connected, a saccharine, coquettish voice came through the receiver. Chen, did you see the messages in the group chat? That bastard Wang Lu is terrifying. He's openly begun robbing the neighbors, utterly lawless. Right now, he's already knocking on the door of apartment 701 next to mine. I'm afraid he'll hurt me. Didn't you stockpile a lot of things? Take some and throw them to him, like casting a meatball to drive away a dog. Just make him leave quickly. I'm really scared. Hearing this, Chen felt like cursing. You sly fox. Even at a time like this, you still treat me like your devoted simp. Chen will never be a simp again. No matter how beautiful, how seductive, or how alluring your voice is, it's useless. Is that so? That's truly unfortunate. I hope Wang Lu doesn't knock on your door. Good luck to you. Having said that, Chen coldly hung up the phone. A sinister smile curled on his face. Sly woman, soon you'll be begging me on your knees. After muttering this to himself, Chen couldn't help but clench his fists again. Wang Lu, go ahead and strut your stuff for now. You'd better pray you don't fall into my hands. Next time it won't be a pellet gun. It'll make you taste the power of a tetanus-tipped arrow. I will slowly toy with you until you die. In my past life, it was you who led a group to storm my home and cut me down with a single blow. And you, the two sisters, you are all the villains who murdered me. I will destroy you one by one. Just wait and see. Just as Chen was silently vowing vengeance, Chen Baiwei called again. Chen hung up in annoyance. Unexpectedly, she called back repeatedly without end. Agitated, Chen finally answered. This time Chen Baiwei's voice was frantic. Chen, hurry, bring something, and come save me. That thug Wang Lu is knocking on my door. Come quickly, I'm terrified. Get downstairs right now. Chen was utterly exasperated. What does Wang Lu knocking on your door have to do with me? Weren't you just saying yesterday that you have plenty of suitors? Go find them. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Chen Baiwei gnashed her teeth in fury. Chen. You deadbeat simp, just you wait. You are clearly jealous, trying to force me to lower my head and become your girlfriend before you'll help me. Dream on. Chen Baixue, who was by Chen Baiwei's side, tugged at her arm and said, Sister, that scoundrel Wang Lu is still banging on the door. It's so loud I feel like they're about to break it down. I'm so scared, sister, think of something. What should we do? Chen Baiwei opened her phone and peered through the electronic peephole at Wang Lu and his gang outside. Her face pale, she comforted her sister. Xiaoshu, don't be afraid. As long as we don't go out, there's nothing he can do to us. This despicable Wang Lu has gone too far. Bullying neighbors isn't a skill. If he wants food, he should go to Chen. Hearing this, Shin Baixu's eyes lit up. She immediately said to Chen Baiwei, Sister, why don't you add Wang Lu as a friend and tell him that Chen has hoarded a ton of supplies. Tell him to leave us alone. If he wants food and drink, he can go to Chen. Chen Baiwei's eyes brightened at the suggestion, but she quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. We can't let him go to Chen. Chen Baixue was utterly baffled. Why not, sister? Chen has so much delicious food and drink, plus a huge stockpile of meat and snacks. Yet he won't give us a single crumb. Why should we keep his secret? A flash of ruthlessness passed through Chen Baiwei's eyes. Xiaoshu, it's not about keeping his secret. Those things belong to me. As long as I lower my head and agree to be his girlfriend, he'll give me everything. So we absolutely cannot tell Wang Lu. Chen Baixue suddenly understood. Oh, right, I see. In that case, we really can't tell Wang Lu. Sigh. I hope they get tired of knocking and leave soon. I'm so scared. Wang Lu and his 5 men knocked on Chen Baiwei's door for a long time with no answer, so they gave up. Boss, no one's opening their doors for us anymore. The group chat is in an uproar. Everyone knows we're not here on friendly terms. What do we do now? Shirchong clenched his fists, staring resentfully at the security door of Chen Baiwei's apartment. Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively. No worries, there are plenty of ways. Let's call it a day for collecting supplies. We'll head back and have a good meal first. We can talk after we've eaten our fill. Lian Yufeng, who was already too weak from hunger to knock, raised both hands in agreement. He was naturally tall and sturdy, consuming more energy than the average person. Having gone hungry for the past few days, he was eager for a hearty meal. Zhou Hailei and Shen Huipeng also had hunger gleaming in their eyes. Right, the boss is right. We've gathered so many supplies, enough for half a month. We're tired and starving, we absolutely need to eat and drink well. Exactly. Once we're full, we'll continue borrowing supplies from the neighbors. Every household in this building must share the wealth, ha. No problem. The group left Shen Baiwei's place and returned to apartment 502 via the stairwell. Back home, a massive pile of supplies lay on the floor, looking truly bountiful. There were many 10-pound bags of rice flour and grains, along with large jugs of oil. Frozen goods included steak, pork, chicken, pork ribs, fish, and frozen sausages. All the things neighbors typically stock up on. There was also a huge pile of dried goods and snacks. For Wang Lu, this operation was a tremendous harvest. Gazing at the vast collection of supplies he had borrowed through his own abilities, Wang Lu was in excellent spirits. He couldn't help but muse, good men don't last long, but scoundrels live for ages. We villains have no morals, so we can't be blackmailed by them. Live fast, die young, leave a beautiful corpse. After we eat and drink, we'll keep going. Just do it. Boss, do you want some milk? We brothers are so hungry we're seeing stars. We want to boil a pot of milk. Shirchong picked up a carton of milk, grinning obsequiously at Wang Lu. Zhou Hailei, Chen Huipeng, and Lian Yufeng looked on eagerly, afraid Wang Lu might refuse. No, Wang Lu said bluntly. This? Boss. I'm starving to death, please let us boil the milk. Why not, boss? We brothers don't have an ounce of strength left. The 4 underlings looked at Wang Lu with pitiful, pleading eyes. Look at you, so hopeless. Boiling it wastes time and destroys the nutrients. Why not just drink it cold? Wang Lu glanced at his 4 underlings in exasperation, then picked up a pack of rock-hard frozen milk from the carton. A trace of heat transferred from his hand, and within half a minute the frozen milk had completely thawed and was even warm. Transferring heat to objects was an ability Wang Lu had accidentally discovered while borrowing supplies, and it had delighted him immensely. With this skill he no longer had to worry about eating or drinking cold things. Wang Lu warmed the milk, inserted the straw, and savored the warm milk contentedly. The 4 underlings watched with envy, each handing their frozen milk to Wang Lu. "Boss, please warm my milk too. Boss, we can't survive without you. Please warm my milk. I beg you, boss, warm my milk. It'll even warm your bed tonight. Boss, you're the best. Please warm my milk." The underlings' faces were full of longing. Wang Lu slowly finished his milk, but didn't take the milk they offered. "Keep it away. Keep it away." The underlings were left bewildered. The underlings were bewildered. "Boss, you're so heartless. Drinking warm milk yourself, but refusing to warm ours. There's no love left." Wang Lu paid no heed to their whining. He directly lifted an entire crate of pure milk and rapidly transferred thermal energy into it. In just a few minutes the cardboard box began to emit steam. "How can 1 pack each be enough to drink? Finish this whole crate. After you're done, hurry up and pan-fry some steak and steam a few fish. Oh, and we haven't had rice in days. Get that ready too. Today we must eat and drink well." The 4 underlings were deeply moved. So that was it. The boss was truly generous. They almost wanted to kneel and cry out, "Foster father above, please accept your son's homage." Gazing at the steaming crate of milk, they were all choked with tears of gratitude. In unison they shouted, "Thank you, boss." Then they gulped it down ravenously. After finishing the entire crate of warm milk, the 4 felt a cozy warmth spreading through their bodies, their eyes brimming with joyful smiles. "Boss, I make the best pan-fried steak. Let me cook it for you." "Boss, steamed fish is simple. Leave it to me." "Boss, steamed rice is a trivial task I can handle." "Boss, I can mix cucumber salad. I'll take care of the cold dish." The 4 underlings vied to show off, bustling about in the kitchen. Wang Lu watched this scene with a face full of delight. It seemed this glacial apocalypse wasn't as terrifying as imagined. Next, Wang Lu lounged on the sofa pondering the future. How could he procure more food? How could he live even more comfortably in this frozen wasteland? The supplies stored by the building's owners would soon be borrowed dry by him. There would always come a day when resources ran out. Then should he borrow from neighbors and other buildings? That didn't seem like a good idea. The other neighbors likely had little stock as well. So he should borrow now. Every meal they ate meant less for him. Borrowing supplies had to be done early and quickly. The best plan was to arm his underlings as soon as possible, granting them greater combat power and destructive capability. This way not only could they feast daily, but they could also better guard against Chen. Then they would just hunker down and bide their time. Once the snow stopped falling relentlessly, its surface would freeze hard enough that a person could walk on it without sinking. In the original plot, Chen emerged from his safe house at that time, riding a snowmobile he had stored in his spatial inventory to gather supplies outside. He even managed to acquire firearms and ammunition from a SWAT team and began ruling the entire neighborhood. Thinking of this, Wang Lu seemed to find a direction. For the next 2 or 3 weeks going outside would be impossible. The snow would keep falling until it reached the height of a 6-story building. Only then would it stop. Even after the snow ceased, venturing out wouldn't be possible until it had settled and frozen for about a week. Once the snow layer was frozen solid and firm enough to walk on without sinking, even without a snowmobile, he could improvise a sliding board. Then all he needed was a few dogs to pull it. A simple dog sled. If so, he'd need to borrow some large dogs from neighbors. Get a dozen golden retrievers, have his underlings train them, and pick a lead dog. That would do the trick. This plan seemed feasible. Once outside and armed with guns and ammo, dominating the entire neighborhood would be a breeze. Then, as a villain, he could act with even more impunity. With luck, he might even set an ambush for Chen, capture him, chop off his hands and feet, tie him up, and force him daily to produce items from his spatial storage. Wouldn't that be splendid? Just as Wang Lu was lost in fantasies of his step-by-step plans, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. In this glacial apocalypse, she was extremely worried about Wang Lu and video called him almost every day. Seeing his mother's call, Wang Lu didn't hesitate and answered immediately. "Lu, how are things over there? Do you have anything to eat today? Are you cold? Mom is so worried about you." Wang Lu looked at his mother on the screen, bundled in a thick down jacket, and replied with a full smile, "Mom, I'm doing great. See, my friends and I are cooking a meal. Don't worry about me." As he spoke, Wang Lu turned his phone's camera to show the 4 underlings busy cooking and the large pile of food on the floor. The wealthy woman on the other end of the video, seeing this, felt much reassured and began telling Wang Lu about her situation. Wang Lu's mother was now in Coconut Island City, the southernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. Although it was also snowing heavily there, the temperature was far milder than in Wang Lu's city. Wearing a single down jacket was enough to withstand the cold there. Moreover, the snow wasn't as thick there, only about a meter deep. Some large vehicles could still travel on the roads. Coconut City used excavators daily to clear paths, keeping the city's supply system running. After learning about his parents' situation, Wang Lu immediately told his mother in a very serious tone, "Mom, starting now, no matter the cost, you must move as quickly as possible to the underground mall our family built. Only take reliable people. Stockpile enough food, warm clothes, and if you can get snowmobiles from the artificial ski resort in Coconut City, try your best to acquire them. Also power generators, gasoline, diesel gas canisters. Store as much as you can. Our family must urgently clear out a large shopping mall to build a life fortress. Oh, and his great-grandfathers were guns still around. Are the 2 boxes of bullets still there? Tell Dad to keep them safe. If possible, use connections to buy some firearms and ammunition from private hunting grounds over there. Soon your area will become like mine. Within a week at most your city will be permanently paralyzed, everything buried under snow. No amount of excavators can clear the roads. I'm over 2,000 kilometers away. Even if I wanted to come, I can't. You must take care of yourselves. Wang Lu gave his mother a series of earnest instructions. The wealthy woman on the other end was stunned, almost doubting her ears. She could clearly sense that her son had matured, never having been so serious before. All right, Luer, take care of yourself. Mom will do as you say. A shopping mall is nothing. Our family won't begrudge it. Consider it a precaution. Oh, Luer, do you still have money in your account? Let Mom transfer 100 million to you. Don't let yourself suffer. If money can solve a problem, don't hesitate. Our family has plenty. Wang Lu, moved by these words, quickly replied, Mom, no need to transfer for now. I still have $1 billion in my account. The most important thing now is that you do exactly as I said immediately at all costs. Wang Lu's mother nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll go find your father right now. Don't worry, Luer, Mom will do exactly as you say. Ending the call, Wang Lu rose and walked to the window, gazing at the vast white world outside. He couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that this central city of the Dragon Kingdom, where 3 seasons out of 4 were summer, could end up like this? After lingering by the window for a moment, Wang Lu realized that in less than a week the entire neighborhood would lose power entirely, with electricity only available for 2 hours each day. At that time, people would have to make do, fully charge their phones and power banks, use those 2 hours to run air conditioners and cook rice, utilizing everything they could at home. 2 weeks later, the natural gas company, lacking reserves, would cut off gas supply completely. By then the stoves at home would be unusable for cooking. Thinking of this, a sense of crisis crept into Wang Lu's heart. Once the gas was cut off, he wouldn't be able to absorb heat from the stove flame and would have to find other methods. For instance, burning furniture or clothes. But doing so would fill the house with smoke and soot, making it unbearable. Even if he burned things in other people's homes, indoor burning would still be choking. Unless he set up a rural winter stove, then he could burn freely. For now, absorbing heat from the stove flame was still the quickest and most convenient method. So over the next 2 weeks, whenever he had free time, he needed to spend as much time as possible at the stove absorbing heat. Only by storing enough thermal energy could he feel secure. Soon the 4 underlings finished preparing the feast, one after another. On the table, a large platter piled high with steaks stacked 20 centimeters tall, a plate of bright red boiled shrimp, a dish of mushroom potato and chicken stew, a platter of green pepper stir-fried pork belly, a plate of steamed sea bass, 3 fish squeezed together, a large bowl of smashed cucumber salad, and a whole pot of steamed rice. However, by the time all the dishes were set on the table, those brought out earlier had already cooled, and even the freshly served ones were rapidly losing heat. Seeing this, Wang Lu immediately placed both hands on the table, channeling heat into it, which then spread to the plates and food. The abundant thermal energy quickly made the dishes steaming hot again, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas that sparked ravenous appetites. At this moment, Wang Lu picked up his chopsticks and looked at the 4 underlings sitting around the table, eagerly waiting for him to announce the start of the meal. He declared loudly, "This is life in the apocalypse, a simple 6-dish meal. Family, dig in." At Wang Lu's command, the 4 underlings, who had long been impatient, eagerly grabbed their chopsticks and wolfed down 2 pieces of steak each. Wang Lu, genuinely famished, treated the meal like a battlefield, skewering a sea base with a single swift motion. They devoured the food with a ferocity that swept through everything like a storm. After the meal, Wang Lu felt an immense sense of satisfaction and comfort, his body warm and free from the pangs of hunger. Indeed, being full was truly blissful. Once the underlings cleared the empty plates and bowls from the table, they yawned in unison, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Wang Lu, also feeling sleepy, told his underlings not to force themselves and to get some rest, then retreated to his own room. The 4 underlings happily went to their respective sleeping spots and fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. Wang Lu did the same. Having been unable to sleep well before, the extreme mental terror had kept his body in a constant state of exhaustion. Now, with his stomach full and nerves relaxed, he slept all the way until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Upon waking, Wang Lu appeared full of energy, his face glowing with vitality. Meanwhile, the 4 underlings were hopping and shivering in the living room as the temperature had dropped further, making it even colder than the day before. When they saw Wang Lu emerge, their eyes reddened as they crowded around him, faces filled with desperation. "Boss, I am so cold, give me some heat, please." "Boss, give it to me first, I'm your most loyal follower, I beg you, boss, I'm freezing to death." "Boss, look at me, anything you find interesting, do as you please. Just give me some heat, I beg you." "Boss, without you I can't survive, it's so cold, so terribly cold." Wang Lu looked at the 4 underlings, their faces etched with longing, and felt a deep satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If he had given each of them enough heat yesterday, they would have slept soundly through the night, and wouldn't be so cold even now. But Wang Lu understood well that human nature cannot withstand tests. Never try to control others with so-called gratitude and sentiment. It's as futile as using meat buns to hit a dog. No matter how good you are to someone, you can never truly make them loyal to you. Only by firmly grasping human nature and exploiting their weaknesses of need. Without your provision, they would suffer, feel pain, or even die. Can you achieve true control? Need combined with gratitude brings them dual satisfaction of body and heart. Only then will they be absolutely loyal, willing to do anything, even brainwashed to the point of facing death. This is the true art of managing people for a villain. Really? Are you all that cold? Actually, I'm freezing too. Hurry up, what are you standing there for? Go turn on the fire for me. I don't have any heat left in my body either. Let me absorb some heat first, then I can warm you up. At these words, Shang charged into the kitchen and lit both stove burners. Boss, quick, come absorb the heat. The other three also crowded around Wang Lu, treating him with utmost reverence, looking at him with more affection than they would their own parents. Feigning extreme cold, Wang Lu hurried into the kitchen and extended both hands toward the flames, absorbing the heat. After about 10 minutes, he turned around, held out his hands, and looked at the four underlings. What are you waiting for? Come on. The four underlings, nearly in tears with excitement, quickly each extended a hand, placing them on Wang Lu's palms and the back of his hand. The heat began to transfer immediately. Soon they felt the long-lost joy, their bodies warming up, and it was incredibly blissful. Just as they craved more heat, Wang Lu withdrew his hands, deliberately acting cold. Oh, it's so cold. I've given you all my heat, and now I'm freezing. It'll be hard for me to transfer any more to you. Brothers, you need to protect yourselves and stay warm. The next time I give you heat will be tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the four underlings quickly tightened their clothes, even though they weren't cold anymore, to prevent the cold air from invading and wasting too much heat. Thank you, boss, I'm so moved. Long live the boss. I'd do anything for you. Boss, allow me to call you my godfather. Boss. The four of them once again expressed their gratitude and flattery to Wang Lu. Standing in front of the stove aflame in each hand, Wang Lu beamed with joy. Being flattered by his underlings was truly delightful. But if there were a woman to flatter, it would be even more pleasurable. Women. Yes. Next, he needed to conveniently address the issue of his need for women. He was full of fire. What if he got too heated? Wouldn't he need a woman to balance it out? Moreover, Wang Lu was curious how tempting would localized heat supply be to a woman. Once she tasted the sweetness of localized heat, what would her reaction be every day? It was truly intriguing. As Wang Lu's mind wandered with fantasies, the underlings brought over milk, instant noodles, ham, and eggs, stacking them by the kitchen stove, preparing to make poached egg noodles and drink some milk. After a flurry of activity, Wang Lu and his 5 men began breakfast. Each had a steaming bucket of instant noodles with 3 poached eggs, 2 sausages, and a glass of milk. This amount of breakfast thrilled the 4 underlings immensely. Each was so happy they nearly cried, wolfing down the food with gusto. Boss, after eating and resting, well, I feel much stronger today, full of energy. Since we're not exactly good people anyway, let's go borrow from the neighbors again, Shang said eagerly. Wang Lu couldn't help but laugh. Xiangzi, you're quite self-aware, but I'm different from you. So I need to think it over. Shang looked puzzled. Boss, do you mean you suddenly want to be a good person? Lian Yufeng grew anxious upon hearing this. Boss, we're all hopeless wastrels who don't strive for improvement. You can't suddenly decide to be a good person. Zhou Hailei and Shun Huipeng quickly added. No, boss, we still want to borrow supplies from the neighbors. We don't want to be good people. Wang Lu. Who said I'm going to be a good person? I just think you guys aren't bad enough yet. I reflected last night, and borrowing supplies is just too slow. The 4 underlings looked at each other, then grinned slyly. Boss, you really are the worst of us all. So what do we do next? Yeah, boss, borrowing is too slow. Then what's the fastest way? Boss. Wang Lu said without hesitation. Of course, it's to make the neighbors voluntarily prepare their supplies and leave them at the door for us to pick up. That's the fastest. The 4 underlings were dumbfounded. Voluntarily hand them over. Let us take them. How is that possible? Boss, have you come up with another cunning plan? Tell us about it. Yeah, boss, what's the idea? How can we get the neighbors to voluntarily leave supplies at our door? That sounds incredible. Boss, I knew you were the craftiest. Spill it, boss. The 4 underlings were burning with curiosity. Wang Lu had no intention of keeping them in the dark and was about to enthusiastically explain his scheme. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. Not just Wang Lu's, but also the phones of his 4 underlings. They exchanged bewildered glances and immediately pulled out their devices to check. It turned out the owner's group chat had exploded. After scrolling through a few messages, Wang Lu realized there had been a sudden power outage. The heavy snow had been falling for over a week, accompanied by howling northern winds, plunging the residents into panic. A couple of days earlier, the extreme cold had caused a water outage across the entire complex, forcing everyone to melt the accumulating snow on their balconies for drinking water. But now the electricity had gone out without any warning or notice. This set the imaginations of the entire building's owners running wild, and the group chat became a chaotic uproar. Everyone speculated about the cause of the blackout. Had some power line snapped somewhere? What was going on? Why had the power failed? Immediately afterward, a flood of owners frantically mentioned the butler Miss Musy. This sudden change caught Wang Lu off guard. According to the plot in the novel, the power outage was supposed to happen a week later, at least 5 days from now. Yet now the power had been cut off directly a full week ahead of schedule. Wang Lu pondered silently. Could this be because his own series of outrageous moves as the villain had deviated from the plot, disrupting the rules of this world? Perhaps that was the case, otherwise there was no other way to explain this premature blackout. At that moment, Owners Group, Miss Musy voice 58s, Miss Musy voice 54s, Miss Musy voice 48s, Miss Musy voice 38s. The butler of Building 6, a Miss Musy who rarely spoke in the group, began sending one voice message after another. First, she gave a detailed explanation of the sudden power outage. The main cause was the relentless heavy snow which had now piled up over 10 meters thick, paralyzing 98 of the world's cities for over a week, bringing all operations to a halt. This had made it impossible for major thermal power plants to maintain stable operations, compounded by a fuel supply cutoff. Therefore, the country had no choice but to implement localized power rationing. Their area would likely face a blackout lasting 1 to 2 days, followed by perhaps half a day of power, or even less. After explaining the cause extensively, the butler began to calm the building's residents. She urged everyone not to panic, to trust in the country, emphasizing that no matter how heavy the snow, the nation would not abandon them. Perhaps maybe helicopters would arrive to airdrop supplies. She hoped everyone would stay safely at home and take measures to keep warm. After sending this series of voice messages, Miss Musy fell silent. However, her explanation effectively soothed the residents' panic. They stopped their wild speculations and began exchanging words of mutual encouragement. Seeing this, Wang Lu thought everything had calmed down and was about to toss his phone aside to share his next plan with his underlings. Unexpectedly, Miss Musy suddenly posted a group announcement. Building 6 Owners Group. Miss Musy, everyone, dear neighbors, a temporary notice. Some residents have run out of supplies and contacted me. They are freezing and starving, desperately in need of help. If this continues for a few more days, lives will be lost. We are all residents of the same building. I hope we can unite to overcome this crisis. Please, those with surplus supplies, extend a helping hand and donate what you can spare. Contact me to arrange pickup, and I will deliver the goods to those in need. Thank you all. Miss Musy, Chen, owner of 1802. I noticed your household has been stockpiling supplies with truckloads delivered to your door. You must have a considerable reserve. I hope you can set an example and donate your excess to needy residents. Thank you for your cooperation. After witnessing Miss Musy's series of actions, Wang Lu slapped his forehead in realization. He remembered that in the original plot, this butler was no simple character. She was a consummate manipulator full of lies. To survive, she would stop at nothing, even later killing and eating her own beloved dog. At this critical juncture, she had already obtained some inside information, and the power outage was not a random event. Before the blackout, the authorities had issued a notice about the outage and the rules for intermittent power supply over the coming month. This notice made her realize that the heavy snow might continue for another month, or longer, and she wondered if she would even survive. Thus, she hoarded this information as her own lifeline, refusing to share it with anyone. She understood that a snow apocalypse had arrived. This was no mere temporary disaster, it could be another mass extinction like the dinosaurs' demise. All of humanity might perish in this endless blizzard. But dying early meant no chance of surviving the apocalypse. Only the living held hope. With this in mind, she withheld the power outage notice from everyone. Instead, she chose to feign explanation and comfort the residents after the blackout, cultivating an image of selfless service. Those final 2 text messages revealed her true intent to use the call for charitable donations as a pretext to rapidly gather supplies for her own survival. Recalling the scheming butler Miss Musy's deeds, Wang Lu smirked. A better idea struck him, making the neighbors deliver supplies to him directly. Earlier, he had considered using his wealth to force them to hand over goods quickly and effortlessly. After all, in the apocalypse, money was just a meaningless string of numbers. And his string of numbers amounted to over $1 billion. When better to spend it than now? While money still held value, he intended to exploit it to the fullest. But now Miss Musy's maneuver inspired Wang Lu with a brilliant plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So Wang Lu immediately shared his idea with his 4 underlings. He instructed Chang to add the young couple next door as friends, Zhou Hailei to add the plump woman upstairs, Chun Huipeng to add the feminist fairy from 602, and Lian Yufeng to add. After delegating the tasks, Wang Lu dialed Miss Musy's number. He was about to launch another round of outrageous moves. You think you're slick, Miss Musy? He'll outdo you. Meanwhile, after reading Miss Musy's 2 text messages, Yi Chun was fuming. Damn that scheming bitch. Who does she think she is? Acting all noble and selfless. You vicious, wicked woman. Tagging me to set an example. Don't you just covet my supplies? You want me to be the fool who gives first, inspiring the neighbors to donate, so you can hoard it all and survive longer in this apocalypse. Dream on. I fell for your trap once in my past life. I won't be fooled again. Recalling Miss Musy's selfish actions, Yi Chun felt nothing but loathing for the butler. So Yi Chun immediately fired back in the group chat. Building 6 Owners Group. Yi Chun, Miss Musy, Butler Moo, what are you implying? Don't just single me out. If you've got the guts, tag Wang Lu and see if he responds. If Wang Lu steps up to donate supplies, he'll have no complaints, and will support it too. After sending this message, a sly smirk curled on Yi Chen's lips. He muttered inwardly, "You cowardly woman, you can only fool those gullible neighbors. Try tagging that thug Wang Lu. See if he doesn't crush you. You wouldn't dare with all your nerve. You pathetic bully. Now let's see how you handle this. You'll end up shooting yourself in the foot." Inside room 1001 of Building 6. The housekeeper Miss Musi, Mu Yuqing. At this moment, she was monitoring group messages on one phone with a secondary account, while conversing with Wang Lu on another. The corners of her lips were lifted high, her mood exceptionally buoyant. Initially, she had been uncertain how to handle the sudden challenge thrown by Yi Chen, as she truly feared the bully Wang Lu and dared not tag him. She knew all about yesterday's incidents where Wang Lu and his underlings forcibly borrowed supplies and brutally beat neighbors. Both the young couple, the plump woman and the feminist girl, had complained to her. They hoped she would report the matter to the relevant authorities to have Wang Lu arrested. However, Mu Yuqing knew that now everyone was in a state of panic. The city had ground to a halt, and no one was active outside. With the freezing temperatures and howling north wind, anyone who ventured out would freeze to death. Who would care about such trivial matters? Through the overseas internet, she had already seen horrifying news of countless deaths abroad daily. After 5 days of blizzards, foreign countries had descended into chaos with gunfights and looting. For now, only the people of Dragon Country were obediently waiting for orders and instructions. Yet disaster was impartial. Aside from offering reassurance, Dragon Country was powerless against such apocalyptic calamities. So now even if someone died, they were simply dead with no way to handle it. But now that bully Wang Lu was foolish enough to feel regret and fear over yesterday's plundering of neighbors' supplies, even expressing his apologies to her. He was truly a simpleton. Moreover, he indicated that he didn't want his reputation tarnished and hoped to inherit his family business after the snow disaster passed without being jailed by neighbors' accusations. Therefore, he wished for her help. In the upcoming donation of supplies, though he couldn't contribute materials, he could provide financial incentives. If any neighbor stepped forward to donate carrying supplies, Wang Lu would directly send them a reward of 2,000 yuan. Simultaneously, the donated supplies would be compensated at corresponding prices. In short, Wang Lu was willing to prepare 1,000,000 yuan to aid this charity drive. Mu Yuqing was nearly dying of laughter. What she found most unbelievable was that Wang Lu even wanted her to document his good deed, and after the snow disaster, give him a certificate of merit. He desperately needed such recognition and approval from everyone. Mu Yuqing felt like calling Wang Lu a complete fool. She was genuinely amused. After ending the call with Wang Lu, Mu Yuqing was so elated she felt like bouncing around the house. Finally, she hugged her 2 beloved golden retrievers, De Lang and Air Lang, kissing them left and right, lost in her fantasies. Next, with the help of that fool Wang Lu, she would surely hoard a massive amount of supplies from the neighbors. Once all these supplies were stored in her home, she would seal the door and live a blissful life every day with her adorable De Lang and Air Lang. Not only would she have enough to eat, but De Lang and Air Lang would also be well fed. As for those foolish neighbors, what did their fates matter to her? In the apocalypse, who still abides by morality? Survival is what truly matters. Little did she know, while Mu Yuqing rejoiced, Wang Lu was equally delighted, for he had already outmaneuvered all her schemes. Inwardly, he exclaimed, "What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. Next, I must go all out to help Mu Yuqing fatten her up like a pig, and then slaughter her with one stroke. Hee, absolutely delightful. Oh, and she also keeps 2 golden retrievers. Killing the pig and gifting the dogs. How wonderful." In the owner's group, Miss Musi sent a 36-second voice message. "Owner of 1802. How can you speak like that? Now everyone is united, working together for mutual warmth and support. Only by doing so can we overcome this crisis. Everyone knows you have stored plenty of supplies. Why not help those neighbors suffering from hunger and cold? You even speak cynically. I tell you, such behavior will chill the hearts of the neighbors. You say I dare not tag Wang Lu. Fine. He'll prove it to you right now." Miss Musi then tagged Wang Lu. "Wang Lu, in our building some residents are truly pitiable, hungry and freezing on the verge of death. Can you take the lead? Can you contribute some supplies to help those neighbors?" When the owners saw that Mu Yuqing had indeed tagged Wang Lu without any fear in her tone, many felt worried for her. "Housekeeper Mu, have you lost your mind? You actually tagged Wang Lu." Housekeeper Mu, Wang Lu just robbed neighbors of their supplies yesterday. Asking a bandit leader to help others is pure fantasy. Miss Musi, you're truly reckless. Wang Lu is a bully. How could he possibly help others? It's good enough if he doesn't harm them. Yi Chen, seeing the stream of messages refuting Mu Yuqing in the group, was also amused. He eagerly anticipated how Mu Yuqing would salvage the situation and looked forward to Wang Lu slapping her down with harsh words. Meanwhile, Shun Baiwei and her sister huddled in bed, unable to suppress their sardonic smiles. They also thought the housekeeper Mu Yuqing had poor judgment, daring to tag a bully like Wang Lu. A sure invitation for humiliation. Yesterday, Wang Lu had violently banged on their door. That scoundrel must be desperately short of supplies to act that way. Yet today you tag that villain, asking him to set an example and give away supplies. Isn't that a joke? He's more eager to rob others. Mu Yuqing, you're truly audacious to poke the tiger's backside. I'm curious how you'll manage the aftermath. In the owner's group, Wang Lu replied, Miss Musi, alright housekeeper Mu. I am very willing to help those starving and freezing neighbors. Now I am preparing to donate 3 bags of rice and 1 bag of flour from my home to set a leading example. Wang Lu then shared a video. In the footage, he carried a 10-jean bag of flour and placed it outside his door. Meanwhile, Shirchang Zhou Halei and Chen Huiping each brought a bag of rice, piling them together outside. Facing the supplies on camera, Wang Lu said in the video, now please housekeeper Mu bring someone to take these supplies and distribute them to the neighbors in need. Upon seeing this message, the residents in the group were all stunned. Hadn't Wang Lu and his underlings been looting supplies just yesterday? How had he turned into a good person today? Many neighbors expressed doubt, finding it hard to believe that Wang Lu would truly do such a thing. Just then the young couple from 501 began to speak in the group. First, the young wife explained to all the residents that Wang Lu had not robbed their supplies yesterday. On the contrary, Wang Lu had come to her home intending to exchange rice and flour for some vegetables and meat, because his family had an excess of rice and flour, but lacked other provisions, so he thought of trading. However, she and her husband were unwilling to trade, and felt Wang Lu was being unreasonable. A quarrel ensued, and her husband, angered by the incident, used a secondary account to deliberately slander Wang Lu in the group chat. After clarifying this, the couple spoke up together in the group, repeatedly apologizing to Wang Lu and telling everyone that he was not a bad person. After the young couple finished speaking, the plump woman from Unit 601 also chimed in. She sent voice messages one after another to the group. First, she offered many apologies to Wang Lu, then said, Mr. Wang Lu, I know I was wrong. Slandering you like that in the group yesterday was truly my fault. I hope you won't hold it against a menopausal single mother like me. I was just too angry yesterday. When you came to exchange supplies, you did disturb my son's studies. He threw a tantrum, and I lost control and got angry at you too. Afterwards, I even smeared your name in the group. I really didn't mean to defame you. It won't happen again, truly it won't. Please don't mind it. As soon as the plump woman from Unit 601 finished speaking, the female boxer from Unit 602 also spoke up. Her voice message was syrupy and coy. Brother Wang Lu, I'm so sorry. I'm just a girl after all. Yesterday when you came to exchange supplies with rice and flour, you really scared me. I didn't realize you were a good person. I only heard people in the group saying you were robbing supplies, so I mistakenly thought you were actually looting. I never expected you sincerely wanted to trade rice and flour with me, and even left a bag of rice as a gift afterward. I'm truly sorry. Yesterday, I even took a photo of you through the peephole to slander you. I'm really sorry, Brother Wang Lu. You're a good person, and I'm just a girl. I hope you can understand. Later, another resident also stepped forward to clarify, saying that when Wang Lu knocked on doors yesterday, he wasn't robbing supplies, but trying to exchange rice and flour with neighbors. Everyone had misunderstood him. Wang Lu was never that kind of person. As one neighbor after another expressed their stance, Wang Lu's image instantly reversed. He suddenly appeared righteous and noble. In contrast, the young couple, the plump woman and the little fairy who had apologized and explained, were scolded by many neighbors. What kind of people are they? Twisting the image of such a kind benefactor like Wang Lu into this. How detestable. It's a good thing you still have some conscience to come forward and clarify, or we would have truly wronged Wang Lu. Exactly. Wang Lu sincerely offered flour and rice to trade supplies. How could that be robbery? This is such an injustice to Wang Lu. From now on, whoever dares to curse him, he'll be the first to confront them. Wang Lu saw how his image as a noble and righteous figure had been established in the owner's group. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The power of money was truly wonderful. Although the apocalypse had arrived and money was becoming increasingly worthless for now, it could not only solve 90 of problems, but still allowed him to do as he pleased. So Wang Lu chuckled and sent 20 red envelopes in the group, each worth 2,000 yuan. The notes on the red envelopes read, united as one, helping each other, passing on love. The owners who received the red envelopes were overjoyed. Any red envelope yielded about 100 yuan, and some even got 200 or 300. It was absolutely delightful. For a time, everyone in the owners group praised Wang Lu. Some owners even eagerly volunteered to exchange their meat and vegetables for Wang Lu's rice and flour, saying that such a good person should not be let down. At this moment, the steward Mu Yuqing spoke up again. In the owners group, Miss Musi said, all many thanks to Mr. Wang Lu for his generosity. Your good neighbors will always remember. Miss Musi also said, Yi Chen, owner of Unit 1802. I recall you said earlier that if Mr. Wang Lu took the lead, you would follow suit and donate supplies. Are you still true to your word? Yi Chen. Damn, that scheming bitch. When Yi Chen saw this message from Mu Yuqing, he nearly crushed his phone in rage, grinding his teeth in fury. Wang Lu, you despicable dog. How could a scumbag like you be so kind as to donate supplies? Yesterday you clearly robbed the neighbor's supplies. I have surveillance footage of the entire building. I know all your dirty deeds. Now you're twisting the truth in the group, pretending to be a good person, and even encouraging neighbors to donate supplies out of charity. How utterly disgusting. You must be in cahoots with that bitch Mu Yuqing, you two dogs wearing the same pants. Trying to morally blackmail me, Yi Chun, into donating. Dream on. Chen was furious and decided to expose Wang Lu's hypocritical mask directly. So he began importing the surveillance video of Wang Lu robbing supplies yesterday into his phone. After a flurry of activity, he finally edited Wang Lu's crimes and selected them in his album. Wang Lu Mu Yuchen, you pair of dogs, go to hell. Chen didn't hesitate and hit the send button. He planned to send 9 videos in a row. However, after clicking send, all 9 videos were met with red exclamation marks. Sending failed. Chen was puzzled. He scrolled up and saw, "You have been removed from the group by the administrator." Damn it. Wang Lu, you motherfucker. I'll FCK your mother. Chen was so enraged that he pounded the table repeatedly. He had painstakingly edited the videos only to find they couldn't be sent. After calming his anger somewhat, he drank a bottle of iced cola and then patiently checked the owner's group. What he saw made him even angrier. It turned out that the steward Mu Yuqing had made Wang Lu an administrator of the owner's group just 5 minutes ago. And that bastard Wang Lu, that damn scoundrel, had kicked him out of the group just a minute before he was about to send the videos. Damn it, Wang Lu, you treacherous snake. You dare to kick me out of the group. You're asking for death. You despicable dog. I Chen am a resident of this building. What right does an outsider like you have to become an administrator? And you actually kicked me, the owner of Unit 1802, out of the group? Just wait. Wang Lu, you wait for me. Don't let me catch an opportunity, or I'll make sure you die. Chen, usually even-tempered, was genuinely enraged, now cursing incessantly. That scoundrel Wang Lu had gone too far. In his past life, it was this bastard, and that white lily Shun Baiwei who secretly conspired, knocked on his door, slashed him to death, and stole all his supplies. Now this dog was in league with that bitch Mu Yuqing again, teaming up to screw him over. It was just too much. Just wait, Wang Lu. Next time you come to my door, I'll blow your balls off with my gun. I'll make you a eunuch. I'll let you rot with an infection in this frozen apocalypse, dying slowly in agony. On the other side, Wang Lu couldn't care less about how the chosen son, Chen, hated him behind his back. He was busy stirring up the owner's emotions in the group. In the owner's group, Wang Lu sent voice messages one after another, a 32-second one, a 12-second one, a 42-second one, and a 22-second one. The content was as follows. One voice message after another was posted in the owner's group. The content read, "Everyone must unite. Only by helping each other can we get through this difficult time. Thank you so much for your praise. In order to better assist those family members suffering from hunger and cold, I, Wang Lu, have decided to allocate some funds to support this charity material donation campaign. Any owner willing to donate supplies will receive a 2,000 yuan charity transfer from me. So those who donate must add me as a friend. Once you add me, I will immediately send you a 2,000 yuan red packet. At the same time, when you donate, it's best to list the items you donate, and I will compensate you for the value of those donated items as a charity donation subsidy. Donate a steak, and I'll subsidize family members 500 yuan, donate a bucket of instant noodles, and I'll subsidize 100 yuan. If there is extra rice and white flour at home, you can also donate. Rice 300 yuan, white flour 200 yuan. Also bread, ham, eggs, vegetables, frozen fish, frozen shrimp, pork, chicken. I will offer high subsidy prices for all of these. And if you donate a lot, I will additionally send you a 1000 yuan charity subsidy. In short, the more you donate, the more money you will receive. This money is my personal subsidy to everyone. My family owns a large company. We are very wealthy. I have tens of millions in my account as pocket money. You really don't need to be shy with me. I'm just casually taking out a few million to do some good deeds. So everyone must bring out as much of your supplies as possible. I will definitely not treat you poorly. After this snow disaster passes, all those who donated love supplies will have priority to work in my family's large enterprises. In our Jiangnan city, my family not only has a pharmaceutical company, medical equipment company, Biopharmaceutical Co. After Wang Lu's extravagant promises and bragging in the owner's group, the neighbors were completely stirred up. They all thought that Wang Lu was a real money-dispensing child. Such a prodigal and silly rich second generation was rare these days. So some neighbors actually added Wang Lu as a friend. To their surprise, Wang Lu did not hesitate at all. As soon as they became friends, he transferred 2,000 yuan to them. This was 2,000 yuan just for adding a friend. Who could resist someone giving you money? The neighbors of the entire building were actively mobilized, beginning to take out the supplies stored at home to donate. After all, the benefits of this donation were too many. First, everyone got to be a great philanthropist. Second, the love subsidy alone was a huge sum. After all, a bucket of instant noodles could be subsidized 100 yuan, and a steak was ridiculously subsidized at 500 yuan. Under normal circumstances, a bucket of instant noodles costs only about 5 yuan, but now it has increased 20 times. Donate more, and you can also get an extra 1000 yuan. Most importantly, after donating, you can also gain a good reputation. Once the snow disaster is over, you can not only work at Wang's large companies, but also buy medicine at Wang's medical group at a 90 discount. Going shopping at the mall, you can also get a 1000 yuan shopping card. Oh my. This Wang Lu is really a great philanthropist. Where can you find such a good opportunity? So even though some owners had very little stored supplies, facing the temptation of money, they braced themselves and took out as many good things as possible to donate. For a moment, Wang Lu was extremely busy. Seeing the donation lists and photos sent by neighbors continuously, he really couldn't keep up with the replies. So Wang Lu directly told Shirchong his payment password, and threw his phone to Shirchong. Xiangzi, you reply to the neighbors. I'm going to warm myself by the fire. Sure boss, you go warm yourself. Leave this small matter to me. Shirchong was very willing to help. He took Wang Lu's phone and immediately started chatting enthusiastically with the neighbors. He chatted and sent money at the same time, truly spending money like water. After all, it was the boss money. Zhou Heilai, Chun Huiping, and Lian Yufeng had already left home and ran to the neighbors' doors to collect supplies. These supplies, once collected, would not be taken home, but would be brought to Mu Yuqing's apartment at 10th floor 1001. All the supplies would be placed in Mu Yuqing's home. While doing these tasks, the three of them also had to take photos and record, as Wang Lu had instructed earlier, then post in the group to prove to the neighbors that the supplies were indeed stored in Mu Yuqing's home, and tell everyone that if anyone needed supplies they could contact Mu Yuqing. At this moment, the corridor of Building 6 was very busy. Owners were taking out their supplies and stacking them at their doors, making lists and taking photos, then receiving various payments from Wang Lu. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqing, Zhou Heilai, Lian Yufeng, and Chun Huiping were running back and forth stacking all kinds of supplies inside Mu Yuqing's home. In the end, more than half of the living room was piled full, and Mu Yuqing was stunned. With so many supplies stored in her home, it would be impossible for her alone and her 2 golden retrievers to finish them even in 3 months or half a year, let alone 1 month. Originally, she had only wanted to trick the neighbors out of a little supplies. But unexpectedly, with the addition of that fool-rich second-generation Wang Lu, she had become fabulously wealthy. Ha ha ha, this Wang Lu only looked fierce. In reality, he was just a big fool with a not-so-bright mind. Not only did I fool him, but he also sent a few friends to help. It's like the old saying, he was sold by me, and still counting the money for me. When the time comes, as long as I close the door, all these supplies will be mine. Inside room 502. Wang Lu played with 2 flames from the stove, feeling quite comfortable. While playing with the fire, he pondered in his heart. It seemed not enough to just fatten up Mu Yuqing. He was not satisfied with just 1 building's supplies. Next then, well, he'll wait until tonight to go have a heart-to-heart with Mu Yuqing. Turning her into a mere fat pig is far from enough. I also need to find a way to contact the building managers or caretakers of the other buildings in the complex so they too can become fat pigs ready for slaughter. This way, even without venturing outside to gather supplies, I could live a leisurely life by slaughtering these fat pigs. Moreover, with the complete power outage now, the dark underground parking lot would surely be deserted. Perfect timing. Just as Wang Lu was mulling over his next series of plans, he unexpectedly discovered that as a massive amount of heat accumulated in his dantian, a faint spark seemed poised to ignite within it, yet it remained frustratingly elusive. The flame hovered on the verge of rising, but could not coalesce. This sensation was overwhelmingly intense, stuck in an uncomfortable limbo that left Wang Lu's heart itching with restlessness. Besides that, he once again keenly felt that the heat provided by the 2 gas flames was far too pitiful. He needed greater thermal energy. More extensive, fiercer flames. But these 2 flames were too tiny. His dantian was like a vast universe, and this heat was as insignificant as a drop of water falling into the ocean. How many years would it take to fill his dantian at this rate? Wang Lu now urgently craved a massive absorption of heat, hoping quantity would trigger a qualitative change. The intense urge within his dantian for a flame to surge made him vaguely speculate that if he could absorb enough thermal energy, perhaps a real flame would be born in his dantian. Would he then awaken the ability to control fire? If that happened, the uses would be endless. He could no longer rely solely on the stove's heat. He needed to find a way to create a much larger flame. How could he achieve this? Just as Wang Lu's mind was racing, Shirchong rushed into the kitchen. Boss, Dr. Li is here. She's knocking at the door. Should I let her in? Upon hearing that Li Ruobing had arrived, Wang Lu turned off the flames on both gas burners. Of course, let her in. Go open the door now. Got it, boss. They'll go open the door right away. Shirchong opened the door and invited Li Ruobing inside. Wang Lu lounged leisurely on the sofa, scrutinizing Li Ruobing with keen interest from head to toe. No wonder she was the first female lead. No matter how you looked at her, she was stunning, flawless in temperament, figure, and appearance. Li Ruobing walked up to Wang Lu with a serious expression, first touching his forehead with her hand. Then she crouched down, rolled up his pant leg, and removed the medicine applied yesterday. Throughout this process, her face remained completely expressionless, giving the impression that she was genuinely and earnestly treating a patient. Master Wang, did you have a fever yesterday? Any discomfort in your body? She asked casually. No, I slept soundly last night and felt no discomfort. Your medicine is very effective. My leg has already swollen down significantly. Today you must give me a thorough massage treatment again so that I will recover even faster. Li Ruobing massaged Wang Lu's leg with her hand while nodding. Don't worry, today I'll definitely continue my efforts and give you a proper massage to help your injury heal. I must say your leg is recovering remarkably quickly. Normally with such severe swelling it would take at least 2 or 3 days, but you're already more than half healed today. She exaggerated a bit, but at this point she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to touch Wang Lu's leg for as long as possible. Getting up this morning, she felt she was about to freeze to death. The temperature had dropped further, and the power was out. She didn't have enough thick clothes at home. Even the warmest ones she had already put on left her shivering all over. She had wanted to come over early to give Wang Lu a massage, but that would seem too forward. So Li Ruobing had endured the cold, gritting her teeth, and holding on until now to visit him. Her hands were nearly frozen stiff, and her body was painfully cold. Yet when her hands touched Wang Lu's leg, that long-lost warmth made her want to cry. It felt so wonderful. She greedily began to massage. Her delicate white hands moved nimbly up and down Wang Lu's leg, the touch impossibly smooth. That warmth spread from her hands to her arms, then to her upper body. Li Ruobing was nearly intoxicated by the heat, even though she couldn't understand why his body was so miraculous. But at that moment, she didn't care about anything else. She only wanted to greedily absorb more warmth. She massaged with increasing fervor, growing more and more enraptured. Just as Li Ruobing wished to continue a little longer to warm her entire body, Wang Lu suddenly stood up from the sofa. He said to Li Ruobing, "Dr. Li, this massage of yours is noticeably longer than yesterday's. I've never seen a doctor spend so much time doing a leg massage on a patient. Besides, I only have a minor injury on my calf, some swelling. But why do you keep rubbing my thigh?" At that moment, her delicate white hands were still resting on Wang Lu's thigh. Even though Li Ruobing tried hard to maintain her composure, she blushed. She felt guilty, deeply guilty. She really didn't want to act this way, as she truly wished to restrict herself to massaging only his calf. But when she touched his thigh, the warmth transferred to her hand in one stroke was far greater than 10 strokes on the calf. She was captivated. She simply couldn't control herself. The heat from the thigh was irresistible. So warm, so comfortable. So to obtain more warmth, she couldn't help but let her hands wander upward. She could clearly sense that the higher she went, the faster the warmth spread to her hands, and the more comfortable she felt. That was why she kept irrepressibly touching Wang Lu's thigh. Li Ruobing asked herself honestly, she was not a perverted woman, nor a lustful one. Until now, as a medical doctor, she had remained chaste. She had once been regarded by countless people as an unapproachable cold school beauty, an icy goddess. But now she was accused by Wang Lu of being a molester, and for a moment her composure crumbled. When had she become like this? Ahem. Master Wang, please don't misunderstand. I was massaging along your meridians to help your swelling recover faster. Li Ruobing forced herself to fabricate an excuse. Oh, is that so? But I clearly saw Dr. Li getting more and more audacious, always wearing an expression of bliss. And you were almost pressing your face against my leg. Could it be that you have improper thoughts about me? Wang Lu's words instantly made Li Ruobing's pretty face flush even deeper, and she became extremely nervous. I didn't. Master Wang, please don't misunderstand. Today's treatment is almost over. Just bear with it a little longer. I'm doing this to help your leg recover faster. Seeing Li Ruobing pretend like this, Wang Lu laughed heartily in his mind. The first female lead. Truly amusing. After he conquered her crying sounds should be quite pleasant, right? Oh, I see. Then Dr. Li, please continue. Wang Lu did not expose Li Ruobing's fluster. He just stood there letting her continue to touch his leg. At this moment their posture was truly suggestive. Wang Lu believed that before long this would no longer be just a fantasy, but would become reality. And it would be this ice goddess who takes the initiative willingly. Even more, she would beg him every day to let her do it. By then, when he woke up each morning, he might even have Li Ruobing provide multiple services like waking him up, reducing swelling, and massaging. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. So for the first female lead, he just needed to attract her step by step. There was no need for any forceful measures. Making her willing, even humbly begging him to do these things. That was true satisfaction. So he had to be reserved. Li Ruobing continued touching for a little while longer. Though reluctant and eager to keep drawing warmth, if she continued, she would truly become a hussy in Wang Lu's eyes. Thus she had no choice but to stop. Master Wang, the medicine has been applied, and the localized massage around the wound is complete. I hope you recover soon. You'll be going now. Li Ruobing stood up, tidied her medical kit, and turned to leave. Wang Lu pulled up his pants. He immediately said, Dr. Li, wait a moment. Have you forgotten something? Li Ruobing frowned slightly. Forgotten something? No, she hadn't. Seeing her confused expression, Wang Lu promptly said to Shang beside him, Xiangzi, get Dr. Li a pack of instant noodles as today's consultation fee. Shang, who was chatting on his phone, immediately responded, Sure, boss. With that, he went to the pile of supplies in the kitchen, grabbed a pack of instant noodles, and handed it to Li Ruobing. Dr. Li, this is your payment for treating my boss today. Take it. Li Ruobing took the pack of instant noodles, her face beaming with joy. If Wang Lu hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about the consultation fee. She quickly expressed her thanks, and then hurried away with the noodles. Leaving Wang Lu's place, as she no longer felt cold, her whole body was warm except for her feet, which were still a bit uncomfortably cold. As she climbed the stairs back home, her mind was filled with images of herself touching Wang Lu's leg. Though she was still very curious today. Why was Wang Lu's body so miraculous? Why did she become warm the moment she touched him? But at this moment she was more worried about one problem: Wang Lu's leg would recover in 2 more days, and if he didn't let her touch him anymore, what would she do? By then the temperature would be even lower, and she had few thick clothes at home, and very little food. A pack of instant noodles casually given by Wang Lu already seemed precious. If she couldn't get warmth from Wang Lu and with no food, she would truly freeze or starve to death. What should she do? How could she stay by Wang Lu's side for a long time in the future? Perhaps try to pursue him, have a sweet romance with him, and become his girlfriend. That way she could touch him legitimately, right? But as soon as this thought emerged, Li Rubing's pretty face flushed even redder, and she shook her head repeatedly in denial. No, that won't do. She had never actively pursued a man since she was young. Now to actively chase Wang Lu, she truly didn't know how to bring it up. Moreover, did she really like Wang Lu? Asking herself honestly, Li Rubing couldn't be sure. When it came to interacting with Wang Lu, she felt that he was still quite polite. Moreover, he didn't like taking advantage of others. She had touched him so much, yet he didn't even feel attracted to such a beautiful woman like her. Instead, he acted as if she were the one taking advantage of him. It made her feel like a hussy, as if he was constantly on guard against her. But how could a man who hung out every day with a prodigal rich second generation like Shirchong be a decent person? Yet he seemed different from Shirchong. Shirchong was very afraid of him and obeyed him completely. During this short walk home, Li Rubing's mind was in turmoil, thoughts going back and forth like two little people fighting inside her. It made her heart a tangled mess. Before she knew it, she arrived at door 802 of her own home. Even now she hadn't figured anything out. In room 502, Wang Lu walked back into the kitchen and continued to absorb heat from the stove. But at this moment, he was already pondering where to go next to build a big bonfire to absorb heat wildly. The small flame from the stove was really too weak and far from enough to absorb. At that moment, Shirchong ran over again and said to Wang Lu, "Boss, a maintenance worker contacted you saying he used to be a locksmith." Hearing this, Wang Lu's eyes lit up. There really was a locksmith. This was interesting. A pillow arrived just when he needed a nap. Wang Lu immediately took the phone from Shirchong to check. The other's profile picture was a lotus painted in ink, and the screen name was Sunflower Blossom. Sunflower Blossom, I'm a maintenance worker. I used to be a locksmith. Is it true that he'll get 50,000 yuan for opening a lock? Seeing this message, Wang Lu replied on the spot, "Of course, 50,000. They'll send you the money now." Wang Lu first transferred a 2,000 yuan greeting gift, and then directly transferred another 100,000. Wang Lu, uncle, I'm sincerely looking for a locksmith. If it's convenient, come to room 501 and we'll talk. Maintenance worker Lu Manshan looked at Wang Lu's reply and the large transfer, and his heart raced. This Wang Lu was truly generous. Although many people had cursed him in the group today, he was playing the role of a money-dispensing boy in the owner's group. He had given no small amount of money to people in the group, encouraging charitable donations. By now the housekeeper Mu Yuqing must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. For those neighbors on the brink of hunger and cold who needed supplies, this was truly a timely help. So it seemed this man wasn't so bad. Lu Manshan didn't hesitate much. He really needed money. He had no children of his own and treated his nephew like a son. Now his nephew was trapped at home. The company wasn't paying wages, but the mortgage had to be paid on time or his credit would be ruined. His nephew desperately needed money. And Lu Manshan, who shared a rented apartment with 5 co-workers, also had little money. The reason he was alone in the apartment now was that the other 5 co-workers had gone out that night to find foot massage girls for some heart-to-heart talk and invited him along, but he didn't go because he had no money. Those 5 co-workers spent the whole night talking with the girls. Unexpectedly, while the talk was fine, they couldn't come back. As soon as they stepped out, the snow was over a meter thick. Waiting longer made it even thicker, and the north wind howled, so they couldn't return. They had to stay there. Now the large apartment was left with only him living there. Desperate for money, Lu Manshan didn't hesitate. He directly accepted Wang Lu's 2,000 yuan greeting gift, and then replied to Wang Lu, "Young man, hello, my name is Lu Manshan. Nice to meet you. They'll bring my lock-picking tools and come to 501 to find you now." Wang Lu, "Okay, Uncle Lu, come quickly." Lu Manshan was overjoyed. Having work to do was wonderful. Though he was very cold and hungry, he was full of energy. Putting down his phone, he immediately crawled out of his quilt, put on another down jacket, and organized his tool bag. Then he walked out of room 101 and climbed up the stairs. Now the whole building had no power. To go upstairs, he had to take the stairs. Lu Manshan was used to physical work, so his stamina was good. Soon he arrived at the door of room 501. He knocked on the door, but no one opened it. Just as he was about to knock again, Shirchong's voice came from inside. "Uncle Lu, didn't you bring your lock-picking tools? Consider this a test for you. Please unlock our door and come in." Lu Manshan, hearing this, wore a confident smile. "All right, young man, I'll unlock it for you right here." After saying that, Lu Manshan took out his tools. In less than 2 minutes, accompanied by a click, the door sprang open. Lu Manshan chuckled and said, "Sorry, little brother, I haven't unlocked doors in 2 years, so I'm a bit rusty and took longer than expected." Shirchong was momentarily stunned, then immediately gave Lu Manshan a thumbs up. "Uncle Lu, that only took about 2 minutes. You call that slow? Incredible, you're really something. Come in, my boss is already waiting for you." Lu Manshan smiled at Shirchong and walked into the room, standing before Wang Lu. "Mr. Wang, which lock do you need me to open? Just let me know and I'll get right on it." Wang Lu waved his hand. Uncle Lu, your lockpicking skills have already been validated, and am quite satisfied. I might need you to unlock many locks for me in the future. But today I don't need you to unlock anything. Oh, let's just sit down and chat. I've got quite a few ideas I want to discuss with you. Lu Manshan politely nodded and took a seat on the sofa nearby, while Chong moved to the side. He was still holding Wang Lu's phone, chatting with the neighbors in the group. The charity supply donation event hadn't officially concluded yet, although many neighbors had previously sent in their supply lists and donated items. Some neighbors were just beginning to sort through their supplies at home and were sending them outside. This process was still relatively lengthy. Chong needed to constantly reply to these people and inform Mu Yuqing where to pick up items. Lu Manshan sat down, but Wang Lu did not immediately bring up the topic of unlocking in the future. He glanced out the window at the heavy snowfall and spoke slowly. Uncle Lu, you're currently a maintenance worker and used to be a locksmith, so your hands and skills must be quite strong. You should also have many tools at home. Do you think you could help me set up a stove? Even a simple one would suffice, just something to set up inside. Then we can attach a flue, open the window, and extend the chimney outside, and I can keep warm at home. Hearing this, Lu Manshan was quite confident. Mr. Wang, I can definitely do that. I have some metal sheets at home. I can use the sheets to make a flue and create bins channeling the smoke outside. As for the stove, it's really just a hollow metal piece that can hold a fire inside. Although I don't have a stove at home, I can still put something together for you using metal sheets and steel pipes. It might not look too pretty, and it will be a bit larger. You can burn clothes or wood in it. However, I can't guarantee that this stove won't leak smoke. Wang Lu laughed. This uncle really could make a stove. It seemed he was quite useful. If he could make a stove, he could likely create other things with a similar understanding. This was interesting. Uncle Lu, the smoke leak isn't a problem. Right now it's just an idea of mine. You can make the stove for me later if the opportunity arises. This thing is quite useful not only for warmth, but also for cooking in case the gas supply is cut off, but has strong practical value. A pressing matter at hand is that the entire community is experiencing a power outage, which means that all the electronic locks on the basement doors must be malfunctioning. Do you have a way to lock the basement doors leading to other buildings so that they can't be opened, but we can open them at any time? Lu Manshan was a bit confused about Wang Lu's purpose in doing this. However, he needed money, and as long as he got paid, he didn't really care. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Mr. Wang, that's not a problem. After the power goes out, the magnetic locks will all fail, and they'll open with a pull. But the basement door has a second manual lock that is usually left open. As long as we lock it from the inside with a key, no matter how hard anyone twists the doorknob, they won't be able to open this iron door. Unless someone who knows how to pick locks can turn the internal springs from the lock cylinder, then it can be opened. Wang Lu nodded and said, so if we lock this door, even if someone inside uses a key to unlock it, it still won't open. Can you do that? Uncle Lu fell into deep thought once again and quickly nodded. I can do this. This kind of lock has a double-sided keyhole. As long as one side's keyhole is stuck, then this lock won't open. Therefore, to completely seal this door, we can lock it from the outside and pour water into the lock cylinder. At that time, the internal lock will be frozen solid, and the people inside won't even know that water has been poured into the lock from the outside. Even if they try their best to unlock it, they absolutely won't be able to open it unless they break down the door. But that basement door is quite sturdy, and without destructive tools like an electric hammer or angle grinder, sheer brute force won't work. Wang Lu clapped his hands in delight upon hearing this. Alright, Uncle Lu, you really are talented. I'm giving you 1 million now. Your next task is to go out through the basement door of our building and lock all the other buildings' basement doors from the inside. Then pour water into the lock cylinder to freeze the entire lock body, preventing the people in that building from re-entering the basement while only we can access it. Wang Lu said this very earnestly, staring intently at Lu Manshan. It seemed as if he would turn hostile if Lu Manshan disagreed. Lu Manshan was completely taken aback. Firstly, Wang Lu had offered him 1 million right off the bat. Secondly, this young man had called him over to chat, not to unlock, but to lock things up. What exactly did he want to do? Mr. Wang, I can do this job, but want to be a bit problematic. The basement is currently the only place connecting the entire community. If we lock all the basement doors of the other buildings, they won't be able to communicate with each other and will have to stay in their respective buildings. Also, will this be illegal? Wang Lu laughed and looked at Chong, who was nearby. Xiangzi, get Uncle Lu a pack of cigarettes to smoke. Chong immediately ran into the kitchen, took out a pack of cigarettes borrowed from a neighbor, hesitated to take one out, and handed it to Lu Manshan, saying, Uncle Lu, what kind of legal issue is this? You're overthinking it. My boss is sincerely cooperating with you, and even offering you 1 million. This money is something you could never earn in your entire life. Don't let us down. Here, have a smoke. You haven't smoked in a few days, right? Lu Manshan's face lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. He was a heavy smoker, but didn't have a habit of stockpiling. He hadn't smoked in a week. Every time the craving hit, the feeling was unbearable. Seeing the pack of cigarettes Chong handed him, he was so excited that his hand trembled while taking it. He was truly overjoyed. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he still accepted the cigarettes. At this moment, Wang Lu said again, Uncle Lu, don't worry, just do as I say. Xiangzi will accompany you, and if anything happens, it won't be your responsibility. Besides, when the heavy snow melts, won't the ice in those locks automatically disappear? Who can know that it was you who poured water to freeze the locks? Just focus on doing this job. This 1 million is just your first payment. If you perform well and are loyal to me, I'll pay you more. I might even help you find a partner to enrich your life. At your age, you don't have a wife. Must be quite lonely, right? Lu Manzhan's face flushed as he heard this. He had indeed spent most of his life without ever finding a wife. Every time he saw those elegantly dressed young women in the neighborhood, his eyes would unconsciously trail after them, a longing stirring deep within him. Now encountering a wealthy young master like Wang Lu who was generous with his money and even offered to procure a woman for him, he found himself wavering. He had always considered himself a good man, a lifelong good man. Under normal circumstances, he would never commit such a morally dubious deed for anyone. But the offer was simply too tempting. Even if it meant breaking the law, he couldn't seem to refuse. Lu Manzhan thought it over, his face hardening with resolve. Young Master Wang, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to follow you. Whatever you say, you'll do. Wang Lu stood up, cheerfully patting Lu Manzhan on the shoulder. That's the spirit, Uncle Lu. After all, we're not getting any younger. We've never truly lived it up. Now that the city is snowed in and no one knows what the future holds, it's foolish not to seize the opportunity. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Right now, go with Chang to the underground garage and lock all the other buildings' garage doors. Chang, who had been listening, was thrilled. He returned the phone to Wang Lu and draped his arm over Lu Manzhan's shoulder. Uncle Lu, let's go. Get this done, and you'll earn 1 million today. Lu Manzhan's eyes turned red. 1 million was a fortune. With that money, he could help his nephew pay off the mortgage early, freeing him from the monthly burden. Without another word, he nodded repeatedly. All right, let's get to work. Lu Manzhan picked up his tool bag and left with Chang. Watching their retreating figures, a sly smile curled on Wang Lu's lips. Controlling the garage was crucial for future plans. Now he could access resources in other buildings at will while those inside couldn't leave through the garage. More importantly, the garage held countless cars, each with fuel in their tanks. With all that gasoline, he could accomplish a great deal. At the very least, he needed a massive amount of heat. Draining the fuel and pouring it into barrels to ignite would create a blazing inferno, releasing far more heat than the meager natural gas supply. Moreover, the garage was vast. Staying cooped up at home without exercise wasn't ideal. Jogging in the garage would be excellent. Time flew and night fell. As darkness descended, the temperature dropped even further. Countless people huddled under their blankets, praying for the sun to rise sooner. The darkness and cold were truly agonizing. But Wang Lu and his group were elated. Their home was bright as day, thanks to the batteries Wang Lu had acquired. Today, Lu Manzhan and Chang had locked all the other buildings' garage doors from the inside and poured hot water into the locks, freezing them solid. Gazing at the rows of cars in the garage, Chang's eyes gleamed with greed. He asked Lu Manzhan, Uncle Lu, can you get a battery? The power's out, and it's pitch black at night. It's so boring without electricity. Lu Manzhan chuckled, saying it was a piece of cake. Then Lu Manzhan pulled out a crowbar, pried open a car's hood, and effortlessly lifted out the battery. He also took Chang to his home to grab some wires and bulbs. Before sunset, Lu Manzhan had successfully wired up the lights in Wang Lu's home. To prevent the battery from draining too quickly, Chang and the others accompanied Lu Manzhan back to the garage to fetch several more batteries. Now Wang Lu's home was truly radiant. After receiving the money from Wang Lu, Lu Manzhan was brimming with motivation. Moreover, he had eaten 2 full meals today, thanks to Wang Lu. It was sheer bliss. Using the light, he began working with iron sheet, steel pipes, an angle grinder, a drill, and a bag of miscellaneous tools clattering away in Wang Lu's home. He was going to build a large stove. Though he didn't yet know what fuel would be used, making the stove was the first step. What to burn was Wang Lu's concern. Meanwhile, in room 1001, Mu Yuqing gazed at the mountain of supplies in her home, her heart surging with excitement. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. With all these supplies, even if she were trapped at home for half a year, she wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. She really had to thank that fool Wang Lu today. Not only had he spent money to rouse the foolish neighbors into donating supplies wildly, but he had also sent friends to run back and forth carrying supplies up to her home. Ha ha ha, this was a godsend. Mu Yuqing was overjoyed, pacing around her pile of supplies, admiring it endlessly. In room 702, sisters Shun Baiwei and Shun Baixue were huddled under their blankets, shivering from the cold. Shun Baixue clung to her sister's arm and said, Sister, I'm so cold and hungry. The temperature has dropped again, and there's no power. I'm freezing to death. Isn't Yi Chen your simp? Call him and ask him to bring us some food. I can't take it anymore. Shun Baiwei was no better off. Trembling, she pulled out her phone from under the blanket. Baixue, you're right. I have to call that simp Yi Chen. He's hoarded so many supplies, yet he doesn't have the sense to bring me some on his own. What a blockhead. Do I have to spell it out for him? He doesn't know how to show initiative. Shun Baiwei grumbled and sent Yi Chen a voice message. Yi Chen, you insufferable little brother. Why haven't you contacted me? You're so annoying. About yesterday when Wang Lu knocked on my door and threatened me, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have made you come running over to bring Wang Lu food. I admit I was wrong, alright. I didn't consider your safety, so you're mad at me, aren't you? You little brat of a girl. How can you hold a grudge against me? At that moment, Yi Chun, who was playing games, suddenly received a voice message from Shen Baiwei. He didn't think much of it, and casually tapped to listen. After listening, he burst into hearty laughter. Shen Baiwei, you green tea bitch, can't hold on anymore, huh? Finally, you're begging me with your tail between your legs, huh? Heh. Yi Chun was truly delighted at this moment. This was a rare joy for him. That bastard Wang Lu hadn't even come to his door today to let him slap his face. This made him quite frustrated. If that were all, it would be one thing, but that bastard was actually thriving in the owner's group, amassing so many supplies, and hoarding them all in that scheming bitch Mu Yuqing's home. This infuriated Yi Chun to no end. What made him even more upset was that he clearly saw the ice goddess Li Ruobing, whom he desperately admired, going to Wang Lu's house again on her own accord. This time she stayed even longer, and when she came out, her face was flushed red. As she climbed the stairs to her own home, her expression kept changing like a maiden with a secret crush. Just thinking about it made Yi Chun depressed and gnash his teeth with rage. That bastard Wang Lu must have defiled her. But a goddess of that caliber should have been mine, Yi Chen's. How could she be possessed by a scum like you, Wang Lu? This incident left Yi Chun sulking for the entire afternoon. He desperately wanted to find a chance to kill Wang Lu. But he also knew very well that he absolutely could not leave the safe house. Not even with a gun. That bastard Wang Lu had 4 underlings. Even if he went alone with a gun and could kill Wang Lu, what if? What if one of those underlings slashed him with a knife and killed him? Therefore, even though Yi Chun gnashed his teeth with hatred for Wang Lu and absolutely didn't want the most beautiful woman in the entire building, Li Ruobing, to frequently interact with Wang Lu, he had no choice but to watch the monitors and fume. Eventually, he started venting his frustrations in games. Unexpectedly, that green tea bitch Shen Baiwei came to him on her own. Wasn't she asking to be slapped in the face? Yi Chun was delighted. He picked up his phone, ready to thoroughly slap the face of that green tea bitch Shen Baiwei. Oh, so that's how it is. You finally realize you were wrong. That's really something. Back when I pursued you, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. How come you're coming to me now? You're not being threatened by Wang Lu again, are you? Shen Baiwei saw the message from Yi Chun and was so angry her nose almost twisted. You dead simp, I'm messaging you as a favor and you're acting all tsundere with me. If it weren't for getting some food from you, I wouldn't stoop so low to chat with you. However, she didn't send that message. Instead, she screamed in anger under her blanket. Her younger sister Shen Baishua heard her and also chimed in, cursing Yi Chun, that clueless simp. Just then Yi Chun sent another short video. In the video, Yi Chun's home was quite bright. Moreover, Yi Chun seemed very warm, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He was walking barefoot on the floor all the way to the kitchen. On the kitchen table were 3 dishes of soup and beer. The 3 dishes were a huge plate of whole roasted leg of lamb, a whole king crab, and a large pot of braised beef. These dishes looked quite mismatched, but each portion was enormous and steaming hot, obviously delicious. Yi Chun casually sat down at the table, directly picked up that huge roasted leg of lamb with his hands, took a casual bite, then tossed it back onto the plate. Finally, he even spit the half-chewed meat into the trash can beside him. Pock. A bit too salty. This leg of lamb is terrible. He'll throw it all away later. Then he grabbed the huge king crab with one hand, cracked it open, and started eating the roe. Despite the large amount of roe, Yi Chun only took a small bite before tossing the crab aside. Not bad. This is passable, but not as good as small river crabs. The sisters Shen Baiwei and Shen Baishua stared at the video, their eyes glazed over. They kept gulping down saliva. It took a long while before they reacted. Shen Baishua said to Shen Baiwei in a voice on the verge of tears, "Sister, I'm so hungry. I want to eat roasted leg of lamb, I want to eat king crab, even just a sip of soup would be fine. Sister, I want to go live at Yi Chen's place. Let's go live at Yi Chen's place." Shen Baiwei also swallowed twice. She nodded and said, "Right, we should go live at Yi Chen's place. That place should have been ours. That dead simp Yi Chen doesn't deserve to live in such a comfortable house. He clearly likes me and wants me to confess to him, wants me to be his girlfriend. Damn it, he's getting off easy, humph." Shen Baishua immediately tugged at Shen Baiwei's arm. "Sister, at this point we're about to starve and freeze to death. There's nothing to eat at home. The temperature outside keeps dropping and now there's no electricity or water. It's so unbearable. You should agree to be Yi Chen's girlfriend quickly. If you're worried he won't agree, just say that Wang Lu is knocking on our door again. Say that bastard Wang Lu is threatening you, trying to force you to be his girlfriend, but your heart only belongs to Yi Chen, you only like him. If you say that, won't Yi Chen be moved?" Shen Baiwei's eyes lit up at her sister's words. "Right? Yi Chen must hate Wang Lu. If I say Wang Lu confessed to me and wants to pursue me, he'll be anxious and jealous. Maybe I won't even need to confess myself, hell, let me move into his house." Shen Baishua nodded vigorously. Right. Sister, call Yi Chen now." Without hesitation, Shen Baiwei dialed Yi Chen's number. At that moment, Yi Chun, who was eating the leg of lamb and drinking beer, saw Shen Baiwei's incoming call, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Woman, I knew you couldn't resist temptation. Want to be my girlfriend? Hey, dream on. I'm going to toy with you, torture you." Yi Chun muttered with a sly grin, then immediately answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Shen Baiwei's voice came through. "Oh dear brother Yi Chen, your home is so bright. The environment is so comfortable. I saw you eating just now, and I was drooling. You're so wicked tempting me at a time like this. Yi Chen heard Chen Baiwai's syrupy voice and felt his hair stand on end. How nauseating. If this were before with his goddess suddenly acting like this, he would have completely fallen for it. He would have been foolishly manipulated. But now there was only a sinister gleam in Yi Chen's eyes. Make way. Fortunes change. The chosen one is about to show off. Yi Chen curled his lips into a sly grin. He said, what? Cold? No way. I think my home is way too hot. I'm sweating all the time and have to turn on the air conditioner to cool down. What a hassle. Also, these dishes aren't even delicious. I'd rather eat my own cooking. Unfortunately, I can't cook, so I have to choke down these delicacies every day until I'm sick of them. Alright, did you call for something? If not, I'll hang up. It's just too hot, and I'm going to take a cold shower. Chen Baiwei, hearing Yi Chen's pretentious words, was so jealous she could grind her teeth to dust. In her heart, she cursed Yi Chen's ancestors for 18 generations. She was freezing and starving, yet he dared to say he was sweating from the heat, taking cold showers, and sick of gourmet food. How infuriating. Even Shun Baishua, standing nearby, was gnashing her teeth in rage. Oh, Yi Chen, I have something to tell you. You know you've always pursued me, but I'm a reserved girl. How could I just say yes casually? But now I'm in trouble. You know Wang Lu, right? He confessed to me again earlier, saying you're not worthy of me. He said you're ugly, a broke loser, unlucky with women, trash. In short, he made you out to be nothing. Finally, he told me to go to his place, that he wants to play with your woman. He said he has plenty of food and drink to share with me, that if I betray you and become his girlfriend, he'll give me everything. But for you, Yi Chen, I refused him. In Baiwai's heart, you're the best. I think no matter how rich Wang Lu is, he's not as good as you. That Wang Lu is so wicked and shameless. After I rejected him, he flew into a rage and brought people to smash my door. They pounded on it for a long time before leaving. I'm so scared, Yi Chen. What should I do now? Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. Wang Lu. That bastard had actually confessed to this green tea bitch. And he was pursuing her. If she refused, he'd come knocking. What was that about? Though he wanted to get back at Shun Baiwei and torment her, this woman was still the goddess head chased for over a decade. If that scoundrel Wang Lu defiled her head, still feel cuckolded. It was unbearable and infuriating. This anger was even harder to swallow than seeing Wang Lu with Li Ruobing. But he knew that no matter what, he wouldn't help this green tea bitch. Then Yi Chen slapped his forehead. He could check the surveillance footage. That way he'd know if this slut was lying. So he played dumb, chatting idly with Shun Baiwei, neither refusing nor agreeing. After reviewing the footage, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh, his confident smirk returning. So you green tea bitch were lying to me. Trying to provoke me with that scoundrel Wang Lu. Chen Baiwei, after all that rambling, what are you trying to say? Can't you be clearer? I don't get your point. Yi Chen said. Oh, Yi Chen, how much clearer do I need to be? I mean, I actually like you too, and I've decided to be your girlfriend. Come to my place, help me pack, and take me to your home. I'm so cold, and I want to live with you. I don't want to live in fear, threatened by that scoundrel Wang Lu all the time. I want you to protect me, okay? Hearing Shun Baiwei's syrupy confession, Yi Chen's smirk widened. Had been waiting for this. Sorry, Miss Shin Baiwei, have you misunderstood? When did I ever say I liked you? And honestly, you're really ugly. I have zero interest in you. Didn't you just say Wang Lu confessed to you? I think you two are a perfect match. Go to Wang Lu. I wish you well. Anyway, I detest you and can't stand you. With that, Yi Chen coolly hung up and burst into laughter. What a thrill, an absolute thrill. This green tea bitch confessed to him, and he directly rejected her. Before, he was always the one chasing and fawning over her, only to be turned down time and again. Now the tables had turned. Haha, revenge had never felt so sweet. Shin Baiwei was frozen, stunned on the spot, unable to react for a long time. Shin Baishue beside her was also incredulous. She couldn't believe Yi Chen had rejected her sister's confession. That simp used to be so devoted. One call from her sister, and had run his legs off doing whatever she asked. Now he dared to refuse her. After a long pause, the Shun sisters began cursing Yi Chen furiously. After venting, Shin Baiwei clenched her fists with venom in her eyes and said to her sister Baishue, that deadbeat simp Yi Chen dared to reject me. I can't swallow this. He'll tell Wang Lu how good Yi Chen's life is now, and let that scoundrel punish him severely. Why should Yi Chen live so comfortably and well? We sisters are fair-skinned, beautiful, sexy, and considerate, yet we have to endure this torment. I'm so bitter, I hate him, I really hate him. Shin Baishue also clenched her fists, her eyes full of hatred. Sister, I support you. Didn't Yi Chen once send us pictures of his home, his gaming, his gourmet meals? He's living too well. I'm green with envy. We must tell that scoundrel Wang Lu and let them tear each other apart. We're suffering so much, and Yi Chen still bullies us. He'll die a miserable death. If we can't enjoy life, he shouldn't either. If he won't let us be happy, he won't be happy. Seeing her sister agreed, Shin Baiwei immediately sent a friend request to Wang Lu. Surprisingly, it went smoothly. The request was approved instantly. Before she could say anything, a transfer of 2,000 yuan came through. Shin Baiwei's face lit up with joy. She never expected that scoundrel Wang Lu to be so generous. She quickly accepted the red envelope. Then she sent Wang Lu a voice message. Brother Wang Lu, thank you for the gift. I'm so happy. Brother Wang Lu is so generous and handsome. I really admire men like you. Wang Lu. Wang Lu. Chang, who was responsible for chatting on the phone, was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the other party's identity. Shen Baiwei immediately sent Wang Lu a second voice message. Brother Wang Lu, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you a little secret one that no one else knows. Such an important matter I'm only telling you. After hearing this voice message, Chang hurriedly handed the phone to Wang Lu. Boss Shen Baiwei from 702 seems to be flirting with you. That woman's voice is so syrupy, it's unbearable. Listen for yourself, boss. Wang Lu took the phone and listened to Shen Baiwei's 2 voice messages, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body. This woman really knew how to tempt men. But Wang Lu was well aware that Shen Baiwei was no easy target, nor was she as pure as the goddess persona she had crafted. During college, in order to project the image of a wealthy heiress, she often frequented various hotels and clubs with greasy-faced obese bosses. Later, through connections with these bosses, she landed a decent job. In short, she had meticulously built a glamorous facade like a goddess. But in reality, her private life was a mess. Even if offered to him for free, he wouldn't bother with such a woman. Still, the secret Shen Baiwei mentioned piqued Wang Lu's curiosity. So he replied, "Oh, Miss Shen, what secret do you want to tell me? Let's hear it." Shen Baiwei was in a good mood upon seeing this reply. She immediately forwarded to Wang Lu all the pictures and short videos Yi Chen had previously sent her. After sending these, she added another voice message. Brother Wang Lu, Yi Chen is such a selfish person. While we're all suffering from hunger and cold, and you stepped up so actively to encourage everyone to donate relief supplies. Yi Chen, on the other hand, enjoys such a comfortable environment and so much fine food alone. He'd rather throw away leftovers than share with others. He even makes sarcastic comments in the group and belittles you. This kind of person is utterly disgusting. Compared to you, Brother Wang Lu, he's nothing but trash. I truly hate him and feel so wronged on your behalf. I'm sending you these things to show you how vile Yi Chen really is. Brother Wang Lu, if you have the power, you must punish him severely. Baiwei admires you the most, Brother Wang Lu. Wang Lu looked at the pictures and videos, listened to Shen Baiwei's voice message, and couldn't help but laugh. He knew Yi Chen's current living situation well, but he didn't expect Shen Baiwei to betray Yi Chen so quickly. In the original plot, it didn't happen this fast. She would have gone back and forth with Yi Chen several times, being thoroughly humiliated and seeing no hope before betraying him. Wang Lu replied unhurriedly, I never expected Yi Chen to be living so well, enviable indeed. Miss Shen, how do you want me to deal with him? Shen Baiwei waited anxiously and finally saw Wang Lu's reply, visibly excited. She was certain that Wang Lu must be extremely jealous of Yi Chen's life, gnashing his teeth in hatred, dreaming of breaking into Yi Chen's door and taking over that place. Shen Baiwei didn't hesitate and sent Wang Lu a voice message at the fastest speed. Brother Wang Lu, you should simply break down his door and kick him out. That way all the supplies stockpiled in his home and his exceptionally warm house will be ours. My request is not high. At that time, as long as Brother Wang Lu takes me in and lets me and my sister live in your house, that's enough. Don't worry, my sister and I are very capable. We can both cook and clean the house. Then my sister and I can both take care of you, Brother Wang Lu. You won't lose out. Upon hearing Shen Baiwei's coquettish voice, Wang Lu really wanted to block her immediately. Too cheap. Do I even know you? Have we ever met? And she wants to live with me and take care of me with her sister. She sure knows how to dangle men. On second thought, an idea struck Wang Lu. This pair of White Lotus sisters still had some value, not for housekeeping or their beauty to toy with, but to humiliate Yi Chen. Shen Baiwei was the goddess Yi Chen had groveled before for years without even touching her hand. Utterly pathetic. If he could humiliate Shen Baiwei in various ways, making her speak ill of Yi Chen while being degraded, preferably calling him a soft man impotent, and then film these scenes and send them to Yi Chen would surely fly into a rage. That would be some payback for the leg injury that bastard caused him. With this thought, Wang Lu replied with a sly voice message. Alright, I can agree to your request, but whether you can move into Yi Chen's house with me depends on your performance. Dress up nicely later and bring your sister to see me. I want to inspect the goods on the spot. Only if I have fun and feel satisfied and truly deem it worth taking you to in will it work. Otherwise, no deal. Shen Baiwei was happily waiting for Wang Lu's promise, but unexpectedly, he wanted an on-site inspection and to experience the so-called sisters right away. This infuriated Shen Baiwei, grinding her teeth in anger. Shen Baishua also clenched her little fists, fuming. Sister, this Wang Lu is too shameless. He's clearly taking advantage of the situation. We kindly told him about Yi Chen's situation just to get a place to live and help him work. But he's pushing his luck and wants to. Too much. Too shameless. He just wants to toy with us. Shen Baiwei's eyes blazed with fury. She took several deep breaths to suppress her anger. Baishua, don't speak. It's very possible this bastard is testing me. Let me probe him further. Shen Baishua nodded and remained silent. Shen Baiwei picked up her phone and pressed the voice message button. Brother Wang Lu, you really know how to joke. Although you're handsome, charming, and attractive to girls, don't tease me like that. I've never been in a relationship from elementary school through college. Even now at work, despite many pursuers I haven't dated. I take feelings very seriously. So Brother Wang Lu, if you like me, we can start slowly as boyfriend and girlfriend first. Now if we join forces and kick Chen out of his house, that warm spring-like place with abundant supplies will be ours. I haven't told anyone about this. I told you first, brother Wang Lu. Don't let my feelings down. After the message was sent, Wang Lu didn't reply for a long time, making Chen Baiwei anxious. Just as she was about to send another message, Wang Lu actually called her via voice. Just as Chen Baiwei was about to send another message to Wang Lu, he unexpectedly initiated a voice call. Chen Baiwei hesitated for a moment, then immediately answered. Chen Baiwei, in front of me, who do you think you are pretending to be innocent? You're nothing but a whore. The old men you accompanied in college aren't even worthy of polishing my shoes. Do you think you're qualified to be in a relationship with me? A worn-out shoe, and you still dare to put on airs with me? Let me tell you. Either bring your sister here immediately, let me shoot some videos to disgust Chen. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you stay at Chen's place. Otherwise get the hell away from me. Wang Lu's blunt outburst was like a blade shattering all of Chen Baiwei's pretenses. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Wang Lu. Beside her, Chen Baixue was also terrified, her pretty face pale, not daring to say a word. Wang, Master Wang, so you knew everything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pretended to be innocent in front of you. Please don't be angry. How about this, I'll come to you, and you can do whatever you want with me as long as you let me and my sister stay at Chen's place. Okay, Chen Baiwei said, deflated like a punctured ball. FK, are you deaf? Can't you understand human language? Come here, you and your sister together, or don't come at all. You two are birds of a feather, so stop pretending to be virtuous, okay? Hearing Wang Lu's words, Chen Baiwei trembled with rage. But she had no strength to refute. Even if her sister was also not virtuous, at least her sister's innocent persona was much more stable than hers, and it was a trump card for the future. If some wealthy young master didn't fancy her, but took a liking to her sister, that would also be a direct change of life. Now Wang Lu actually wanted her and her sister to go to him together. Wasn't that equivalent to destroying both of them? He would definitely shoot those disgusting videos to upset Chen, and she and her sister would be subjected to that pervert Wang Lu. How infuriating. If that happened, and Chen spread those videos, how could she ever face the world? After much deliberation, Chen Baiwei dared not offend Wang Lu, but she also didn't want to do it. She could only steel herself and say, Master Wang, you really are manly. Could you let me think about it? After all, even if I agree, if my sister doesn't, that wouldn't be fun, would it? Wang Lu sneered. Fine, you're quite sensible. Then go persuade your sister. Don't worry, I'm not as perverted as you imagine. I just like to have some fresh excitement. Latest by tomorrow, no extensions. With that, he ended the call. Chen Baiwei was so furious, she almost threw her phone. She cursed Wang Lu as a scoundrel, a perverted bastard taking advantage of the situation. Chen Baixue was also furious, and together they ranted against Wang Lu. But after venting their displeasure, the two sisters fell into a dilemma. What should they do next? Meanwhile, Wang Lu was completely unaffected by Chen Baiwei. He continued chatting with his underlings, cracking sunflower seeds perfectly at ease. At this moment, Lu Manshan had already finished making the fire tubes. Next, he would use steel pipes to build the stove's frame. After the frame was done, he would wrap it with iron sheets and make a dedicated ash box. In this way, a stove would be almost complete. Lu Manshan connected the angle grinder to the battery and kept cutting the steel pipes, aiming to make a nice-looking stove frame. Wang Lu watched his skillful technique and asked curiously, Uncle Lu, your craftsmanship is really good. Since you can make a stove, can you make a snowmobile? When the snow stops, we can drive the snowmobile to collect supplies outside. Hearing this, Shi Chong and the others' eyes lit up. Boss, that's a great idea. When the snow stops, can we go outside? That would be awesome. We're all going crazy from being cooped up. I support the boss. Lu Manshan scratched his head awkwardly and said, Master Wang. I mean, boss, what does a snowmobile look like? I've never seen one, so I don't know how to make it. Lu Manshan had completely let go of everything after receiving the 1 million from Wang Lu. He transferred the money to his nephew, who planned to pay off the mortgage early and promised to take care of him in his old age. Lu Manshan was very happy. His greatest wish was fulfilled, and he thought that after being a nobody all his life, now that he had met a benefactor like Master Wang, he would follow him from now on. Whatever Master Wang told him to do, he would do. He was willing to be Master Wang's underling. Since he was going to be an underling, he naturally had to call him boss. Although a bit unaccustomed, Lu Manshan happily called Wang Lu boss. Haha, it's okay if you haven't seen one. We can try. Let me search for a video. Wang Lu took out his phone, opened a video site, and searched for instructions on making a simple snowmobile. Several videos from DIY bloggers came up, and he showed them to Lu Manshan. After watching, Lu Manshan's face was full of confidence. Boss, so this is a snowmobile. It's just a large ski with added anti-slip wheels that can dig into snow. That's not difficult. I can actually make it. I have a welding machine at home, but it belongs to a few of my coworkers. Since they're not coming back, we can use it anytime. Also, don't we have motorcycles in the basement? We can modify a motorcycle into a snowmobile. First, remove the tires, then weld iron plates that can dig into snow onto the steel rims. Then fix the motorcycle onto the large sled we make from iron sheets and steel pipes. Also modify the front wheel of the motorcycle so that it doesn't slip on snow and can change direction freely. This way a snowmobile is modified. Actually, the principle is quite simple. As long as we have enough batteries to provide continuous power so that my welding machine, angle grinder, and hand drill can work properly, I believe we can definitely make a snowmobile. Moreover, we can also make several iron box trailers behind the snowmobile for hauling. Then we can drive the snowmobile pulling these iron boxes to collect supplies outside. It will definitely be very convenient. Wang Lu was very satisfied with Lu Mansion's confidence. This old repairman, with his strong hands and skills and proficiency with various tools, really had such abilities. At present, all the cars in the basement were available for use, and his own car, and the 4 underlings' cars were also there. When the time came, they could drive the cars together, start the engines, and the electricity from the batteries would be endless. After making the snowmobile, even if they couldn't bring it upstairs, they could disassemble it into parts and slowly carry them up, then reassemble it on the snow, thus achieving the goal. Thinking of this, Wang Lu abandoned his earlier idea of using a dog sled where he had planned to use dogs to pull supplies after they were consumed. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. With Lu Mansion here and the underground garage as a resource depot, making a snowmobile was not difficult. Since they could do various handiwork, could they also manually make some powerful weapons? For example, large choppers, long swords, crossbows, and other cold weapons for killing in the future. Just as Wang Lu was pondering future matters, Shirchong nervously tugged at his sleeve and said, "Boss, something happened in the owner's group." That woman, Mu Yuqing. Shirchong nervously tugged at Wang Lu's clothes and said, "Boss, there's trouble in the owner group. Mu Yuqing has directly left the group, and now you're the new group owner of Building 6's owner group." Wang Lu. Me. I became the group owner. What's going on? Why would that woman leave the group? She's the steward of Building 6. Why would she just quit out of the blue? Shirchong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss, I'm not sure either. Now some owners in the group have noticed this and are curiously asking what happened. And everyone is pinging you, hoping you as the new group owner can provide an answer. Wang Lu was utterly speechless. Although he had some guesses, he immediately said to Shirchong, "Send her a message and ask what's going on." Shirchong nodded and quickly dialed a voice call to Mu Yuqing. Unexpectedly, the call wouldn't go through. Shirchong took a look and immediately cursed in anger. That damn bitch actually deleted me. Then Wang Lu also picked up his phone and sent a message to Mu Yuqing. Mu Yuqing had also deleted Wang Lu. Shirchong cursed furiously. Wang Lu fell into thought, realizing what had happened. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. While collecting supplies today, Zhou Hailei had sent Wang Lu a photo of the lock on Mu Yuqing's apartment door. Wang Lu showed it to Lu Mansion, who said with full confidence, "This lock came with the apartment when it was handed over. It's easy to open. No matter how the owner locks it from inside, I can open it from outside with my eyes closed." With Lu Mansion's assurance, Wang Lu only then had Zhou Hailei, Chen Huipeng, and Lian Yufeng, the 3 brothers, retreat after all the supplies had been gathered in Mu Yuqing's home. Without Lu Mansion's guarantee, Wang Lu wouldn't have done this. He would have directly taken control of Mu Yuqing after the supply search was complete. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. Before he could slaughter the fat pig was trying to run away on its own. But with so many supplies piled up in her home, Mu Yuqing had no choice but to obediently seal the door and stay inside. "Boss, that bitch Mu Yuqing dared to play us. I want to kill her." "Yeah, boss, this woman is asking for death. Let old Lu open the door and we'll charge in and deal with her." "Boss, I can't swallow this. I want to mess her up." "Boss." The 4 underlings were eager to act as if they couldn't wait to strike. Wang Lu looked at Lu Mansion. "Boss, he'll prepare the tools right away. He'll open her front door for you all." Lu Mansion said without hesitation. "Haha, alright, then let's mess her up." But before Wang Lu could finish his sentence, his phone rang. It was Mu Yuqing calling, cutting his words short. Wang Lu showed the caller ID to the others, signaling them to be quiet. He answered the call, and immediately Mu Yuqing's voice came through. "Sorry, young Master Wang, for making you spend so much today. Thank you for helping me gather these supplies so I can survive in this icy apocalypse. You're such a good person. Considering how much you've helped me, I've decided that when you all starve to death or freeze to death, he'll definitely come out to collect your corpses." Wang Lu was stunned by her words. "Mu Yuqing, you're quite arrogant. You, a mere female antagonist, dare to act tough right in front of this big villain. It seems I have no choice but to deal with you tonight." Wang Lu sneered. "Really? Are you so sure it won't be you who starves or freezes?" Mu Yuqing laughed disdainfully on the other end. "Young Master Wang, where do you get your confidence? It's hilarious. I've already locked my door from the inside and poured water on it. I've completely sealed it. Even if you have extraordinary skills and can open the high-security lock of our building's door, can you push through the ice? Huh, you're all just a bunch of idiots. I welcome you to come smash my door. I don't care. Oh, and by the way, I've sealed the balcony too. You can't get in even from the neighbor's side. I specially boiled water and poured several pots of water outside my window, and now it's all frozen smooth as glass. I've thought of every possible method you could try, so these supplies are all mine now. Stop dreaming. Oh, and to let you die with clarity, I'll tell you the truth. Foreign experts have already announced it. This snowstorm is unprecedented in nearly 1,000 years. It's very likely a catastrophic blizzard that will wipe out humanity. In the next 3 months, the snow won't stop. At most it will slow down, but it will never cease. And if the snow doesn't stop, the temperature will keep dropping. The outside world will never function normally. By then the country won't even have time to handle its own internal affairs. Do you think the country will care about the lives of you common plebs? For people like you, do you think you can survive 3 months? If you go on the foreign internet, you'll see that abroad is already in chaos. Countless residential areas are experiencing brutal resource plundering with gunfights every day. Only you obedient dragon kingdom plebs know nothing, day after day foolishly living in your own little world. Trying to stay united? How ridiculous. You fools just wait to freeze to death in this apocalypse. After saying this, Mu Yuqing decisively hung up the phone, not giving Wang Lu a chance to reply. Wang Lu placed his phone on the table and looked at his 5 underlings with a half smile. So you all heard Mu Yuqing's words right. Haha, that woman actually thinks she's superior just because she browses foreign websites, and she keeps blabbering on. Tell me, what should we do next? Shichang, Zhou Hailai, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huipeng were all reedied with anger. They rushed into the kitchen and grabbed kitchen knives. That bitch dared to humiliate us. She's fucking asking for it. Boss, that woman is asking for a slap in the face. Let's go up and chop her to death. She really thinks we're pushovers. That's right. With her arrogant attitude just now, if I don't cripple her today, am not worthy of being your underling boss. The underlings were all furious, looking like they were ready to kill. Wang Lu turned to Lu Manshan. Uncle Lu, what do you think? What should we do next? Lu Manshan resolutely picked up his lock-picking toolkit. Boss, this woman has gone too far. She took so many supplies from the neighbors for herself and wants us to starve and freeze. Her heart is truly vicious. I'm ready. We can go open her door anytime and make her regret it. Seeing the 5 men brimming with eager anticipation, Wang Lu waved his hand and said, we'll definitely go to Mu Yuqing's place tonight, but we can't just rush in like this. We need to make some preparations first. Shichang, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Hailai, Chen Huipeng, and Lu Manshan all furrowed their brows. Aren't we all ready? What else do we need to prepare? Wang Lu, seeing that the 5 hadn't yet caught on, said, have you forgotten that Mu Yuqing has 2 golden retrievers? Don't underestimate those 2 dogs. When we break down the door and charge in, what if those 2 golden retrievers trying to protect their owner leap at you and bite you? This is the frozen apocalypse. If you get bitten, you could catch rabies, and that won't do. So since we're going to act, we need to ensure everything goes flawlessly. Not only will we make that woman Mu Yuqing scream all night long, but we'll also kill her dogs. Then we'll feast on dog meat and enjoy the woman. Won't that be great? Shichang suddenly slapped his head and said excitedly, boss, you're the best. Right. That bitch Mu Yuqing has those 2 dogs. I totally forgot about them. Zhou Hailai, Chen Huipeng, and Lian Yufeng also immediately understood. Impulse is the devil. Good thing the boss reminded us. If we'd rushed into her place and gotten bitten by the dogs, it would have been really awful. Yeah, how did I forget about the 2 dogs? The boss is truly the boss. Even Lu Manshan shot Wang Lu a look of approval. Wang Lu waved his hand at the flattering underlings and said, all right, stop it. Old Lu, now it's your turn to shine. Do you have any way to quickly kill the dogs and prevent them from biting us? Lu Manshan thought for a moment and immediately said, boss, with a large breed like the golden retriever, a simple club won't kill it in one hit. And if we don't kill it, it could pounce on us and bite. Better to make a spear, sharpen the tip until it's deadly. When we open her door, we'll crack it just a bit and wait for the golden retrievers to rush over. As soon as they leap at the door and try to bite us, we'll thrust the spear in hard, aiming straight for their mouths. One jab through the mouth and we'll pierce them right through. They'll be dead on the spot. Then the golden retrievers won't be able to bite us and they'll die instantly. After Lu Manshan finished speaking, Shichang, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Hailai, and Chen Huipeng all burst into applause and gave him a thumbs up. Old Lu, you're craftier than we thought. Old Lu, not bad at all. You may be old, but your mind is sharp. You came up with such a wicked idea. Haha, Old Lu, have you done this before? Flattered by the praise, Lu Manshan scratched his head sheepishly and said, I was once bitten by a dog, but I never did that. Back then there was a big wolf dog in the compound where I worked, and I was scared of it. So I always kept a stick with a sharpened tip, thinking that if the dog ever bit me, I'd stab it. But I never got bitten by that wolf dog, and the method never came in handy. Now it seems it might be useful. Shichang laughed heartily again. Old Lu, you're something else. Tonight after we kill the dogs, we'll let you eat the meat and enjoy the woman too. How about that? At the mention of enjoying a woman, Zhou Hailai, Chen Huipeng, and Lian Yufeng's eyes lit up. Mu Yuqing wasn't that beautiful, the boss surely wouldn't be interested. The boss was very picky about women. He only went for the ones with high looks and good figures. A beauty like Li Ruobing was more his type. So after seeing Li Ruobing and the way she interacted with the boss, the 4 of them had already assumed she was the next woman the boss wanted. They didn't dare harbor any fantasies about Li Ruobing. As for Mu Yuqing, though the boss wasn't interested and she wasn't particularly pretty, her figure was still impressive. Turn off the lights and have some fun and it would be satisfying. In normal times, the 4 brothers, being spendthrift rich second-generation types, would never look twice at a woman like Mu Yuqing. But now, after being trapped in the building for over a week, they were desperate. Mu Yuqing was probably clean, at least much cleaner than that white lotus Shunbaiwei the boss had mentioned. So the 4 brothers were already itching to do something to Mu Yuqing. Now that Lu Manshan had joined the gang, they naturally wanted to share the good stuff with him too. Old Lu had been so helpful and had never had a woman in most of his life. It was time to let him taste what Mu Yuqing was like. So the four brothers draped their arms over Lu Manshan's shoulders, laughing and joking, making his old face blush. Although Lu Manshan also enjoyed the idea of women, he didn't dare show it as openly as the four brothers. He said awkwardly, "No, I'm too old for that kind of thing. You guys go ahead." Wang Lu, seeing how excited they were at the mere mention of women, their eyes practically blazing with lust, shot them a disapproving glare and said, "You haven't even gotten your hands on her yet, and you're already dreaming about how to enjoy her. Right now the problem is we don't have a spear. Without that, how do we kill the dogs?" "Old Lu, I'm guessing you've already got an idea. Spill it." Lu Manshan quickly adopted a serious expression and said, "Boss, a spear is something no normal household would have, and I don't have one either. But I have a few iron frame beds at home. If we take them apart and sharpen one end, that's a spear, over 2 meters long. When we get there, each of us can take a spear. Once we open the door, well, just stab those 2 golden retrievers to death. No chance of getting hurt, and it should be easy to kill them." Wang Lu genuinely wanted to give Lu Manshan a thumbs up. In the prosperous times, this man could only do the most basic work, earning a meager salary. But in this frozen apocalypse, Old Lu was a real treasure. "Haha, excellent, Old Lu. Lead the way. We'll go to your place to get the tools ready, then head to Mu Yuqing's. I don't fancy her, and she's not my brother's type either. But you, Old Lu, have never had many good women in your life. A woman of Mu Yuqing's level you probably never even dared to dream of. Tonight he'll have the brothers set things up for you. You'll be a groom." Wang Lu patted Lu Manshan's shoulder cheerfully and stood up to walk out. Lu Manshan's old face reddened again, not from shyness but from sheer excitement. Though he would never have dared to do such things before, ever since he and Chang had locked all the other building entrances and units in the basement and poured water into the locks to freeze them, a dark corner of his heart had opened. Then they had pried open the hoods of several cars and stolen the batteries. This made Lu Manshan even more excited. He realized that following Wang Lu and his gang, he had found the feeling of his youth, an adrenaline rush and a burning passion that made him see endless hope. And he could eat his fill and stay warm. It felt more satisfying than his previous life. Because of this, Lu Manshan grew bolder. But Chang and the other 3 exchanged awkward glances, silently thinking, "Boss, we might not have looked twice at this woman back in the day, but we've been pinned up for a week now. She's a rare delicacy. Who said we're not interested? We really want to have some fun with her, okay? Boss, please don't overestimate us. Boss, Old Liu's old ox is past its prime. Leave the hard work of plowing to us." Helpless, Wang Lu was already walking out the door, and the 4 brothers could only suppress their unwillingness and follow closely behind. As they descended the stairs, they began to tease Lu Manshan, asking if he had ever caught any diseases from women before. Lu Manshan rarely discussed such topics, and his face reddened deeply. He had never been ill, for he had known fewer than 2 women in his entire life. It was truly embarrassing. Yet Chang and the others were intensely curious about his past, pressing him relentlessly to speak. Lu Manshan awkwardly recounted his meager romantic experiences. Chang and the others burst into laughter, slapping their thighs even as they descended the stairs, filled with sympathy for him. Chang was the first to pound his chest and declare, "Old Lu, you're truly pitiful. Living half your life without having been intimate more than a handful of times. How tragic. Rest assured, we brothers are loyal. Since our leader has spoken, this woman is yours. When the time comes, you'll have to work the field while Old Lu. You haven't plowed in half a lifetime. Tonight, we'll cheer you on." Chen Huipeng, Lian Yufeng, and Zhou Hailei joined in the laughter. "We must give Mu Yuqing to Old Lu. He's too pitiful. Yes, Old Lu is now our good brother, so this woman is for him. Old Lu, can your old ox still plow? If you lack confidence, we'll give you a hand. Ha, can your old ox even stand up?" Lu Manshan's face burned all the way to his neck from the brothers' endless teasing. A long dormant heart began to race. By the time he reached his own doorstep, he was still lost in thought. Wang Lu, noticing his flushed face, pointed at the door. "Old Lu, what's wrong? So red you've forgotten your own home?" Lu Manshan forced a smile. "No, boss. It's just I'm a bit nervous." He quickly opened the door and invited them in. He lived in Unit 101 on the 1st floor. The original landlord had only done a simple renovation, never intending to live there. The interior was extremely sparse with cheap flooring. The space had been crudely divided into 6 single rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. The living room was gone, partitioned off to serve as a rental room. Lu Manshan explained to Wang Lu and the others, "I rent this place with my coworkers. The other 5 rooms are empty now. We usually get along well and rarely lock doors. Their beds are iron framed. The poles can be removed and sharpened with an angle grinder to make spears." Curious, Wang Lu and the others explored the 5 rooms. Chang, Lian Yufeng, Chen Huipeng, and Zhou Hailei acted as if they had entered a new world. They pulled out all sorts of novel tools from the dormitories, excitedly exclaiming, "Old Lu, your roommates are geniuses. One even has a chainsaw. While this guy has a pile of wires under his bed. These are treasures." Zhou Hailei emerged from a room holding a rubber doll, laughing. "Ha, boss, look what I found. This is someone's wife. They left her behind." Chen Huipeng stepped forward and examined it. "The quality seems decent. It's soft when squeezed. Lian Yufeng was cracking up. Old Lu, is this room yours? Is this your wife? Lu Manshan shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not my room. I don't have such a thing. The group continued to rummage through the place, unearthing all sorts of useful items. Lu Manshan didn't mind. His 5 roommates were out having fun. 2 of them, reportedly starving and sick from cold and hunger, had already died. The other 3 had been forced into labor at a club, working every day. Rumor had it that even in the freezing cold they had to shovel snow. In short, they were struggling badly, and whether they would ever return was uncertain. For now, Wang Lu was content. Seeing the messy pile of tools in the 5 rooms lifted his spirits. In the past, such clutter would have annoyed him, dirty, messy, reeking of oil. But now even a coil of wire seemed valuable. Who knew what he could craft with it? Some rooms even had welding machines and cutting tools. For repairmen, these were everyday items. But in the apocalypse, with such equipment and a knack for DIY, one could create many wonderful things. After returning home, Lu Manshan went straight into his roommate's room. The bed was a tubular iron frame held together with screws. With just a wrench, he dismantled it easily. He removed the 2 longest iron poles. From his own room, he fetched a battery and connected it to an angle grinder, cutting and polishing the poles. In no time, he had crafted 2 spears. Each spear was 2 meters long. At the base, he thoughtfully wrapped waterproof tape, the elastic black kind. This made the grip extremely slip-resistant and comfortable. After finishing, he worried they weren't sharp enough, so he took out a whetstone and honed them. Shirchang and the others admired the spears, growing more fond of them by the moment. Each one itched to wield them. With such weapons, they would cut an imposing figure outdoors. No neighbor would dare cause trouble. A single thrust could end them. Once the spears were ready, Lu Manshan handed them to Shirchang and Lian Yufeng, grinning at Wang Lu. Boss, the tools are ready. We can go up to the 10th floor. Wang Lu examined the spears, practical and well-balanced. Good, let's head up. You'll handle the door, Old Lu. Chang Feng, you'll stab the golden retrievers. Lei Peng, you'll hold the door. Keep the dogs from getting out, while making it easy for us to thrust the spears in. We need to be flawless. Kill both dogs, then charge in. The group's eyes lit up at the plan. They nodded in unison. Then they left room 101. Stepping into the stairwell, Wang Lu suddenly halted and looked up with a strange expression. Wang Lu looked up, and Shirchang and the others followed suit. But after staring for a long while, they couldn't figure out what he was looking at. Curiously, Shirchang asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Did you suddenly think of something we need to prepare? As for dealing with a Mu Yuqing, it's not that serious, is it? Just a woman and 2 dogs. Can't we brothers handle them, with so many of us?" "Exactly, boss. A woman and 2 dogs, we can crush them like cutting vegetables." Wang Lu waved his hand, took out his phone, and opened the camera. Soon a small red dot appeared in the lens. "See that? There's a hidden camera installed right there in the spot of the spotlight." After Wang Lu said this, the others immediately took out their phones and turned on the flashlights, shining them in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, on a screw hole of the spotlight, instead of a screw, there was a camera. Hard to spot unless you looked closely. Wang Lu could spot such an inconspicuous hidden camera naturally, because he knew the plot. When Yi-chan, the Destiny's Child, was building his temperature-controlled safe room, the installation company was extremely skilled. They had tampered with the entire building. They had installed hidden cameras in all the corridors and staircases of the entire building for Yi-chan. All these cameras could be connected to Yi-chan's home. It was precisely because of these cameras that Yi-chan, the Destiny's Child, could monitor the entire building at any time. What this neighbor did today, how many times that neighbor went out. Yi-chan knew all of this like the back of his hand. He could even see through the surveillance the series of actions Wang Lu and his men were taking now. Wang Lu hadn't destroyed these cameras before, firstly, because he had more important things to do. Secondly, he didn't take the cameras seriously. But now, since they were going to slowly climb upstairs anyway, he might as well have his underlings use their spears to pierce all of Yi-chen's micro-cameras along the stairs. It was just a convenient task, saving them from this peeping Tom watching what every neighbor in the building did every day, especially the attention on himself. Next, when he led his underlings to find Mu Yuqing, Yi-chan would surely be watching again. This made Wang Lu very annoyed. "Boss, you're amazing. How could you spot such a tiny micro-camera?" "Yeah, boss, if you don't work in reconnaissance, it's a real waste of talent." "Boss is awesome." Wang Lu pointed toward the micro-camera. "Xianzi, use your spear and pierce that camera. Also, from now on, everyone turn on the camera function on your phones and move forward in the dark. Wherever you find a camera, just pierce it with a spear." As soon as Wang Lu said this, everyone took out their phones and turned on the camera function to scan. From the 1st floor to the 10th floor, they walked and scanned. Whenever they found a micro-camera, they would directly pierce it with a spear, smashing it to pieces. During this time, Wang Lu would arrogantly flip the middle finger at the camera just before it was destroyed. This was a great humiliation to Yi-chan, the Destiny's Child. After all, Yi-chan's personality was extremely cautious. Even if he had a gun, he wouldn't dare to risk going out. Moreover, Wang Lu's group was armed with spears, numerous and making a lot of noise. Yi-chan would be even less daring to leave his iron turtle-like sturdy home. But when Yi-chan saw that they had easily destroyed his surveillance and even flipped him off, what expression would he have at that moment? Arriving at the 10th floor, Wang Lu glanced at his underlings and immediately gestured for them to split up. Lu Manshan took off the tool bag. He was carrying pulled-out lockpicking tools and quickly began working. In about a minute, with a click from the lock mechanism, Lu Manshan pressed the door handle and pulled hard to open the door. But it didn't budge. So Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng joined in. The three of them exerted force outward multiple times, finally managing to pull the door open. Then inside the security door there was indeed a thick layer of ice achieved by continuously pouring water on the door. Wang Lu was really a bit impressed by this woman. She had even learned to use the extreme cold weather to seal her door with ice. However, unfortunately her door opened outward and there was no keyhole on the inside lock. So there was no way to pour water into the lock mechanism to freeze it. If they had poured water into the lock mechanism of the security door, Lu Manshan would have had a much harder time picking it. Of course, it wouldn't matter to Wang Lu at all. Even if water was poured into the lock and froze, Wang Lu only needed to release heat to melt the ice inside the lock cylinder. Then Lu Manshan could still open the door. Now with the door open, it had already made quite a noise, and the two golden retrievers indeed rushed over. However, since the ice layer hadn't been broken yet by Wang Lu and his men, the dogs could only bark inside the house. Shichang and Lian Yufeng tightly gripped their spears, continuously thrusting at the ice layer inside the door. The ice wasn't frozen solid, so it was easily broken through. As soon as the ice was broken, one of the golden retrievers barked fiercely and lunged at them. Shichang seized the opportunity and thrust his spear fiercely into the golden retriever's mouth. With a puff sound, the spear pierced through the dog's mouth and came out the back of its neck. The dog struggled wildly and eventually retreated back into the house. The injured golden retriever was bleeding all over its body, gradually unsteady. Mu Yuqing grabbed 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen, shouting and waving them at Wang Lu and his men from inside the door. You bunch of bastards. How did you get my door open? Dalong, what are you afraid of? Go. Bite them to death, bite them to death. The golden retriever guarding Mu Yuqing watched its companion's neck gushing blood, its body gradually weakening, letting out mournful whines. It was truly scared, not daring to rush toward the door, only guarding Mu Yuqing and barking wildly. Wang Lu hadn't killed the second dog yet, so he just stayed by the door, teasing and knocking deliberately, provoking the golden retriever beside Mu Yuqing to lunge again. As long as that dog lunged, a spear thrust would finish it off. Then everyone could safely charge into Mu Yuqing's home. Mu Yuqing was truly terrified now. If Wang Lu and his gang burst into her home today, she would be finished. So she could only urge the big golden retriever beside her, shouting loudly, "Go, bite them to death, bite them to death. Don't let them in." No matter how Mu Yuqing screamed, the golden retriever beside her did not charge forward. Instead, the wounded golden retriever, using the last trace of its life force, rushed toward the security door once more. However, as soon as it reached the door, it collapsed from excessive blood loss, convulsed a few times, and died. Only after this golden retriever died did the other one continue to cower beside Mu Yuqing, too afraid to charge forward. Seeing this, Wang Lu and his group no longer waited. Shichang and Lian Yufeng led the way, holding long spears. Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng followed behind, clutching 2 kitchen knives. Then came Wang Lu and Lu Manshan. The 6 of them swaggered into Mu Yuqing's home. When the golden retriever saw their ferocious and menacing expressions, it was so terrified that it turned around and fled into the bedroom. Mu Yuqing was completely panicked. She held a kitchen knife while the opponents brandished long spears. She knew she was doomed today. Trembling with fear, she wildly waved the knife and shouted at Wang Lu as she backed away. "Wang Lu, what do you want? Don't come any closer. If you dare to approach, I'll throw this kitchen knife and kill you all." Wang Lu utterly disregarded her, smirking. "Oh really? Do you think you'd survive if you threw that knife? If you dare throw the knife, I'll spread your legs open right now and use the spear. You know what I mean. After I've had my fun, I'll cut off your flesh, cook it, and feed it to your golden retriever. He'll make that cowardly mutt devour every bit of your meat. That's what happens when you resist. If you give up, we can still talk." Mu Yuqing's face turned pale with terror. By then, Shichang and Lian Yufeng had already pressed the tips of their spears less than 30 centimeters from her, shouting, "Drop the knife immediately, or well, thrust these spears forward. Those 2 cheap kitchen knives won't stop us. If we poke a few holes and you don't come crying. You saw how we killed your bravest dog with these spears. Do you want to know what it feels like to be pierced?" Mu Yuqing was sobbing uncontrollably, retreating timidly step by step. Finally, she backed into a corner of the living room with nowhere left to go. As Wang Lu and his men pressed closer, Mu Yuqing broke down. She fell to her knees with a thud, her face pleading, "Wang Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you or mocked you. I apologize, okay? Please spare me. If you let me go today, we can share these supplies, alright? You know the apocalypse is coming. You don't have a woman by your side. You must need one, right?" Hearing Mu Yuqing's capitulation, Wang Lu smiled. He gestured to Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng to seize. Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng immediately stepped forward with their kitchen knives. Mu Yuqing trembled violently, obediently handing over her knife. Then she raised her hands, allowing them to pull her from the ground and tie her to a chair. Lu Manshan took a rope from his bag and quickly bound Mu Yuqing tightly, leaving her unable to move. After securing her, Wang Lu said to Shichang and Lian Yufeng, "Now go to the bedroom and kill that cowardly mutt." A dog that can't even protect its owner doesn't deserve to live. Shirchong and Lian Yufeng grinned, gripping their spears as they headed to the bedroom. At that moment, the golden retriever was hiding in Mu Yuqing's wardrobe, trembling with fear, a true coward. As the two men approached, the dog was so terrified that it buried its head in the clothes inside the wardrobe, not daring to look at the men behind it like a frightened ostrich. Shirchong and Lian Yufeng laughed, then, without hesitation, thrust their spears forward. With two dull thuds, one spear pierced the dog's front leg, the other went straight through its belly. The golden retriever let out an ear-piercing shriek, not a bark but a howl of agonizing pain. Seeing the dog still alive, Shirchong pulled the spear from its belly and stabbed it repeatedly in the head, the blade sinking in with wet sounds. Finally, the blood stained many clothes in the wardrobe. With one last weak whimper, the golden retriever died. Shirchong and Lian Yufeng dragged the dead dog out of the bedroom and placed it next to the other one. Both were exhilarated. Boss, killing dogs is so satisfying. It's fucking thrilling. If anyone has a dog in the future, well, team up to kill them again. There will be plenty of opportunities, Wang Lu said with a smile. From now on, this house is ours. We 6 will live here officially. The master bedroom is mine. The remaining 3 rooms you 5 split among yourselves. Oh, and Chen, you guys take Mu Yuqing to a room and tie her up properly, hands and feet. You know how to tie her to the head and foot of the bed, right? I'm sure I don't need to teach you. Shirchong, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Halei, and Chen Huipeng acknowledged, then excitedly lifted the chair with Mu Yuqing and dragged her into a room. Her mouth was gagged with her own sock, so she couldn't even beg. She could only struggle with muffled cries, tears streaming down her face. But Shirchong and the others paid no heed. They hauled the chair into a secondary bedroom. Then they took another rope and scissors from Lu Manshan's bag. Wang Lu was very satisfied. He looked at Lu Manshan. Old Lu, go skin those 2 dogs while they're still warm. We'll stew the meat tomorrow. After you're done skinning, you can go back to the room and have your way with Mu Yuqing. Haha. Perform well tonight. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I want to see a corpse. Yes, boss, I'll go skin the dogs now. Lu Manshan nodded, but his expression turned uneasy. Mu Yuqing. I can't. I dare not. Earlier, Lu Manshan had eagerly anticipated a night of pleasure, but now that it was before him, he was terrified. Wang Lu saw how pathetic Lu Manshan looked, patted his shoulder, and walked over to the large pile of supplies. Soon he found a bottle of liquor. He infused a trace of warmth into the liquor, turning it back into a normal liquid rather than slushy ice. Wang Lu handed the bottle to Lu Manshan. Old Lu, liquor gives cowards courage. Drink half of this bottle, then go skin the dogs. After that, head back to the room and be the groom. Remember, that woman can't stay alive. You must fuck her to death, understand? Lu Manshan took the bottle, his heart filled with 100 fears. On one hand, he truly felt he didn't deserve a woman of Mu Yuqing's caliber. Though she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, she was young and sexy while he was just an old man. He had no confidence at all. But since Wang Lu ordered him to drink, he dared not refuse. It was the boss' command. So Lu Manshan steeled himself, twisted off the cap, and chugged half the bottle in one go. His face instantly turned red. Wang Lu didn't say more. He waved his hand. Go get busy. Then he walked into the master bedroom and went to sleep. Shirchong and the others, after tying up Mu Yuqing, joked a bit with Lu Manshan, then went to sleep in the other 2 rooms. They had been moving things and doing all sorts of chores all day, and the 4 underlings were utterly exhausted. They collapsed into bed as soon as they entered their rooms. Lu Manshan skinned the 2 dogs, dismembered them, and stacked the meat in the kitchen. After everything was done, he entered the room. Mu Yuqing was sobbing uncontrollably, shaking her head at Lu Manshan. He lifted 2 layers of blankets, gazing at her like a pure white lamb, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically. Lu Manshan stared at Mu Yuqing, who looked like a pure white lamb, his Adam's apple bobbing continuously. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Yet even emboldened by alcohol, he ultimately dared not approach her. He gazed at Mu Yuqing, bound spread-eagled on the bed, stunned for a long time. He had fantasized many times in his mind about directly pouncing on her. But in the end, Lu Manshan deflated. He covered Mu Yuqing with her down jacket and added 2 layers of blankets to keep her warm. Then he paced back and forth beside the bed. What should I do? What should I do? Should I play with her? Should I? Hesitating, Lu Manshan decided to cast a divination. He took out the cigarettes Wang Lu had given him and began counting. Play with her. Don't play with her. Play. Don't play. If Wang Lu knew how spineless old Lu was, he would have cursed on the spot. Old Lu, you goddamn coward, I gave you the opportunity, and you still can't man up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chun was so furious his mouth was twisted. Watching one camera after another being destroyed, and seeing Wang Lu's arrogant face constantly provoking him, Yi Chun angrily threw the roast lamb leg into the trash bin, and even the Australian lobster lost its appeal. Wang Lu, you bastard, how dare you smash my cameras? Just wait, you wait. Don't let me catch the chance, or I'll make sure you die. If you ever dare to come to my door and provoke me again, I'll feed you a bullet. I'll blow your head off. Yi Chun was extremely furious, cursing Wang Lu for a long time. It took a while before his anger subsided. Then he took out a box of iced coffee from his storage space, drank 2 bottles, and finally calmed down completely. He began to ponder how to make that bastard Wang Lu pay a painful price. Ever since that bastard was shot in the leg by his marble gun, he had never brought his underlings to retaliate. If Wang Lu never came for revenge, it seemed Chen could do nothing about him. But that bastard dared to destroy my cameras. That's simply asking for death. Chen cannot swallow this insult. I must make him pay. While Chen was plotting his next move against Wang Lu, Shen Baiwei pulled him into a group chat. It wasn't the owner's main group, but a small group formed by other owners from Building 6. As soon as Chen entered the group, he saw the chat was buzzing with excitement. The main topic was about Mu Yuqing suddenly leaving the main group and handing over the entire owners group to Wang Lu. Everyone was curious, why did Mu Yuqing leave the group? Where did Mu Yuqing go? What happened to Mu Yuqing? For now it was an unsolvable mystery, and everyone could only speculate. Did Mu Yuqing, after receiving a large amount of donations, run away? Was she not planning to distribute those supplies to the neighbors in need? Or perhaps Mu Yuqing herself was being used by Wang Lu. That bully Wang Lu was never as kind as he pretended to be in the group. Everything he did was to deceive everyone. Wang Lu was always a scumbag, a heinous tyrant. In the discussion about this, many people in the group shared their opinions. Chen roughly skimmed through the chat history of this small group and understood. He knew exactly what Wang Lu had done. Mu Yuqing alone couldn't have pulled off something so impressive. It was Wang Lu and Mu Yuqing working together. One playing the generous philanthropist with money, the other pretending to be a selfless good person. They teamed up to swindle the neighbors' supplies. Now Wang Lu and Mu Yuqing must be living together. Otherwise, why would Wang Lu bring his underlings to destroy his cameras from the first floor to the 10th, and then stop at the 10th? Clearly Wang Lu was now at Mu Yuqing's home. This despicable pair of dogs, Chen, will never let you off. Earlier Chen had been unable to think of a way to retaliate against Wang Lu. Now after joining this chat group and reading everyone's messages, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a brilliant revenge plan began to brew in his mind. He didn't need to act himself, he could kill with a borrowed knife. So while the small group was still buzzing with heated discussion, Chen posted a bunch of videos that he couldn't have put in the main group directly into this small group. Those videos were naturally scenes of Wang Lu and his 4 underlings forcing their way into neighbors' homes to borrow things. After watching the videos, the owners in the small group erupted. Many suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, Wang Lu was never a good person. The young couple from the 5th floor, the accompanying mother from the 6th floor, the girl, and several other owners who showed up in the group to explain today, they were all bought off by Wang Lu. Chen had produced the videos of Wang Lu committing evil deeds, solid evidence. Whether it was borrowing or robbery was clear at a glance. Seeing everyone cursing Wang Lu's shamelessness, Chen was delighted and immediately chimed in the group. United Owners Group, Chen neighbors, that black sheep Wang Lu has swindled away all your supplies. The snowstorm will likely last at least another month. Without supplies you'll starve to death. The neighbors, already resentful toward Wang Lu, rained down even more curses upon hearing this. All sorts of foul words were hurled. Chen smirked sinisterly and happily sent one voice message after another in the group. Neighbors, the situation now is that Wang Lu and that Mu Yuqing have joined forces. They're a pair of dogs and bitches. They must have gotten inside information that the snow disaster will continue for a long time. During this period we will receive no aid or help from outside. The resources we have in our hands are our only reliance for survival. Unfortunately, in order to live better themselves, this pair of dogs and bitches schemed to swindle away everyone's supplies. From now on, if you don't find a way to solve the problem of food and drink within a week, you will all freeze or starve to death. Meanwhile, Wang Lu and Mu Yuqing, who stole your supplies, are living a very comfortable life, eating and drinking well every day using your supplies. But you will freeze and starve to death. Are you really willing to accept that? These words ignited even more anger among the owners. People kept replying to Chen in the group. Chen, that bastard Wang Lu is utterly detestable, and that slut Mu Yuqing too. Those 2 shameless dogs swindling our supplies. They deserve to die. We trusted him so much, kept praising him as a great benefactor in the group, and yet he wants to kill us all. What a scumbag. Chen, thank you Chen for telling everyone this. Don't just curse Wang Lu. We're here cursing and he won't feel a thing. Such a black sheep. We need to figure out a way. He swindled so many supplies. We must find those supplies and take them back so we can survive. Yes, we need to find Wang Lu and get our supplies back. Exactly, let's unite. Let's go to Wang Lu's door together, all of us, and knock on his door. They may have a few people, but we have cleavers too. Let's all take cleavers and knock on their door, make that scoundrel return our supplies. Messages flooded the group one after another. Seeing this, Chen's lips curled into a delighted smile. This was exactly the scene he wanted to see. Perfect. This was the result he desired. Although getting these people to unite and directly demand supplies from Wang Lu's house would certainly not work. In fact, Wang Lu might even take extreme measures, kill a few people to intimidate the entire building's neighbors. Then no one would dare to do anything to Wang Lu. And the more that happened, the happier Chen would be. Because that was his goal. Only by making these neighbors truly feel Wang Lu's terror and despair could they become the knife in his hand, unleash the evil in their hearts, and help him kill Wang Lu. While the neighbors were arguing heatedly, Chen sent 5 big red envelopes in the group. Although he didn't have much money left in his account and the apocalypse money was the most useless thing. So Chen didn't care about his meager balance at all. Throwing out a few red envelopes was just to attract the neighbors' attention. Sure enough, after grabbing the red envelopes, everyone started asking Chen what was going on. Why did he send red envelopes? Chen sent several more voice messages in the group. The content was, "Neighbors, at this critical moment, we must unite. Only then can we survive. Although Chen do not lack supplies, what about you? Without supplies, your family and children will surely freeze and starve to death. The purpose of sending this red packet is to bring us closer together. Now everyone go out, grab your cleavers and tools from home, and join forces to knock on Wang Lu's door or Mu Yuqing's door. Tell them to come out and return the supplies you donated earlier. If they refuse, keep blocking their doors and knocking. Wang Lu and his group are only a few people, while we have over 20 or nearly 30 people in this small group alone. With so many of us, can't we deal with a few people like Wang Lu? To help everyone survive better, Chen have nothing else to offer. They'll send a few red packets to support you. I hope you can retrieve your supplies soon." After Chen finished speaking, Chen Baiwei, who had been silent, immediately followed up with a voice message. "Thank you, brother Chen, for encouraging us. This small group consists of several neighbor households with good relationships. We must unite. We don't care whether others can get their supplies back, but we must retrieve enough supplies from Wang Lu. Even if we donated less at the time, we must now take back enough to survive. Without food, we will truly freeze and starve. The electricity is out, and we don't know when it will return. There's no water either. We are truly living in an apocalypse." After Chen Baiwei's words, the young couple living on the 5th floor also began to speak. The husband's name was Yang Yiwei, and the wife's name was Zhao Yinrou. Yang Yiwei sent several voice messages first. "Fellow neighbors, that bastard Wang Lu broke his word. He deceived my wife. Today we originally didn't plan to support him in the group, but he directly transferred 500 yuan to my wife. He also said that as long as we spoke well of him in the group today and explained the incident of yesterday's supply seizure, he would return our supplies. My wife and I naively believed that bastard. But what happened? After we had said all the good things, he not only failed to return the supplies, but also sent a WeChat message warning my wife that if she dared to say anything wrong in the group, they would break down our door and take her away to do evil things. They are truly demons. They are not good people at all. I hate that bastard deeply. I support the people in this small group uniting to deal with Wang Lu. Only by uniting can we defeat that scoundrel and get our supplies back from him." After Yang Yiwei finished, his wife, Zhao Yinrong, also sent a voice message. "My husband is right. We must unite and go to Wang Lu to demand our supplies back. We both agree to this action. Who else is willing to join us in seeking supplies from Wang Lu? Please show your support." The fat woman living in 601 was the most emotionally agitated. She also immediately sent several voice messages exaggerating how Wang Lu had bribed her behind the scenes to speak well of him. In reality, it was not Wang Lu who contacted her, but Lin Yufeng. After fabricating a bunch of nonsense, she declared, "I am willing to step forward and go to Wang Lu to demand supplies. Although I am just a housewife, I hate that scoundrel Wang Lu to the core. I must take back all the supplies he stole." After the fat woman from 601 expressed her stance, the feminist fairy living in 602 also stepped forward and said, "Men in the group, why are you all so hesitant at a time like this? Why is it that whenever something happens, it's always us women who contribute the most? What's wrong with you men?" Now the ones taking the initiative to go after Wang Lu seem to be all women. "You men, say something. Are you afraid of Wang Lu?" Under normal circumstances, these words would make everyone dislike that fairy. But now no one bothered to argue with her. In fact, her words even provoked some of the owners in the group. One by one, they expressed their willingness to step forward and unite to confront Wang Lu, demanding that he return everything he had taken from them. In the end, the group organized another action chain. Anyone who agreed to go after Wang Lu would join the chain by writing their name and room number. The meeting point for this operation was the fire stairwell on the 5th floor. After the chain was completed, the group was not as lively and enthusiastic as before. The people speaking were no longer as impassioned. Instead, they discussed that to demand supplies from Wang Lu, there must be a leader. Otherwise, with so many people and so many voices, it would be hard to express anything clearly. Most importantly, without a backbone, it would be difficult to stay united. What could be done? But no one wanted to be that backbone. After all, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. If they angered a scoundrel like Wang Lu, he would send his 4 henchmen to charge at the leader and hack them to death. What then? Therefore, although everyone was previously boiling with rage and eager to tear Wang Lu limb from limb, in the end, after the group completed the list of members for this supply-demanding operation, they all backed down when it came to choosing a leader. No one wanted to die, no one wanted to confront Wang Lu heated. Because of this, the once heated group chat suddenly cooled down. The time between one message and the next reply could be over 5 minutes. Chen looked at these cowards in the group, who only barked, but dared not act, and his face was full of disappointment. No wonder in his previous life so many people in the entire building were helplessly robbed by Wang Lu and his 4 henchmen, and even killed and eaten as barbecue. Even when their wives were violated in front of them by Wang Lu, they didn't dare to say a word. With so many able-bodied men in the building, not a single one dared to step up as a leader to resist Wang Lu. It was truly pathetic. At this moment, Chen recalled a wise saying, "What defeats a person is not adversity, but fear." To make these cowardly sheep in the group unite again and go after Wang Lu, Chen had to endure his contempt and disgust for them and think of a plan. Soon he found two videos, one of him shooting Wang Lu with a marble gun, and another of him pouring cold water on Wang Lu's underlings, causing those bastards to howl and flee in panic. After sending these two videos to the group, Chen followed up with several voice messages. The content was, "Wang Lu, that bastard, a coward through and through. What's so great about him? Before me he cowered like a dog, didn't he? What's there to fear? And those four lackeys of his, even more pathetic and useless. Just a splash of water from me, and they fled in panic. All five of them are nothing but paper tigers." Sure enough, Chen's encouragement proved effective. Those two videos paired with his voice message instantly dispelled the fear that had gripped the group members. After all, in the video, Wang Lu indeed looked cowardly and wretched. At first he was banging furiously on Chen's door and spewing arrogant threats. But after being hit in the leg just twice by a pellet gun from Chen, he fled in disgrace, clutching his head. And Wang Lu's four lackeys, initially just as arrogant, pounded on the door like desperados. Yet when Chen merely splashed some water on them, they ran off wailing like ghosts. What a bunch of weaklings. These people were truly nothing but paper tigers. Once again the group chat erupted with chatter. Everyone mocked and belittled Wang Lu, then began to praise Chen. Some even suggested, "Let Chen lead us to confront Wang Lu." This proposal garnered widespread agreement, with many urging Chen to take charge. Chen was so exasperated he wanted to curse. "You fools, do I have nothing better to do than accompany you to find Wang Lu? What if one of you tries to stab me in the back? What if one of Wang Lu's henchmen throws a knife at me and hurts me? Isn't it better for me to stay home comfortably? Why should I risk my neck for you?" But having just fanned the flames of anger among the sheep in the group, Chen couldn't very well pour cold water on them. So he sent a voice message, "Wang Lu didn't steal my supplies. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go knocking on his door. You'd better choose someone else. Man or woman, as long as you have a loud voice, that's enough. We're all united, each with a cleaver in hand. When Wang Lu and his 5 men see your formation, they'll be so terrified they'll collapse before they dare to fight back." After Chen declined to be the leader, the group chattered on for a while. In the end, an elderly man from room 202 on the second floor stepped forward. His name was Niu Guangming. In his youth he had been a physical education teacher for 7 or 8 years, so he was still in decent shape. But now old age had stiffened his legs. Still, he had a booming voice, and he harbored a deep hatred for Wang Lu. That scoundrel had conned him out of the last 8 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and 4 out of 5 cartons of eggs he had at home. He had also swindled most of the cooking oil and seasonings, and even 2 boxes of his blood pressure medication. That little bastard was utterly despicable. He cheated people out of everything. Although it was Niu's greedy wife who had donated those items in exchange for Wang Lu's money now it was clearly fraud. Niu Guangming's household had never had much stockpile, and now that Wang Lu had taken the rice, flour, oil, and medicine, even gritting his teeth, he could only last a week. If the snow didn't stop and no supplies came, he and his wife would starve to death. To survive, he decided to take the lead and rally the property owners in the group to confront Wang Lu and reclaim their supplies. After all, he was just an old man. What could Wang Lu do to him? At worst, he could play the age card. This was a civilized society. Surely Wang Lu wouldn't dare kill anyone. With that thought, Niu Guangming stepped forward and announced in the group, "I'm willing to be the leader. They'll be waiting for everyone in the stairwell on the 5th floor. Let's all go knock on Wang Lu's door together." With Niu Guangming taking the initiative and Chen's earlier disparagement of Wang Lu, plus the embarrassing video of Wang Lu being bullied, everyone's fear subsided. They fantasized about banding together to confront Wang Lu and reclaim their supplies. Soon people in the group kept posting videos. One had reached the 5th floor. Another had also arrived. Then they started tagging the neighbors who hadn't yet gathered. In just a short while, exactly 20 people had assembled on the 5th floor. But the young couple from room 501 on the 5th floor hadn't shown up, nor had the fat woman from room 602 or the feminist fairy from the same floor. Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue, who had been so vocal in the group earlier, were also absent. Only those who had never interacted with Wang Lu appeared. Then they kept getting tagged by people in the group. But Shen Baiwei and the others all pretended to be dead, ignoring the messages. Finally, unable to wait any longer for the rest to gather, Niu Guangming declared, "No more waiting. Let's go check out Wang Lu's place now." Agreed. I agree too. Agreed. So under Niu Guangming's leadership, the group opened the iron door of the stairwell and headed for the apartment entrance. But as they approached, they all froze. The door to room 501, where Wang Lu lived, was wide open. Everyone had planned to knock furiously on his door, making it resound like a gong. But now this was the situation. The door was open and no sound came from inside. Even so, they exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. In the end, the over 60-year-old leader Niu Guangming was pushed forward by the crowd. They all crept forward, trembling, half expecting Wang Lu to burst out at any moment. That would surely have sent them screaming. Niu Guangming was now filled with regret. These cowards, all young and strong, wouldn't even poke their heads in to look when the door was open. They shoved an old man like me forward. These youngsters had no sense of honor, truly despicable. Pushed by the crowd, Niu Guangming stepped into Wang Lu's apartment. After he entered, the others filed in one by one. The place was completely empty. All supplies had been moved out. The refrigerator, kitchen, and shelves were all bare. Even the wardrobe was empty, with not a single piece of clothing left. After searching the house, their courage grew. Hatred for Wang Lu boiled over, and they smashed teacups and glasses onto the floor, shattering them. They slashed the leather sofa with the cleavers they carried. In short, they went on a rampage, venting all their pent-up anger against Wang Lu. Then they began to discuss. Since Wang Lu wasn't here, where could he be? The conclusion was that where he had gone didn't matter. Their goal was to get back their supplies. If they couldn't find Wang Lu, they would go to Mu Yuqing. That woman was no good either. She must have hoarded everyone's supplies in her home. So after some discussion under Niu Guangming's lead, they all went to the 10th floor. Pushing open the iron door, they arrived at room 1001. Niu Guangming pressed the doorbell. But the moment he rang the bell, the people around him started kicking and punching the door violently. Their faces were twisted with rage, and they shouted, "Mu Yuqing, you bitch. You cheated us out of our supplies. Come out. Come out. Mu Yuqing, FCK your mother. Give us back our supplies. Slut." Mu Yuqing opened the door. At this moment, Wang Lu had already fallen asleep. However, he was somewhat surprised to hear a violent knocking at the door and a crowd of people shouting wildly outside. What's going on? A flock of sheep trying to rebel. Yawning, he got up, left his room, and walked out. As soon as he reached the living room, Shi Chong, Lian Yufeng, Chun Huiping, and Zhou Hailei had already emerged from their rooms. Lu Manshan still had 2 unlit cigarettes dangling from his mouth, his divination perhaps unfinished. He too rushed out of his room in a hurry. The group exchanged glances, and Shi Chong immediately climbed up to the peephole of the security door to look outside. The sight startled him, and he promptly said to Wang Lu, "Boss, there's a huge crowd outside. They're banging on our door like crazy, shouting for us to return their supplies. What do we do?" No sooner had Shi Chong finished speaking than Lian Yufeng took a look and added, "Boss, they're all holding kitchen knives. Have these people lost their minds daring to cross us?" Wang Lu remained utterly calm, casting a glance at the 2 spears leaning against the door. "What's there to fear? Shi Chong, Lian Yufeng, aren't you too fond of playing with spears? Come take up your weapons." "Hey, race the plan, Shi Chong, and Lian Yufeng, you two will thrust outward with the spears. Stab them hard, just like you did with that golden retriever, stab them to death." "Chen Huiping, Zhou Hailei, you two hold the door, just crack it open. Old Lu, bring out all the kitchen knives from the kitchen." When Chen Huiping and Zhou Hailei let go and the door swings open, don't give a damn about anything. Just fling those knives out whether they kill or not. Aim straight for those bastards and fling hard. Kill one, count one. If there's a death, they'll take the blame, it's none of your concern. This is the apocalypse. If they don't die, we do. Don't any of you get soft on me. Today, whoever hesitates, I'll kill them myself. I, Wang Lu, mean every word. Shi Chong, Zhou Hailei, Chen Huiping, and Lian Yufeng had always harbored a natural fear of Wang Lu. Moreover, Wang Lu provided them with sustenance, their lifeline for survival. Add to that the fact that Wang Lu had been involved in a murder before and still walked free. So when Wang Lu spoke of killing, he truly meant it. The 4 brothers dared not defy his will in the slightest. Lu Manshan too felt both admiration and fear toward Wang Lu. Having followed Wang Lu this far, he had no choice but to steel himself, dash into the kitchen, and retrieve several kitchen knives. He then handed 2 of the knives to Wang Lu and stood menacingly behind the door, ready to hurl them at any moment. After all, he would aim low, not at their heads, so it wouldn't be fatal. Chen Huiping and Zhou Hailei merely stayed by the door, preparing to open it a crack, so Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng could thrust their spears outward. This time, Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng's faces no longer bore the excitement of stabbing a golden retriever. Instead, they were filled with fear. For the spears were razor-sharp and over 2 meters long. With so many people outside, a sudden thrust would go straight through someone's heart. Anyone standing near the door would surely be impaled. It would almost certainly result in death. But at this critical juncture, the arrow was already on the string. It had to be shot. On one side stood Wang Lu, behind them wielding 2 kitchen knives, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. On the other, the crowd outside kept shouting provocatively. The 2 brothers had no choice. They had to steel themselves and stab those outsiders to death. After all, the boss had said he would take responsibility for any deaths. If they didn't comply, they'd likely be hacked to death by Wang Lu's kitchen knife from behind. Not only that, but Zhou Hailei and Chen Huiping might turn against them as enemies and join in the attack. Most importantly, Lu Manshan was still holding 4 kitchen knives ready to fling them at any moment. In such a situation, Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng had no choice. Meanwhile, the crowd outside kept pounding on the door and shouting, especially Niu Guangming, who was at the forefront. Fueled by the crowd's fervor, Niu Guangming could no longer hold back. Clenching his fists, he knocked on the door again and again. "Mu Yuqing, you big liar. Give me back my supplies. Return my rice and flour. Open up. Open the door. Mu Yuqing, you wretched woman. You and Wang Lu are in cahoots to cheat us. You'll die a miserable death. Give us back our supplies. Mu Yuqing, don't be a coward. Open the door if you dare. Open up. Open the door. Just as the crowd was shouting wildly, the security door swung open. Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng gripped the door handles tightly, opening it just a crack. Niu Guangming was the first to be pushed to the front of the gap. He was about to brandish his kitchen knife and roar inside when in the next instant 2 spears thrust forward violently. Thud! Thud! Niu Guangming, standing at the forefront, was impaled through the stomach and chest. The bloodstained spears pierced out through his back. Then the spears were swiftly withdrawn. Before Niu Guangming could utter a word, he collapsed, dazed and covered in blood. In the next moment, the spears thrust out from the door crack again. Caught off guard, one person was stabbed through the thigh, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a stuck pig. Another was stabbed in the stomach, blood gushing out as he too fell to the ground. The group of over 20 people faced with the bloody scene before the security door were all stunned into silence. Though they held kitchen knives, their bodies went weak with fear, and they couldn't even speak. At that moment, the security door swung wide open. Everyone saw Wang Lu standing not far away. You all want to die, don't you? Fine. I'll grant your wish. Old Lu cut them down. At Wang Lu's command, Lu Mansion, who had been ready to fling the kitchen knives, gathered all his strength and hurled them one after another into the crowd. This threw everyone into utter panic. Some knives struck bodies, causing blood to flow, others hit legs or feet. In short, screams of agony rang out everywhere, and blood gushed forth continuously. The 20-odd people had no fighting spirit left, only fear and a desperate urge to flee. Those in front who moved even a little slowly were trampled by those behind and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Lu rushed to the door and hurled the 2 kitchen knives in his hands fiercely at the heads in the crowd. He was quite lucky. One of the 2 knives struck a middle-aged man squarely on the back of his head. With a sickening thud, the man collapsed. Brain matter and blood oozed out through the gaps of the knife. Far from being frightened by the killing, Wang Lu's face was instead filled with boundless ecstasy and bloodlust. He pointed at the fleeing crowd and shouted, "Brothers, charge! Kill every last one of those bastards. Chase them down the hallway until they're all dead." At this roar of a command from Wang Lu, Shi Chong, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Hailei, and Chen Huipeng were all stunned. They couldn't believe their boss was so insane. He had actually killed someone, and now he wanted them to pursue the fleeing victims. Was this really permissible? Before the 4 could hesitate, Wang Lu's bloodshot eyes fixed on them. It was as if they dared to disobey, he would pick up a kitchen knife from the ground and slaughter them on the spot. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng exchanged a glance. Since they had already killed the old man with the spears, what was one more? The 2 brothers took the lead, raising their spears and charging after the fleeing residents. Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei were not to be outdone. If Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng were following the boss' orders to kill, then backing down now would surely mean death at the boss' hands. So they too grabbed kitchen knives from the ground, shouting as they joined the chase. At that moment, Wang Lu picked up a kitchen knife and turned to Lu Mansion. "Old Lu, do you want to live or die? Hurry up, grab a knife and kill." Lu Mansion was trembling all over from the brutal and bloody scene Wang Lu had created. He hurried forward, picked up a kitchen knife, and followed Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei. In an instant, the entire hallway was filled with shouts of killing. The fleeing neighbors, regardless of gender, were chased by Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng, who, once the distance closed, the spears ruthlessly pierced their bodies. In the end, out of the 20-strong group, Wang Lu's side killed 11, while 9 escaped. 7 of those 9 were wounded. The lucky ones managed to flee together into room 1302. Shi Chong and his 4 men chased them to the door of 1302, their bodies stained with blood, all of it belonging to others. They slammed the steel security door of 1302 with their spears, banging furiously, leaving dents everywhere. As they hammered, they shouted curses. "Fuck your mother. How dare you offend our boss? I'll kill every last one of you. A bunch of little bastards daring to backtalk our boss. You tired of living? Come out. Get the hell out. Fuck your mother, I'll slaughter you all." The wounded homeowners huddled together inside room 1302, trembled, and wept, their hearts filled with regret. Who said Wang Lu was a paper tiger? Who said he was easy to bully? That man was a desperado. Not only did he dare to kill, he chased after them. Even after we hid in 1302, his thugs were still frantically smashing the door. How terrifying. At that moment, the hearts of the 9 people were about to leap out of their throats. Every time the door was slammed violently, their hearts tightened. They were truly frightened beyond measure, endless fear spreading in their hearts. At the same time, they hated Yi Chun, that bastard, to the bone. He didn't come himself, but tricked us into coming. He said Wang Lu was a paper tiger, that he could easily take care of Wang Lu. Lies, all lies. Wang Lu was too terrifying, like a demon from hell. Such a ferocious and fearsome man. Why don't you, Yi Chun, have the guts to come and try? See if Wang Lu will kill you. After Shi Chong and the others had been cursing and pounding on the door for a long time, Lu Mansion said, "Should we really kill all of them? If so, I'll go back and get the lockpicking tools to open the door." Shi Chong, Zhou Hailei, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huipeng exchanged glances, then looked at the corpses in the hallway. In truth, they were also a bit scared. In their rage, they had killed so many people. Just then Wang Lu appeared behind them, holding 2 kitchen knives. When Shi Chong, the other 3, and Lu Mansion saw Wang Lu, they were instantly energized. They started banging on the door even harder and more frantically, leaving the steel door battered and deformed. Wang Lu stepped forward, looked at his 4 underlings and Lu Mansion, and nodded with satisfaction. Good performance. This is what my good brothers are like. Under the apocalypse, the strong prey on the weak, and human life is as cheap as grass. You did well killing them. Today is just an appetizer. You'll gradually get used to this life. No need to break the door down. Let them stay and spread the fear throughout the building. With that, Wang Lu turned to leave. At that moment, one of the corpses in the hallway was not completely dead. Its leg twitched as if trying to turn the body over. A wicked smile curled on Wang Lu's lips. He grabbed Lu Mansion by the clothes and pulled him over. Old Lu, from now on you're one of us. Today I didn't see you kill anyone. Now's your chance. Go chop off his head. Wang Lu handed a kitchen knife to Lu Mansion. Shichang and Lian Yufeng raised their spears while Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei also lifted their blood-drenched kitchen knives. Their stance seemed to guard against the man lying on the ground, but in reality, it was aimed at Lu Mansion. The 4 of them were now utterly loyal to Wang Lu. Their future depended on him. Wang Lu's words were commands. If Lu Mansion so much as hesitated or disobeyed, the 4 brothers would not show mercy. Lu Mansion took the knife and saw the bloodthirsty looks in the eyes of Shichang and the others. He wasn't stupid. Once aboard the pirate ship, there was no turning back. From the moment he received the huge sum of 1 million from Wang Lu, he understood that the money wouldn't be easy to earn. That money was not only to buy his services, but also to buy his life. First he was given a woman, then asked to discard a knife, and now to kill. These seemed like casual arrangements, but they were tests of his loyalty. He was not yet part of their team. How could they accept him without a sincere token of allegiance? Without further thought, Lu Mansion gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. He charged forward with the kitchen knife and swung wildly. Blood and flesh splattered all over his face. The man was now thoroughly dead. From that moment on, the honest repairman ceased to exist. In his place stood a butcher wielding a bloodstained blade. All the principles of being human and every moral constraint were cast off by Lu Mansion. These things could no longer bind his code of conduct. If Mu Yuqing were placed before him, now he would not hesitate for a second. He would obey Wang Lu's orders completely and torture that woman to death. Because at that moment he had undergone a transformation, becoming a loyal henchman of the villain. Wang Lu was very satisfied with Lu Mansion's performance. Well done, old Lu. From now on, anyone who dares to steal from us or challenge us, kill them directly. With that he walked straight downstairs. Shichang, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Hailei, and Chen Huipeng followed closely behind. Lu Mansion wiped the sweat and blood from his forehead, slowly stood up, and followed them. As for the corpses in the hallway, no one cared. In this extreme cold they would freeze solid soon. Whether to dispose of them or not made no difference. Carrying them out to throw away would be too tiring. So they left them frozen in the stairwell. If anyone wanted to collect the bodies, they would come out and take them. Wang Lu didn't bother. With today's incident, from now on, all the neighbors in the building would be terrified into silence. The coming days would surely be much quieter and more comfortable. Wang Lu took his underlings back home to rest and sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 9 survivors cursed Yi Chun in the group chat like a dog with blood. They also the young couple on the 5th floor, the fat woman on the 6th floor, and the feminist fairy furiously questioning them. Yi Chun, you're a liar, a real liar. Yi Chun, fuck your mother. Didn't you say Wang Lu was a paper tiger? Didn't you say he was easy to deal with? Now look, so many of us are dead. If you've got the guts, go fight him yourself. At the same time, the 9 were extremely dissatisfied with the 5th floor couple, Yang Yiwei and Zhao Yinrong, in them. Yang Yiwei, Zhao Yinrong, weren't you the ones shouting the loudest? Didn't you clamor to get back your supplies? Then why didn't you show up when it was time to act? Are you Wang Lu's informants? 6601 6602 6702. You bitches come out and explain. Fuck your mother. Facing the hysterical accusations of the 9, Yang Yiwei, Zhao Yinrong, the fat mother accompanying her child, the feminist fairy Shen Baiwei, and Shun Baishua, all fell silent, as if struck dumb. No one dared to say a word in the group. Yi Chen stared at the messages, his mood exceptionally gloomy and irritated. He never expected that the group would go to trouble Wang Lu only to be turned around by him. Nor did he anticipate that Wang Lu would be so insane as to kill all the neighbors who came to his door, 11 people in one go. Was this guy too brutal? For a moment Yi Chen didn't know what to say in the group. But soon a new opportunity appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. This opportunity arose when another small group was established. This group had more members and was even more lively. Yi Chen was pulled into this chat by Yang Yiwei, who lived on the 5th floor. After being added, Yi Chen once again curled his lips into a smile. There were at least over 20 people in this group. Among them were family members of those who had died, as well as some other owners who had not participated. At this moment, everyone was filled with panic. Wang Lu has killed someone. What should we do next? Is it really the end of the world? Are we truly left without anyone to care for us? If this continues, we will all die. That villain Wang Lu, brutal and vicious, cheated us out of so many supplies, and now he's killing people. We have absolutely no way to deal with him. Next, we have no food, well, starve and freeze to death. What to do? What can we do next? This Wang Lu is too brutal. We can't possibly stand against him. There's no way for us to get the supplies back from him. Are we really going to starve to death? Yi Chen watched the spreading panic in the group, a sinister smile, gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. Although this time that bastard Wang Lu had managed to show off and intimidate the entire building, he felt that the more this happened, the more hope he had of killing Wang Lu. Even if Wang Lu didn't come to him, he could still take him down. Just as everyone in the group displayed extreme despair, harboring no illusions about their future survival or about Wang Lu, Yi Chen filmed himself eating a top-grade steak and drinking red wine, then sent the video to the group. In the video, he looked very relaxed eating steak and drinking red wine, then greeted the camera saying, "Folks, I've heard about what just happened. Wang Lu and his underlings committed murder. It's indeed terrifying and has caused everyone panic. But as you can see, I'm not afraid at all, because that scumbag Wang Lu is nothing but a clown in my eyes. I have 100 ways to kill Wang Lu. If anyone is interested, add me as a friend, and he'll tell you the method. The prerequisite is that you have the guts to act. If you don't, then don't bother adding me, and just wait to starve or freeze to death." After the video was posted in the group, Yi Chen quickly received one friend request after another. Chen Baiwei was the first to call him on voice. He initially didn't want to answer her call. However, he suddenly realized that Chen Baiwei might also have ideas along these lines, so he picked up. After answering, Yi Chen remained silent. Chen Baiwei spoke first. "Brother Yi Chen, I want to kill Wang Lu. Can you tell me the method? I really hate that villain Wang Lu. He just threatened me again, saying that if I don't submit to him and become his woman, he will bring people tomorrow to smash my door and take me away by force. Brother Yi Chen, I'm so scared. In my heart, I only love you. That Wang Lu is too hateful. Please tell me the way to kill Wang Lu." Yi Chen listened to Chen Baiwei's words, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since Chen Baiwei, that green tea white lotus, wanted to court death, why not indulge her? After all, she wasn't a good person either. Let her go kill Wang Lu. Whether she succeeded or not didn't matter. If she killed Wang Lu, that would be fine. If she couldn't and lost her own life, then so be it. After all, what did the lives of these people have to do with him? Yi Chen. Thinking this, Yi Chen said, "Alright, then I'll tell you the way to kill Wang Lu. As far as I know, your younger sister looks even more innocent than you. Wang Lu should be more interested in your sister. So next you let your sister get close to him, stay by Wang Lu's side, and live with him. Then find an opportunity to take out the poison and kill Wang Lu and all his underlings. That way you'll have killed Wang Lu, won't you? It's so simple." Chen Baiwei frowned slightly upon hearing Yi Chen's words. But after thinking for a while, she felt it made sense. Using force would definitely not kill Wang Lu. But using soft tactics might actually achieve the desired outcome. However, where could they find poison? So Chen Baiwei asked Yi Chen, "Brother Yi Chen, even if my sister is willing to use the honey trap to get close to Wang Lu, we don't have any poison. That stuff is contraband, isn't it? How could we easily get it?" Yi Chen chuckled. "You don't have poison, but I do. Now you and your sister quietly come to my doorstep. I've already placed the poison at the door. You two sisters just take the poison and leave quietly. Be quick. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't come, I'll take back the poison. Then you'll have no hope of killing Wang Lu. Anyway, whether Wang Lu lives or dies has nothing to do with me. I live here, and Wang Lu doesn't dare to come. But your supplies were swindled by Wang Lu, and the snow won't stop for a long time. You'll freeze and starve to death. Only by killing Wang Lu can you survive. If you two sisters really manage to kill Wang Lu, then I'll be very willing to let you move into my home. If you can't, then I'm sorry, but I'll choose someone else who can kill Wang Lu to live in my room." Chen Baiwei's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. She immediately said, Okay, brother Yi Chen, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word. If we two sisters really kill Wang Lu, you must let us move into your home." Yi Chen sneered. "No problem. I, Yi Chen, keep my word. Alright, now come quickly to get the poison from me." The call ended. Chen Baiwei looked at her younger sister Chen Baixue. The two sisters whispered for 10 minutes. Finally, Chen Baiwei clenched her fists. "Anyway, that villain Wang Lu is no good. He wants to play with us sisters. Since he wants to play, well, bring the poison and let him play once and then die on the spot." Chen Baixue gritted her teeth, feeling that her sister's decision was right. If they couldn't quickly solve the problem of food and warmth, they would really freeze and starve to death. Now there were only two choices. Either take back the supplies from Wang Lu, or go to seek refuge with Yi Chen. There was no other choice. Having made up their minds, the sisters hid the fruit knives from home in their sleeves and quietly went out. They slowly climbed up the stairs from the 7th floor. When they saw the countless corpses and pools of blood in the stairwell between the 10th and 13th floors, the two sisters trembled with fear. So scary. Luckily, we didn't follow those fools to cause trouble for Wang Lu, otherwise we would have been in deep trouble. They only paused briefly, then steeled themselves and quickly climbed upstairs. Reaching the 18th floor in front of door 1802, a small glass bottle was placed there. It was a transparent liquid, only that small bottle. After Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue obtained this tiny bottle of poison, they looked at the closed door with burning eyes. The two sisters truly wanted to live in this house. Unfortunately, the condition was to kill Wang Lu. Even if they knocked on the door and begged Yi Chen now, he would certainly not pay them any attention. After coveting for a few seconds, the sisters took the poison and quietly returned to their own home. After returning home, Chen Baiwei let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the small bottle of poison, she slowly unscrewed the cap with her hand. Inside was a device similar to a dropper. Simply unscrew the cap and pull it out, and there was a thin glass dropper covered with poison. This thin glass tube could drip the poison into a water glass teacup or food. Just one drop and the victim would die on the spot. The toxicity was extremely potent. This bottle of poison was like a treasure to Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue. They had already decided to dress up glamorously tomorrow and go to Wang Lu in their best state. They would pretend to submit to Wang Lu, become his women, and let him do as he pleased. Then after Wang Lu had finished playing with them, they would find a way to put the poison into the water Wang Lu was about to drink. At that time Wang Lu would surely be poisoned to death. After poisoning Wang Lu, they would find a way to escape from there. On this side, Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue had already plotted the plan to kill Wang Lu. On the other side, Yi Chen had contacted another person who wanted to kill Wang Lu, and that was. Yi Chen had contacted another person who wanted to kill Wang Lu. That person was Yang Yiwei, the husband of the young couple living on the 5th floor. Yang Yiwei and his wife's supplies had been completely looted by Wang Lu. It was now almost certain that no rescue would come and the snowstorm would persist for a long time. Moreover, Wang Lu had begun to kill. Yang Yiwei felt utterly hopeless with no options left. Either he killed Wang Lu and reclaimed the supplies, or he would starve and freeze to death. There was only one path to eliminate Wang Lu. There was no other choice. Yi Chen's plan for Yang Yiwei to kill Wang Lu also involved poison. As for how he would administer the poison, Yi Chen did not concern himself with that. He could have his wife get close to Wang Lu, or he could become Wang Lu's lackey and do his bidding. These were matters for Yang Yiwei to figure out on his own. Yi Chen only provided that small vial of poison. But once Wang Lu was dead, Yi Chen would invite Yang Yiwei and his wife to live in his home, where the three of them would live happily together. Yang Yiwei had never even dared to imagine he could live in Yi Chen's house, but since Yi Chen had brought it up, countless thoughts began to stir in his mind. However, Yi Chen also laid down a condition. Brother Yang, I am very lonely now. I have so much food stored at home that I cannot finish. If only there were a woman to keep me company. Once you kill Wang Lu, bring your wife over. I really like your wife. Yang Yiwei was naturally furious. But compared to Wang Lu, he found Yi Chen much more agreeable to look at. When the time came, he and his wife would move into Yi Chen's place. Two of them against one. When they were at their wits' end, wouldn't Yi Chen be coveting his wife's beauty? He could let his wife exhaust Yi Chen, and then he would take the opportunity to kill him together with her. Then wouldn't that paradise-like home become theirs? With this plan in mind, Yang Yiwei decisively agreed to Yi Chen. Wasn't it just his wife? He would give her away. With everything settled, Yang Yiwei, trembling with excitement, slipped out of his room, walked down the corridor to Yi Chen's door, and retrieved that small vial of poison. Beside the poison were 3 cups of instant noodles. This thrilled Yang Yiwei beyond measure. He immediately took the poison and noodles back to his home. Little did he know that his wife Zhao Yinrong was not of the same mind. While he and Yi Chen were passionately discussing how to kill Wang Lu, Zhao Yinrong had secretly recorded their entire conversation, intending to use it as a bargaining chip to align herself with Wang Lu. Zhao Yinrong was not a foolish woman. She felt that Yi Chen was deceiving her husband. Her husband was only capable of petty tricks and could never outsmart the opportunistic Yi Chen. And since her husband wouldn't listen to her anyway, what use was he? Faced with a ruthless man like Wang Lu, her husband was a coward who wouldn't dare to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill Wang Lu, it would be difficult to seize the supplies. Were Wang Lu's underlings just sitting idly? Moreover, they would never get to live in Yi Chen's house. So to survive, her best choice was to attach herself to Wang Lu. Wang Lu currently had no woman by his side. He must be craving female companionship and some stress relief. And she was a beautiful, seductive woman. When Wang Lu had come to their home before, he had stared at their wedding photo with an infatuated look more than once. That meant he liked her. If she could become his woman, wouldn't she live a comfortable life? Why follow that useless Yang Yiwei to starve and freeze? In this apocalyptic snow, survival was the only skill that mattered. When disaster strikes, even husband and wife fly in different directions. Yang Yiwei returned home with 3 cups of instant noodles and excitedly showed them off to Zhao Yinrong. Honey, that Yi Chen is pretty reliable. He not only gave me the poison, but also 3 cups of noodles. Let's have a cup of noodles quickly and discuss how to use the poison to kill Wang Lu. Zhao Yinrong clung to her husband's arm. Honey, you've worked hard. Actually, the way to kill Wang Lu is simple. Get close to him. It seems too difficult for you to approach him. How about I go to Wang Lu tomorrow? I am willing to poison Wang Lu for the sake of our family for you. That's the only way we can get close to him now. Didn't you say that when Wang Lu came to our house, he looked at our wedding photo with a very infatuated expression? Then he must like me a lot. Since he likes me, you'll get close to him. He'll poison him, and then it'll be done. We'll have completed Yi Chen's task, and can go live in his house, right? Yang Yiwei had been wondering how to broach this topic with his wife. To his surprise, she brought it up herself. Overjoyed, he immediately spun Zhao Yinrong around in a circle. Honey, you're amazing. Alright, it's settled then. Tomorrow dress up pretty and go find Wang Lu. Make him fall for you at first sight, so you can get close to him. When he lets his guard down, poison him and all his thugs. Let them all die. Then even if Yi Chen doesn't take us, and we can take Wang Lu's supplies for ourselves. In any case, we must survive. Zhao Yinrong nodded with a smile. Don't worry, honey. He'll find a way to poison them all. But during this time, you'll be lonely at home alone. How about we make love tonight? Consider it a gesture of encouragement between husband and wife. I'm so afraid I might never see you again. Yang Yue shook his head. At a time like this you're still thinking about that. It's freezing cold, and I don't have the energy. Once we kill Wang Lu, we'll have plenty of opportunities, won't we? A flicker of disappointment passed through Zhao Yanrong's eyes. Alright honey, let's rest early. I'm not hungry now. If you are, you can have one of those 3 cups of noodles. Faced with his wife, who was suddenly much more reasonable than before, Yang Yue was overjoyed. He thought it was all because of the plan to kill Wang Lu that he and Yi Chen had made. Little did he know that Zhao Yanrong had already betrayed him. She no longer wanted any connection with Yang Yue. The reason she had suggested making love tonight was merely out of a sense of guilt. She felt sorry for betraying this simpleton and wanted to repay his kindness one last time. But this fool had no such thoughts. Since that was the case, she couldn't be blamed. From now on, she would be Wang Lu's woman. She would give everything to Wang Lu. She would use all her charms to please him. She was determined to live happily with Wang Lu. Li Ruobing, who lived in apartment 802 on the 8th floor, had also learned from various chat groups about the series of insane things Wang Lu had done that day. She was terrified. Li Ruobing had been contemplating whether to start a relationship with Wang Lu and stay by his side, so she could continuously get heat from him. However, Wang Lu had transformed from a generous benefactor into a fearsome tyrant. Moreover, rumors were spreading in the groups that the world had already ended. It was precisely because Wang Lu and Mu Yuqing, that despicable pair, knew the apocalypse had arrived that they had become so ruthless and disregarded human life. This flood of information left Li Ruobing's mind in turmoil. Since Wang Lu had turned so evil, should she still go see him tomorrow as planned? What if he imprisoned her? Just as Li Ruobing was feeling anxious and uncertain about the future, a friend request popped up. The sender was. It was Yi Chen. Li Ruobing frowned, hesitating for a long moment before finally agreeing to add him as a friend. From the messages in various small groups that evening, she had learned that Yi Chen's situation was unlike anyone else's. That man had predicted the calamity long before it struck. Thus he had fortified his home in advance and stockpiled ample supplies. He was the most comfortable person in the entire building, second only to Wang Lu. His home was as warm as spring, and he dined on steak and red wine every day. It was said that he would take a single bite of a lamb leg and then toss the rest into the trash. Truly a level of extravagance beyond compare. While everyone else suffered from hunger and cold, Yi Chen lived even more comfortably than before the apocalypse. When someone like that initiated a friend request, no one could refuse. After Li Ruobing accepted, Yi Chen, without sending a single message, immediately called her via video. This puzzled her greatly. She hesitated to answer, pondering his intentions. Yi Chen, seeing that Li Ruobing had not answered his video call, smiled even more brightly. He had guessed correctly. Li Ruobing, the aloof goddess, was indeed different from other women. By now, many women in the building, some single, some married, were actively sending Yi Chen friend requests. After adding him, they would either flirt seductively or offer their services, begging to move into his home, willing to do anything a woman could do for him. Some women even sent him outright provocative messages accompanied by explicit videos and photos flaunting their assets in hopes that Yi Chen would allow them into his safe house. Yet to Yi Chen's delight, Li Ruobing was remarkably different. He had initiated a video call, and she refused to answer. But Yi Chen was no simp who, after the first unanswered call, he did not try again. He scrolled through the photos in Li Ruobing's moments, a playful smirk on his face. This Li Ruobing was truly beautiful. Her figure was stunning. A woman like her, if she wore less clothing, would be an irresistible top-tier beauty one could never tire of. She was the most beautiful in the entire building. In truth, Yi Chen had not initially planned to add Li Ruobing as a friend. He intended to let the situation escalate and fear spread so that his comfortable life would stand in stark contrast to the others in the group. He believed that Li Ruobing, with her intelligence, would eventually approach him, add him as a friend, and ask to live in his home. Yi Chen was confident of that. However, Wang Lu did not follow the script. That bastard was far more ruthless than in his previous life. Before things had reached their worst, before cannibalism had begun, he had already started killing. This naturally disrupted Yi Chen's plan, preventing him from waiting for Li Ruobing to take the initiative. Because he had already sent several groups to poison Wang Lu. These people were mere pawns with no further use to Yi Chen. If they succeeded in killing Wang Lu with poison, that would be ideal. If not, it didn't matter. Yi Chen had no intention of keeping his promises. Those fools would never set foot in his safe house. But Li Ruobing was different. She was incredibly beautiful, a female Ph.D. and a top-tier surgeon. Whether it was her looks, her figure, or her skills, Yi Chen valued them all. She was the only person in the entire building he wanted to invite into his safe house. Yet there was one concern: what if, due to her frequent contact with Wang Lu, that brute defiled her first? Or worse, what if Wang Lu killed her over some minor mistake? That would be a tremendous loss for Yi Chen. Having been pinned up for days, he was also eager to find a woman to satisfy his personal needs. After much deliberation, only Li Ruobing suited his taste. Thus Yi Chen had to advance his plan, proactively adding her as a friend to gauge the relationship between her and Wang Lu. After browsing Li Ruobing's moments for a while, she sent him a message. He immediately checked it. The message was simple, just a question mark. Chen did not reply but instead called her again via video. He would not be a simp for any woman. For Li Ruobing, he believed he should not approach her as a sycophant. Instead, he would negotiate with her. First, he would clarify her current relationship with Wang Lu, then lay out his conditions. If she helped him accomplish certain tasks, he would allow her to move into his safe house. Then she would undoubtedly jump at the chance to move in. Once she was inside, he could finally relax and enjoy himself. This time to his satisfaction, Li Ruobing answered. However, the camera showed only darkness. He could see nothing. But he understood. After all, the entire building had lost power. It was already a miracle that Li Ruobing's phone could sustain a video call. How could he expect lighting? With no lights in her home, naturally he could see nothing. Still, it didn't matter. He had seen her face before. Living in the same building, he had often encountered Li Ruobing on the stairs. Her aura was truly captivating. And the faint, refreshing fragrance she emitted. He still cherished the memory. Li Ruobing, seeing Chen's bright, warm home, felt a pang of envy. Mister, yeah, I don't think we know each other. Why did you add me as a friend? Is there something you need? Li Ruobing asked. Chen, holding his phone and casually strolling around his home to show off, replied nonchalantly, Dr. Li, we're both smart people. I think we can skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Do you want to live in my home? Do you want to enjoy this warm, spring-like environment? Do you want an endless supply of delicious food? Li Ruobing watched Chen's carefree demeanor, her brows furrowed slightly. In the past, if someone had called to flirt with her like this, she would have blocked them without hesitation, even if he were a wealthy young master. But now she had to grit her teeth and continue the conversation with Chen. Indeed, the environment in Chen's home was something she liked and longed for. In this frozen apocalypse, it was truly a paradise. Mister, of course I would. Surviving in this ice apocalypse is a blessing, let alone living in such a luxurious environment as yours. But you must have conditions, right? Chen was delighted by her words. He was certain that Li Ruobing was envious. If he made the offer, she would throw herself into his arms without hesitation. This made Chen inwardly sneer at the so-called ice goddess. Women. Even if you were once the goddess pursued by countless men, what does it matter? In this frozen apocalypse, facing the threat of survival and death, you are all insignificant. If I, Chen, so choose, I can crook my finger, and you will come to me willingly, offering yourself to be toyed with. Dr. Li, you are indeed a very clever woman. There are conditions, but for you they are not too difficult. You need to answer a few questions honestly, and then I will tell you my conditions. Are you willing to cooperate? Li Ruobing replied immediately. Fine, I'll cooperate. Tell me, what are the conditions? In truth, her heart was in turmoil, far less resolute than she appeared. She was still wavering between Wang Lu and Chen. Her hesitation between the two wasn't due to a lack of faith in Chen or dislike for his environment. Rather, ever since she had touched Wang Lu, she felt that life with him might not be so bad. First, as long as she touched him daily, even in this icy apocalypse, she could stay warm and never feel cold. Moreover, she could move freely throughout the entire building. Most importantly, every time she interacted with Wang Lu, she felt a strange flutter in her heart, a wonderful sensation. But as for Chen, she had never had any contact with him before. Now he suddenly added her as a friend, called her via video, and proposed that she live with him under certain conditions. To put it bluntly, living together meant providing all sorts of services. As for the matters between a man and a woman, it was obvious they would happen frequently. If merely surviving was the goal, being with Wang Lu or Chen made little difference. She had to choose someone she truly liked. So Li Ruobing decided to first hear what Chen's conditions were and what he wanted her to do. Good, Dr. Li, you're straightforward. Let me ask you, what is your relationship with Wang Lu now? Have you two slept together? Hearing Chen's blunt words, Li Ruobing felt uncomfortable. But at this critical juncture, Chen was her second chance to survive. If Wang Lu turned out to be a heinous murderer, she would have no choice but to choose Chen. Even if she didn't rely on Chen or move into his home, it was still necessary to befriend him. After all, she was a doctor, and Chen needed her. Perhaps she could even obtain some medicine from him to save more people. Born into the apocalypse, Li Ruobing yearned to survive, but she also possessed a healer's benevolence. In such an environment, a doctor was precious. If someone fell ill with no one to turn to, only she could help them. Slept together. Mister, you misunderstand. Wang Lu and I are mere acquaintances. He suffered a severe leg injury, and I've been treating him these past 2 days. At first he paid me for the treatment, then he gave me food. We have never slept together, and remain quite courteous to each other. Chen was quite satisfied with this answer. Good, I believe you. Now let me tell you my requirements. As a doctor, you have easy access to Wang Lu, and with his injury, he won't lay a hand on you. This gives you a great opportunity to kill him. Once you do, he'll let you move into my safe house and live with me. Here you can shower every day, eat good food, and the temperature stays around 25 degrees. Even wearing a short-sleeved shirt, you'll feel warm and comfortable. You can even walk barefoot. So you just need to kill Wang Lu, and you can move in here. It's that simple. Upon hearing that she had to kill Wang Lu, Li Ruobing's heart raced. How could she possibly kill Wang Lu? It was too difficult. Wang Lu had 4 underlings, and now it seemed there was one more. Every time she approached him, his men were nearby. Even though she had practiced taekwondo for years, could she really catch him off guard and kill him? But those 4 underlings weren't pushovers. Even if she succeeded, she couldn't escape. She would lose her life too. Mr. Yi, if you're looking for an assassin, you've got the wrong person. I don't have that skill. I can't do it. Besides, how can I trust you when you say I can move in? Why should I believe you? If there's nothing else, let's hang up. Chen, reluctant to end the call upon hearing her icy yet alluring voice, quickly added, Dr. Li, who says you can't kill Wang Lu. You're a doctor. If you don't have poison, I do. You just need to pick it up from my doorstep. He'll leave it in a designated spot for you. Then you can make up some excuse, say something's wrong with Wang Lu, inject him, and leave with your medical bag. Wang Lu will be dead, and you can lock yourself in your room. His underlings won't be able to touch you. Of course, after the injection, come straight to my door. Once I confirm Wang Lu is dead, I'll let you in. If his underlings dare approach my door, I'll shoot them on the spot. Yes, I have a gun. I kill much more cleanly than Wang Lu. So from now on with me, you'll be absolutely safe. And I happen to need a doctor to take care of my health. The two of us together, perfect. Reborn was shocked by Chen's plan to kill Wang Lu. He actually had poison, and one that would take effect after she left safely. That kind of poison wasn't easy to come by. Where did he get it? But she didn't ask out of curiosity, knowing Chen was clever too. Asking would be pointless. He was waiting for a simple answer, yes or no. This left Reborn somewhat troubled. She didn't want to kill Wang Lu. On the contrary, she wanted to observe further. Was Wang Lu really a demon? Were the things people said in the group true? If not, being with Wang Lu might be a good choice. After all, he had been respectful to her in their few encounters. If he was, then she would have to consider Chen's plan. All of this would become clear when she met Wang Lu tomorrow. Since Chen was willing to provide poison, she might as well take it. Whether to kill Wang Lu or not, the choice was still hers. Fine, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it'll kill Wang Lu. I need to make that clear. I might use the poison for other purposes, or if Wang Lu turns out to be a ruthless murderer, I'll inject him without hesitation and kill him. Chen burst into laughter on the other end, seemingly unconcerned with her ambiguous answer. Dr. Li, I believe you'll make the right choice. Now pack up and head out as soon as you can. I'll leave the poison at my doorstep. Take it and hide it well. I hope you're the one to kill Wang Lu. Good luck. Goodbye. With that, Chen ended the video call. Reborn stared at the darkened screen, clenching her fists. After a moment of thought, she didn't hesitate. She left the room, descended the stairs, and quickly reached the 18th floor. Her physique was excellent, as she used to run 5 kilometers every morning. On weekends, she practiced taekwondo. She was now a black belt, unafraid of ordinary thugs. It was precisely because of her fighting skills that she had dared to treat Wang Lu's leg. Arriving at the door of 1802, she found a box of instant noodles and 6 steaks stacked there with the poison placed on top. Reborn was surprised. She hadn't expected Chen to be so generous, giving her a box of noodles and 6 steaks. She glanced around, quickly pocketed the small vial of poison, then picked up the noodles and steaks, hurrying downstairs. Back home, she set the supplies aside and examined the vial. Based on the label and a series of English words, she identified it as a potent snake venom originally used to treat certain diseases. Now Chen intended to use it to kill Wang Lu. Indeed, the poison would serve its purpose. The venom was highly toxic. Once injected or coming into contact with a wound, it would cause death within half an hour at most. After staring at the vial for a long time, she placed it in her medical kit. Whether this vial of poison would be used to harm or save lives depended on her single thought. Time passed. The next day dawned bright and sunny. When Wang Lu woke up, the sun was already high. Though snow was still falling outside, it didn't conflict with the clear weather, like a sun shower. But the environment remained bitterly cold. Wang Lu felt comfortable only because he stored a large amount of thermal energy in his body. Otherwise, sleeping in pajamas under a single blanket would have frozen him to death. Just then he heard clattering sounds from outside the door. Quite loud. Huh? What was going on? What were his... Stepping outside, Wang Lu saw Shirchang and the other 3 gathered around a stove warming themselves. Lu Manshan was nearby, using a hatchet and hammer to chop a wooden cabinet into small pieces, which he then tossed into the stove to burn. The sound came from the hammer striking the back of the hatchet. The flames in the stove were roaring fiercely, emitting a rumbling noise. A stovepipe connected to the stove channeled the smoke outside through the window. A pot was perched atop the stove, filled with water that had yet to boil, but was already steaming. The water had naturally been melted from the snow outside. Since it was snowing heavily, one could simply open the window and scoop snow from the windowsill. The snow would pile up again shortly after being taken, so there was no shortage of drinking water. The melted snow was remarkably clean and clear, as if purified by a filter. When the group saw Wang Lu emerge, they all came over to greet him. Shirchang and the other 3 were especially eager. Although they had been warming themselves by the stove and no longer felt cold, the sensation of Wang Lu transmitting heat directly into their bodies was unparalleled. Moreover, the warmth Wang Lu gave them could last an entire day. This was something the stove could never match. Thus the 4 immediately approached Wang Lu, showering him with flattery and greetings before asking for a dose of warmth. Wang Lu was generous with his underlings. He shook hands with each of them, transferring a trace of heat. The 4 instantly felt as if spring had arrived, a warmth so blissful it moved them to tears. They showered Wang Lu with grateful praise. Lu Manshan watched with a puzzled expression. Just then Wang Lu walked over to him. "Old Lu, come here. Let me shake your hand and give you a gift. Lu Manchon quickly set down his hatchet, tossed a few pieces of wood into the stove, and said with a grin, "Boss, you've got nothing in your hands. What gift are you giving me?" Wang Lu didn't say much, simply took his hand and transferred a trace of warmth. Lu Manchon was still cold despite his constant work. His hands and feet were icy. But as soon as Wang Lu's warmth entered his body, Lu Manchon felt his limbs become warm in an instant. This warmth was incredibly comforting. It was as if he had been transported from a frozen wasteland to a tropical rainforest. The sensation was beyond imagination. Comfortable. Utterly comfortable. Wang Lu released Lu Manchon's hand and said with a smile, "All right, I've given you today's gift. Now get back to chopping wood and keep the stove blazing. As long as you stick with me, I'll give you this kind of lasting warmth every day, so you'll never fear the cold again." Lu Manchon nodded, dumbly, utterly stunned. Chong and the others, seeing his awe, began to explain. "Old Lu, do you know why you feel so warm and comfortable? It's because our boss gave you the precious heat he worked so hard to absorb. That's right, our boss awakened his superpower in this frozen apocalypse. We brothers are so energetic and lively every day, even wearing few clothes, because the boss gives us warmth. Otherwise would have frozen long ago. So if we want to live well, we must be absolutely loyal to the boss. Only when the boss thrives can we thrive. Understand?" Lu Manchon listened, stunned, nodding repeatedly, his eyes filled with emotion. The impact of this revelation was immense. He knelt before Wang Lu and knocked his head twice on the ground, the sound resounding with sincerity. Wang Lu helped him up and said with a smile, "Old Lu, you've passed my test. You're one of my people now. No need to be so emotional. I trust those I employ, and I don't employ those I doubt. From now on, just follow me and keep chopping wood." Lu Manchon wiped away his tears and nodded eagerly. "Yes, boss." Then, filled with renewed vigor, as if he had shed 10 years of age, he chopped wood with a crisp, rhythmic sound. Wang Lu casually pulled up a stool and sat by the stove to warm himself. This stove was quite large, not the small iron kind one might imagine. It was a square stove made of steel pipes and iron sheets. It might be more fitting to call it a hearth rather than a stove. It was square with an opening at the front for feeding, wood, an ash box below, and a pot holder on top. At the back there was a flue opening to connect a stovepipe that vented the smoke outside. Overall it resembled a hearth. Lu Manchon had built it this way due to limited resources, unable to make it more elegant. He had quickly designed a steel frame and wrapped it with several layers of iron sheets to form the stove. The stove was almost identical to a hearth, except it had 4 legs for support. The combustion chamber was large enough to hold plenty of wood. At that moment the flames inside were roaring fiercely, the iron sheets blackened by the heat radiating warmth throughout the surroundings. Wang Lu was in a good mood. He placed his hands near the stove to absorb heat. The intense flames from the stove produced a far greater heat than a gas burner. The closer his hands got, the more efficient the absorption. His hands inched closer until he finally pressed them against the iron sheets. The sheets had turned a faint, glowing red, even hotter than before. But as Wang Lu's hands made contact, the red instantly faded to black and the temperature dropped. Soon the entire surface of the stove began to cool. Almost all the heat from the flames was absorbed by Wang Lu. The sensation of a massive influx of heat rushing into his dantian was incredibly exhilarating. Absorbing so much heat was truly satisfying, far more pleasant than the 2 flames from the gas stove earlier. As the heat continuously gathered in his dantian, Wang Lu once again sensed the stirring of a flame. Though the flame had not yet materialized, the rapid convergence of vast heat filled him with hope, great hope. To make the fire burn even more fiercely, Wang Lu called out to Lu Manchon, "Old Lu, stop chopping wood. Quickly pour some oil on the fire to make it blaze even brighter. Hurry." Lu Manchon wasted no time. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a jug of vegetable oil, poured some into a bowl, and then splashed it into the firewood opening. The oil hit the flames, and the fire roared even more violently with a deep rumbling sound. Brilliant light burst from the gaps in the stovepipe, and nearly the entire pipe was filled with flame. This showed how fierce the fire had become. The more intense the flames, the more heat Wang Lu absorbed. He felt ecstatic and commanded again, "Quick, Old Lu, pour more oil. Pour it generously. Make the fire burn even brighter." "On it, boss." Lu Manchon didn't hesitate. He might not understand Wang Lu's situation, but the boss orders were absolute. Bowl after bowl of oil was poured onto the flames, which crackled and popped. Yet the surrounding temperature remained unchanged. Only Wang Lu felt the growing torrent of heat converging into his dantian. The heat within his dantian began to coalesce. After more than 20 minutes of absorption, using 2 cabinets worth of wood accelerated by oil, and with his 5 underlings working tirelessly, a tiny weak flame finally flickered to life in Wang Lu's dantian. The flame was minuscule, smaller than a candle's, barely a tenth of its size. But Wang Lu was overjoyed. At last there was light. A flame had appeared within his dantian. Finally there was a spark of flame, a faint flicker that had emerged within his dantian. That mere wisp of fire made Wang Lu feel as though an explosive surge of heat was coursing through his entire being. The heat that had accumulated in his body before seemed in his estimation sufficient for 3 to 5 years, yet compared to this tiny flame, it was utterly insignificant. A difference of 100,000 miles. Just as he was elated, the flame within his dantian stirred. It appeared to be in a state of excitement, as if it had encountered something it deeply adored. Splitting in two, it flowed along Wang Lu's meridians toward the palms of his hands. Wang Lu had no idea how this flame could travel through his body. The next moment, the stove, which had been pitch black, turned a blazing red in the blink of an eye, glowing like a brilliant lantern. Even the iron pot atop it had turned crimson. The water inside the pot hissed and sizzled as white steam erupted violently, startling the 5 underlings into scrambling away in all directions. Wang Lu, however, stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. As the entire pot turned red, he sensed that something miraculous was unfolding. The stove and iron pot, now glowing red, emitted a potent metallic aura. This metallic aura was flowing through his hands, entering his body, and converging within his dantian. Wang Lu absorbed the metallic aura with incredible speed. Within 10 seconds, it was completely gone. The red-hot stove and iron pot gradually lost their luster, fading from crimson to a dull hue. Only then did Wang Lu realize that the 2 small flames on his hands had vanished. In their place, there was an abundance of heat within his dantian, along with a trace of metallic aura. The flames had transformed back into heat. However, compared to the heat that had existed before the flames formed, this portion had been reduced by more than half. This pained Wang Lu deeply. It had taken such effort to conjure the flames, only for them to be consumed entirely after heating a stove and an iron pot. Fortunately, in the process, he had awakened a new ability, the power to absorb metallic aura. What use could this metallic aura serve? As he pondered, the stove and iron pot suddenly crumbled to the ground, reduced to black carbon-like fragments. The wood that had been burning was already reduced to ashes. Now the ground was littered with black debris and ashes. Nothing else remained. Not a single piece of iron, and even the stovepipe connecting to the stove had mostly vanished. Every part that had been heated red was gone, transformed into black slag. Gazing at the scene before him, Wang Lu's heart brimmed with excitement. He seemed to understand that he had acquired the ability to absorb the metallic aura of steel. Once the metallic aura was drawn away, the steel would lose its inherent properties and carbonize into useless debris. Perhaps the metallic aura, like heat, could be harnessed for his own use. Shihong and the other 4 were utterly dumbfounded by the bizarre sight, staring at Wang Lu as if he were a freak. But since Wang Lu remained silent, none of them dared to speak. They simply watched in stunned silence. After contemplating everything, Wang Lu slowly rose to his feet, channeling the metallic aura from his dantian into his fist. This metallic aura, like the heat, was remarkably obedient. With a mere thought, he could make it appear anywhere on his body. As the metallic aura enveloped his entire fist, Wang Lu examined his hand. Though it appeared unchanged, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. It was as if his hand had become the hardest substance in the world. Driven by curiosity, Wang Lu slammed his fist fiercely into the floor beneath him. With a dull thud, the floor cracked open on impact. The point of impact was reduced to powder, leaving a crater in the floor. Sensing the power of that punch and the sensation of his fist striking the floor, Wang Lu was overjoyed. He understood. Finally, he understood. The metallic aura could turn his fist into something as hard as steel. When he punched the floor, his fist felt no pain. In fact, it was quite pleasant. Yet the damage to the floor was immense, as if he had struck it with a sledgehammer. To further test this ability, Wang Lu approached the marble coffee table, clenched his fist, and delivered blow after blow. The unyielding marble table cracked under his assault. With each subsequent punch, the table shattered more severely. After demolishing the marble table, he channeled the metallic aura into his foot and kicked a vase on the balcony. A single kick shattered the large vase into pieces. Wang Lu's foot felt nothing. Kicking the vase was as effortless as kicking tofu. Shihong, Zhou Halei, Chen Huiping, Lian Yufeng, and Lu Manshan were utterly dumbfounded. What had been astonishment was now sheer shock. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Could it be that their boss had gained another superpower? This was utterly terrifying. With fists and feet that hard, who would dare to cross the boss in the future? One punch from him could kill a person. It was horrifying. Yet even more shocking things were yet to come. After kicking the vase, Wang Lu went to the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and brought it down on his own arm. The 5 men's hearts leaped into their throats with fear. Initially, he struck lightly. The cleaver clanged against his arm with a metallic ring. Wang Lu discovered that the cleaver's blows were utterly imperceptible, like a mere tickle. So he placed his arm on the kitchen counter and swung the cleaver with greater force. Yet no matter how hard he tried, it remained painless. The cleaver's attack was negligible against his hardened arm. The metallic aura was truly incredible. Gritting his teeth, Wang Lu mustered all his strength and brought the cleaver down onto his arm with a mighty swing. With a crisp ring of metal striking metal, the cleaver's blade chipped, leaving a large notch. Still, Wang Lu felt no pain in his arm. Even such a violent strike could not harm him in the slightest. Wang Lu smiled, a radiant, joyous smile. This superpower was absolutely amazing. Even with just a trace of metallic aura, he could withstand the fierce blows of a cleaver. What would happen if he absorbed even more metallic aura in the future? If he could envelop his entire body in this powerful metallic aura, wouldn't he achieve an indestructible state? Then no one would be able to harm him. With this thought, Wang Lu's blood surged with fervor. Awesome, truly awesome. Not only was he impervious to cold, but soon he would become invulnerable. In this apocalypse, that would be an extraordinary existence. With metallic aura covering his entire body, what was there to fear, even if he confronted Yi Chun Heiden? With enough metallic aura, he believed even bullets could not harm him. To verify whether the metallic aura could protect every part of his body, Wang Lu channeled it to his head. Then he picked up several bowls from the kitchen and smashed them against his skull. With a series of crisp cracks, the bowls shattered into pieces. Wang Lu patted his head, brushing the debris to the floor. Checking the mirror, he saw that not a single hair was out of place. His head was incredibly hard, as if he had mastered the iron head technique. Now Wang Lu was thoroughly delighted. His hypothesis had been confirmed. The metallic aura could be transmitted to any part of his body. Though the amount was limited in times of danger, he could direct it wherever needed, making that area as hard as steel. With this revelation, Wang Lu's perspective broadened instantly. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Since he could instantly harden parts of his body, could he also make the root of human procreation equally unyielding? If that were possible, wouldn't he achieve the legendary state of eternal endurance? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Moreover, he could alternately envelop it with metallic aura, then let it fade or rapidly cycle between covering and uncovering. This would grant him the remarkable ability of perfect control. Imagenius. Haha. Indeed, with this expanded perspective, the applications of my superpower are truly vast. However, this particular aspect couldn't be tested immediately. It seemed he would need to find a woman today. Even if not to satisfy certain needs, he had to test whether this ability could be used that way. How effective and thrilling it would be. But whom should he choose? While Wang Lu was smirking and plotting in his mind, Shirchong Zhou Halei, Lian Yufeng, Chun Huaping, and Lu Manshan, his 5 underlings, could no longer contain their astonishment. They crowded around him, touching his arms and scrutinizing him from head to toe, their eyes brimming with shock and curiosity. Boss, have you awakened another superpower? Boss, you're incredible. You're so tough. Boss, you're really hard. You punched a hole right through the floor. And your head's tough too. You smashed a bowl with it and shattered it. If you tried a cleaver on your head, it'd probably break. Boss, you're amazing. It's our fortune to follow you. Boss, you're too powerful. Tell us, have you awakened another superpower? How do we awaken one? We want to awaken two. Yeah, boss, teach us. How do we awaken superpowers? The underlings chattered around Wang Lu. Snapping back to reality, Wang Lu grinned at his 5 subordinates and said, "That's right, I've awakened another superpower. My entire body is now indestructible. Even if you shot me, you couldn't harm a single hair. But this superpower, I'm not sure if I can share it with you yet. We'll talk about it later. It's different from the last one. It's very unstable. Once it settles, I'll try to see if I can share a bit with you. As for how to awaken your own superpowers, I really can't help. My awakening was beyond my control. I woke up one day, and it was there. What can I do? I want to teach you, but I don't even know how superpowers come about, so how can I instruct you?" Though the 5 underlings didn't get the secret to awakening superpowers, their eyes still sparkled with excitement. After all, their boss could share heat with them. His first superpower was shareable. Perhaps once his indestructible superpower stabilized, he might share that too. Then they too could become indestructible. They would grow incredibly powerful. Just imagining it made them nearly tear up with joy. They showered Wang Lu with gratitude and flattery. Uninterested, Wang Lu waved them off. Enough, stop with the useless talk. A new day has begun. We may not lack food or drink now, but this is the apocalypse. I can awaken superpowers, and so can others. So we must grow stronger, especially me. That way, when we encounter true superpowered beings, we can defeat them and survive. For now, aside from me, there's another superpowered person in this building, Yi Chun. What we saw of Yi Chun's abilities was just the tip of the iceberg. He has far more terrifying powers he hasn't revealed. He just doesn't want to leave his safe room yet. If he did, we'd be in trouble. So all of you need a sense of urgency and act swiftly, understand? The 5 underlings nodded vigorously as if injected with adrenaline. Boss, we get it. No wonder Yi Chun lives so well. He's a superpowered person too. It's terrifying. We never expected the world to become like this. Luckily, we're fortunate to have you as our boss. Just say the word, and we'll do anything. We'll give it our all, and never slack off. We're utterly loyal. Yeah, boss, in this apocalypse, we can only trust you. Following you means we'll eat well, drink well, enjoy life, and have everything we want. Right. Following you is the best decision and the greatest luck of our lives. Boss, just give us orders. We'll carry them out without hesitation. Wang Lu looked at his excited underlings and said, "Good, I need you to do one thing now. First, go to the underground garage, drain the gasoline from the cars into barrels, and collect as much as you can. Then go up to the rooftop and clear a space for a fire. Carry as many old clothes and wooden furniture up there as possible. Bring the gasoline to the rooftop and be ready to pour it over the piles. I'm going to start a massive fire. This way I can absorb a tremendous amount of heat. Only enough heat can boost my powers and keep supplying you with warmth. From now on, do this every day. There are plenty of cars in the garage, so gasoline won't run out. Now split up and get to work. Do you have confidence?" Without a second thought, they replied, "Of course, boss. Your word is our command. We're on it. Lu Manshan and Shirchong rushed down to the first-floor garage. First, they found 2 large plastic barrels, a siphon hose, a crowbar, and a hand drill in Lu Manshan's home to drain fuel from the car's gas tanks. Lu Manshan had thought it through. Some cars have anti-siphon screens that block the hose while others don't. For those he couldn't siphon, Lu Manshan had a plan: drill a hole in the bottom of the tank with the hand drill and collect the gasoline directly with a barrel. Sure, it would ruin the car, but so what? It's the apocalypse. Superpowered beings are everywhere. Who cares about a car? Chen Huaping, Lian Yufeng, and Zhou Hailei gathered clothes, shoes, and bags from home and carried them to the rooftop. These items belonged to Mu Yuqing. That woman was a shopaholic, always spending beyond her means, buying everything in sight. Bags filled an entire wardrobe, shoes were countless, and dresses and coats were endless. The 3 were thrilled. Carrying so many clothes to the rooftop meant a long burning fire. Their boss would be pleased. Wang Lu had a reason for choosing the rooftop for the fire. There was a reason why Wang Lu chose to set the fire on the rooftop. Since heavy snow fell every day, the snow on the ground in the neighborhood had piled up several meters high, making it impossible to ignite a fire. But the rooftop was different. Due to its elevated position, the wind there blew much more fiercely. Therefore, the snow on the rooftop was less than half a meter thick. As it snowed, the wind blew the snow off the roof, sending it down to the ground. Under such circumstances, it was highly suitable to start a fire on the rooftop. Simply by climbing to the rooftop, one could clear a spacious area with their feet and then set the fire. One might not even need to clear the area. Just throw the clothes directly onto the snow. Then pour gasoline on them and ignite the fire. Quick and convenient. Zhou Hailei, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huaping, each carrying a bundle of clothes, arrived at the top of the fire stairwell on the 18th floor. They could not go any higher. Above them was the square opening that led to the rooftop. Although there was a steel ladder, they had to use a portable ladder to reach it and then climb up. Otherwise, it was impossible. Even jumping up, they could not grab the steel ladder. The 3 were not in a hurry. First, they poured some water from a thermos flask onto the iron fire door on the 18th floor, freezing the lock to prevent Yi Chun from coming out. Then they left the clothes there and continued running downstairs to dismantle cabinets and carry wooden planks upstairs. As for how to get to the rooftop, Lu Manshan had already told everyone. After Lu Manshan and Shirchong finished collecting gasoline, they would bring the steel frame ladder, the kind that we current electricians always carry around, from Lu Manshan's home to this spot on the 18th floor. As long as they set up the ladder, they could easily step onto it and reach the steel ladder, then climb up to the rooftop. As a maintenance worker, Lu Manshan had been to the rooftop many times before. This was extremely easy for him. Therefore, Chen Huaping, Lian Yufeng, and Zhou Hailei only needed to transport the items to the opening leading to the rooftop. Of course, before moving the items, the 3 of them took spears and destroyed all the surveillance cameras from the 10th floor to the 18th floor, and only then began transporting the goods. In this way, it would be very difficult for Yi Chun to find out what Wang Lu was up to. Without the cameras, Yi Chun could see nothing. Moreover, Yi Chun was as timid as a mouse. Without knowing what was happening outside, he simply did not dare to leave his room. This also increased the safety margin for Wang Lu's underlings. After Zhou Hailei, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huipeng chopped up all the useless cabinets on the 10th floor and carried them out, things quieted down on Wang Lu's side. Next, the 3 lackeys would no longer bring wardrobe cabinets or wooden cabinets from the 10th floor. They would go to the apartment on the 5th floor to look for wooden cabinets, clothes, and sofas. In short, everything that could burn would be dismantled and brought to the rooftop. As the boss, Wang Lu naturally would not do such menial work. He was at home, lying on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, lazily enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Just then, a series of beeping sounds came from the house. All the appliances emitted the kind of notification sound that indicates power is back. Suddenly, the power came back. Wang Lu saw the refrigerator light turn on and realized that indeed the electricity had returned. It seemed that the country had adopted an intermittent power supply strategy. This must be correct. It was the same in the original storyline. From now on, power would be supplied once a day, each time for at most 2 hours. 2 hours of electricity was enough. This delighted Wang Lu. Having electricity was great. With electricity, he could do so many things. At that moment, Wang Lu's phone had only 2% battery left and was about to shut down. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the power came back. How wonderful. So Wang Lu immediately searched the room, found a charger, and plugged in his phone. Then he found a kettle, boiled some water, and made tea. After brewing the tea, Wang Lu sat down, leisurely sipping the tea while pondering his own matters. If his metallic essence could truly be passed on to his underlings and shared with his companions, that would be a good thing for him. No matter how powerful he became, he was still just one person. Later, when he had accumulated more metallic essence, he could share some with his underlings, making them stronger. Then they would be able to do more for him. For now, the top priority was to store more heat in his dantian, an endless amount of heat. He just needed to madly accumulate heat. With enough heat, he could transform it into flames at any time. And flames were extremely powerful. In an instant, they could heat steel red hot, helping him absorb metallic essence. In the future, as long as he condensed enough flames in his dantian, absorbing metallic essence would become a piece of cake, wouldn't it? When encountering an iron door, he could simply place his hand on it to heat it red hot, and then drain all the metallic essence. In this way he could also deal with those disobedient neighbors. Whoever dared to disobey him, he would go to their home and burn down their door. At the same time, he could also deal with Chen. If he managed to condense enough flames, the metallic essence could also make his entire body indestructible like diamond. When the time came, he would go directly to Chen's doorstep and cause trouble. Chen would surely shoot at him with crossbow bolts or even fire a gun. But what could that do? He had an indestructible body, and the metal of that iron door of his was definitely good stuff. The iron door was very thick like a wall. With such a large amount of metal, as long as he heated the entire door red hot, he could madly absorb its metallic essence. And at that moment, if Chen pressed against the door to ambush him, wouldn't that bastard be roasted alive? The thought alone was thrilling. At this thought, a smile spread across Wang Lu's lips. The future was truly full of hope. As long as he obtained enough flames, the possibilities were endless. In this apocalypse, he could not only survive, but also live quite comfortably. Chen was the child of destiny in this world. If he were to kill him, what would happen? It was truly a bit curious, and he could hardly wait. Just as Wang Lu was lost in thought, a slight noise came from Lu Man's room. It seemed to be a woman's painful wail. Huh, a woman. Wang Lu then remembered, yes, there was still a woman in this house. That was Mu Yuqing. He had sent her to old Liu's room last night, and she hadn't come out since. He wondered how that woman was doing now. Old Lu was really not up to the task. He had told him to torture her to death, so why was she still alive? Wang Lu picked up his phone to check the time, then stood up to go to old Liu's room to see how Mu Yuqing was. As a result, just after checking the time, he found that Shun Baiwei had sent him a voice message. At the same time, there was a friend request from someone named Rangier. Wang Lu calmly took a sip of tea, not in a hurry to attend to Mu Yuqing's fate, and first checked Shun Baiwei's message. There were several messages. He casually opened one. Immediately, the syrupy, sheep-like voice of Shun Baiwei came through. Brother Wang Lu, you really are so. Brother Wang Lu, you are truly remarkable. Those people truly deserve to die ganging up together to bully you. They thought you were easy to push around, and even tried to steal your supplies. They were courting death. Brother Wang Lu, you killed them well. You have made Baiwei so admiring of you. You are the great hero in Baiwei's eyes. Brother Wang Lu, although you and your underlings killed people, I believe it was self-defense. They came to provoke and wanted to steal your supplies, so you had no choice but to act in self-defense. Those people, they truly deserve to die. Brother Wang Lu, you did the right thing. Baiwei fully supports you. Baiwei adores you the most. Oh, by the way, Brother Wang Lu, weren't you feeling down yesterday? Didn't you say you wanted me and my sister to come take care of you to experience the charm of sisters? I've thought it over. I accept your request, Brother Wang Lu. I know you were in a bad mood at the time, which is why you lost your temper with me. I believe you are a good person, Brother Wang Lu. My sister and I both admire you so much. We sisters are more than willing to serve you together and make your life even better. Oh, Brother Wang Lu, my sister, and I can't wait to come to you. Please tell me, when can we go find you? When can we have fun together? Please tell me, I really miss you. Wang Lu listened to Shun Baiwei's voice messages one after another, feeling that this woman was truly disgusting. She spoke with a syrupy, coquettish voice that made his bones feel limp and uncomfortable. She was just like those chickens in a brothel. Wang Lu was well aware of this woman's background. On the surface, she always pretended to be pure, maintaining a white lotus persona. But in reality, this woman was rotten to the core. During her college years, she often went out to transact with rich bosses, selling herself for over 1,000 yuan each time to build her image as a wealthy girl. Her sister's persona was also crafted with the money she earned from selling herself. But her sister also followed the same path. The two sisters were birds of a feather. Wang Lu would never have any relationship with such two green tea white lotuses, because he found them dirty. Even though these two women had no diseases and their looks and figures were excellent in every way and they were quite enticing. But Wang Lu still felt they were not worthy of his attention. In comparison, Zhao Yinrong, the wife of the young couple on the 5th floor, was someone Wang Lu valued highly. At least Zhao Yinrong didn't use her body to make money, nor did she fool around. She was much cleaner than the sisters Shun Baiwei and Shun Baixue. Zhao Yinrong married her husband early right after college graduation, and they haven't had children to this day. Moreover, Zhao Yinrong had an explosive figure, and her looks were up to standard. Most importantly, she was very seductive. That kind of seductiveness was ingrained in her bones, something ordinary women truly lacked. Therefore, Wang Lu would rather say to Zhao Yanrong's husband Yang, "Iwei, your wife, I shall take care of her, worry not." He would not accept the sisters Shun Baiwei and Shun Baixue. But then, Wang Lu had a wicked idea. He wouldn't play with these two green tea white lotuses himself, but that didn't mean his underlings wouldn't like them. When the time comes, he could also use these two green tea white lotuses to humiliate Chen. In short, there were plenty of things to do. How could he refuse a gift that came to him? Wang Lu thought for a moment, then replied to Shun Baiwei with a voice message, "Miss Shin, you are indeed very sensible. Your performance has satisfied me greatly. This young master has long wanted to play with you two sisters. Alright, come to room 1001 on the 10th floor tonight at 8 o'clock. This young master will have a good time with you tonight. I want to taste the flavor of the sisters, ha." After sending the message, Shun Baiwei and Shun Baixue, who were charging their phones, listened, and their faces were filled with excitement. Shun Baiwei said happily to her sister Shun Baixue, great. He agreed. This lust-blinded bastard Wang Lu, he never dreams that today is his death day. Baixue replied to him with the next voice message. Make sure to be seductive and alluring to make Wang Lu like us sisters even more. After we drain Wang Lu dry when he is exhausted and enjoying himself, we will pour poison directly into his mouth, then cover his mouth, and let him die on the spot. Then we sisters will tell his underlings that Wang Lu suddenly seems to be sick. His underlings will be very worried, and will all rush into the room to check on him. We sisters just need to close the door, quickly slip out of Wang Lu's place, and then go to Yi Chen. In this way we can enjoy Yi Chen's paradise-like environment. Shun Baixue nodded excitedly. Good sister, your plan is perfect. Give me the phone, I'll say some seductive words to Wang Lu. I want him to like me so much that he can't resist. Then we sisters will definitely turn him into a limp shrimp, unable to even crawl, haha. Shun Baiwei quickly handed the phone to her sister Shun Baixue. Shun Baixue pressed the voice button and began to speak to Wang Lu in an even more seductive tone. Brother Wang Lu, I am Baixue Baiwei's sister. I also admire you so much, brother Wang Lu. My sister was just talking to you and didn't give me a chance. Brother Wang Lu, Baixue truly admires and loves you. Tonight you must be gentle with Baixue. Baixue's whole body is snow white, you must not break me. Wang Lu heard Shin Baixue's words and felt another wave of nausea, almost throwing his phone away. In the end, Wang Lu steeled himself and sent a text message. 2 little sluts, you really are horny. Tonight it'll make you scream your throats out. Damn, remember to come on time. After sending this message, he closed the chat with Shun Baiwei and accepted the friend request from the user named Rangier. As soon as the friend was added, an unexpected scene occurred. This woman, named Rangier, without even a greeting, sent Wang Lu photo after photo of herself naked. Her expressions and poses were extremely seductive. The fabric on her body was pitifully little, almost indecent. What should be exposed, and what shouldn't, all were exposed. In short, the woman's charm was displayed to the fullest. After looking at the photos, Wang Lu wanted to give this woman a thumbs up on the spot. It must be said this woman was truly seductive. She was none other than Zhao Yanrong, a thorough villainous. No wonder in the later plot this antagonist would be so fond of toying with her. It must be said the way she postured and performed to please the villain was still quite stunning. Just as Wang Lu was about to send a few question marks to demand an explanation, the other party had already sent a voice message. Young Master Wang, what do you think? Have you seen my photos? I am sincere about becoming your woman. Do you want me? Do you like me? Let me live with you, let me take care of you, young Master Wang. After listening to Zhao Yanrong's extremely flirtatious words, Wang Lu's face was full of amused smiles. This woman was interesting. Oh, you are indeed seductive enough. I, the young master, like this kind of seduction in you. To be honest, the first time I saw your wedding photos, I wanted to pin you, this little vixen, firmly onto the bed. But confessing to me so suddenly seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? You are a married woman, aren't you forcing me to be a chow chow? Zhao Yanrong, who had been nervous, showed a face full of joy upon hearing Wang Lu's teasing words. She knew she had succeeded. Young Master Wang liked her. Although he hadn't directly agreed, his words essentially meant yes. At this moment, Zhao Yanrong was hiding in her own bathroom, the door tightly shut. Using the electricity at home, she turned on the bathroom heater and hairdryer to full blast. This way her husband Yang Yiwei, who was charging his phone outside the bathroom, could not hear her conversation with Wang Lu. To better gain Wang Lu's trust, Zhao Yanrong knew she could no longer just use her beauty as a bargaining chip. Young Master Wang had certainly had his share of women. She had to both use the beauty he liked to win his favor and show enough sincerity. So she sent Wang Lu another voice message. Young Master Wang, don't you want to be a chow chow? Being a chow chow is very tempting. I really want you to be a chow chow, and I like chow chow too. As long as young Master Wang agrees. I promise you will feel blissful beyond the heavens. Also, I have a big secret to tell you right now. Someone is going to harm you, and you won't be able to defend against it. As long as you let me come to your side, I will tell you all the secrets and ensure you are not hurt in the slightest. I cherish you deeply, young Master Wang. I want to live with you and grow old together. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu burst out laughing. He didn't believe Zhao Yanrong's lies. This woman was simply dissatisfied with her husband's incompetence and feared she would starve or freeze if she stayed with him. That was why she was being so flirtatious and reckless behind her husband's back, hoping to win the favor of this meal ticket. If she followed him the day she found a better meal ticket, she would undoubtedly betray him without hesitation and go to another man. This kind of woman had no sense of integrity. Wang Lu, however, did not disappoint her. He answered bluntly, fine, then come over. I no longer live on the 5th floor. I'm in 1001. Just knock on the door. Upon receiving Wang Lu's answer, Zhao Yanrong was so happy, she jumped twice in the bathroom. She was overjoyed and excited. Wang Lu had agreed to let her be his woman, to come to his side and live with him. Great. From now on, following Wang Lu, she would not starve or freeze. As for her useless husband, let him eat shit with Yi Chen. After a short moment of happiness, Zhao Yanrong immediately replied with a more tender and seductive voice. All right, young Master Wang. Oh no, I mean husband. I love you so much. Your wife is coming to serve you now. Wait for me. After sending this voice message to Wang Lu, she immediately took off her 2 heavy down jackets. Then she began to brush her teeth, and groom herself with the water she had prepared. At this time the bathroom heater and hairdryer were on, making the temperature much higher than outside. So she wasn't cold even after taking off her down jacket. Zhao Yanrong was very excited about meeting Wang Lu next. She was determined to show him her most charming and beautiful side. That way Wang Lu would like her. Also, she had to take off her bulky trousers to reveal her long, sexy legs. After all, once she went to Wang Lu's place, the trousers would have to come off anyway. When Wang Lu saw her, he would surely be unable to resist, and something might even happen right there in his home. So what difference did it make whether she wore those thick, puffy trousers or not? Thinking this, Zhao Yanrong happily put on a youthful makeup look. Although she was already 28, she was quite confident in her appearance and believed she was not inferior to young girls. She had naturally fair, cool-toned skin, and she had taken good care of herself. Ever since college, she had been expertly manipulating her current husband. If you love me, buy me good cosmetics. If you love me, give me designer bags. If you love me, buy me beautiful dresses. In short, from college to marriage, she had kept Yang Yiwei completely wrapped around her finger. Originally, Zhao Yanrong had thought she might meet an even richer man later, but unfortunately her luck wasn't good. From the time she met her husband in college until now, she had never encountered a very wealthy playboy who liked her. So she had no choice but to marry her current husband Yang Yiwei. Now Zhao Yanrong felt she had found a new direction and a big goal in life. She applied her makeup very seriously, as if attending a job interview. She didn't allow even the slightest deviation in her eyebrows, repeatedly adjusting the tail direction. She also continuously adjusted the shade of her gradient lips. It had to be glossy and tender yet seductive, while also conveying a sense of innocence. In short, at that moment Zhao Yanrong transformed into a top-tier makeup artist, meticulously decorating every inch of her face. She could not tolerate any flaws. She had to present the most perfect and beautiful version of herself to Wang Lu. A man's first impression of a woman was crucial. Although Wang Lu had seen her wedding photos at her home before, wedding photos were heavily retouched and hardly resembled reality. Only her figure looked appealing in those pictures. But her face was completely different from how she looked now. So she could not afford to be careless. She had to show off her long, slender legs when meeting Wang Lu, and also let her youthful, pretty face imprint on his heart. Even though she was already a married woman, she had to dress like a young girl. This contrast effect was definitely what Wang Lu liked. And when she acted seductive and wild with him, he would surely like her even more. Men have no resistance to contrasting women. And she was definitely the leading figure among such contrasting women. Zhao Yanrong's grooming took a long time. Yang Yiwei knocked on the door several times before she finally opened it. After leaving the bathroom, she naturally put her down jacket back on, as it was too cold. When Yang Yiwei saw his wife so beautifully made up, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. "Honey, you are really beautiful. You look even more radiant than the first time I met you. Your makeup today is so lovely that I feel a bit tempted to." Zhao Yanrong rolled her eyes at Yang Yiwei and said, "Do you still want to kill Wang Lu? Getting excited at a time like this? Get lost. Don't touch a single hair on me now. If Wang Lu doesn't like me and I can't get close to him, how am I supposed to kill him? Then how will you report to Yi Chen? You're nothing but a hindrance." Yang Yiwei, scolded by Zhao Yanrong, just grinned and said, all right, my wife is right. My wife is the most beautiful. But seriously, you are really sexy and alluring today. You make a man's mind wander. With your current look, not only Wang Lu, but even Yi Chen would surely like you. What do you think would happen if I took a photo of you and sent it to Yi Chen? Zhao Yanrong directly gave Yang Yiwei a get lost and returned to the bedroom to pack her belongings. Yi Chen, humph, merely a hypocrite incomparable to Wang Lu. Yang Yiwei followed closely behind. He was now certain that his wife, dressed so beautifully and alluringly, would surely be able to kill Wang Lu. After killing Wang Lu, he could take his wife and seek refuge with Yi Chen. From then on, the three of them could live together in Yi Chen's warm home. Just imagining it felt delightful. The price was sharing his wife, but as long as they could survive, as long as they weren't starved or frozen to death, what did it matter? In the future, he could just get rid of this worthless woman and find another one. Yang Yiwei was now flattering Zhao Yanrong endlessly. Zhao Yanrong paid him little heed, placing a suitcase on the bed and continuously folding clothes from the wardrobe into it. Yang Yiwei was utterly bewildered. He asked Zhao Yanrong in confusion, "Honey, why does it feel like you're moving out today? Besides taking your intimate clothes, why are you also grabbing several unopened pairs of stockings? And even that batch of very sensual stockings you hoarded before. Can they be used in this freezing weather? Oh right, why are you taking so many human descendant isolation sheets? Dealing with that Wang Lu shouldn't require such thorough preparation, should it?" Zhao Yanrong was already fed up with her husband nagging behind her. She immediately stuffed 3 boxes of human descendant isolation sheets into her suitcase, turned around, and glared at Yang Yiwei, saying, "Are you done? If you're done, get the hell out of here. Don't you want to kill Wang Lu? Don't you want me to carry out this operation? If I don't prepare thoroughly, how can I earn Wang Lu's trust? Do you have any brains? Do you want me to be exposed and die in Wang Lu's house? Don't you want to succeed and live in Yi Chen's home soon? How can you be so stupid? Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. I've already sacrificed so much for this family, what about you? You do nothing and still question me from behind. Are you even my husband? Do you even deserve to be a man? After being bombarded by Zhao Yanrong's machine gun-like accusations, Yang Yiwei cowered. Like a deflated ball, he scratched his head and said with a fawning smile, honey, I didn't think that far. I just love you too much. I'm just a bit jealous. Actually, I can't bear to give you to Wang Lu. I'm really sorry. Just pack as you like. They'll wait outside. Zhao Yanrong's expression remained unchanged, still full of fury as she said, get out of here now. Yang Yiwei didn't dare linger any longer. He obediently left the room and waited in the living room. After he left, Zhao Yanrong locked the bedroom door and meticulously continued packing her luggage. She took everything she might need with Wang Lu in the future. To add to the allure, she even packed candles, small whips, and lubricant in abundance. She fantasized about living recklessly with Wang Lu every day, even in the bitter cold. But Wang Lu was so formidable. He would surely make the house warm and cozy. Then wouldn't many interesting things happen? To prepare everything perfectly, she had to anticipate every possible scenario. She must not let Master Wang look down on her. In this frozen apocalypse, survival was paramount. Since she was leaving this home forever, she had to take everything she could. After packing one suitcase, she realized she still had many things left behind. For instance, cosmetics for grooming and various small toys. These couldn't fit in one suitcase. So she rummaged around and found another large carry-all, which had previously been used for automotive supplies. She took out the carry-all, emptied the summer car cushions and other automotive items from it, wiped it clean with alcohol wipes, and then began packing. After filling it to the brim, she was satisfied. Finally, it was all packed. Even if she lived with Wang Lu for a long time, she would have ample changes of clothes and daily necessities. Once everything was ready, Zhao Yanrong opened the bedroom door, pushed the suitcase out, and called to Yang Yiwei, honey, what are you standing there for? Come in and help me with the stuff. Yang Yiwei responded and ran into the bedroom, lifting the very heavy carry-all and walking out. In the living room, watching his wife already pushing the suitcase toward the door, he said with a troubled expression, honey, what did you pack in this bag? It's so heavy. By the way, did you bring the poison? Don't forget it. Zhao Yanrong glared at Yang Yiwei in exasperation and said, a grown man so fussy. You complain about carrying a little weight. If you can't carry it, then don't. I won't go either, and let's cancel this plan. After being scolded, Yang Yiwei mustered all his strength, lifted the heavy carry-all, and quickly followed Zhao Yanrong, saying with a smile, honey, don't be mad. Did I say I couldn't carry it? I'm just a bit curious. You could just throw in a few random things to gain Wang Lu's trust, right? I feel like you've stuffed this bag with all kinds of cosmetics bottles. How else could it be so heavy? It's too much. And the poison, did you bring it or not? This is crucial. Make sure it's well hidden and don't keep it on you, or Wang Lu might find it. Zhao Yanrong pinched the small vial of poison in the bag and glared at her husband in exasperation. Are you ever going to shut up? If you don't want to carry it, then don't. We won't go, okay? Scolded again by his wife, Yang Yiwei felt deeply aggrieved. But he endured it. Killing Wang Lu now depended entirely on his wife. He couldn't afford to provoke her at a time like this. So he put on a good-natured smile once more and said, all right. I'm just reluctant to part with you, that's why I'm bickering a bit. Don't take it to heart. I really truly love you. Now let's set off. Zhao Yanrong said nothing more. She pushed the suitcase out of the apartment and into the stairwell. On the 5th floor landing, several corpses still lay there unclaimed and frozen rock solid. The door to Wang Lu's former apartment on the 5th floor remained open. Inside, the furniture had been dismantled and taken away, leaving the room completely unrecognizable. Zhao Yanrong pressed the elevator button. She had no intention of climbing the stairs with so much luggage. As long as the elevator worked, she would take it up. Since there was still electricity, saving some effort was preferable. After pressing the button, one of the two elevators waiting on the 1st floor rose steadily and safely to the 5th floor. The elevator doors opened, and everything seemed normal. But as the doors slid open, a rush of cold air poured out, making it feel like an ice cellar. Without hesitation, Zhao Yanrong pushed the suitcase inside. Yang Yiwei followed, closely entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the 10th floor. The elevator operated smoothly. When it stopped at the 10th floor, the couple stepped out and arrived in front of apartment 1001. Yang Yiwei was visibly nervous, looking at his wife, Zhao Yanrong, and saying, honey, our survival from now on depends on you. Don't worry about my feelings. Just let yourself go and earn Wang Lu's trust, understand? Zhao Yanrong sneered inwardly. Did he even need to say that? She had stopped caring about his feelings long ago. She had already let herself go far more than he could imagine. She was now Wang Lu's wife, who was still married to him. She only loved Wang Lu. You cuckolded fool, get lost. Just one look at you is annoying. As the doorbell rang, the door soon opened. Wang Lu pushed the door open, holding two cleavers. Seeing the thug who had once terrified him to the point of trembling along with the two cleavers in his hands, Yang Yiwei instinctively stepped back. Then with a broad smile he said, Master Wang, I've brought you a wife. Oh no, I've brought my wife to you. Wang Lu gazed at Zhao Yanrong, who was holding a suitcase with a shy, flushed face, and then at the sycophantic Yang Yiwei. He waved his hand, casually signaling Zhao Yanrong to enter. Zhao Yinrong, being extraordinarily clever, immediately understood Wang Lu's intention. She hurriedly lifted her suitcase and stepped into Wang Lu's room first, then stood obediently to one side. Wang Lu, still holding a kitchen knife, said to Yang Yiwei outside the door, "Now throw the rest of the stuff in here and stay where you are. Understand?" Yang Yiwei, too terrified to speak, quickly complied. With all his might, he shoved the heavy sack into Wang Lu's room. Then he stood properly outside the door, raising his hands, and said, "Master Wang, I am no threat. How would I dare to harm you? That would be suicide. No, I just wanted to trade my wife for some food. Now I've given you my wife, so just give me a pack of instant noodles. Just one pack, okay?" Wang Lu laughed. "Want a pack of instant noodles? I think your request is too modest. I should give you something far more precious." Yang Yiwei's eyes lit up at the words, and he immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master Wang, I knew you were generous. You'll certainly give me something more valuable. All right, go ahead. Whatever you give, I'll gladly accept." Wang Lu placed the kitchen knife on the cabinet and reached into his pocket. "All right, you've agreed yourself." With that, he pulled out a white rabbit creamy candy and tossed it like throwing scraps to a beggar, landing at Yang Yiwei's feet. Yang Yiwei stared at the genuine white rabbit candy, utterly dumbfounded. "I traded my wife for a pack of instant noodles, and you said you'd give me something more precious. I thought it would be something valuable. And then, you damn well give me a white rabbit candy. I gave you my wife, and you just give me a piece of candy. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? As Yang Yiwei trembled with rage, Wang Lu said, "Brother, the precious gift I want to give you is a single sentence. This candy is the wedding candy from me and your wife. It's what you deserve. This immensely valuable saying is your wife, I shall care for her, oh worry not. Whenever you miss your wife, recall these words, and you'll be at ease. Now be on your way." With that, Wang Lu directly closed the door. Yang Yiwei clutched the white rabbit candy in his hand, nearly exploding with fury. He wanted to curse aloud. "Wang Lu, you damn scoundrel, I damn your mother. I personally delivered my wife to your home, and you gave me a single piece of candy." Yang Yiwei clutched the white rabbit candy in his hand, nearly exploding with fury. He wanted to curse aloud. "Wang Lu, you damn scoundrel, I damn your mother. I personally delivered my wife to your home, and you gave me a single piece of candy." If Wang Lu heard him, there would be no good outcome. Wang Lu was no kind soul. He might call his underlings, and Yang Yiwei would end up lying dead in the stairwell like those corpses. He thought better of it. A true man knows when to bend. So what if he gave his wife away? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully a green-hatted pauper. Yang Yiwei silently cursed Wang Lu's ancestors for 18 generations. He also railed against Wang Lu as a scoundrel over 200 times. "Scoundrel, you deserve to die. Scoundrel, I damn your mother, may you die without descendants." Only then did Yang Yiwei reluctantly go downstairs and return to his own home. After closing his door, he immediately reported to Chen. "Brother Chen, I've sent my wife to Wang Lu's place. She prepared thoroughly today. When she left, she was all dolled up. So beautiful, even I was tempted. She took all her cosmetics, even some lingerie, stockings, and erotic items she had bought before. This time she'll definitely win Wang Lu's trust with full sincerity. Then our plan will surely succeed, and Wang Lu will be done for." Chen, who was eating abalone, felt something was off upon hearing this. He spat out the precious abalone into a plate, rinsed his mouth with purified water, then replied to Yang Yiwei, "Your wife seems a bit off. Going to win Wang Lu's trust. Why does it feel like she's moving house? Could it be that your wife has sold you out? If that's the case, she might even sabotage our plan. Now think carefully, is there any chance your wife could betray you?" Struck by Chen's words, Yang Yiwei also felt his wife's behavior today was indeed suspicious. He recalled that when she arrived at Wang Lu's place, she was beaming like a peach blossom, as if she were in love. That ecstatic, joyful smile. Perhaps it wasn't an act. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My wife is a good girl who has been with me since freshman year of college. I've protected her well, and no other man has ever touched her. I've fulfilled all her demands. My family is quite well off financially. With so many years of love between us, how could she betray me so easily? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Recalling all the touching things he had done for his wife Zhao Yinrong, and countless heartfelt memories from the past, Yang Yiwei felt that even if the whole world betrayed him, his wife would not. Though his wife had a bad temper, and often spoke coldly to him, even scolding him, he believed she loved him. She treated him that way precisely because she loved him. Otherwise, why would she lose her temper only at him, and not at other men? This clearly meant she loved him deeply. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to please Wang Lu for his sake. My wife has sacrificed so much. How could I let Chen's few words drive a wedge between us? If I hadn't strongly supported her today, she might have refused to go to Wang Lu out of anger. So my wife will never betray me. With this conviction, Yang Yiwei immediately thumped his chest and assured Chen, "Brother Chen, rest assured. My wife is very reliable. Yesterday, I showed her some of your photos, and she really likes you. She absolutely detests Wang Lu. When she looked at your photos, she even had a smile on her face. In short, don't worry. From now on, the three of us will live together in perfect harmony. Just wait for my good news." Chen frowned slightly. "All right, stay in touch with your wife and report any developments to me. The sooner that bastard Wang Lu dies, the better. He's utterly infuriating." Today he destroyed all the remaining cameras I had installed. Now I have no idea what's happening in this building. I heard a lot of noise in the hallway earlier and many voices. I don't know what happened. Do you know anything? Yang Yiwei actually knew something about this. Brother Yi Chen, I saw through my peephole that Wang Lu's minions were dismantling things on the 5th floor. They were taking apart cabinets, sofas, beds, anything wooden, from Wang Lu's old place, and carrying them upstairs. Probably they're cold and want to burn the wood for warmth. That's normal. It's really freezing now. I'm even tempted to break up my own cabinets for firewood. Yi Chen thought I see but soon sensed something amiss and asked again. Is that so? Isn't Wang Lu living in 1001 now? Then why is there noise outside my stairwell? Could it be that bastard Wang Lu is not only dismantling his own place, but also the neighbors all the way up to the 18th floor? Yang Yiwei was a bit speechless. Brother Yi Chen, what's outside your stairwell? Why don't you just step out and see? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt as if a taboo had been touched, and his face darkened instantly. Hearing these words, Yi Chen felt as if his inverse scales had been touched. His face instantly darkened. Go out. Yi Chen would absolutely never step outside. How dangerous it was to go out. What if that bastard Wang Lu was simply trying to create some strange commotion to lure him out? What if they had already set an ambush? What if the moment he stepped out he would meet his death? Too dangerous. He could not take the risk. Yi Chen would rather die than leave his safe house. Wasn't it better to live comfortably at home? By then, when all of you have frozen to death or starved to death, I will safely step out, and everything will be clear. Why should I take risks? I won't go out. Even if that fool Yang Yiwei can't kill Wang Lu, aren't there still Shin Beiwei and her sister? What you and your wife can't accomplish, those two scheming women will surely do better. If not, there's still Li Ruobing. Wang Lu, he will die for sure. So Yi Chen immediately replied to Yang Yiwei, a dog's mouth doesn't spout ivory. If you don't know, then shut up. Alright, inform me immediately if there's any news. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Chen hung up the phone in annoyance. Yang Yiwei was left bewildered. What did I say wrong? Meanwhile, in room 1001, Zhao Yanrong was all smiles, her limpid eyes brimming with sincerity. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to step inside, she was greeted by a kitchen knife. Wang Lu held the blade before her, staring into her eyes from close range. Nothing good comes from being too eager, Zhao Yanrong. You wouldn't be trying to harm me, would you? Zhao Yanrong hadn't expected Wang Lu to treat her like this. Terrified, she shook her head repeatedly and hurriedly said, No, no. I've come to sincerely seek your protection. Just let me survive. Oh, and why should I believe you? What if you're lying? Didn't you say earlier that someone wanted to harm me, and that you wouldn't tell me until you got to my place? Now that you're here, speak up. Let's get this clear first. I don't want to leave any trouble for the future. Zhao Yanrong slowly pulled a small vial of poison from her pocket and handed it to Wang Lu. This is the plan Yi Chen and Yang Yiwei devised. They sent me to get close to you. Once I gain your trust, and to secretly poison you, or someone close to you. The water you drink, the food you eat, all could be laced with poison. This toxin is extremely potent. A single drop can kill a person. The original plan was for me to slip these poisons into your water or food after you trusted me. That's Yi Chen's entire scheme. But I despise that Yi Chen. I think he's unreliable. He's just using me as a pawn. I won't fall for his trick, so I choose to pledge allegiance to you. Wang Lu took the vial from Zhao Yanrong, examined it, and pocketed it. The vial was labeled with numbers and some English codes. Wang Lu couldn't make sense of it. He only knew it was a small bottle of clear liquid. He would study it later. After pocketing the poison, he slowly lowered the kitchen knife. You seem fairly sincere and quite clever. I choose to believe you. But I need to confirm that you truly pose no danger to me before you can enter. Understand? Zhao Yanrong nodded repeatedly. I understand. They'll cooperate. Good. After a thorough risk assessment, Wang Lu was quite satisfied. Indeed, this female villain was determined to follow him. Since that was the case, Wang Lu couldn't let her freeze to death. So he casually gave Zhao Yanrong a bit of warmth. That mere trace of heat saved her from being frozen stiff. She felt as if she had instantly transitioned from winter to summer. The warmth nearly brought her to tears. In a moment, she no longer felt any cold whatsoever. Even wearing a short-sleeved shirt, she felt hot. Remember, this was an ice apocalypse. Even the indoor temperature was around -40°C. Yet she wasn't cold anymore, and was actually very warm. For a moment, beyond the inexpressible gratitude in Zhao Yanrong's eyes, there was more shock and disbelief. She stared directly at Wang Lu. Young Master Wang, how did you manage to transfer heat? It's so miraculous. My whole body feels warm. What's going on? Wang Lu sneered and reached out to grab her neck. Calling me Young Master Wang. Do you think you're worthy? I don't like that title. You need to understand your place. So do you know what to call me now? Young Master, I was wrong. Wang Lu smirked. Very good, you have a sense of awareness. Just then the doorbell rang. Wang Lu felt a surge of annoyance. Zhao Yanrong also frowned in displeasure. How irritating. Who could be so bothersome at this hour? Damn it, who the hell is disturbing me? Looking for death. Wang Lu cursed in fury. He brought Zhao Yanrong to the peephole and peered outside. To his surprise, Li Ruobing stood at the door carrying a medical kit. Clearly, Li Ruobing had come to treat his leg again. Wang Lu hesitated for a moment, then told Zhao Yanrong to go hide. He opened the security door. Li Ruobing smiled warmly at Wang Lu. Young Master Wang, why have you moved to the 10th floor? I went to the 5th floor for nothing. Wang Lu gave Li Ruobing a once-over, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. The 5th floor is about to be buried in snow. I moved to the 10th floor for a better view of the snowscape. Dr. Li, will my leg be fully healed after today's treatment? Li Ruobing set down her medical kit with a calm and composed demeanor. I see. Whether the leg injury can be healed or not, I'll need to examine it first. She crouched down and rolled up Wang Lu's pant leg. Though she desperately wanted to ask him why he had killed so many people, she swallowed the words. She decided to ask when she was about to leave. After examining Wang Lu's leg, Li Ruobing removed the old ointment and said with a smile, Young Master Wang, your injury is healing quite quickly. It's almost fully recovered today. Now we'll massage your leg first, then apply new medicine. Wang Lu picked up the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. All right, go ahead and start. Li Ruobing glanced at the teacup he had placed beside him. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If she slipped something into it now, he probably wouldn't notice. But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. She earnestly crouched down and began massaging his leg. At that moment, Li Ruobing's hands were icy cold. She was barely enduring the chill. Yet as soon as her hands touched Wang Lu's leg, they quickly warmed up. Soon warmth surged through her entire body, plunging Li Ruobing into a state of blissful intoxication. If only she could obtain such warmth every day, she would never fear the cold again. Just as she was lost in rapture while treating him, a beautiful woman in high heels, a short skirt, and a knitted sweater emerged from the bedroom. Seeing Li Ruobing kneeling before Wang Lu to treat his leg, jealousy flared within her. She strode forward. Who is she? Wang Lu gave a faint smile. She's Dr. Li, here to treat my leg. Go pour Dr. Li a cup of tea. Zhao Yanrong cast a reluctant glance at Li Ruobing, then rose and headed toward the dining room. Li Ruobing observed Zhao Yanrong's lovely face and then Wang Lu's nonchalant demeanor. This stirred displeasure in her heart and confusion in her mind. How could such a woman appear by Wang Lu's side? Who was she? And wasn't she cold? This was an ice apocalypse after all. Even indoors the temperature hovered around -40 degrees Celsius. With her attire, shouldn't she freeze to death in minutes? Yet she showed no signs of being cold. What was going on? Could it be that Wang Lu's warmth could be transferred to others? So I wasn't the special one after all. That woman's resistance to the cold must be because of Wang Lu. That's why she didn't feel a thing. Wang Lu, that bastard, he really isn't a good person. Just then a cry for help came from the bedroom where Lu Mansion was staying. The voice was faint, but everyone could still hear it. Wang Lu slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about that? When the power first came back on, he had intended to check on Mu Yuqing in the bedroom. But after chatting with Shun Beiwei and then Zhao Yanrong, he had completely forgotten about Mu Yuqing. After that, Wang Lu lay on the sofa, idly thinking for a while, until Zhao Yanrong knocked on the door. Then Li Ruobing arrived to treat his injury. From start to finish, Wang Lu never remembered Mu Yuqing's matter. It had slipped his mind entirely. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuqing made a sound just then. Hearing the plea for help, Li Ruobing's already poor impression of Wang Lu deepened. She quickly stood up. Young Master Wang, is there someone in that room? Wang Lu knew he couldn't hide it, so he said nonchalantly, Yes, she's the owner of this house, Mu Yuqing. She deceived me yesterday, so I took over her home and confined her in that room as punishment. I haven't checked on her yet. You discovered it just in time. Let's go see how she's doing now. With that, Wang Lu stood up. Just then Zhao Yanrong, who had gone to pour tea, hurried over with a cup. Young Master, what's wrong? What's happening in that room? Wang Lu glanced at the female antagonist. Nothing much, just a scoundrel who tricked me tied up in there. She might be on the verge of death. Come on, let's all go take a look. Zhao Yanrong felt a twinge of fear, but since Wang Lu had said to go, she dared not hesitate. Li Ruobing's expression turned grave. Once again she felt that Wang Lu was far from a good person. The three of them entered the room together. At that moment Mu Yuqing was confined to the bed. From yesterday until now her wrists and ankles had suffered frostbite. The blood that had oozed out had frozen solid. Her face was deathly pale and her lips had turned slightly purple. Her entire condition looked dire, as if she could perish at any moment. Li Ruobing rushed to the bedside and quickly examined Mu Yuqing's condition. After a few simple checks she frowned and said to Wang Lu, Young Master Wang, she's in critical danger right now. Her body temperature is dangerously low. She could truly die. Can you please let her go? Wang Lu sneered coldly. He stepped forward and casually touched Mu Yuqing's head, then her hands and feet. Let her go. Impossible. Let her stay here, she won't die. I was going to kill her last night, but she's still alive now. She's gotten off easy. Dr. Li, you can leave now. This has nothing to do with you. Continue treating my leg. With that, Wang Lu wrapped his arm around Zhao Yanrong's slender waist and walked out of the room. Seeing Wang Lu like this, the last shred of hesitation in Li Ruobing's heart vanished, replaced by utter despair. She felt that Wang Lu was a complete scoundrel, a demon. How could he treat a girl like this? It was simply brutal. Mu Yuqing was on the verge of death, yet Wang Lu ignored her and wouldn't even allow her to help. Li Ruobing refused to accept it. Even after Wang Lu left with Zhao Yanrong, she remained by the bedside, determined to save Mu Yuqing. However, when she placed her hand on Mu Yuqing again, the girl's body was surprisingly warm and her breathing had steadied. Her complexion had even turned rosy with no trace of coldness left. A faint sheen of sweat began to form on her forehead, as if she were feeling hot. This astonished Li Ruobing once more. She found it unbelievable and began to repeatedly examine Mu Yuqing's body. After stepping outside, Wang Lu patted Zhao Yanrong's bottom and pointed at the security door. Go lock the door. Zhao Yanrong obediently hurried to the door, locked it, and returned to Wang Lu's side, nestling against his arm like a well-behaved little kitten. Wang Lu waited calmly for Li Ruobing to come out. 5 minutes later, Li Ruobing emerged with Mu Yuqing. The moment Mu Yuqing saw Wang Lu, she fell to her knees in terror. Young Master Wang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you or humiliated you. I deserve to die. I apologize to you. Please spare me, please don't kill me. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Wang Lu smiled. Indeed, Li Ruobing was a woman with a strong sense of justice. Saving Mu Yuqing was no surprise. However, Wang Lu didn't want to waste too much time on Mu Yuqing. This selfish, scheming woman had been ready to let everyone in the building die, so she could survive alone. Not killing her immediately was already far too merciful. Right now, he truly didn't want to waste words on her. Not kill you. Fine. If you want to live, kneel in that corner facing the wall, and don't get up. Otherwise, I'll finish you off right now. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing trembled with fear. But instead of obeying immediately, she looked pleadingly at Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing stepped forward immediately. Young Master Wang, how can you do this? After all, this apartment belongs to Mu Yuqing. Even if she made some mistakes before, you can't treat her like this. Isn't this going too far? Wang Lu slowly stood up, walked over to Li Ruobing, and stared directly into her eyes. Dr. Li, you can mind what's yours to mind. But what's not yours to mind, you'd better leave alone. With that, he gave Zhao Yanrong a meaningful glance. Zhao Yanrong was quick-witted. She immediately grabbed Mu Yuqing by the hair. Bitch, are you ignoring my master's words? Come on, kneel over there properly. Dare to disobey? Believe me, I'll beat you. Weak and terrified, Mu Yuqing was dragged to the corner and forced to kneel. She dared not speak another word, her body trembling in fear. At this point, Li Ruobing wasn't just disappointed in Wang Lu. She felt hatred. She made up her mind Wang Lu had to die. This villain was too despicable. Li Ruobing will never stoop to his level. Even if Yi Chun might not be a good person, at least he doesn't kill innocents. I've decided. I choose Yi Chun. Wang Lu has disappointed me too much. With this decision, Li Ruobing suppressed her displeasure and stopped interfering with Wang Lu. She walked back to the sofa, crouched down, and said, Young Master Wang, I shouldn't meddle in your affairs. Let's pretend nothing happened just now. He'll continue treating your leg. But could you give me a little more for today's fee? I'd like 2 packs of instant noodles. I'm so hungry I've barely any strength left. Wang Lu sat on the sofa and rested his leg on Li Ruobing's lap. Fine, hurry up and treat my leg. 2 packs of noodles. Easy. I have plenty of supplies. He'll give you 4. Li Ruobing nodded with feigned gratitude. All right, thank you, young Master Wang. She then continued massaging his leg. However, this time, she was noticeably less attentive. At the same time, she had firmly resolved to kill Wang Lu. As she massaged his leg, she plotted how to kill him. While changing the medicine, an idea struck her. She applied the ointment to Wang Lu's leg, stood up, and said, Young Master Wang, although your leg is recovering, well, I've noticed you still have a bit of inflammation. Next, if I give you an anti-inflammatory injection, you'll be completely healed, and you won't need to apply any more medicine. Wang Lu was delighted. Oh, is that so? No wonder my leg has been healing so slowly. Dr. Li, you're not being fair. Why didn't you give me the injection sooner? Hurry up and give me that anti-inflammatory shot. As he spoke, a smirk of amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. He had never trusted Li Ruobing. Wang Lu knew well that in the original storyline, he was poisoned to death by her. This woman was no mere ornament, as she had a ruthless side. Now Li Ruobing's unusual expression practically screamed one thing: she had murderous intent toward him. That was certain. Wang Lu was curious to see how she would make her move. Young Master Wang, I was negligent before and failed to detect the inflammation in your body. But it's fine now. 1 injection and everything will be better. They'll still come to check on you tomorrow, so there's no need to worry. Li Ruobing spoke calmly as she opened her medical kit. But inside she was both nervous and secretly elated. It seemed poisoning Wang Lu wasn't as hard as she had imagined. The fool had no guard up against her. Perfect. Once the snake venom was injected into Wang Lu's body, he would be dead within half an hour. Then this building would be rid of this menace. And by completing Yi Chen's task, she would get to stay in his safe house. To survive this was the only choice. She had no other option. Besides, that bastard Wang Lu deserved to die. Li Ruobing took out the vial of snake venom Yi Chun had given her. Calmly, she opened the glass vial, drew some venom into the syringe, recapped the vial, and placed it back in the kit. She then took out a small bottle of saline, mixed a bit in, and began expelling air bubbles from the syringe. Throughout this process, Zhao Yanrong watched every move. When she realized that the so-called anti-inflammatory injection Li Ruobing was preparing was actually snake venom, her expression turned extremely tense. She was about to scream, unwilling to let Li Ruobing kill Wang Lu. She would lose her greatest support. Just as Zhao Yanrong was about to shout, Wang Lu covered her mouth and gave her a meaningful look. She then understood. Wang Lu had already seen through Li Ruobing's scheme. Soon Li Ruobing was ready. Young Master Wang, please roll up your sleeve. He'll give you the anti-inflammatory injection now. Wang Lu smiled faintly. All right, Dr. Li, come closer. Li Ruobing stepped nearer. Slap. Wang Lu struck her across the face. Then he grabbed the syringe and snatched it from her hand. Li Ruobing was stunned. Dr. Li, you've got some nerve trying to kill me. Do you want to die? Li Ruobing's pretty face turned pale with fear as she frantically shook her head in denial. No. No, young Master Wang, you must be mistaken. I am trying to save you. I wanted to give you an anti-inflammatory to help you recover faster. How could I possibly harm you? Seeing her feigned ignorance, Zhao Yanrong took the snake venom vial from the medical kit. Li Ruobing, this snake venom was given to you by Chen, wasn't it? You used it in the syringe just now. I saw everything. Still trying to deny it. Li Ruobing saw Zhao Yanrong holding up the venom vial and met Wang Lu's menacing gaze. Terrified, she kept backing away, shaking her head frantically. No, I didn't mean to harm you. Young Master Wang, please don't get agitated. I really truly didn't mean to harm you. Wang Lu sneered. Holding the syringe, he advanced step by step toward Li Ruobing. Oh, since you didn't mean to harm me, then let me inject this liquid into you. After all, it's just an anti-inflammatory. It won't kill you, right, Dr. Li? As the syringe pressed closer and closer, Li Ruobing grew anxious. She decided to no longer endure, silently seizing the moment when Wang Lu was unaware of her taekwondo skills to launch a sudden attack. Wang Lu, look who's at the door, she cried out urgently. Wang Lu. Slap. Li Ruobing reached out, grabbing Wang Lu's wrist, twisting the syringe's direction, and fiercely stabbed toward his left pectoral muscle. The movement was incredibly swift. Zhao Yanrong, standing nearby, had no chance to react, already too late to stop it. Ding. The needle of the syringe struck Wang Lu's body, but failed to penetrate at all. Instead, the needle bent upon impact as if it had hit a sheet of iron. Li Ruobing was utterly shocked. You. Wang Lu sneered, tossing the syringe to Zhao Yanrong. Quick, change the needle. I'm going to give her an injection today. Yes, master. Zhao Yanrong picked up the syringe, hurriedly opened Li Ruobing's medical kit, and began searching for a new needle. Seizing the moment when Wang Lu was distracted, Li Ruobing gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and aimed a swift kick at his groin. She intended to knock Wang Lu down with one kick, then snatch the syringe from Zhao Yanrong and inject him in turn. Slap. The kick landed squarely on his groin, but Li Ruobing's foot throbbed with excruciating pain, as if she had forcefully struck a lump of iron. Crack. Wang Lu clamped his legs together. Li Ruobing felt even more agony. It seemed as though her entire foot was caught in a massive vice, as if it were about to break and deform. No. Don't. It hurts so much. My foot. It hurts. She screamed hoarsely, tears streaming down her face. Dr. Li, you're being too dramatic. You kicked my balls, and I haven't even cried out in pain, yet you're already weeping. It's like I'm the one bullying you. Wang Lu grabbed both of Li Ruobing's arms, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Li Ruobing struggled and wept, but Wang Lu squeezed her arms violently, causing a heart-wrenching pain that felt as if her bones were being crushed by steel. Wang Lu, what? What kind of monster are you? Stop squeezing, it hurts him in so much pain. I beg you. Please stop. Stop. Fine. Then be a good girl and get on the ground. Whoa. It hurts so much. Pain. He'll crawl, okay. Wang Lu released her foot, seized her arms, and forced her to slowly lower herself to the ground. Then Wang Lu mounted her, sitting on her back. At that moment, Zhao Yanrong approached with the syringe, the needle replaced. Master, the needle is ready. Quick, grab a tool kit from the doorway. There's waterproof black tape inside. Yes, master. Zhao Yanrong quickly fetched the waterproof tape. Wang Lu took it. Throughout this, Li Ruobing struggled and begged for mercy, but Wang Lu acted as if he heard nothing. After finishing, he took the syringe from Zhao Yanrong. Dr. Li, you've always been the one giving injections to others. Today, I'll give you a doctor an injection. Tell me, should I inject you in the front, the back, the top, or the bottom? Where do you like to be injected? Li Ruobing's face turned pale. She shook her head frantically. No. Please don't inject me, Wang Lu, I beg you. Don't kill me. If you let me live, I can really be useful. After all, I am an excellent surgeon. In this frozen apocalypse, doctors are a rare resource, especially someone like me, a PhD-level attending physician. I can treat many illnesses, I can perform surgeries, I am very useful. You need a doctor like me to ensure your health. Wang Lu held the syringe threateningly with one hand, while undoing Li Ruobing's belt with the other. Really? But in my eyes, you're not that important. A doctor is just a doctor. If you die, I can find someone else. You tried to kill me, and letting you go would be the greatest cruelty to myself. So Dr. Li, please accept this injection. With that riot, Wang Lu tore off Li Ruobing's pants in one brutal motion, sending downy feathers flying everywhere. Riot. A few more savage rips followed. No. Don't. Wang Lu, you bastard, you can't inject me. Such a beauty, but it's a shame not to inject her, ha. Swoosh. Wang Lu found a fleshy spot and plunged the needle in. Then he slowly pushed the snake venom in. Li Ruobing cried, pleaded, and struggled with all her might, but it was all in vain. She could only let the syringe empty its venom into her. After the injection, Li Ruobing collapsed. She stopped struggling, lying limply on the ground, her eyes filled with tears. Yet Wang Lu did not let her go. He untied the straps on his legs and removed her shoes. Dr. Li, you have another advantage. You are a beautiful woman, a pure one. He'll do you a favor. Since you're going to die anyway, it'll help fulfill your wish and make you a true woman. How about that? Happy? Li Ruobing looked at Wang Lu with despair and hatred. Dream on. I'd rather die than submit to someone like you. You villain, you're vicious, you treat life like dirt, you'll die a miserable death, you'll face retribution. Wang Lu burst into laughter. Dr. Li, that's not up to you. With that he grabbed Li Ruobing by the ankle and dragged her toward the master bedroom. Ah, you bastard. Go to hell. You'll die horribly. Wang Lu, I hate you. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. Wang Lu, you demon. You'll die a miserable death. Zhao Yinrong watched the scene unfold, her side awakening once more, her eyes brimming with envy. Master is so fierce, so handsome. Humph, how infuriating. Originally this blessing was meant for me, but she stole it away. What a waste. Still she only gets to enjoy it once. From now on Master is still mine. Humph, Master is mine. Wang Lu took Li Ruobing into the bedroom, and as he closed the door said to Zhao Yinrong, Ranger, I'm leaving Mu Yuqing to you. Tie her up tightly with rope. If you think you can't control her, just stab her to death. Understand? Zhao Yinrong felt as if she had received a royal decree, her heart brimming with joy. Master called me Ranger. Master is so kind to me. Don't worry, Master. Ranger will not disappoint you. With that she quickly fetched a length of rope from the sofa, approached the weakened Mu Yuqing, and began binding her with all her might. Wang Lu was very satisfied. He closed the bedroom door. Li Ruobing gazed blankly at Wang Lu. She did not utter a single word, tears streaming down her eyes endlessly like a deflated balloon. She had resigned to her fate. Wang Lu saw her pitiful state, almost frozen to death. If she were to die like this. What a pity. He decided to use his heat ability to save her first. In an instant Li Ruobing felt the addition of heat. Her eyes flickered, it was as if she had suddenly become warm as spring. That warm and comfortable feeling was beyond words. However, in the blink of an eye she found the heat to be too much. Hot. She was already sweating. But Wang Lu did not stop delivering heat, as if he had the intent to heat her to death. Li Ruobing had intended to end her life, just like that. Unfortunately, too hot, too painful. That bastard Wang Lu, he is shameless. He simply would not allow her to die quietly. He really could freely transfer heat into someone's body. I should have known. I should have known. Finally, Li Ruobing slowly sat up, looking at Wang Lu with a pitiful expression. Wang Lu, I beg you, isn't it better to let me die quietly? Why torture me like this? Do we have some deep-seated hatred? Wang Lu, you are so righteous. So saintly. Don't you know what you have done yourself? Dr. Li, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Actually, I rather liked you at first. If you hadn't tried to kill me, I wouldn't have treated you like this. But you really disappointed me. You actually wanted to join forces with Chen to take my life. You were going to inject snake venom into my body to kill me. So it's only fair that I repay you like this, right? I even think I am quite a good person. Dr. Li, don't you think you should thank me? Hearing Wang Lu's words, Li Ruobing burst into a loud wah of anguish. The image of the Ice Queen completely collapsed at that moment. She did not know why she was crying like this. Wang Lu was too cruel. He was so shameless that even she felt his words seemed reasonable. So painful. Only crying uncontrollably could make her feel a little better. This damn bastard, he was really too much. I was about to die, yet he still retaliated against me like this. He was simply a demon. However, even though Li Ruobing was crying like a pear blossom drenched in spring rain, a sight that would move anyone's heart, Wang Lu still showed no pity for her, nor any intention of letting her go. Instead, he opened a book, placed it in front of her, and made her read the text aloud. Li Ruobing was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. She had no choice but to look at the book and read. After reading several articles, Wang Lu sincerely sighed. In books there are houses of gold, in books there are beauties like jade. Dr. Li, you read very well. But unfortunately, even if you read 10,000 volumes, there is still an end. Now your life is also about to end. If there is a next life, never think of harming me again. After all, I am the one who sees you off on your final journey. You should be grateful to me, not hateful. So say thank you to me. Li Ruobing opened her eyes weakly. Thank you. Wang Lu stood up and left. Li Ruobing glanced at the receding figure. She closed her eyes, waiting for death. Perhaps the snake venom had already spread throughout her body, as she found herself seemingly numb. So when truly facing death, it was not as terrifying as imagined. Instead, there was a sense of relief. She drifted into a drowsy sleep, as peaceful and serene as if she possessed the entire world. It's over. Everything is over. Her life had ended perfectly. Wang Lu came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Zhao Yinrong immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, Young master, what can Ranger do for you? Wang Lu said, You are sensible, all right, I will give you a chance. Now go take care of Li Ruobing, lest she freeze to death. The originally delighted Zhao Yinrong was taken aback upon hearing this. Young master, didn't you inject that woman with snake venom? Shouldn't she be dead already? Why are you saying this? Have you heard of high temperature sterilization? Hi. High temperature sterilization. Wang Lu didn't want to explain further. He pointed with his finger at Mu Yuqing in the corner. After dealing with the master bedroom, put her back in the original room, then clean the house. Understood. Zhao Yinrong nodded repeatedly. Okay. Understood. Wang Lu left the house. He arrived at the 18th floor. A ladder had already been set up there. Without much thought, Wang Lu climbed the ladder to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he saw Shichang, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Heilai, Chen Huiping, and Lu Manshan busily piling up various wooden blocks and clothes. They had nearly piled them into a small hill. For plastic buckets of gasoline were placed aside. There was not much snow on the rooftop. The 5 men had already trampled it flat. The north wind still howled, biting at their faces, but a broad smile was plastered on the 5 subordinates' faces. Especially when they saw Wang Lu arrive, they dashed over in unison. Boss, you're here. Boss, look at this big bonfire. It's more imposing than the New Year's bonfire. Boss, you seem really happy. Did something great happen? Boss. Wang Lu said, indeed something good happened. I've got 2 more women by my side. I'll introduce you to them later. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Shichang and the others were instantly brimming with curiosity. Boss, is it Li Ruobing? Right, the boss must have taken Li Ruobing. You guys really don't listen? The boss said too. Besides Li Ruobing, there must be another one. Who is it? Boss. After joking around with his subordinates for a bit, Wang Lu briefly explained the situation about Zhao Yinrong and Li Ruobing. Alright, now that I've told you what I need to hurry up and finish the bonfire ready to pour the gasoline. Got it, boss. Almost done, boss. Shichang and the other 4 immediately threw the last few clothes onto the tumterhai pile, then picked up the gasoline cans and began to splash. At that moment, Lu Manshan, as if remembering something, rushed over to Wang Lu. Boss, I almost forgot to tell you something. Today when Xiangzi and I were collecting gasoline in the basement, we ran into a bunch of people from Building 9. They were banging on the doors like crazy, cursing and swearing. Someone banging on the basement door? Wang Lu was somewhat curious. What exactly happened? Did they manage to break the door down? Lu Manshan quickly replied. Of course they didn't break it down. I had already locked it from the inside and poured water to freeze the lock cylinder. Even if they wanted to smash the lock, they couldn't do it anytime soon. But those guys were pretty strong. They banged on the iron door with a loud clang. By then Xiangzi and I had almost collected enough gasoline, so we went over to the building entrance to listen. There were at least 5 or 6 people inside. They seemed to be smashing the door with something heavy. I have no idea what they wanted in the basement. Wang Lu listened to Lu Manshan's words, frowning thoughtfully. Building 9. He remembered from the original plot that it was called the Mighty Tiger Gang. With about 20 members, all fitness coaches from the Mighty Tiger Fitness Club, every one of them muscular. They were well informed and often browsed the internet, so they had foreknowledge of this global ice apocalypse. Their leader was a burly man nicknamed Mighty Tiger. By now, relying on their numbers, they had already started forcing neighbors to hand over supplies. What was their goal in trying to enter the basement now? In the original plot, Yi Chun was also quite wary of this group. The reason he managed to eliminate them was that he accidentally stumbled upon a special police unit while leaving the safe house to collect supplies, and from there he obtained a large number of firearms. After returning armed with an arsenal of guns, he grew arrogant and immediately started slaughtering those who had crossed him. He gunned down half of them with a single burst. The rest cowered and submitted. After all, even the toughest musclemen fear bullets. At present I have no firearms, so dealing with over 20 muscle-bound men seems somewhat difficult. Old Lu, what happened next? What did you 2 do? Old Lu, what happened next? What did you 2 do? Lu Manshan said thoughtfully. After that we didn't make a sound. We quietly carried the gasoline and left. After putting the gasoline back at my doorstep on the 1st floor, we immediately grabbed the welding machine and battery and went to the iron door of Building 9. I welded the door gap shut. Unless they dismantle the door frame, there's absolutely no way they can get out. I've welded the door shut. Wang Lu immediately gave Lu Manshan a thumbs up. Old Lu, you 2 did a great job. When you were welding the iron door, did they say anything? Lu Manshan chuckled and said, they were pretty furious at the time, cursing and swearing, asking who we were, where we got the welding machine, and why we were welding the door. They also said if they managed to break the door open, they'll definitely kill us. Then Xiangzi started yelling back at them, saying that he was Yi Chun from room 1802 building 6. That Yi Chun was a ruthless man. He was going to weld the door shut to piss off those bastards. If you've got the guts, come and find me. Let's see who kills who. Wang Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well done. But Building 9 is different from our Building 6. Our Building 6 has only 1 entrance while Building 9 has 3. The basement level of those 3 entrances is a storage area, and the corridor connects all 3 entrances. So did you 2 weld all 3 doors shut? Lu Manshan slapped his forehead, looking extremely embarrassed. Boss, well, we only welded the door of entrance 2 shut. We didn't weld entrance 1 or entrance 3. At that time the battery was running low, so after welding the door of entrance 2, Xiangzi and I hurriedly ran away. But on our way back we did lock our own unit door from the inside. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be fine, right? Hearing this, Wang Lu felt a strange unease. Old Lu, if nothing unexpected happens, chances are something will happen. Those people aren't stupid. If they can't break down the door of entrance 2, they'll definitely go around to entrance 1 or entrance 3. You two really overlooked this. Now hurry up and pull up the ladder we used to reach the rooftop on the 18th floor. When I absorb the heat later, there absolutely cannot be any accidents. Otherwise this big fire will be for nothing. Lu Manchon nodded repeatedly with shame. Okay, boss. They'll pull up the ladder right away and cover the opening from above with a wooden board. Without the ladder and with the wooden board covering it, even if they come looking for us, they definitely won't be able to get up. If they try to push the board open, we still have the spears right. If they dare to come up, we'll stab them from above with the spears. They absolutely won't be able to get up. Wang Lu nodded and gestured for Lu Manchon to go quickly. At this moment, Shi Chong and the other three had already evenly poured 2 buckets of gasoline onto the large bonfire. Everything was ready, and the four shouted excitedly, "Boss, it's ready. You can light the fire now." Such a big bonfire with gasoline added. Just a spark and the flames will soar into the sky. "Boss, please light the fire, ha. Boss, can we set it on fire? Boss, shall we?" Wang Lu gave the order, "Light it." "Got it, boss." Boom. Accompanied by a dull sound of explosion. The flames shot up into the sky. The mighty fire radiated immense heat. The fire burned ferociously, crackling as it consumed clothes and wood. Wang Lu stopped thinking about the muscle-bound men from the Tiger Club and also stopped thinking about Shun Baiwei and her sister's visit tonight. At this moment, he spread his arms and slowly walked toward the blazing fire. The crimson flames illuminated his excited face. The closer he got to the bonfire, the more the immense heat excited Wang Lu. The feeling of this massive amount of thermal energy flooding into his body was simply amazing. Yet, even with such a tremendous amount of heat, Wang Lu felt that he still hadn't reached his heat absorption limit. He could still keep moving closer to the fire. The extremely close distance seemed as if he would be engulfed by the raging flames at any moment. Wang Lu still felt it wasn't enough. He hadn't reached his limit for absorbing fire. At this point, not only his hands, but his entire body could rapidly absorb the flames. Wang Lu immediately took off his clothes and shoes, sprinted to the top of the bonfire, and let his whole body start absorbing the flames wildly. As Wang Lu stepped into the bonfire, the scorching temperature that had been baking the surroundings instantly vanished. Shichang, Zhou Haley, Chen Huiping, and Lian Yufeng were all dumbfounded. The bonfire was burning so fiercely, yet they couldn't feel any heat. All of it had been absorbed by the boss. Boss' move of strolling naked in the fire is too terrifying. He actually absorbed all the heat without a trace leaking out. So the 5 curious men kept moving closer to the fire. Only when they touched the fire with their hands could they feel the scorching temperature. Other than that, even at a very close distance, they couldn't feel the heat of the fire. It was truly magical. Long live the boss. The boss is awesome. Wang Lu stood in the center of the bonfire looking down on everyone with an air of arrogance. But he was not shy. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and fully immersed himself in the pleasure of the massive thermal energy flowing into his body. There was no denying it. The heat generated by this great fire was truly immense. In no time, the flame in his dantian reignited. At first, it was less than a quarter of a candle flame, but soon it grew to the size of a candle. As he continued to absorb the heat wildly, the flame in his dantian grew larger and larger. Eventually, it became the size of 2 candle flames, then 3. Wang Lu was overjoyed and immediately shouted to his 5 underlings, "Hurry, pour the remaining gasoline on it. Let the fire burn even more fiercely. Quick, pour it now." "Yes, boss." "Boss, you're really tough. We're pouring it now." "Boss is mighty." Shichang and the others immediately poured the remaining 2 buckets of gasoline onto the bonfire. As the gasoline was poured in, the already fiercely burning bonfire instantly erupted into even larger flames, burning with a more frenzied intensity. For a moment, thick black smoke billowed, burning so madly that even Wang Lu inside the fire was no longer visible. Wang Lu was at the very center of the flames, and the scorching heat made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Yet at such moments, he could feel the wonder of his body even more. When enveloped by the massive thermal energy, Wang Lu felt that even without breathing, his body remained highly comfortable without any sense of suffocation. It was truly miraculous. What shocked Wang Lu the most was that even though the flames had engulfed him, not a single hair on his body was set on fire. His hair was fine, his eyebrows, beard, and even the hair down below, none were burned. But the socks he forgot to take off were completely burned to ashes. It seemed that anything naturally connected to his body had heat-absorbing properties. Even a single hair could absorb heat. If that was the case, would a woman who was naturally connected to him also have the ability to absorb heat in a fire? If that worked, maybe he should find someone to try it out one day. The fire raged for over half an hour before it finally died down. Since Wang Lu had absorbed all the heat, the fire caused no damage to the surroundings, and the snow barely melted. The wood and clothes, being highly flammable combined with the gasoline, were completely burned to ashes within half an hour. Wang Lu shook off the dust from the ashes, revealing an excited smile. After absorbing so much heat, the flame within his dantian had grown to the size of a fist. Indeed, a fist-sized flame surged within his dantian. This was something Wang Lu could truly sense. However, his dantian was like a vast universe. A fist-sized flame might seem impressive in the outside world, but within the dantian it still felt so minuscule. How much heat could this boundless dantian ultimately absorb? If one day he went to the sun and absorbed all its heat, what would happen? Could this boundless dantian accommodate a sun? This thought merely flashed through his mind. Wang Lu thought it was too fantastical, simply impossible. That was the sun. Shirchang and the other four saw Wang Lu emerging from the ashes and hurriedly brought his clothes to greet him. Boss, you're awesome. Congratulations on mastering the fire absorption. Put on your clothes quickly. The wind on the rooftop is so strong it chills you to the bone. Boss, you're so mighty. This is your underwear. Do you need me to help you put it on? Boss, hey, race your vest. Come, let me help you. Boss, this is your t-shirt. Boss, lift your foot, let me help you put on your shoes. Wang Lu looked at the 5 enthusiastic underlings and accepted their help. They were all brothers, no need to stand on ceremony. Soon Wang Lu was dressed. At that moment he noticed a large metallic chimney not far away gleaming with a metallic luster and curiously asked Lu Manshan. Old Lu, what is that thing? Why is it made of pure steel? I don't remember any rooftop having such a thing. What is it? As a maintenance worker, Lu Manshan had naturally been on the rooftops of many tall buildings. Sometimes he went to repair solar water heaters, sometimes to inspect elevator shafts or to patch the waterproof layer. All these required going to the rooftop. But he had never seen a square iron pillar as thick as 2 people's waists and over 3 meters tall on this building. However, judging by its shape and the straw hat-shaped iron lid at the top designed to prevent rain and snow from entering, he could basically determine that this thing was some kind of exhaust chimney. Otherwise, it wouldn't have a lid that both prevents things from falling in and allows gas to escape. So Lu Manshan circled around the large iron pillar, scratching his head, and said, Boss, this thing looks like a steel smoke duct, probably added later. It's made entirely of steel without a trace of rust, even now. Clearly made of high-grade steel. After Lu Manshan finished speaking, Shirchang and the others also gathered around, curiously examining it, touching and knocking. Wang Lu observed for a while, and then a flash of insight came to him. Isn't this 3-meter iron chimney directly above Yi Chen's safe house? The safe house's ventilation and air exchange must have an independent outlet. 10 to 1, this is it. Even if the safe house is an iron turtle, it still needs to exchange air with the outside. Otherwise, the people inside would suffocate. It seemed that this thing was exactly what the safe house used to vent cooking fumes and various filtered dirty air. As for where the air intake was, Wang Lu guessed it should be around the windows. Having figured this out, Wang Lu smiled. If not now, when? Xiangzi, old Lu. Move back a bit. This high-quality steel, I'm taking it. The 5 underlings now knew what Wang Lu was about to do, and they retreated in fright. The scene of the boss melting the iron stove earlier was shocking. The heat released in an instant was terrifying. The iron lump in front was huge. They had to keep a safe distance or risk being burned. After the 5 underlings had retreated to a safe distance, Wang Lu placed both hands on the iron pillar and summoned the flame from his dantian. As 2 flames surged from his hands, the iron pillar instantly emitted a terrifying amount of heat. Then around Wang Lu's palms the iron took on a glowing red color. The pillar was rapidly absorbing heat, being continuously heated red hot. This process was much slower than when Wang Lu had heated the iron pot and stove earlier. But this slowness was only relative to Wang Lu's own perception. In the eyes of the 5 underlings, such a large iron pillar made of very thick steel was now rapidly turning red before their very eyes. It was simply terrifying. In just 1 minute, the iron pillar in front of Wang Lu turned completely red hot. The snowflakes falling from the sky upon touching the red-hot iron sizzled and turned into white steam. As soon as the snow touched the red-hot pillar, it turned into a wisp of white vapor. At this moment, inside the safe house, Yi Chun, who was hugging a silicone girl in a black silk skirt and short dress, releasing his emotions, suddenly froze. He had originally intended to immerse himself fully. After all, staying alone in the safe house was extremely boring. And inside the space, he had collected a vast array of diverse, alluring silicone girls. So taking them out to play when bored was only natural. After all, he had no female companion yet. Once Li Ruobing killed that bastard Wang Lu, he wouldn't need silicone girls to keep him company. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, an alarm went off in the room. This almost gave Yi Chen a psychological trauma that could cause impotence. What's happening? What's wrong with my safe house? Beep, beep, beep. The entire safe house emitted a strong warning sound. The TV screen also turned on automatically, displaying a large red triangle. Inside the triangle was a flashing exclamation mark. Yi Chen immediately stood up, not forgetting to grab some toilet paper, clean himself, put on his clothes, and quickly run to the computer to check the situation. He was truly scared and panicked. At the computer, it also displayed a strong warning of a safe house intrusion. Yi Chen quickly authorized the computer with his fingerprint, dismissed the warning, and checked the direction of the attack. It was the rooftop. At this moment, the entire roof of the safe house showed red, indicating it was under fierce attack. Damn it, who is causing trouble on the rooftop? My safe house is made of top-grade steel with unparalleled safety. How are they attacking the safe house from the roof? What form of attack caused the entire top of the safe house to trigger alarms? What is happening? As Yi Chen was cursing in anger, the computer began popping up more severe warnings. Safe house ventilation system failure. Safe house exhaust fan burned out. Safe house fresh air system failure. Safe house air exchange system failure. Safe house thermostat system failure. Yi-chun was so angry he felt numb and let out a furious roar on the spot. Fuck. Damn it. Which bastard is causing trouble? How the hell did they damage my rooftop? How come so many systems are malfunctioning? Who is messing with me, Yi-chun? Who? Just as Yi-chun was about to go mad with rage, the iron pillar on the rooftop had already been completely scorched red, as dazzling as the midday sun. Wang Lu once again sensed that exquisite metallic aura. How intense this metallic aura was. Fragrant, truly fragrant. An endless stream of metallic aura began to surge madly into Wang Lu's body. The amount of metallic aura absorbed this time was immense, far exceeding the previous iron stove by countless times. It took a full 10 minutes for Wang Lu to completely drain the metallic aura from the iron pillar. The iron pillar, stripped of its metallic aura by Wang Lu, turned into a pitch-black, carbonized thing devoid of any metallic luster. Wang Lu exhaled slowly and stepped back. The three-metal iron pillar collapsed with a roar, turning into a heap of black charcoal residue. The black charcoal fragments scattered across the rooftop. Wang Lu paid them no heed. Sensing the abundant metallic aura in his dantian, he immediately mobilized it, attempting to cover his entire body. This time the vast metallic aura spread from his head, face, neck, arms, and hands, gradually covering his lower body. Eventually it reached his navel. Wang Lu realized the metallic aura was insufficient to cover further, leaving him somewhat regretful. He was still a lower body away from the indestructible diamond body. It seemed he would need to work even harder in the future. Once the metallic aura could fully envelop his body, he would possess an indestructible physique. Perhaps even bullets could not harm him. What a thrilling thought. After experiencing the coverage of metallic aura, Wang Lu noticed that the flame in his dantian had shrunk to the size of a candle. Yet the flame still flickered, existing in its fiery form. Truly the heat from that blaze had been immense, melting such a massive iron pillar and leaving a small flame behind. He would have to keep setting fires every day, striving further. Meanwhile, the 5 underlings, gazing at the shattered black charcoal, were ecstatic. Shirchong charged forward, first using his spear to forcefully jab at the hole beneath the charcoal. He found that beneath it seemed to be steel, quite sturdy. The jabs rang out with a clang, causing no damage. Damn it. How he wished he could punch a hole through Yi-chun's roof. Though it was hard, Shirchong refused to give up. Thump thump. He jabbed again and again. Meanwhile, inside the safe room, Yi-chun was nearly exploding with fury. Damn it, you bastards. Won't you ever stop? Who the hell is causing trouble up there? Just wait until I catch you. They'll kill you all. Roaring in rage, he summoned a pistol from his space. For a moment, he wanted to rush out, climb onto the roof, and slaughter those troublemakers. But he stopped after a single step. His intelligent, rational mind told him no, he couldn't. He didn't know who they were, how many there were, or how powerful they were. They had already caused such severe damage to his safe room, so they were no ordinary foes. He knew nothing about them. If he walked out with just a pistol, and they turned out to be mutants like him, or even stronger, wouldn't that be suicide? With this thought, Yi-chun quickly returned the pistol to his space. He then summoned a bottle of iced beverage, took several gulps, and took deep breaths before calming down. That was close. He had nearly lost his head to anger. He was porcelain, why should he clash with those lowly bricks and tiles? His life was precious. Even though his safe room had been damaged from above, it was impossible for them to drill a hole through it. His safe room remained the safest. With this thought, Yi-chun no longer acted impulsively. He chose to go to his heavy iron door and listen through the firing port for sounds in the corridor. He refused to believe that those people upstairs wouldn't come down. When they came down, they would surely talk. Then he could listen carefully and perhaps glean something from their conversation. So he quietly crouched by the firing port of the security door, pressing his ear against it. Yi-chun was quite fortunate. After listening for a long time, he finally heard movement in the corridor. The clearest sounds were repeated cries of boss, mixed with laughter and chatter. Those voices sounded familiar. Wasn't that Wang Lu's bunch of lackeys? Wang Lu himself might not have spoken, but Yi-chun was sure that bastard was there too. Damn it. So it was Wang Lu causing trouble. Just you wait, you dog, or I won't let you off. Since it was Wang Lu, Yi-chun felt less worried. He figured it out. Wang Lu must have led his underlings to the rooftop and stuffed something into the exhaust system outlet, the big steel chimney on top. Most likely they had thrown live animals inside, causing the system to malfunction. Knowing Wang Lu's cruel methods, he probably threw in the pet dogs and hamsters he had found in the building. Those pets, once thrown and, ran around frantically, getting stuck in the exhaust and fresh air systems. Their blood caused short circuits in some wiring, leading to multiple system failures. Yes, that must be it. The banging from the rooftop was definitely Wang Lu and his dogs picking up iron pipes or stones and striking his iron chimney. Since steel conducts sound efficiently, it sounded as if they were knocking right above his head. In reality, they were just hitting the iron chimney. How infuriating. He had been scared to death by that bastard Wang Lu. They were probably trying to trick him into coming out. Wang Lu, dream on. You'll never get me out of this safe room. Yi-chun won't fall for it. Even if they tampered with the top, they can't destroy my safe room. The reason it's called a safe room is that it has two systems. Now I just need to activate the more powerful backup fresh air system, air exchange system, climate control system, and everything will be normal. Once he understood this, Yi-chun left the iron door, went back to the room, and operated the computer, quickly switching on the backup systems. The room was once again filled with crisp fresh air. After finishing, Yi-chun suddenly remembered that Li Ruobing had contacted him earlier saying she was going to treat Wang Lu's leg injury. He wondered if she had succeeded. So he sent Li Ruobing a message, Dr. Li, how are you? Have you found a chance to poison Wang Lu? However, after sending the message, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Ruobing gave no response at all. Yi-chun felt a bit unwilling. He called Li Ruobing again, but no one answered. Perhaps Dr. Li was busy. He then called Yang Yiwei. Yang Yiwei answered immediately, asking cheerfully, Brother Yi-chun, what's the matter with your call? Yi-chun found the voice annoying. But now he needed someone to find out about Wang Lu's current situation, so he had to endure. That bastard Wang Lu wouldn't come to pick a fight on his own, and he couldn't go out himself. Next time if Wang Lu broke his backup system again, it would be a disaster. So Wang Lu had to die, and die soon. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Yang Yiwei, contact your wife, and ask what Wang Lu is up to. I need to know every detail of that bastard's movements. Yang Yiwei immediately said, sure brother Yi-chun. Give me 2 minutes, I'll message my wife right now. She's with Wang Lu right now. She'll definitely know what he's doing. Wait for me. After saying that, Yang Yiwei hung up. Within 2 minutes he called Yi-chun back. Yi-chun was very satisfied, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. How Wang Lu, do you think I can't find out your movements just because you destroyed all the cameras in the hallway? Ridiculous. Tell me, what is Wang Lu doing now? What did your wife tell you? Give me the details. However, Yang Yiwei on the other end of the phone was no longer as confident as before. His voice became stammering, and it took him a long time to speak. Brother Yi-chun, my wife. She might be in trouble. She must be in danger. She must be threatened by Wang Lu. She definitely doesn't want to involve me. Yes, that must be it. Yi-chun was utterly confused by this, and wanted to curse at Yang Yiwei on the spot. What the hell happened? Tell me, what's wrong with your wife? What do you mean? Yang Yiwei seemed very upset, and after another half-minute he said, Brother Yi-chun, my wife. She blocked me on WeChat. I can't send her messages. Also, when I called her, she blocked me too. I can't get through on the phone. She even deleted me from QQ. I've completely lost all contact with my wife. Brother Yi-chun, I know you have powerful methods. My wife is definitely in danger now. She must have had her phone confiscated by that bastard Wang Lu, and she's being forced to do things she doesn't want to. I hate him, I really hate him. I want to kill that bastard Wang Lu. Brother Yi-chun, you're smart. Please help me think of a way to save my wife. I'm really scared now. Yi-chun was completely speechless after hearing this. His good mood vanished. He couldn't help but curse, Yang Yiwei, you idiot. I suspected your wife was off before, and now I'm proven right. You've been sold out by your wife long ago, and you're still daydreaming. You fool, you'd better pray that your wife isn't the one causing trouble. Otherwise I'll kill both of you bastards. After saying that, Yi-chun hung up in anger. He really regretted getting Yang Yiwei and his wife to deal with Wang Lu. As luck would have it, just as Yi-chun was feeling vexed, Shen Baiwei sent him a voice message. Brother Yi-chun, my sister and I are ready now. Tonight we will definitely kill Wang Lu. We've already put on our beautiful sister makeup. We look super pretty. Do you want to see our photos? Hearing Shen Baiwei's sweet voice, Yi-chun's frustration eased a little. This White Lotus always offered her face to be slapped when he was angry. At least she was somewhat useful. Yi-chun gave a proud, wicked smile. He replied to Shen Baiwei with a voice message. Forget it. You and your sister are both ugly. I'm only interested in your lower halves. The rest, never mind. Don't give me that useless stuff. As long as you kill Wang Lu, my door will open for you immediately. All the delicacies here will be available to you in unlimited supply. Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue were overjoyed when they saw the message. Without a second thought, they sent Yi-chun a set of very tempting photos they had just taken. The photos were quite provocative. Some places that shouldn't be exposed were, and some points that shouldn't appear did. In short, they were explicit and seductive. Yi-chun looked, saying he didn't want to, but his eyes were honest, and he enjoyed the view. For a moment, he even wavered. Maybe he should let the sisters move in. After all, he had been feeling lonely lately. These two little vixens weren't bad. But then he thought, no, they were both scheming. What if they teamed up to kill him? What if this? What if that? So no. And the woman Yi-chun wanted was someone like Li Ruobing. He had already made things clear with Li Ruobing. Just as Yi-chun was about to proudly slap Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue again, the other party sent him a voice message. Brother Yi-chun, my sister, and I love you now. Don't worry, this time we go to kill Wang Lu, we won't let him take any advantage. We'll only use our charm to seduce him and then kill him. He won't lay a finger on us. So after we kill Wang Lu, we'll still be clean and pure girls. Brother Yi-chun, just wait for our good news. Our plan to kill Wang Lu is super effective. Wang Lu will be caught off guard, and he'll definitely die. Hearing this, Yi-chun couldn't help but curl a wicked smile. Excellent. These two scheming women were quite capable. Wang Lu, you bastard. Just wait to meet the king of hell. On the other side, after coming down from the rooftop, Wang Lu and his group didn't go straight back to room 1001. Instead, they cautiously searched downward along the stairs. from the 18th floor all the way down to the second basement level. Sure enough, the garage door was broken. Looking at the smashed iron door, Wang Lu's expression was serious. Lu Manshan and Shi Chong immediately inspected it. The iron door had many dents forcibly broken by heavy objects. Boss, our door was smashed. Those bastards must have come for revenge. But it seems they left after arriving, probably didn't make it to the 18th floor. Boss, Jiangzi is right. If they had reached the 18th floor, we would have heard the noise. Boss, those damn bastards dare to smash our door. They're asking for death. Let's go kill them. Right? The underground garage is ours. They intruded and smashed our door. It's a provocation. Boss, I can't swallow this. I want to stab them. The subordinates were gnashing their teeth, eager to take revenge on the people from Building 9. Wang Lu closed the iron door and said to the subordinates, "Don't act rashly first. We will definitely take revenge and well kill them all. But we won't charge into Building 9 hidden, that would get us hurt. In the apocalypse, getting injured is a big problem. I have a better idea. Let's go to old Liu's place and talk." Wang Lu's words made the subordinates show full obedience. They left the garage and went to Lu Manshan's home. Wang Lu casually sat down on a bed and the 5 subordinates gathered around him. Lu Manshan eagerly handed him a cup of ice. For Wang Lu, this cup of ice just needed a bit of heat to turn into water. So getting a cup of ice or a cup of water made no difference. But unexpectedly, just as Wang Lu took the cup, something strange happened. Whoosh! The cup suddenly vanished into thin air. Huh, this. Wang Lu thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But to his surprise, all 5 subordinates were equally shocked. Lu Manshan rubbed his eyes. "Boss, the cup in your hand is gone. Where did it go?" Wang Lu was also confused. Right, the cup was clearly in my hand. How did it suddenly disappear? What's going on? So Wang Lu took the cup of ice from Shi Chong's hand, intending to melt it into water. As soon as he took it, the cup vanished again. Now everyone was even more astonished, all greatly alarmed. Wang Lu was also a bit scared. Damn, is this haunted? What's happening? Isn't my ability to absorb and release heat and absorb metal energy? How come I can now make objects disappear? What's this? How come I don't know about it myself? Next, Wang Lu took the cups from the other 3 subordinates. Without exception, they all vanished. Next, Wang Lu fetched the water cups of his other 3 underlings. Without exception, they all vanished. However, as the last cup disappeared from his hand, Wang Lu clearly sensed that the object had appeared within his own spiritual realm. This place differed from the Dantian space. It resembled more of a mental realm. As long as he focused on the object in his mind, his consciousness would shift into that space. With this realization, Wang Lu immediately concentrated all his attention on that realm. Soon he distinctly perceived a space roughly 1 cubic meter in size, where 5 water cups rested silently. Damn, an alternate dimension. When had he awakened such a power? And this dimension was far too small, wasn't it? It was merely about 1 cubic meter, perfectly square. Placing 5 cups inside already occupied a considerable portion. Thus, with a subtle mental command, Wang Lu attempted to summon all 5 cups. The instant the thought crossed his mind, the cups materialized in both his hands. 3 cups appeared in one hand, 2 in the other. Unable to hold them all, he only managed to grasp 1 cup per hand, while the others fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Shards of glass and ice scattered everywhere. Observing this scene, Wang Lu seemed to understand. Why was this ability identical to that of the Chosen One Yi Chun? Except, his was smaller, while the Chosen One's space was infinite, capable of holding an entire warehouse. That space was like a boundless universe, seemingly able to store anything without limit. Now suddenly awakening a similar alternate dimension at this juncture struck Wang Lu as rather peculiar. It had never appeared before, yet now, right after he had melted Yi Chen's chimney, this spatial ability awakened. Could it be that as a villain, by striking at the Chosen One, he could strip away the Chosen One's abilities and claim them for himself? If that were true, it would be fantastic. He had originally thought dealing with the Chosen One was unnecessary, for now that improving his life was the priority. Little did he expect that attacking Yi Chun would yield such benefits, allowing him to plunder his abilities. This was going to be fun. Yi Chun, just wait to be stripped clean by me. This 1 cubic meter space was far too insufficient. He needed it bigger, much bigger. If he could kill Yi Chun and seize all his spatial power, that would be even better. Life was becoming more and more promising. At this moment, the 5 underlings were so astonished their mouths hung open wide enough to hold a cup, their faces etched with disbelief. Boss, your hand made the cups vanish and reappear out of thin air. Boss, what's going on? Boss, have you awakened another ability? You're incredible. This is so bizarre, making objects disappear and reappear. Amazing. Boss, I admire you more and more. You're like a god to me. Boss. Wang Lu looked at his 5 excited underlings and said with a smile, there's nothing to be astonished about. I've awakened another ability. It's become quite routine. But even I didn't expect to awaken a spatial power. I can store these cups in my alternate dimension and retrieve them at will. It's that simple. Old Lu, get us some new cups of water, and we'll chat while we drink. Lu Manshan nodded excitedly. Sure thing, boss. With that, he immediately fetched new cups. Opening the window, he scooped several cups full of snow from outside and hurried back. Worried there might not be enough water, he also grabbed a large teapot and filled it entirely with snow. Wang Lu casually melted the snow in the 5 cups into water, then touched the teapot with his finger. In the blink of an eye, the snow inside the teapot turned to water and began to boil, emitting billowing white steam. Sipping his water, Wang Lu addressed his 5 underlings. Everyone must keep my spatial ability a secret. It's our key to survival in the days to come. If others find out, I might meet with misfortune, and you'll surely be silenced. So we're all in the same boat now. We brothers must stand united. Do you understand? The 5 underlings nodded fervently, their eyes burning with zeal, nearly ready to swear to the heavens. They vowed never to reveal the boss' awakened ability, even under pain of death. If they uttered a single word, they wished to be cursed with eternal misfortune. Wang Lu, seeing their heartfelt sincerity, said, I naturally trust you. I just worry you might let it slip unintentionally, so I want you to always remember this rule. Alright, let's get back to the matter of Building 9. I suspect the reason the Tiger Club people didn't go up to the 18th floor is that they saw the corpses in the stairwell, got scared, feared an accident, and retreated. Even if the people in Building 9 now know it's an ice apocalypse, they haven't yet stooped to killing. So they saw the bodies, got frightened, and went back. However, there's still a menace. Letting them into the underground garage will endanger our future operations there, collecting gasoline, modifying vehicles, and building snowmobiles. So for our better survival, and to live longer, we have no choice. We must eliminate them all, completely eradicate the threat, so I can rest easy. The 5 underlings wholeheartedly agreed. Boss, that's absolutely right. They have to die, but how do we kill them? Yeah, boss, didn't you say we couldn't be rash and had a better plan? Right. Boss, your sudden awakening made me forget all about it. Tell us the plan, and we'll carry it out immediately. At this point, Wang Lu hadn't fully formulated the specifics. He pondered briefly and said, Hey Race, what well do well send someone to scout Building 9 first, then lure those people to our Building 6, and direct them to Chen. Whether Chen kills them or not, once they enter Building 6, they won't come back alive. But to achieve this, none of our people can be involved. I've thought of the perfect candidate, Yang Yue. That guy is now Chen's lackey, and even teamed up with his wife to try to kill me. Unfortunately, his wife didn't trust Chen at all, and chose to side with me, betraying him. He's still in the dark, so we'll go find him first. Once we reach the 5th floor. Like this, and then this. And then like that. Got it. Like this. And then this. Got it. Wang Lu meticulously laid out his plan in detail. The 5 underlings listened with sparkling eyes, giving him a thumbs up in unison. Boss, your brain is too sharp. Did it mutate too? Boss, this plan is brilliant. Not only will it screw Chen, but it'll also take care of those bastards from Building 9. Right, whether it succeeds or not, we won't lose anything, and we'll find out what those Building 9 people are up to. Then killing them will be easy. Boss, I can't wait to get started. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Wang Lu stood up and immediately gave orders. Old Lu, you prepare the lockpicking tools. Chang, Lian Yufeng, you 2 grab the spears. Zhou Helia. Chen Huaping, you 2 take the kitchen knives. Let's go now, first to subdue that bastard Yang Yue. The 5 underlings nodded in unison and went to prepare. When they went out again, Wang Lu led with Lu Manshan at the front. Chang and Lian Yufeng flanked with spears raised, alert and ready to stab at any moment. Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei each carried 2 kitchen knives, glaring menacingly. They reached the 5th floor. Lu Manshan crouched down and in less than a minute picked the lock of the security door. Wang Lu yanked the door open. Chang and Lian Yufeng charged in with their spears. Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei followed, brandishing their knives. At that moment, Yang Yue, who had just finished eating instant noodles and was sitting on the sofa chatting in a small owners group on his phone, was completely stunned. He stared in disbelief at the 2 spears thrusting straight toward him and the 4 knives rushing in from both sides. Then he saw the man he feared most, Wang Lu. Yang Yue turned pale with terror, fell to his knees with a thud, and stammered, Why, young Master Wang, what are you doing? I gave you my wife, and you're still not satisfied. There's really nothing left in my house. Even the last of the rice and flour was donated. I have nothing now. Please let me go, don't rob me anymore. I'm utterly broke. Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei paid no attention to his words. They flanked him and pressed their knives against his neck. Wang Lu leisurely walked over, pulled up a chair, sat down, and propped his legs on the coffee table. The image of a spoiled young master was unmistakable. The intimidation effect on Yang Yue was considerable. He didn't even dare lift his head to meet Wang Lu's eyes, truly terrified. Yang Yue, you've got some nerve trying to kill me. Your wife told me everything. You were plotting with Chen to take me out. So how should I deal with you? Hearing this, Yang Yue grew even more frightened. On the verge of tears, his voice trembling, he said, Why, young Master Wang, don't listen to my wife. How could I ever dare to harm you? I absolutely wouldn't. Wang Lu sneered coldly. Is that so? Then kill him. If you want to tell the truth, I don't have time for him. As Wang Lu finished, Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng pinned Yang Yue to the ground and raised their knives to slit his throat. Chang and Lian Yufeng also made as if to stab Yang Yue through the belly with their spears. The 4 men loomed over him, scaring him out of his wits. He cried out, Don't kill me. Young Master Wang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Chen. He'll do anything you say. Please don't kill me. Wang Lu's smile grew colder seeing Yang Yiwei so terrified. Give me your phone. Let me see what you and Yi Chen have been saying about me behind my back. I want to check if your wife was telling the truth. If she lied, I'll go kill her right now. Yang Yiwei was completely broken. He handed over his phone trembling with fear. It's true, everything my wife said is true. Please don't kill her, please don't kill my wife. I'll cooperate, I'll do whatever you want, young Master Wang. Wang Lu took the unlocked phone, glanced through the chat group, added himself as a friend using Yang Yiwei's phone, and changed his own name to Yi Chen. Then he deleted the original Yi Chen. After that, Wang Lu continued to terrorize Yang Yiwei, threatening to kill him, then his wife. Yang Yiwei was sobbing uncontrollably, his pants wet with urine. Wang Lu, sensing the time was right, told him, listen kid, if you want your wife and yourself to live, you'll do exactly as I say. If you mess up, I'll kill your wife first, then you'll both die. But if you complete this mission, it'll not only spare you both, but also reward you with some supplies. Yang Yiwei agreed without a second thought. After Wang Lu's instructions, he kept his phone on a video call with Wang Lu as he walked out of the basement entrance of Building 6 and headed toward Building 9. Along the way, he was trembling as he walked, truly terrified. But to save his own life and his wife's, he had no. The door to Unit 2 of Building 9 was welded shut and couldn't be entered. Under Wang Lu's guidance, Yang Yiwei went to Unit 3, but its door was also closed. At Unit 1, the iron gate had been destroyed and couldn't be closed from either inside or outside. So he entered Building 9 through that door. In just a short while, he went from Unit 1 through the basement corridor to Unit 2. Then he climbed the stairs to Room 602, Unit 2, Building 9. Summoning his courage, he knocked hard on the door and said, "Is Lin Wenya in?" There was no response. Yang Yiwei didn't mind and kept knocking. After a long time with no answer, he pretended to be furious, kicking the door violently and shouting, "Lin Wenya, are you in? If you don't answer, I'll break the door down." At that moment, 7 or 8 burly men had appeared behind the stairwell door. They crept cautiously toward Yang Yiwei, still unnoticed by him. Then the door to 602 opened. A seductive woman cracked it slightly and looked at Yang Yiwei. "Who are you? Who are you? What do you want from me?" Yang Yiwei raised his phone, shining the light on Lin Wenya's face, feigning arrogance as he said, "My boss Yi Chen has had a crush on you for a long time. Now you're coming with me. Stick with my boss and I promise you'll live a life of luxury." Lin Wenya fumed. "Who are you? Who is Yi Chen? I don't know him at all. Are you sure you have the right person?" Zhao Ming, the boss of the Tiger Club, hiding behind the iron door of the stairwell, gritted his teeth in fury. "That bastard Yi Chen actually sent his lackey to threaten my woman. He wants to sleep with her. He'll make sure he regrets this today. Even though Lin Wenya had a husband and a daughter in elementary school, she was still my little lover. If he dares to touch her, I'll kill him." So just as Yang Yiwei was forcefully pulling the door to drag Lin Wenya out, Zhao Ming could no longer contain himself. He immediately charged in with his underlings and pinned Yang Yiwei to the ground. Yang Yiwei, refusing to back down, raised his phone and shone the light on their faces. You can't hurt me. My boss is on the call with me right now. He sees every one of you. My boss is a ruthless killer who doesn't blink an eye. The woman my boss sets his eyes on, he must have. No matter how many of you there are, it's useless. Let me go. Let me go now." One of Zhao Ming's men snatched the phone. The camera on the other end was off, but Yang Yiwei's camera was indeed on. Just then Wang Lu's voice came through the phone. "Zhao Ming, I know you. You're the boss of the Tiger Club, right? I've been to your club before. I've had my eye on your little lover Lin Wenya for a long time. I never had a chance before, but now. You'd better send her over for me to enjoy. Once I'm done, I'll return her to you. Otherwise, I'll target Building 9. Then you and all your brothers will die. You saw what happened in Building 6 today, didn't you? All those people in the hallways were killed by me, Yi Chen. If you don't want to lose more lives, send Lin Wenya over." Zhao Ming was indeed somewhat intimidated by Wang Lu's bravado. He had entered Building 6 with his men earlier and seen many corpses. It was those bodies that made him retreat. He didn't go up to the 18th floor. Instead, he cautiously left Building 6 and returned to Building 9. Taking the phone, he said coldly, "Yi Chen, don't try to scare me. Do you think sending one lackey can take my woman? You're way too arrogant." Wang Lu burst into laughter on the other end. "Zhao Ming, I'll give you 10 minutes. Take a good look at the life I'm living now. My man will show you some videos. If you agree to send Lin Wenya to me, I'll give you the supplies you want. Enough to last your people a whole month. A woman for a month's worth of supplies. I think you'll be tempted." With that, Wang Lu hung up. Zhao Ming was so furious he wanted to smash the phone. "Damn you, Yi Chen. You think I'm that desperate? I've seen food before." His men were also seething with rage, and they started kicking and punching Yang Yiwei. Yang Yiwei cried out in pain. After a long while, Zhao Ming grabbed him by the collar. "That bastard Yi Chen says he's living the good life. Show me what kind of life he has, and what supplies he can give me." Yang Yiwei did as Wang Lu had instructed. He opened his phone gallery and showed Zhao Ming the saved videos and photos of Yi Chen's luxurious life. Zhao Ming was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was already the Ice Age apocalypse, with everyone living in freezing hunger. Having even a morsel of food was a luxury. Yet this Yi Chen was living in such comfort. His home was warm and his food looked incredibly delicious. Zhao Ming began to doubt reality. He didn't believe the videos were real. Yang Yiwei was prepared. He opened the group chat to show Zhao Ming the videos Yi Chen had posted there. Wang Lu had already changed his profile picture to match Chen's exactly. So when Zhao Ming opened the group chat, he didn't notice the detail. Seeing the recent videos and the shocked reactions from the Building 6 group members, he knew it wasn't fake. These things couldn't be fabricated. The group was real. For a long time, Zhao Ming remained silent. Lin Wenya sensed something wrong. She immediately hugged his arm and cooed, "Tiger, what's wrong? I love you so much. You have to avenge me. That Chen dared to insult me and even wanted to do that to me. We can't let him off. I only have you now." Zhao Ming seemed to have made up his mind. He turned and grabbed her arm, pulling her into a big hug. "Sister Wenya, you don't want me and my brothers to starve or freeze to death, do you? I think Chen's offer is pretty good. Maybe he's been to our gym a lot, but I never noticed him. He must really like you. You're the super VIP member of our club after all, and you go every day. Seeing you in your sexy workout clothes, he must have been completely captivated, even obsessed. So he sent his lackey to get you, even risking it. I think you'd be better off with Chen. You saw those videos. He has endless gourmet food and a nice place to live. Come with me, I have something to tell you." With that, Zhao Ming pulled Lin Wenya into the room to talk. It took only about 5 minutes. The originally resistant Lin Wenya now emerged with a smile, pulling a suitcase, as if she were going to live with Chen. Zhao Ming personally went to help Yang Yue up. "Brother, sorry about earlier. Call your boss Chen right now. I think we can still negotiate. He just wants a woman, right? He's been admiring Wenya all along." "No problem. Let Wenya go, keep him company." Seeing that things had turned out exactly as Wang Lu predicted, Yang Yue grinned and said, "All right, I'll call my boss Chen right now." He immediately dialed Wang Lu's number. He had no choice but to call Wang Lu since Chen had blocked and deleted him. He didn't dare to mess up. If he failed, his wife would be killed. The thought was terrifying. He had no other option. Soon Wang Lu answered. "Brother Chen, were you serious about what you said? Are you sure you'll give us a month's worth of supplies?" Wang Lu replied immediately. "Yes, they'll give you 5 boxes of steak and 3 boxes of salmon. These are good stuff. Now bring Lin Wenya to the door of 1802 in Building 6 for the exchange. Send her to me, and he'll bring the supplies out. 1 for 1. I just want Lin Wenya. I want to have her. I've liked her ever since I saw her at your Tiger Club. My eyes were always on her back, her legs, her hips. I really like her. I must have this woman. I am a man of my word. When the person arrives, the goods will be delivered. No backing out." Wang Lu's acting was decent. His tone was extremely excited and obsessed as he spoke. Zhao Ming's men felt deeply humiliated. This Chen was too much. Lin Wenya was their boss' favorite little lover. Even though she was 40 now, her seductive charm and graceful figure had always captivated their boss. Now that bastard Chen was coveting her, obsessed with possessing her. He was asking for death. Yet Zhao Ming smiled, a strange smile on his face. Zhao Ming had already discussed with Lin Wenya. Once they reached the door and obtained the supplies, Lin Wenya would block the door, allowing her companions to rush into Chen's home and attack him. Together with the ambushed underlings, they would rob Chen and seize his house. This way everyone could live comfortably. This was the plan Zhao Ming had devised with Lin Wenya inside the room. Lin Wenya also thought it was a good idea. If successful, their future lives would be much better. Zhao Ming said, "Ahem, brother, Chen, you truly are a lecher. However, we are now at our wits' end, on the verge of starvation. Otherwise, I would never give up my beloved Wenya to you. I hope you treat her well after she goes to you, and never harm her. Can you do that?" Wang Lu laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I am very fond of Lin Wenya. From now on, I will cherish her every day so much so that she can't bear it. You need not worry. Hurry up, come quickly. I can't wait to get intimate with Lin Wenya. I truly love her. Send her over quickly, and he'll throw in 2 more boxes of steaks. Just bring the woman to me." Zhao Ming felt a surge of contempt hearing Wang Lu's impatient tone. "All right, wait for me. He'll bring my brothers and deliver her to you." With that, Zhao Ming returned the phone to Yang Yue. Yang Yue, holding the phone, walked cheerfully ahead. Zhao Ming, Lin Wenya, and 9 brothers followed closely behind. He had more men than these. The reason the others hadn't appeared was that Zhao Ming had secretly contacted them via phone, instructing them to enter Building 6 covertly. They would quietly follow the delivery team later. In any case, they had to take down Chen today. After descending the stairs and exiting through Unit 1's entrance, the group headed straight for Building 6. At the basement entrance, Zhao Ming patted Lin Wenya's buttocks, feigning reluctance. "Sister Wenya, I won't go up. Let the brothers escort you. You will surely be happier with Chen." With that, Zhao Ming crouched at the door, pretending to be heartbroken. The others pulled Lin Wenya inside. Lin Wenya also put on a reluctant look, as if deeply saddened. Yang Yue, however, was jubilant, shouting boisterously, "Hurry up, follow me. My boss can't wait. Quickly come upstairs with me." There were 4 men escorting Lin Wenya, following closely behind Yang Yue as they climbed the stairs. Meanwhile, in the stairwell of Building 6, 5 young men sent by Zhao Ming were already hiding between the 16th and 15th floors. They would tail the group when Yang Yue and the others reached the 18th floor. When Chen opened the door for the exchange, they would rush out and barge into his home. Climbing from the 2nd basement to the 18th floor was exhausting, even under normal circumstances, let alone during the Ice Age, when everyone wore thick clothing and moved with difficulty. Yang Yue, panting like a dog from the climb, was utterly exhausted. Lin Wenya and the 4 burly men accompanying her were also on the verge of collapse. After catching their breath on the 18th floor, they finally went to the door of 1802. Yang Yiwei knocked theatrically. Boss, I brought Lin Wenya. Look. He quickly stepped back 2 paces, pushing Lin Wenya to the front. Lin Wenya removed her hat, deliberately revealing her delicate face. To please Yi Chen, she also unzipped her down jacket's collar, exposing a hint of skin. Inside the safe room, Yi Chen, hearing the commotion, immediately became alert. He rushed to the door, stood on a stool, and peered down through the observation port. Spotting Yang Yiwei with a woman and 4 burly men, Yi Chen sensed trouble. He made no sound, his mind racing. That bastard Yang Yiwei had most likely betrayed him. He had blocked Yi Chen. What could that mean? Now showing up with a woman and 4 men to curry favor. No doubt it was that bastard Wang Lu's scheme. Trying to lure me out, Yi Chen. Huh. Dream on. Realizing this, Yi Chen summoned a pistol from his interspatial storage. But just as he placed the muzzle at the firing hole, he hesitated. Using a gun didn't seem wise. Wang Lu didn't know he had won. If his underlings learned I have a gun, he'd never show up himself next time. I must be patient. I can't use the gun for now. But that Yang Yiwei, I despise him. Betray me. Die. And these 4 burly men. They must be Wang Lu's trusted subordinates. Last time I let them escape with cold water. This time I won't give them a chance. So Yi Chen summoned a repeating crossbow that could fire 8 bolts in a row. He raised the crossbow, aimed the scope at one burly man's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a sharp sound, the bolt shot through the air, piercing the man's skull. Whizzing, Yi Chen continued firing. The remaining 3 burly men, unable to flee, were also struck, though in the chest. Still the bolts pierced straight through their bodies. Yang Yiwei, pale with terror, tried to run. But before he could take 2 steps, a bolt pierced his heart, and he collapsed on the spot. He tried to speak, but his consciousness quickly faded. Finally, he lay in a pool of blood. Having killed 5 in a row, Yi Chen's crossbow had only 1 bolt left. Lin Wenya, paralyzed with fear, crawled on the ground, her legs weak. As she retreated, she sobbed in utter terror. Yi Chen aimed at her head, then her waist, buttocks, and legs. He never released that bolt. Yi Chen hesitated. Who was this woman? She was quite beautiful. What a great figure. The way she crawled was enchanting. A pity. What a pity. A beauty like her colluding with someone like Wang Lu. Perhaps she was coerced by him. But no matter what, anyone who comes to my door is no good. I may not kill you, but I won't let you off. Whiz. Yi Chen fired the last bolt without hesitation. With a thud, it pierced one of Lin Wenya's calves. She screamed in agony. Meanwhile, the 5 burly men hiding in the stairwell ready to charge were terrified and dared not go up to rescue her. They didn't care about Lin Wenya's life. The 5 of them bolted downstairs. They were too scared. This Yi Chen was a murderous demon. Unexpectedly, Wang Lu's underlings were already ambushing them on the 2nd floor. The 5 men rushing down never expected an ambush. Exhausted from the descent, their legs were weak. At the 2nd floor landing, Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei charged at them with cleavers. The 5 stopped in fright, trying to turn back. Just then the stairwell door behind them opened. Lian Yufeng and Shi Chong, wielding 2 spears, thrust at them. 2 of the men caught off guard had their throats pierced. The remaining 3, terrified, tried to flee upstairs. But their legs were sore and weak, making their ascent slow. They only carried expandable batons, which were no match for spears. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng pursued them, relentlessly stabbing repeatedly with their spears. In the end, these 3 also fell in a pool of blood, stabbed to death. On the 1st floor, Wang Lu, not one to be idle, charged toward the basement with 2 cleavers in hand. At that moment, Zhao Meng was guarding the basement entrance with 5 brothers. He worried that Yi Chen might send men to hide in the basement and seal the door to building 6. That would be dangerous. So he kept his men at the entrance. Unexpectedly, Wang Lu charged at him alone, brandishing 2 cleavers. Zhao Meng sensed something amiss. But seeing only one opponent, he dismissed it and sent 2 brothers to confront Wang Lu. Swoosh swoosh. Wang Lu hurled both cleavers. One missed the charging man, but the other struck him. Then 2 more cleavers appeared in Wang Lu's hands. Swoosh swoosh. He threw them again. This time both cleavers hit the same man. Wang Lu was pleased. Then 2 more cleavers materialized in his hands. Zhao Meng. What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? A cleaver-throwing maniac. Why does he have an endless supply of cleavers? Facing Wang Lu, the cleaver-wielding maniac, Zhao Meng was genuinely terrified. He hurled the baton in his hand toward Wang Lu, then immediately shouted, "Quick, run. Don't fight this lunatic. He's covered in cleavers. Find a place to hide." Zhao Meng's 3 remaining brothers hastily dodged behind nearby cars in the underground garage to avoid being slashed by cleavers. Wang Lu, heedless of consequences, had already felled 2 men and now charged relentlessly after Zhao Meng. The baton Zhao Meng threw struck Wang Lu as if hitting a lump of iron bouncing off harmlessly. Wang Lu felt no pain and howled with fury as he pursued Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng realized the man was fixated on him alone. At that moment, Zhao Meng abandoned all pretense of pride and sprinted wildly through the underground garage. As a fitness trainer, he ran swiftly, and Wang Lu could not catch up. So Wang Lu turned back to deal with Zhao Meng's 3 underlings. Seeing Wang Lu alone and now unarmed, the 3 men lost their earlier fear. They picked up the cleavers Wang Lu had discarded and lay in ambush along his path. As Wang Lu approached, they sprang out and hurled their cleavers at him. Facing the three cleavers flying in unison, Wang Lu instantly spread his fingers and activated his spatial ability. In the blink of an eye, the three cleavers were absorbed into his alternate dimension. Wang Lu understood this ability better than his other powers as he was intimately familiar with the subsequent plot. Thus, even though he had just awakened, his execution was remarkably smooth. After storing the cleavers, Wang Lu charged at one of the underlings. When he was within 2 meters, he spread his fingers again. The dimensional gate opened, and the 3 cleavers shot out, striking the man with equal force. The man collapsed after being hacked 3 times, blood gushing from his wounds. The other 2 men's eyes widened in disbelief. They screamed, "Ghost! It's a ghost! He's not human!" Swish swish. Wang Lu summoned the cleavers and hurled them at the 2 men. Due to the distance, only one man's arm was slashed, and he fled far away. Zhao Ming, watching from a distance, felt his scalp crawl. Zhao Ming did not rescue his brothers, but instead slipped silently into the entrance of Building 9 Unit 1, hoping to escape the madman and return home. However, as he entered the garage door, a dark figure emerged behind him. The figure, also wielding 2 cleavers, flung them at Zhao Ming's back. Thud! Thud! Both cleavers struck Zhao Ming. Despite his down jacket and thick clothing, the sharp blades drew blood from his back. After striking Zhao Ming, the assailant immediately fled without any intention of lingering. When Zhao Ming turned to look, he saw that the attacker was not a burly man, but rather short and slender, not even seeming young. Yet Zhao Ming dared not chase after him. If he encountered Wang Lu, the cleaver maniac, he would be finished. Helpless Zhao Ming could only endure the pain and run upstairs. Wang Lu, seeing Lu Manshan emerge from the entrance of Building 9 Unit 1, smiled with satisfaction. He had no interest in continuing to chase the 2 swift fitness trainers in the garage. The garage was vast, and the men were fast. Wang Lu felt that pursuing them was a waste of time. Besides, they were now trapped in the garage. Without water or food for a night, they would surely freeze and lose strength, likely perishing on their own. Zhao Ming had already been wounded by Lu Manshan's cleaver, which was coated with snake venom. Even if he survived, for now returning home would mean certain death before long. Lu Manshan ran up to Wang Lu and exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, it's done. I cut Zhao Ming and drew blood. He's definitely poisoned." Wang Lu patted Lu Manshan's shoulder approvingly. "Good work, old Lu. You're now one of my capable men. Hurry home and bring the welding machine. We're going to weld shut the doors of Building 9 Units 1 and 3. Lu Manshan grinned and nodded. "Got it, boss. I've already prepared the welding machine." He quickly slipped behind a car, retrieved the machine, and carried it to the entrance of Building 9 Unit 1. Then he fetched the battery to begin welding. At that moment, Shi Chong, Zhou Halei, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huipen, the 4 underlings, appeared along with a woman who had an arrow in her leg. Seeing Wang Lu, they quickened their steps in excitement. "Boss, we've taken care of our side. We ambushed them on the 2nd floor and stabbed 5 to death. Then we went up the stairs and only encountered one woman crying and begging for help. She had an arrow in her leg, so we brought her down. Boss, Yang Yue is dead, shot by Yi Chen. There were 5 bodies at Yi Chen's door. Right, that bastard Yi Chen actually had a crossbow. Too treacherous. Boss, what should we do with this woman?" "Boss." Wang Lu glanced at the woman, who had a sexy figure but was not particularly beautiful. He was not surprised that Yi Chen had killed 5 people. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I know. This woman is worthless. Take her to old Lu's 1st floor apartment." Upon hearing this, the 4 men's eyes lit up with excitement, and they immediately prepared to lead the woman away. Lin Wenyao thought she had been rescued, but she had merely escaped one den to fall into another. She wept and pleaded with Wang Lu, "Please don't. Don't do this to me. My husband is Zhao Ming. If you touch me, he won't let you go." Wang Lu sneered at her threat. "Zhao Ming is dead. Brothers don't feel any guilt toward this woman. She's no good. I'm sparing her life as a favor. So you know what to do with her." Wang Lu held not an ounce of goodwill toward Lin Wenyao. In the original storyline, she had committed countless evil deeds alongside Zhao Ming. She was truly wicked. At this critical juncture, Zhao Ming and his group had not yet reached the end of their rope, so the malice within Lin Wenyao had not yet been unleashed. Wang Lu despised such twisted women. If she was toyed to death, she deserved it. As for her leg wound, they would never treat it. The rotten flesh would be cut off. "Got it, boss. You're so good to us." "Received, boss. We'll take her to old Lu's place now." Chen Huiping and Zhou Halei immediately took Lin Wenyao away without hesitation. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng eagerly crowded around Wang Lu. "Boss, are you sure you're giving this woman to us brothers to enjoy? She's really sexy. Her figure is explosive, but her face doesn't quite meet your standards." "Yeah, boss, this woman is truly amazing. Her body is absolutely stunning. When we carried her downstairs, we could feel. It's incredible. Boss, are you sure you don't want?" Wang Lu. "Ahem. Xiangziye phone, do you still want to play? If not, go with old Lu to weld the gate. That kind of woman. She's not even worthy of being called a top-notch. You two are pitiful. How low have your standards fallen? All right, hurry up and go." As he spoke, Wang Lu raised his foot to kick the 2 underlings' backsides. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng chuckled and quickly dodged. "Thanks, boss. Of course I want to play. It's a phone who doesn't want to." He'll go first. Damn. Xiangzi, you're not loyal. Boss. You. Don't listen to Qiang's nonsense. I want to play too. I'm going now. The two underlings one after another eagerly grabbed their spears and sprinted toward building No. 6 like a 100-meter dash. The boss might not fancy this girl, but that didn't mean they weren't tempted. Finally, they could get some meat. They had to be the first. After Shichang and the other left, Wang Lu stayed there glancing at the two who had fled into the basement. Then he observed Lu Manshan welding the iron doors of Unit 1 and Unit 3 with an electric welder. During this time, many thoughts raced through Wang Lu's mind. If he could get old Lu to make a bow and arrow for each brother, wouldn't that increase their lethality? Those two who had fled would already be dead by his arrows. Also, the plan to modify a snowmobile needed to be put on the agenda sooner. The snow had already piled up to the height of a 5-story building, and the snowfall would not increase much from now on. As the snowfall slowed and temperatures dropped further, the outer snow layer would freeze into a hard crust. Stepping on the snow surface would no longer cause it to collapse directly, or instead it could bear a certain amount of weight. Once the snow naturally settled and compacted, and then froze, at least it would be difficult for people to break through. At that time, the snowmobile could come into play. With a snowmobile, they could go outside to search for supplies. What Wang Lu urgently needed now were firearms and ammunition. As long as he went to the local SWAT team to get firearms and ammunition and armed himself and his brothers, he could easily mobilize everyone in the entire residential area. Those who disobeyed would be shot dead. At that time, he could absorb as much heat as he wanted. He could mobilize countless people to keep building large bonfires for him. Then he would absorb enough flame to melt Yi Chen's safe house into a pile of carbon slag. If Yi Chen still acted like a turtle hiding in its shell, then he would roast him. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. So having a snowmobile was crucial. He had to make old Lu start the modifications quickly. With that thought, Wang Lu prepared to take a cup of water from his alternate space. Unexpectedly, as soon as his consciousness probed into the alternate space, Wang Lu was astonished. The alternate space, originally only 1 cubic meter, had now grown to 3 cubic meters. Oh, it became 3 cubic meters, just like that. So easily. This was 3 times larger than before. 3 cubic meters felt great. The sense of space immediately increased, and he could store much more than before. This made Wang Lu quite excited. Indeed, as long as he found ways to cause trouble for Yi Chen and make him miserable, he could continuously strip Yi Chen of his abilities. This was really a great thing. It seemed that tonight he would have to thoroughly ravage the sisters, Shun Baiwei and Shun Baixue. At that time, he would also keep a video call with Yi Chen and humiliate him severely. In that way, wouldn't his space expand wildly? The angrier Yi Chen got, the faster he could strip his abilities. Yes, tonight he had to handle this matter clearly. He would not stop until he expanded his space to 100 cubic meters. Yi Chen, tonight just wait to be cried by your old man. Ha! Wang Lu was happily daydreaming. Lu Manshan came over carrying the electric welder, wiping sweat from his forehead and panting. All right, boss, the doors of Unit 1 and Unit 3 have been welded shut. Those two bastards who fled into the basement definitely can't get in. They can't get into the other unit doors either. Tonight they'll just wait to freeze to death in this basement. Wang Lu looked around and saw that the two who had fled had already hidden behind some car completely out of sight. The entire basement was completely silent, making it a bit difficult to find those two. Wang Lu was not in a hurry. He casually put the electric welder and battery into his alternate space, saving Lu Manshan the trouble of carrying them around. Lu Manshan watched Wang Lu's move, having seen it before, but still found it quite magical. Boss, you're fucking awesome. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go back to your place first. By the way, do you want to play with that woman? Hearing this, Lu Manshan immediately scratched his head awkwardly. Boss, let Xiangzi and the others play. I am a bit tired now. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Wang Lu laughed heartily. Old Lu, not to criticize you, but is your old ox even capable? Last night, I told you to play Mu Yuqing to death. How did you manage? How can you not even dare to play with a woman? Tell me the truth, are you really impotent? Upon hearing Wang Lu say he was impotent, Lu Manshan immediately became anxious, his face red and neck thick. Boss, how am I not capable? I am capable. It's just that after killing someone last night I was panicked, and then I lost interest in that aspect. But today, boss, rest assured, I will definitely play that little bitch Mu Yuqing to death. I will not let you down. Wang Lu was quite satisfied to see Lu Manshan so excited. That little bitch Mu Yuqing was already a dead person in his heart. If old Lu couldn't handle it, he would give her to Xiangzi and the others. Let her contribute some positive value before she dies to reward the brothers. Since old Lu still had the desire, he would give him another chance. Alright, Mu Yuqing is reserved for you. By the way, tonight I'll arrange 2 even more fun ones for you. Then you and Xiangzi and the others can play together. I guarantee you'll enjoy a pleasure you could never have in this life. Lu Manshan's eyes were full of excitement. But just as he was about to show off, he scratched his head again in embarrassment. Boss, too. I might not be able to handle it. I'm a bit scared. I've never done this before. I say you can so you can. Old Lu, I really appreciate you, a reserved old man with hidden desires. Tonight with you in action, the effect will definitely double. I will double the effect. Yes, you're old and ugly, yet you can play with Yi Chen's dream goddess whom he pursued for years and never even dared to touch. Don't you think the effect will double? Tonight my 100 cubic meters depends on you. Boss, what you said is so mystical old Lu can't quite understand. While Wang Lu and Lu Manshan were chatting and laughing, the phone kept ringing with message notifications. Wang Lu looked at it. It was actually Chen Baiwei sending him messages. Over 30 messages sent continuously. This surprised Wang Lu. What was this little slut up to? What were the messages? Wang Lu did not rush to check the messages. The two arrived at the entrance of Building 6. Wang Lu took out the welding machine and battery from his space and placed them at the door, then said to Lu Manshan, "Old Lu, now weld the door of our Building 6 as well, so that no one can get in or out. When you have time tomorrow, you can properly fix the door and add a lock ring or something." "Okay, boss, I'll weld the door shut right now." Lu Manshan picked up the welding machine and began welding the door of Building 6. At this moment, Wang Lu opened his phone and looked at the messages from Chen Baiwei. There were fully over 30 photos, all extremely explicit. Moreover, the location was in the bathroom. In short, they were exceedingly explicit. After the photos, there was also a voice message from Chen Baiwei. "Brother Wang Lu, am already so impatient. Brother Wang Lu, why don't you come over earlier? Coming to my place works too. My sister and I have prepared everything perfectly. As long as you come, we can have fun right away. Come quickly, I really miss you, brother Wang Lu." That cutesy voice rang in his ears, making Wang Lu very excited. Not bad, not bad, this scheming woman really knows her place. Going directly to Chen Baiwei's home. That was a great idea, why hadn't he thought of it? At Chen Baiwei's place, he would use her phone to make a video call to Yi Chen. Then he would have Chen Baiwei humiliate Yi Chen in various ways over the phone. Moreover, he had also called an old man to add fuel to the fire. He would let Yi Chen know that the woman he had once groveled at her feet just to touch her finger was now appearing in the same video frame with an old man. In short, after all this manipulation, Yi Chen would definitely be furious. If Yi Chen was so angry and enraged, how could his alternate space not be huge? Just thinking about creating a large space of 100 cubic meters tonight made Wang Lu's mood incredibly good. Ecstatic, truly ecstatic. But after the joy, Wang Lu felt that Chen Baiwei's sudden eagerness was suspicious. There must be a catch. Before, when he asked her to come to his place, she seemed a bit reluctant. But now she was like a different person, so proactive. According to her original character, setting this woman wasn't stupid. Her current behavior was most likely fishy. Could it be that someone was backing her up, trying to plot against me, Wang Lu? With that thought, Wang Lu immediately replied to Chen Baiwei, "What a pair of little sluts. Fine, once I've rested, I'll come to your place at 8 tonight to see what's going on." By the time Wang Lu finished replying, Lu Manshan had already welded the door shut. The two went back together to Lu Manshan's home. Upon opening the door, the melodious singing of a woman echoed in the room. Shirchang immediately came to greet them, grinning and saying to Wang Lu, "Boss, that woman is really something, ha." As soon as Shirchang finished speaking, Zhou Hailei also beamed with joy. Boss, you're back, ha." "Boss, what are your orders?" "Boss, tell me quickly, I'm full of energy. For the boss, we are willing to do anything." Before Zhou Hailei's words fully faded, Lien Yufeng, not even having time to put on his shoes, ran over with one hand holding up his pants and the other holding his phone, his eyes shining with excitement. "Boss, this is the life. This woman is really something. Too bad she has an arrow wound on her leg and might die in a few days. Otherwise the four of us brothers would definitely keep her wealth, ha." Seeing the three so happy, Lu Manshan couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "Look at you, is that all your ambition? Come. Let's sit in this room and talk slowly." Wang Lu pushed open the door of another dorm room and sat down on the bed. Lu Manshan, Shirchang, and the other two quickly followed in, sitting opposite Wang Lu with excited faces. Old Lu Chang Feng Lei. From now on, such good things will be just a routine, right? After looking through the set of photos, Shirchang and the others kept swallowing their saliva. Although they had known Chen Baiwei before and were well aware that this woman was not discreet, she was just too beautiful. Lu Manshan was also after looking through the set of photos, Shirchang and the others kept swallowing their saliva. Although they had known Chen Baiwei before and were well aware that this woman was not discreet, she was just too beautiful. Lu Manshan was also excited after seeing them. So this was what the boss meant. How thrilling. At this moment, Chen Huipeng arrived late, his face red and neck swollen, and said to Wang Lu, "Boss, sorry, I was the last one, so I'm a bit late." "Boss, don't be angry. Next time he'll be faster." Wang Lu waved his hand. "Xiaopeng, why are you in a hurry about this? Isn't longer better than shorter?" This remark made Shirchang and the others burst into laughter, and Chen Huipeng also laughed. After a few jokes among themselves, Wang Lu began to tell the five of them the specific plan for using Chen Baiwei tonight. Wang Lu explained in great detail. The five brothers listened even more attentively, more focused than they had been for the college entrance exam. After the detailed plan was laid out, Shirchang and the others were overjoyed, wishing they could immediately share the boss burden. But Wang Lu was not in a hurry because it was almost time to eat. No matter how beautiful the women were, filling one's stomach was more important. Wang Lu decided to go back to the 10th floor to eat and drink his fill before starting the operation. The five underlings suddenly understood and unanimously raised their hands in agreement. because their stomachs were now empty and they were indeed a bit hungry. They arrived at 1001. Entering the home, Zhao Yinrong had already changed into trousers and a down jacket. She immediately walked over, greeted Wang Lu with utmost demureness, and then greeted Shichang and the others. When Shichang and the five saw this woman beside the boss, they suddenly felt that Lin Wenyao was no longer attractive. Indeed, the boss knew how to choose women. Although Zhao Yinrong was a young married woman, she was far superior to Lin Wenyao. Zhao Yanrong's face still had collagen like a young girl. Meanwhile, Lin Wenyao's face was somewhat unsatisfactory. They were not on the same level. Wang Lu was very satisfied with Zhao Yanrong's performance. Alright, since everyone knows each other now, Chan, you guys go cook quickly. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll go do the job. Now I'm going to take Renjir to the room to have a chat. Shichang and the others understood and immediately nodded repeatedly. Okay boss, you two chat, leave the meals to us. Boss, don't worry about cooking. We'll have 6 dishes and 1 soup ready. We brothers are all great cooks now. Boss, rest assured, I'll definitely stew a pot of fragrant beef tonight. Wang Lu smiled with satisfaction and gave his underlings a thumbs up. Then he pulled Zhao Yinrong and prepared to enter the room. But just as he opened the door, Wang Lu stopped in his tracks. Wang Lu witnessed an extraordinary sight. The bed turned green, and it was a vibrant fresh green. Wang Lu thought he was seeing things. Zhao Yinrong was also stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Without a second thought, Wang Lu quickly shut the door and pulled Zhao Yinrong toward the verdant bed. At the edges of the bed, as if withered wood had met spring, countless tender green shoots had sprouted. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing still lay on the bed as before, as if asleep, her face extremely pale. Wang Lu first circled the bed to inspect the fresh shoots, then climbed onto the mattress. He conducted a meticulous examination, leaving no small detail overlooked. In the end, Wang Lu discovered that the bed was not unusual. The problem lay with Li Ruobing. She had somehow acquired a healing ability. Not only had all the fine scars on her body vanished, but even the wounds from previous bleeding had completely healed, as if never there. He understood. The reason the bed had sprouted branches and leaves was not that the bed had mutated. It was entirely due to Li Ruobing. She had awakened a healing ability. In the original storyline, she was supposed to awaken this ability later, but unexpectedly, she had awakened it early. This healing ability was extremely powerful. It could not only heal oneself, but also heal all things. After enhancement, it could effortlessly bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh from bone. In the future, Li Ruobing would be hailed as an unparalleled divine physician. The beds withered with springing to life with leaves and branches was a basic attribute of the healing ability. It could rapidly heal 90 of injuries as well as various difficult and complicated diseases. It could instantly restore a weary person with boundless energy without any adverse effects on the body and even strengthen the organism. In short, whoever received this healing ability would benefit immensely. From now on, when going out to fight, having Li Ruobing by his side meant that even if he got injured, it didn't matter. At a critical moment, a single healing would instantly revive him, allowing him to continue the battle. Wang Lu thought of the many benefits of the healing ability and was truly delighted. He never expected that his punishment of Li Ruobing would inadvertently help her awaken her ability early. Now she was still unconscious. It was likely that the excessive release of energy upon awakening had caused her already weak to faint again. It was also possible that she had been frightened into unconsciousness by the miraculous effects of her own ability. But these details were not important. Since Li Ruobing had awakened her ability, the most important thing now was to keep her firmly under control. Have her use her healing ability on him every day to strengthen his physique. Over time, quantitative changes would lead to qualitative changes, and his strength and reaction speed would continuously improve. By then, even without knowing any martial arts techniques, he could still become a master. In the world of martial arts, speed alone is invincible. As long as his strikes were fast enough, any flashy moves from the enemy would appear weak and powerless. At that time, even without a gun, just using a knife, he could strike the throat with every slash. This was great, truly a great thing. But the prerequisite was that he had to keep Li Ruobing under control, making her obediently use her healing ability to nurture him. How could he make Li Ruobing always follow his orders? Got it, Ms. Zhang Ailing once said the only way to a woman's heart is, that is, I can play to my strengths. Let her focus all her ability on me, and I would give back to her the warmth of spring. In this frozen apocalypse, who could refuse such warmth? Thinking of this, Wang Lu began to wake Li Ruobing. He wanted to experience what it felt like to have the healing ability applied to him. However, Li Ruobing was now extremely weak and could not be awakened. Wang Lu tried various methods to wake her, but still no effect. Since he couldn't wake her, he had no choice but to give up. Tossing about on the bed, Wang Lu was full of pent-up frustration. Fortunately, Zhao Yinrong could also be healed. An hour and a half later. At this time, not only had Li Ruobing not woken up, but Zhao Yinrong had also fallen asleep. Wang Lu walked out of the room. His underlings had already placed the dishes on the table. However, the first few dishes that had been brought out were already frozen solid. But they didn't care about such trivial matters. With the boss around, even frozen lumps would be fine. As Lu Manshan brought the last pot of stewed dog meat to the table, 6 dishes and 1 soup were complete. The 5 underlings stared at the lavish table salivating with greed, but they didn't pick up their chopsticks. Instead, they looked at Wang Lu. Boss, hurry up and announce the meal. Brothers are so hungry their eyes are sparkling. Yeah, boss, if you don't announce the meal, the fish I stewed won't be fragrant. Boss, I've already picked out the dog penis, dog treasure, and dog kidneys for you. Hurry up and announce. Boss. Watching his underlings' excited looks, Wang Lu did not hesitate. He immediately placed his hands on the table. A surge of heat spread in all directions. The entire table became extremely warm, and the dishes that had been cold, or even frozen, instantly became steaming hot. After this small feat, Wang Lu picked up his chopsticks and announced on the spot, "Family, this is the apocalypse life. Just 6 simple dishes. Let's dig in." With Wang Lu's command, the underlings immediately wolfed down the food. Despite the generous portions, 6 grown men could not be stopped. In less than half an hour, the 6 dishes and 1 soup were completely devoured. Wang Lu patted his belly, contentedly burping. "Old Lu, the dog penis, dog treasure, and dog kidneys you stewed are really delicious. Same again tomorrow." Pleased by Wang Lu's praise, Lu Manshan was overjoyed. "Okay, boss. Tomorrow I'll stew the other dog for you too." Shirchang and the others were envious. They also wanted to eat dog penis, dog treasure, and dog kidneys. Eating those would definitely give them plenty of energy. Then they could exert all their strength on that slut Lin Wenya. However, when they thought of the 2 canaries the boss kept in his room, their hearts were filled with sympathy. The boss must be having a hard time. Better let him have more supplements. After eating and drinking, they rested for a while, and then went out. Shirchang and Lian Yufeng each carried a spear. Zhou Hailei and Chen Huipeng held 2 cleavers. Lu Manshan carried a lockpicking kit on his back, and also held a cleaver in his hand. Wang Lu was empty-handed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Soon the group arrived at the door of 1502. The sisters Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua lived in room 702. Normally Wang Lu should have gone directly to 702, but coming to 1502 now naturally had a different purpose. Lu Manshan was the first to rush forward and quickly unlocked the door of 1502. The door was pulled open. Shirchang and Lian Yufeng, holding their spears, immediately rushed in. Chen Huipeng and Zhou Hailei followed closely behind, cleavers in hand. The reason Wang Lu wanted to charge into 1502 was not to loot, but because it involved Shin Baiwei. Shin Baiwei had 2 sycophants. One was Yi Chun and the other was Su Yang, who lived in 1502. Su Yang was far more devoted and groveling to Shun Baiwei than Yi Chun, though unfortunately his family wasn't well off. Although he lived in this neighborhood, the apartment was rented. Su Yang always regarded Yi Chun as a love rival, and their relationship was as tense as fire and water. Yi Chun hated Shun Baiwei, but he also hated Su Yang. Today Shun Baiwei had been so proactive and eager in sending Wang Lu those explicit photos, even inviting him to her place. Wang Lu thought it over, and felt something was off. As he pondered, he recalled that Shun Baiwei had another sycophant living in 1502. Could it be that Shun Baiwei's active invitation was to lure her sycophant out to bite him? Su Yang was currently trapped in his apartment with 4 of his college classmates, giving them a numerical advantage. If these people joined Su Yang to help Shun Baiwei deal with him, it would be a major threat. Therefore, before officially heading to Shun Baiwei's place, he needed to eliminate this danger. Even if Shun Baiwei didn't use this sycophant, bringing Su Yang along might still provoke Yi Chun. After all, the plan tonight was to annoy and anger Yi Chun. 4 underlings rushed into the room. Wang Lu and Lu Manshan followed closely behind. To their surprise, the room was empty with no one inside. The place was a mess. Snack wrappers were scattered everywhere. The refrigerator door was open. In the center of the living room, a large iron basin was filled with ash, surrounded by books. It seemed these people had been burning books to keep warm. After searching every room, Shirchang and the others confirmed that the apartment was indeed deserted, but it contained plenty of wooden items. The dining table, chairs, wooden cabinets, flower stands, and several large bookshelves, all excellent fuel for a fire. For a moment, the 4 underlings' eyes lit up. "Boss, there's so much wooden furniture here. Let's dismantle it and take it upstairs to burn." "Yeah, boss, he lives on the 15th floor. Moving his things to the 18th floor is easy." "Haha, boss, my hands are itching. I want to wreck this place." "What do we do?" "Boss, how about we dismantle his place first? Since we're here, I feel uneasy if we don't cause some trouble." Wang Lu glanced at the 4 who were eager to wreak havoc and gave them an exasperated look. "Why don't you want to have fun with the women? Is wrecking a place more interesting than enjoying the sisters?" Wang Lu teased, then walked out of the apartment. Lu Manshan chuckled and added, "Xiangzi, why don't you stay and wreck the place? Leave the hard work of playing with the sisters to me, old Lu." Shirchang and the others were stunned. "Huh, old Lu, you son of a bitch." The 4 immediately followed Wang Lu out of the apartment. As they walked from the 15th floor to the 7th, Shirchang and the others were full of complaints about Lu Manshan. "Old Lu, you've turned bad. You want to enjoy the sisters all by yourself? Can your old stallion still perform?" "Yeah, old Lu, you weren't like this before." "Old Lu, you sly old bastard. We always thought you were a decent guy, but you're just like us, haha." "Old Lu, it's not that we're not letting you have your fun. We're just worried your old stallion can't handle it. Unless you learn a tongue twister from me." Lu Manshan had now fully integrated into the group and laughed. "What's good or bad? I only listen to the boss now. Whatever the boss says I do. Whoever the boss says to screw I screw. Can my old stallion perform? You'll find out later. The group burst into laughter. Really? But I'm not convinced. Come on, old Lu, repeat after me. Old Liu's old bull has a brain tumor. Old Lu drags the old bull to see the brain tumor. The brain tumor infects old Lu, the owner of the old bull. Old Lu. Haha, old Lu can't even tell the difference between old bull and brain tumor. Come on, old Lu, say it for us. If you can admit your old stallion works. Yeah, brain tumor. Old Lu, say it. Lu Manshan shot the four brothers an exasperated look. You four really? Cracking jokes like that? Don't you know to respect your elders? I'm getting angry now. The four laughed, even more uncontrollably. The entire hallway echoed with their laughter. Wang Lu felt a twinge of envy. These guys were really carefree, following him without a worry in the world, just having fun every day. How was it that being a villain's underling felt more satisfying than being a villain? The group arrived at the door of apartment 702 on the 7th floor. Wang Lu checked the time, 7:30 p.m. It was still half an hour before the agreed time with Shen Baiwei. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to play the fool in front of Shen Baiwei. That was Chen's style. As a villain, he disdained such tricks. With strength, he charged straight ahead. Wang Lu signaled Lu Manshan, who immediately stepped forward to pick the lock. As he worked on the lock, his heart raced with excitement. Opening this door meant opening the door to the two sisters. Tonight would surely be an unforgettable memory. Thinking of the pleasures ahead, Lu Manshan performed beyond his usual skill. It was faster than opening his own door. He had barely crouched down at the lock for 20 seconds when a click sounded and the door swung open. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng, who had been ready, charged in with spears. Zhou Hailei and Chun Huipeng followed, closely brandishing kitchen knives. At that moment, the 5 men and 2 women sitting in the living room were stunned by the ferocious sight of Wang Lu and his crew. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wow, what do you want? The sycophant Su Yang immediately shielded Shen Baiwei. Su Yang's 4 classmates also stood up quickly, but they dared not say a word. Their faces were pale with fear. Shi Chong and Lian Yufeng raised their spears and charged at the group, while Chun Huipeng and Zhou Hailei brandished their knives and flanked them, preventing any escape from the living room. Lu Manshan locked the door from the inside. Wang Lu walked over to the group, glaring coldly at Shen Baiwei. Shen Baiwei, you little bitch. Didn't you say you were waiting for me alone? What's this? Are you playing me? Shen Baiwei's face turned white with fear at Wang Lu's angry words. She had never expected Wang Lu to break in so abruptly and catch her off guard. She had miscalculated, truly miscalculated. Originally, she planned to have the sycophant Su Yang and his classmates hide in her closet, under the bed, or other concealed spots. Then she and her sister would use every trick to lure Wang Lu in. Even if Wang Lu brought a few underlings once he deemed the place safe, he surely wouldn't let them participate. At that moment, she would close the door. Wang Lu would be no match for the 5 sycophants. If they coated their knives with snake venom, Wang Lu would surely die. After killing Wang Lu, she would have the sycophants fight his underlings. Even if they didn't dare, it didn't matter. She could just keep the door shut. Wang Lu's underlings couldn't stay at the door forever. The hallway was much colder than the apartment, so they would leave eventually. Once they were gone, she could send the sycophants away, and she and her sister could slip down the stairs to Chen's place. In that way, wouldn't her ultimate wish be fulfilled? But now this unexpected turn of events. Damn it. Shen Baiwei's mind was buzzing. Her plan was ruined, and she had no idea how to deal with this bully Wang Lu. And Master Wang, it's not what you think. Shen Baiwei stammered. She tried to fabricate a lie, but she was too flustered to find the right words. At the critical moment, Shen Baiwei stepped forward, putting on a dramatic act. Tears streamed down her face as she pointed at Su Yang. Young Master Wang. It's him, his name is Su Yang. He deceived my sister and me. He said he was your underling and had something important to tell us, so we opened the door. As a result, as soon as my sister and I opened the door, they barged in and tried to do indecent things to us. We prepared all this to welcome young Master Wang, but they actually assaulted us, Wu, and even wanted to do it in the living room. My sister and I would rather die than submit. Luckily you arrived in time, young Master Wang, otherwise Wu, my sister, and I would have lost our purity. After saying this, Shen Baiwei wept like a pear blossom drenched in rain, her body trembling, and she immediately ran toward Wang Lu. Bang! Before she could get close to Wang Lu, Zhou Hailei kicked Shen Baiwei to the ground, then stepped forward and pressed a cleaver against her neck. Seeing her sister treated so roughly, Shen Baiwei cried out in agreement, young Master Wang, everything my sister said is true. It was Su Yang, that bastard Su Yang, who deceived us, leading to this. I only believe in young Master Wang. I only love young Master Wang. Su Yang pretended to be your underling to deceive us sisters. We were really caught off guard. Please, young Master Wang, spare my sister. Having said that, Shen Baiwei also walked toward Wang Lu. She even unzipped her down jacket, as if she was about to offer herself to Wang Lu right there. Chen Huipeng wouldn't allow her to approach the boss so casually. He rushed over, kicked Shen Baiwei to the ground, and pressed a kitchen knife against her neck. The 2 sisters were thus captured. Su Yang watched his beloved goddess being humiliated and bullied in front of Wang Lu. Although he was somewhat afraid of Wang Lu and his men, that was his goddess. She was so perfect and absolutely could not be bullied by these thugs. The reason the goddess framed me is that she She did it out of love for me. Why didn't she frame someone else? Why didn't she use someone else as a shield? The only man she can rely on is me, Su-yang. Even if she broke my ribs to make soup, I would be willing. Being framed by her is nothing compared to that. Therefore I must protect my goddess. You thugs and bandits, let Bai Wei go. Your actions will get you arrested and thrown in jail. You're trespassing, you. Su-yang shouted, angrily glaring at Wang Lu and his 6 men. Wang Lu couldn't help but sneer. He had originally planned not to kill the simp first, since the simp still had some value in provoking Yi Chen. When the brothers were done having fun, they could let the simp fulfill his dream before dying licking up some leftovers. But now Wang Lu changed his mind. This simp dares to threaten me. He even calls me a thug. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt cannot. I am a cold-blooded villain. If you act tough with me, I won't indulge you. You must die right now. Xiangzi am craving dog meat. Wang Lu coldly patted Shi Chang on the shoulder. Got it, boss. He'll kill the dog now. Shi Chang responded, raised his spear, and thrust it fiercely towards Su-yang. Su-yang was terrified and turned to dodge, but was too slow. With a poochie sound, the spear opened a bloody wound on his buttocks. Blood immediately gushed everywhere. Su-yang cried out in pain like a slaughtered pig. Su-yang's 4 classmates trembled in fear and wanted to escape. Lien Yufeng immediately swung his spear, sweeping left and right, and shouted angrily, "Fuck your mother, whoever moves, I'll spear him to death." After saying that, he waved the spear in front of the 4, scaring them to the brink of tears. To be safe, Wang Lu also summoned a cleaver in his hand. These 4 little punks, if they dare to resist, I'll chop them all dead with 1 cleaver each. Shi Chang, holding a spear, chased Su-yang around the room. "You little bastard, run, go ahead and run. Let's see how many spears you can take, ha. I'll fucking stab you to death." It hurts. Don't. Whoa. It hurts so much. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. It hurts, stop stabbing. Su-yang ran around desperately, crying and pleading. Shi Chang would not let him go. He swung his spear and stabbed Su-yang wildly. Poochie. This time the spear pierced through Su-yang's back and came out from his chest. Shi Chang immediately pulled out the spear, then stabbed again and pulled out again. Su-yang fell to the ground, desperately clutching his chest, blood gushing from his mouth and chest. He wanted to cry for help, but it was too late. At the end of his life, he looked at Shun Bai Wei with reluctance and guilt, as if saying, "Sorry, goddess, it's all because this simp is useless. Even though I'm about to die and you haven't even glanced at me, I believe you, goddess, love me." Shi Chang successfully killed Su-yang. The other 4 were so scared they didn't dare to breathe, nor did they dare to run. They obediently sat back on the sofa. "Young Master Wang, please spare us. We are innocent. Don't listen to that bitch Shun Bai Wei's nonsense. She and her sister are all lying. In fact, the 2 sisters. They wanted to kill you, young Master Wang. Yes, young Master Wang, I swear on my life, Shun Bai Wei and her sister really wanted to kill you. Now the fruit knives and cleavers in the kitchen are all coated with snake venom. That's right, young Master Wang, these 2 green tea bitches are vicious. They wanted to cut you with venom-coated knives and kill you. We were all deceived by them. Young Master Wang, spare us. We really have no hostility toward you. Please let us go." Wang Lu looked at these 4 terrified fellows. In fact, he quite wanted to take them under his wing and keep them as laborers. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Lu dismissed it. Unnecessary, completely unnecessary. Soldiers are valued for quality, not quantity. Moreover, these 4 were scrawny and wouldn't have much strength for work. If he took them in, he would have to feed them. Such a waste of resources. They didn't deserve it. So better to kill them. Puff, puff. Wang Lu swung his arms with all his strength and threw the 2 cleavers in his hands. 1 cleaver each, splitting 2 heads. Just like splitting watermelons, blood mixed with brains gushed out. 2 people dead. The other 2 were scared out of their wits and didn't have time to think. They turned to run. Shi Chang and Lien Yufeng had been itching for action. Puff, puff. 2 spears thrust out, directly piercing their chests. Then they pulled out the spears and stabbed repeatedly with poochie-poochie sounds. The 2 left this world with unwillingness on their faces, their eyes wide open even in death. Perhaps they could never understand why Wang Lu killed them, even though they told the truth, but didn't kill the 2 green tea bitches who were full of lies and truly wanted to kill him. They were unwilling, truly 1,000 times unwilling. Shun Bai Wei and Shun Bai Xue were so scared that they wet themselves literally. The 2 women sat on the floor, their pants soaked. Although they had seen in the group chat earlier the people killed by spears in the corridor. After all, those were corpses seen in a video. Even though they were terrified at the time, they later calmed down. But now Wang Lu had killed 5 people right before their eyes. Shun Bai Wei and Shun Bai Xue were completely terrified, trembling violently all over, as if they could barely breathe. At this moment, Wang Lu squatted in front of Shun Bai Wei with a smile, and said, "Miss Shin, those 4 told me the truth before they died. I never expected that it was you who wanted to kill me, and you even coated the kitchen blades with venom. Now you and your sister both want me dead. How should I repay you?" Shun Bai Wei looked at Wang Lu's gentle smile. She hurriedly explained, "Master Wang, all of this is Yi Chen's fault. I was forced by Yi Chen. We had no choice. We didn't want to harm you." Shun Bai Xue also chimed in. Yes, Master Wang, if you want revenge, go after Yi Chen. He is the culprit who wants to harm you." Wang Lu glanced at the 2. "Oh, I see. That Yi Chen is indeed hateful. Since that's the case, are you two willing to study hard and make progress every day? Chen Baiwei said, Master Wang, I am willing to study hard and make progress every day. Wang Lu then turned his gaze to Chen Baixue. Master Wang, I am the same. I will study hard and make progress every day and become a useful person to society. Wang Lu was very pleased. Good, you are very sensible. Next I will tell you the essentials of learning. As long as you study well, I will give you food, give you warmth, and keep you fed and clothed. Hearing this, Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue nodded like pestles pounding garlic. Wang Lu sat on the sofa and explained in detail the matter of requiring Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue to study. The two women listened very attentively and seriously. Master Wang, rest assured we will definitely study hard and incidentally make Yi Chen die of anger. Yes, yes, Master Wang, we will definitely make Yi Chen die of anger. Seeing the two so eager to learn, Wang Lu did not hesitate. He generously used his supernatural ability to send some heat. Very well, now you two go back to the room and find books. Study the set of knowledge that was given to me today. The two nodded. They went to the bedroom to find books. Living room. Wang Lu ordered his 5 underlings to throw the corpses one by one into the bathroom. He took out his phone intending to check the current situation in the owner's group. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yinrong sent a message. Li Ruobing woke up. Seeing this message, Wang Lu immediately wanted to call Zhao Yinrong. Unexpectedly, the other side sent several consecutive messages. Young Master Li Ruobing seems to have awakened a miraculous supernatural ability. She seems to be able to emit some kind of energy. It's just like the heat you transmitted to me. This energy instantly made me feel refreshed and no longer sleepy. Li Ruobing became a bit weak again, as if she was about to faint. She didn't faint, she seems to have learned to control that ability. But she says she is thirsty and hungry and wants me to get her food. Li Ruobing's lips are dry now, as she seems really dehydrated. Should I give her water to drink? Watching the messages coming one after another from Zhao Yinrong, Wang Lu really wanted to leave temporarily and go back to the 10th floor to check on Li Ruobing. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. The two holding books came out. Wang Lu glanced at them. He did not speak. He replied to Zhao Yinrong on his phone, give her water to drink, give her something to eat, then watch her, and wait for me to come back. Zhao Yinrong replied immediately. Okay, young master, I will definitely take good care of her. After reading this reply, Wang Lu reassuringly put his phone into his pocket. Chen Baiwei, Master Wang. Chen Baixue, Master Wang, is this book okay? Upon hearing these words, Wang Lu truly wanted to slap both of these wretched women. However, since he was about to start provoking Yi Chen anyway, he decided to save those slaps for later. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Now. Immediately. Right now. Call Yi Chen on video right now. Wang Lu's words were like a command. Chen Baiwei couldn't help but tremble in fear. She shot a glare at her sister, then pulled out her phone to call Yi Chen. Young Master Wang, well, begin now. At that moment, Yi Chen was in his safe house eating watermelon while playing games. He was utterly content. With his billions of supplies and the infinite storage spatial ability, all his provisions remained perpetually fresh. Yi Chen could feast every single day. Delicacies from land and sea, all kinds of fruits. Everything he took out of the space was incredibly fresh, almost as if time had stopped when he stored them. He cut a watermelon in half, scooped out only the egg-sized center with a small spoon, ate a couple of bites, then pushed the rest aside. His attitude was truly arrogant. However, just as he was reveling in the game, a video call from Chen Baiwei came in. Yi Chen didn't answer immediately. He only picked up the phone after finishing the final moments of the match. Seeing that Chen Baiwei had already called him 3 times, Yi Chen curled his lips into a sinister smile. Had that scheming bitch Chen Baiwei really had some skills. So quickly she had managed to kill that bastard Wang Lu. Not bad, not bad. Tonight, I'll add an extra meal. Yi Chen must properly celebrate Wang Lu's death, haha. No need for red wine, I'll just casually drink a few bottles of 1982 Mount I. Then I'll prepare 10 meat dishes, 8 vegetable dishes, and 5 soups. Just some appetizers with drinks. I'll have to do. As for those 2 white lotuses, Chen Baiwei and her sister, they want to move into my safe house. No way. With that thought, Yi Chen immediately answered Chen Baiwei's video call. On the screen, the sisters Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue were wearing sexy little outfits, smiling at Yi Chen. Yi Chen wore an expression of utter disdain. He was ready to slap those 2 hypocrites in the face. He could even imagine Chen Baiwei would coquettishly call him brother Yi Chen. But to his surprise, Yi Chen, you pathetic simp. No, even calling you a simp is an honor now. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before. Yi Chen, you think you can chase my sister? Go take a piss and look at your own reflection. You're not even worthy of licking her shoes. Chen Baiwei and Chen Baixue's faces were full of mockery and ridicule. Yi Chen listened to their words and saw the 2 sisters in the video utterly stunned. What's going on? Weren't they dreaming of moving into my safe house? Why are they so arrogant now? And why has Chen Baiwei returned to that haughty attitude from before? It's as if she's once again the goddess I pursued desperately, but never won. I inexplicably feel a sense of familiarity. I even instinctively want to. Damn it. Yi Chen am no simp. Chen Baiwei, what do you mean by that? Don't you want to live in my warm and cozy safe house? How dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the confidence? Shen Baiwei laughed loudly, then moved the camera farther away to show off her and her sister's outfits. Yi Chen, you pathetic simp, look clearly. See what I and my sister are wearing now. Your crappy safe house is just a turtle shell. Who would want it? We're not cold anymore. We can go wherever we want now. The outside world has warmed up, don't you know? These words struck Yi Chen's mind like a thunderbolt. What? The outside has warmed up. The ice apocalypse is over. How? How is that possible? How can this be? Yi Chen couldn't believe it. But it was night pitch black outside, so he couldn't see whether it was still snowing. And since he was on the call with Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue, he couldn't leave to open a window and check. Opening a window in the safe house was no easy task. First he had to find the window's safety lock on the computer, then perform a series of manual operations. In short, it was very troublesome. No. It's impossible, it can't be warming up the apocalypse can't end like this. You too. You're lying. Everything you're saying is fake. Yi Chen glared furiously at Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue in the video. Just then the camera shifted to reveal Wang Lu's smiling face. Wang Lu waved at Yi Chen and said, "Hello there, Yi Chen, the green-haired turtle. With just a little trick I scared you that badly. You're really a coward, haha. By the way, today I'm going to let you watch a free show. Do you want to see how the goddess you've been groveling for years, whose hand you've never even touched, gradually loses herself among 5 men? Yi Chen." Damn Wang Lu. He understood now. The sister's earlier behavior must have been forced by Wang Lu. All lies just to anger him. Damn it, I almost fell for that bastard Wang Lu's scheme. Wang Lu, you dog, stop barking at me in the video. If you have the guts, come to my door. It'll show you who's going to die. Hearing this, Wang Lu really laughed. Yi Chen, are you joking? You've developed a sense of pride from being a turtle, haven't you? You actually want me to come to your door so you can kill me? What kind of bullshit logic is that? I can't help but laugh. When a normal person gets angry, don't they go directly to kill the enemy? But you, Yi Chen, when you're angry, you want the enemy to come to your door to kill you. Aren't you a turtle? Let me tell you straight, the goddess you've pursued for years is about to put one cuckold's hat after another on you. From now on, just be a good green-haired turtle. After speaking, Wang Lu turned the camera back to Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue. Then Shi Chang appeared on screen. He had one arm around Shen Baiwei and the other around Shen Baixue, his hands quite mischievous, wearing a lazy, thuggish expression. Yi Chen, do you see this? This is the goddess you've been desperately pursuing. Now my boss has given them both to me. Are you angry? Does it hurt? With that, Shi Chang roughly pulled Shen Baiwei over and began kissing her right in front of the camera. Shen Baiwei didn't resist, as she was in a daze. This wasn't what Wang Lu had told her would happen. Wang Lu wasn't doing it himself, but letting his underling. Shen Baiwei's heart sank halfway, but she didn't dare to resist. Hearing Shi Chang's arrogant words and seeing the two kissing on screen, Yi Chen was furious, his fists clenched so hard they nearly shattered. Although he had repeatedly told himself that Shen Baiwei was a white lotus, a scheming woman, and that he would kill her one day, he hated her and had to do it himself. Still, when he saw the goddess he had groveled for a full 10 years kissing a street thug on video, his mind exploded. It was as if he had just been dumped, and then someone poured salt and stabbed a knife into the wound. The pain was unbearable, and that pain quickly turned into hatred for Wang Lu. Wang Lu, you despicable coward. They'll fucking kill you. They'll kill you. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse and furious, flames seeming to shoot from his eyes. Wang Lu was overjoyed at the sight. Slap. He kicked Shen Baiwei's butt and gave her a signal. Shen Baiwei knew exactly what he wanted her to do. So after finishing the kiss with Shi Chang, she licked her lips with lingering satisfaction and wore a dazed expression. She looked into the camera and said, Yi Chen, you pathetic simp, aren't you supposed to like me? Aren't you supposed to love me? Didn't you give me birthday gifts over and over again? You even folded over 100 origami cranes for me like a fool, and that winter you knitted a scarf for 3 months and gave it to me. You really put in so much effort to move me, but unfortunately all your efforts are nothing compared to the pleasure I get from reading with just anyone. You pathetic simp, you have no idea how disgusting you are. Every time you gave me something, I wiped my feet with it and threw it in the trash, ha. Come here, big brother, what's your name? In books there are golden houses and jade beauties. Do you like reading? Yi Chen's rage surged higher and higher. This was too much, but he still couldn't bring himself to smash the phone. Of course, this phone was specially treated with a thick layer of impact-resistant casing. Even if he threw it hard on the ground, it wouldn't break. Yi Chen set the phone in front of him, banged the table in fury, and pointed at Shen Baiwei on the screen. Fuck your mother, all my sincerity was wasted on a dog. I was truly blind to have liked you. You and Wang Lu, that bastard, you're in cahoots to piss me off. You bitch and bastard, you'll die a miserable death. You'll die a miserable death. Wang Lu felt great seeing Yi Chen so angry. Shen Baixue said, Yi Chen, why are you angry? Why are you so mad? Yi Chen was about to explode. I'm mad at your mother's cunt. The only reason I didn't hang up is to tell you. You'll regret this. Offending me, Yi Chen, will make you die a horrible death. He'll remember everything you've done today, and he'll show it to you when you're at your most desperate. He'll make you die with your eyes open. Shen Baixue chuckled, pretending to be scared. Oh, I'm so scared, but are you even a man? All you can do is talk about what you'll do later, but you don't dare step outside. Shen Baixue's words stabbed into Yi Chen's heart like a needle. Though Yi Chen knew this was definitely Wang Lu's despicable scheme. He was trying to lure Yi Chen out of the safe house and strike him down. I have a gun, a repeating crossbow, even smoke bombs. I have powerful attack methods. I can summon a massive amount of supplies instantly. Even if I just pelted Wang Lu with supplies, I could crush him. But what if I leave the safe house and take a risk? Even if I'm fully armed, what if that treacherous Wang Lu wounds me? So, Yi Chen will never leave the safe house. You bastards don't think you can trick me. I'm bored anyway, I'll just enjoy your performance. Yi Chen struggled to calm himself before saying, Shun Baishua, you little slut, you're no good either. Don't think you can provoke me with such words. That's all you're capable of. Yi Chen won't fall for it. Shen Baiwei said, Yi Chen, this ancient poetry is so hard, I can't memorize it, I really can't. Yi Chen. Shen Baiwei continued, Yi Chen. Before the window the bright moonlight. What's the next line? Yi Chen. Shi Chong Lian Yufeng Zhou Halii. And Chen Huipeng saw Yi Chen so furious. They appeared one after another laughing without restraint. They recited ancient poems fluently while taunting Yi Chen. Lifting my head I gaze at the bright moon, oh lowering my head I think of my hometown. Yi Chen, you illiterate. The flying torrent cascades down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has fallen from the ninth heaven. This ancient poem is so easy, Yi Chen. Are you angry? Are you upset? But you're just an illiterate who doesn't dare leave the house. Come and hit us then. The thick strings clatter like a sudden rain, the fine strings whisper like secret words. Clattering and whispering interweaving like pearls large and small falling onto a jade plate. Yi Chen, you can't even recite such simple ancient poems, you can't memorize them, you're just a maggot. I stopped the carriage to sit and enjoy the maple grove in the evening. The frosty leaves are redder than the February flowers. Yi Chen Weiwei and I memorized this poem together. You're not angry, are you? Yi Chen's ears echoed with the grating sounds. His rage kept soaring. He was about to explode. He felt he couldn't take it anymore. Not only did they recite ancient poems, but they also insulted him as an illiterate. This was too much. Truly worse than beasts. That bastard Wang Lu was truly killing with words. Bastard's a bunch of trash, fuck your mother's, wait, just wait, Yi Chen will never let you off. As he spoke he slammed the table again and again, his fists turning red without him even noticing. Meanwhile Wang Lu didn't bother listening to Yi Chen at all. He even stopped caring about the live stream. He sat quietly on the sofa feeling the expanding dimensional space. Awesome. So damn awesome. My dimensional space had grown from 3 cubic meters to about 10 cubic meters. This was a 10 cubic meter space. Several times bigger than before. Such a large space could do so much more. Even storing a car inside was no problem. Earlier he was worried about how to move the modified snowmobile upstairs. Now that problem was solved. But the space was only 10 cubic meters for now. The villain wasn't satisfied. Not enough. Far from enough. Wang Lu need even more space. I want bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Let it keep growing. Tonight, I must get a full 100 cubic meters. In excitement, Wang Lu immediately ordered Lu Manshan beside him. Old Lu, don't just stand there. You go to stoke the fire under Yi Chen. Lu Manshan, who had been itching to act, was overjoyed. Finally, it was his turn. Got it, boss. Just watch. He replied, then sprinted to the camera in the fastest 100-meter dash of his life. Overjoyed from the heart, he opened his mouth and laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hello, Yi Chen. I'm old man Lu, 60 years old this year. I may be ugly, but am articulate and recite ancient poems like a pro. So I'll recite some ancient poems for you. You don't mind, do you? The moment old Lu appeared on screen, Yi Chen sensed something was off. Now seeing old Liu's yellowed teeth, sun-darkened skin, and his lecherous, disrespectful grin, Yi Chen's composure shattered once again. Oh, I'm so furious and shaking with cold. You old bastard, I curse your mother. Wang Lu, you dog, you and your whole family die, son of a bitch. Yi Chen no longer cared about dignity, and in a fit of rage, he cursed wildly at the camera. However, Lu Manshan maintained a sly grin, completely unruffled. Young man, I advise you not to be so hot-headed. Too much anger will kill you. Come, little Weiwei, give your grandpa a kiss. As he spoke, Lu Manshan couldn't help but grin, revealing his yellow teeth. Shen Baiwei hurriedly dodged tears welling in her eyes. But the next moment, she let old Lu have his taste. Old Lu showed a look of utter enjoyment. He even made mwah 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 sounds. It was truly an eyesore. It must be said that old Liu's antics would make anyone grind their teeth with hatred. This old fellow was truly shameless. This stark contrast was like a flower planted on a pile of cow dung. Even a stranger would feel a sense of pity thinking Shen Baiwei was such a waste. In fact, Lu Manshan wasn't that old. He was only 48, not yet an old man. But years of hardship and constant exposure to wind and sun had aged his appearance. Moreover, he was deliberately acting like an old lecher. That was how he achieved such an explosive effect. Even with Yi Chen's good temperament, he was now driven mad. He wanted to grab his phone and smash it to pieces, never again to see the scenes orchestrated by that bastard Wang Lu. This was utterly outrageous, utterly outrageous. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen punched the screen again, pointing at Lu Manshan and shouting, "You old bastard, fuck you. I'm going to kill you, you're dead. I can't kill Wang Lu, but killing you, an old bastard, is easy. You and Wang Lu are in cahoots, and you'll come to a bad end. Lu Manshan heard Yi Chen's curses and became even happier. He reluctantly parted from Shun Baiwei wearing a look of lingering desire. He smacked his lips and swallowed saliva. Delicious. Truly delicious. I've lived most of my life, and at this old age I can still enjoy such fragrant delicacies. Yi Chen, thank you so much. You've protected your goddess so well. I must say your goddess is truly fragrant. But I wonder, how does it feel for you to watch your goddess kiss an old man like me? Oh, I almost forgot. I think you're quite pitiful, so we'll give you a chance. If you want me to let your goddess go, it's not impossible. You just have to learn a tongue twister from me. How about it, Yi Chen? With that, Lu Manshan pulled Shun Baishui over. Shin Baixu's face was full of resistance, her brows knitted together as if about to twist. She looked pitifully at the camera and said, "Brother-in-law, save me. Come save my sister and me. Can you really bear to watch your beloved woman be defiled like this? Can you really bear this dead old man bullying your goddess wife like this? Brother-in-law, these people are so brazen, how can you still tolerate it? You're not some kind of ninja turtle, are you?" Shun Baiwei, tears streaming, made a retching gesture and followed up, "Yi Chen, darling, come save me. This dead old man. He seems like he hasn't brushed his teeth in 30 years. He's making me sick. He's so disgusting. I'm really nauseous now. Ugh. Yi Chen, darling, I can't stand it. I want to die, but I can't die. I love you so much. If it weren't for you, I would die willingly. Come save me, please." After saying this, Shin Baiwei only glanced at Lu Manshan before beginning to retch again. Lu Manshan, however, smacked his lips and laughed heartily. He showed not a shred of sympathy. Instead, imitating Wang Lu's cold demeanor, he grabbed Shin Baiwei's hair. He pulled her close and said displeasedly, Wei, what's this? Are you disliking your grandpa? Do you think your grandpa isn't as handsome as your husband?" Shin Baiwei dared not show any dissatisfaction toward Lu Manshan and immediately forced a smile. "Grandpa Lu, you are the most handsome. How could I dislike you? Wei adores Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu is Wei's dream lover. Please don't be angry, Grandpa Lu. You are infinitely better than that useless Yi Chen. That simp of his, he licked my boots for 10 years and never even touched a finger of mine. But Grandpa Lu, you are different. We've known each other for less than half an hour, and you're so naughty. Oh, Grandpa Lu, you're really bad." Lu Manshan laughed again and said excitedly, "That's right. Your grandpa is always your grandpa, but your Yi Chen husband is no longer the husband he used to be. His new name is Cuckold." With that, Lu Manshan looked at the camera. "Oh, little brother, Yi Chen, why is your face green with anger? Did I, old Lu, do something wrong? But I've already given you a chance. I said as long as you learn the tongue twister from me, I'll let Wei go. If you don't answer, I'll assume you don't want to learn. If you don't want to learn, I certainly won't let her go. I'm a fair man, you know." Yi Chen was truly fed up with Lu Manshan. Every time Lu Manshan appeared on screen, Yi Chen felt sick, even trembling with rage. The angrier he became, the more he hated Wang Lu. It was all Wang Lu's fault. "You Wang Lu's lackeys, you will die a miserable death. Your whole family will die. I, Yi Chen, swear this, within a month I will kill every one of you." Lu Manshan heard this and dramatically leaned his sun-darkened ear toward the camera. "Yi Chen, what did you say? You want to learn the tongue twister from me? You want to beg me to let go of your goddess? Fine, then listen carefully. The tongue twister is the old bull with a brain tumor got old Lu. Old Lu took the brain tumor to see the bull, the old bull's brain tumor, and old Lu made Yi Chen get a brain tumor. Little brother, Yi Chen, this tongue twister is simple, isn't it? Come on, follow me. If you can say it without a single mistake, I, old Lu, will keep my word. As long as you do it, I will no longer make things difficult for you. But if you make even one mistake, don't blame me. It'll show you how powerful old Liu's old bull is." Yi Chen was furious. "Damn you, old Lu. You old bastard, go to hell. I will kill you." In a fit of rage, Yi Chen directly summoned a handgun from his storage space and stormed outside. Filled with such fury, Yi Chen directly summoned a pistol from his storage space and strode out with his head down. A man of valor between heaven and earth. How could he be so insulted? If a gentleman can endure this, then who cannot? These bastards are utterly devoid of conscience. I, Yi Chen, am going out right now to blast you all to death. I've got a gun, and I don't believe I can't kill you scumbags. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall, let alone I, Yi Chen." He stormed toward the door of his home. But unfortunately, this surge of rage only carried him as far as the iron gate. Yi Chen pressed the unlock button on the iron gate. As the first door opened, his anger dissipated by half. When he pulled it open and prepared to open the outer security door as well, he hesitated. His hand hovered in the air, frozen for a long time. No, impulse is the devil. Anger clouds a person's judgment. Even if I have a gun, even if I take them by surprise and rush to the 7th floor, can I kill all of them? Obviously not. What if I get hurt? What if that bastard Wang Lu deliberately provoked me and has already set up an ambush? Then wouldn't I be in trouble? No, absolutely not. I live in this warm, spring-like safe house. Why should I fight with a bunch of fools who can't even get enough to eat and are cold and hungry? I am clearly a precious jade. Oh, how can I collide with a pile of broken tiles? I am noble, and they are all trash. What right do they have to make me impulsive? What right do they have to make me risk my life to kill them? Not worth it at all. In the end, Yi Chen withdrew his hand, turned around, and immediately closed the door he had opened. After taking a few deep breaths, he told himself again, Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua, those two sluts. If they die, they die? What do I Yi Chen have to be angry about? Although I have indeed been groveling at Shun Baiwei's feet for 10 years. Over these 10 years I have given so much. Even my youth of 10 years has been lived in the shadow of this woman. But what does it matter? She is not my girlfriend, oh why should I let her control my emotions? After muttering this to himself, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put the pistol back into the alternate space and returned to his phone. However, the moment he calmed down, the image on the phone instantly sent his rage soaring again. He saw that detestable old man Lu Oh, beast. Old beast. Fuck your mother, you dare. Yi Chen, you're back, haha, sorry, Wei Wei is too delicious, can't blame this old man. Also, you never learn tongue twisters with me, so this old man has to show you the power of an old bull. After saying this, Lu Manshan put on a look of enjoyment. Yi Chen's mentality was about to explode, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Die? You will all die, every single one of you. Compared to Yi Chen's fury, Wang Lu was overjoyed. He sat on the sofa feeling the alternate space continuously expanding, truly delighted. Bigger. The space is bigger again. Ha ha ha, bigger, keep growing. I want an even bigger space. At this moment, the alternate space had expanded from the previous 10 cubic meters to 30 cubic meters. Although it was still far from the target of 100 cubic meters that Wang Lu had set earlier. But before Lu Manshan appeared, the alternate space had stopped growing after reaching 10 cubic meters. However, as soon as Lu Manshan showed up, the space began to expand again. This indicated that Lu Manshan's damage to Yi Chen was quite significant. In his joy, Wang Lu naturally signaled his underlings to add fuel to the fire and continue humiliating Yi Chen. So next, Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua, whether crying or laughing, made loud sounds, their throats nearly torn. Amidst her body swaying like duckweed, Shun Baiwei, with tears streaming, looked at the camera and said, Yi Chen, you are such a waste. Are you satisfied now? Do you think it looks good? You are really pathetic. Old man Lu is 100 times better than you. You are not a man at all, go be a eunuch. Shun Baishua also performed, speaking to the camera in a staccato voice. Yi Chen, with someone like you. A cuckold. Do you still? Want to be my brother-in-law? Hey, you are not worthy, even in your next life. You are not worthy. Because you are just a soft man. You are really trash. Under the continuous humiliation from Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua, coupled with the arrogant and exaggerated laughter of Lu Manshan and Shirchong and the other three, Yi Chen could no longer bear to watch. Yi Chen was so furious that he threw his phone heavily onto the ground and stomped on it, repeatedly stomping hard. After a long while, he realized the phone no longer made a sound. Quiet. His world was finally quiet. Wang Lu, you bastard, Yi Chen will never share the same sky with you. I will kill you and all your lackeys. They'll make you die a miserable death. After calming his anger for a while, Yi Chen picked up his phone from the ground. This phone of his had been specially reinforced. Even if he smashed it hard on the ground or used it to break bricks, the phone would not be damaged. Yi Chen turned on the phone and immediately dialed a number. The other party answered almost instantly. Yi Chen, what's wrong? What happened? Why did you suddenly call me? The man on the phone sounded somewhat nervous. Yi Chen clenched his fist and said in a calm and peaceful tone, Uncle Yang, remember the plan I told you about before? Now our plan can begin. Hearing this, Uncle Yang seemed very happy. Really? Yi Chen, the plan can begin. Good. Great. Don't worry, you told me to stock up on supplies in advance and inform me about the coming ice apocalypse. You are my benefactor, Yang Guangrong. As long as you say the word, I, Yang Guangrong, will go through knives and fires without hesitation. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Hearing this voice on the other end, Yi Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile. Wang Lu, just wait. I will make you die. On the other side, after all the dust had settled, Wang Lu was in a rather good mood as he felt the space that had expanded to 50 cubic meters. Although it was still a full half short of the 100 cubic meter goal he had set, Wang Lu believed that this half could be obtained soon enough. As long as Yi Chen remained alive, he could continue to exploit him. If he had the chance to kill Yi Chen, that would be even better, for perhaps he could strip away all of Yi Chen's abilities. Just thinking about it made him anticipate eagerly. At that moment, Shirchong, wiping the sweat from his forehead, grinned and asked Wang Lu, Boss, what should we do with those two women? Wang Lu snapped back to reality. Chong, do you even need to ask? Treat them well, of course. First, put some clothes on them. Shirchong felt that the boss words sounded oddly suggestive. Got it, boss. Shirchong wasted no time. He immediately called over a few brothers to help the utterly weak Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua's sisters up from the ground and dressed them. They supported the sisters and placed them on the sofa. Just then, Wang Lu walked out of the kitchen holding 2 fruit knives. Shun Baiwei and Shun Baishua had barely the strength to speak, but when they saw Wang Lu approaching them with the fruit knives, they were so terrified that they jolted. Shun Baiwei mustered her energy and looked at Wang Lu, saying, Brother Wang Lu, what are you doing? Why did you take 2 fruit knives from my house? Are you craving some fruit? Wang Lu strolled over to them unhurriedly, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He signaled to his underlings. Shirchong, Chun Huaping, Lian Yufeng, and Zhou Hailei immediately moved to restrain the sisters, making it impossible for them to move even a little. The two women were panicked. Wang Lu gestured with the fruit knife in his hand and said to them, "My two great contributors, don't be afraid. You've worked so hard today that your faces are pale with exhaustion. I believe you must have contracted some kind of cold disease that has hindered your blood circulation. So I intend to cut each of your fingers and let out some blood. That way the illness will naturally be cured. From now on I'll make sure you eat well, drink well, and live well. Every day we'll provoke Chen like this. How about it?" The two women were terrified and shook their heads repeatedly upon hearing Wang Lu's words. Shen Baixue even burst into tears. "Brother Wang Lu, no. Please don't cut our fingers with those two knives. Those knives are poisoned. If you cut us, we'll die." Shen Baiwei also said, "Yes, Brother Wang Lu, those knives have snake venom. They really can't be used to cut. My sister and I are just too tired. We're not sick, not at all. Please, Brother Wang Lu, don't cut our fingers. I beg you." Wang Lu gave a cold laugh. "How can that be? It's just a small cut on the finger. It'll be over soon." With that, Wang Lu stepped forward. Shichang and the other three grabbed Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue, lifting their arms. With a swift motion of the knife, a splatter of blood erupted as Shen Baiwei's hand was slashed deeply. But Wang Lu, worried that the snake venom might not penetrate thoroughly enough, struck again with a backhand slash. This time the blade plunged directly into Shen Baiwei's wrist. Shen Baiwei let out a piercing scream like a stuck pig, crying and struggling wildly, but to no avail. Wang Lu then turned his gaze to Shen Baixue, who was now as pale as her name suggested, white as a sheet of paper. She shook her head frantically, incessantly begging Wang Lu, "No. Please, Brother Wang Lu, don't kill me. I'll be your slave, I'll be everyone's slave, just don't kill me." Wang Lu smiled with an elegant, almost kind expression. "Sister Baixue, what nonsense are you talking? You're sick. I'm using the fruit knife from your home to make a small cut to let out blood and cure you. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon." So saying, Wang Lu swung the other fruit knife and cleanly stabbed it into Shen Baixue's wrist. Inside the room, the two women's screams rose and fell. After about 10 minutes or so, they gradually lost their strength, and even their voices became faint. Wang Lu was somewhat shocked. This snake venom was indeed potent, definitely a highly toxic one. In just 10 minutes, these two women were already on the brink of death from the poison. That Chen really had a vicious heart. If this poison were used on me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it either. It seems Zhao Ming was probably dead by now. After Shen Baiwei and Shen Baixue had completely stopped breathing, Wang Lu and his men finally left room 702 with satisfaction. Once outside, Lu Manshan was very excited and repeatedly thanked Wang Lu. "Boss, I'm so grateful to you today. You let me, old Lu, experience pleasures I never had in my whole life. So this is what it feels like to completely let go. I've wasted the first half of my life. Thank you, boss." Shichang and the other three joined in the teasing. "Old Lu, besides thanking the boss, you should also thank your old bull." "Ha ha ha. Old Liu's old bull is truly amazing, so fierce. From now on we should call old Lu Brother Bull. Brother Bull. That nickname is pretty domineering, but it doesn't match our sleazy old Lu. How doesn't it? I ask you, isn't old Liu's old bull amazing? Amazing. If it's so amazing, why can't we call him Brother Bull? Ha ha ha. Hello, Brother Bull. From now on, Brother Bull, go easy on us." The underlings chatted and laughed, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. Wang Lu was also in a good mood and gave Lu Manshan an approving look. "Old Lu, your old bull is indeed amazing. Make sure you use it well from now on. You really did waste the first half of your life, but for the second half, if you seize the moment, you can still live splendidly. And you're a talent." Lu Manshan scratched his head sheepishly while Shichang and the others continued their banter. Then Wang Lu's expression turned serious. He put his hand on Lu Manshan's shoulder and said, "Old Lu, from today on, besides extracting gasoline in the basement, you and Chang also need to convert those motorcycles in the basement into snowmobiles. As for electricity, don't worry. Besides the 2 hours of daily power supply, the 5 of us have sports cars parked in the basement. We'll fill our cars with gasoline, start them up, and then we'll have a continuous supply of electricity. You just focus on modifying the snowmobiles in the basement." Lu Manshan was now confident about this task. "Don't worry, boss. They'll go down to the basement with Chang right away to find those motorcycles and take measurements. Then we'll find materials. If we don't have enough, we'll dismantle the stair railings in the hallway. Or we can tear down someone else's security door. That's sturdy iron plate. All of these can be used as materials for our snowmobile conversion. In short, I'll make sure to have a snowmobile ready for you, boss, as soon as possible." Shichang, hearing there was work to do, immediately stepped forward to express his commitment. "Boss, although I'm a bit tired from today's work, I'll do my best to cooperate with old Lu. As long as I can help old Lu, Chang won't say a word of complaint." Chen Huaping, Zhou Hailei, and Lian Yufeng, the other 3 underlings, were not to be outdone. "Boss, I Xiaoping will go now to dismantle the houses and carry all the wooden materials upstairs to prepare for the fire." "Right, boss, the 3 of us may not be able to help old Lu with the modifications, but we can dismantle houses and set fires for you. That's our specialty." "That's right, boss. Let's start with room 1502 on the 15th floor. Carrying the materials from the 15th floor to the 18th floor is a piece of cake, and they really have a lot of wood. Wang Lu saw that although his underlings were a bit tired, they were all as enthusiastic as if they had been injected with adrenaline. From their eyes, he could see boundless hope and expectations for the future. He couldn't help but feel moved. Our villain's henchmen are truly loyal. Very good. You are all my good brothers, and you've treated me, Wang Lu, with great sincerity. But let's call it a day. You're all tired. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll go all out. The underlings were indeed exhausted from the work and physical exertion, but they still politely expressed their unwavering loyalty to the boss. Everyone returned to room 1001. The arrangements were as before. Old Lu stayed in the secondary bedroom, the four brothers occupied the other two rooms, and Wang Lu went back to the master bedroom. This 1,200 square meter apartment had 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a large living room, a large dining room, a large kitchen, a dressing room, and so on. So the allocation was perfect. Lu Manshan returned to the secondary bedroom and saw Mu Yuqing huddled in a corner of the big bed, shivering under the blanket. He did not approach her. Having just gone through a battle, he was now too exhausted. He couldn't help but lament that he was getting old and his stamina was failing. If he were 10 years younger, he could have a second round. What a pity. With that thought, he pulled a kitchen knife from his waist and slowly walked toward the cowering Mu Yuqing. No. Please. Don't kill me. Mu Yuqing was terrified, her face pale. Miss Mu, don't be afraid. Although your uncle carries a knife, I don't kill people. Don't move, don't move. When Wang Lu returned to his room, Zhao Yanrong was the first to greet him. Master, you're back? I just fed Sister Roabing the stewed dog meat you left in the pot, and gave her some water from the teapot. She ate quite a bit, and is much more energetic now. Wang Lu patted Zhao Yanrong's cheek with satisfaction, and kissed her forehead. Good job. Thank you, Master. This is what Rangier should do. Accompanied by Zhao Yanrong, Wang Lu approached the bed, and gazed intensely at Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing instinctively moved back. Young Master Wang, what are you doing? Wang Lu chuckled, and replied with a single word decisively. Wang Lu chuckled, and answered with unwavering certainty, of course. Li Ruobing and Zhao Yanrong were both taken aback. However, Wang Lu was not in the mood for jokes, and directly told Li Ruobing that he needed her to use her healing ability to cure him. Upon hearing that Wang Lu wanted her to heal him, Li Ruobing once again felt a bit overwhelmed. She had only just begun to understand this ability. When the power first awakened, she had been so frightened that she unleashed her healing ability on the entire bed. As a result, the wooden bed, nourished by the potent energy, experienced a miraculous revival of withered wood. This terrified Li Ruobing. Coupled with her physical weakness, she fainted and did not wake for a long time. Only after eating and drinking did she regain some strength. Thus, she was still unfamiliar with this ability and dared not use it recklessly. She feared that she might faint again after using it. As for the fact that she had not died after Wang Lu injected her with snake venom, Zhao Yanrong had already explained it to Li Ruobing. He never intended to kill you, on the contrary, he cares about you and treats you like one of his own. The snake venom he injected was processed with instantaneous high heat, then the temperature was extracted before being administered into your body. On the surface, it seemed like a seamless act of injecting you with venom. In reality, the venom that entered your body had no toxicity and could not harm you. That is why you did not die. He is truly kind. Zhao Yanrong was both admiring and adoring of Wang Lu. When she spoke of Wang Lu to Li Ruobing, she was completely effusive. She listed all of Wang Lu's virtues, leaving Li Ruobing questioning her own judgment. For a moment, Li Ruobing felt that Wang Lu might not be such a bad person after all. He only seemed bad on the surface, perhaps he was actually a good person. But now, after interacting with him, Li Ruobing began to doubt herself again. How could Wang Lu possibly be a good person? She had only just grasped a bit of the essence of her ability, and Wang Lu was already demanding that she heal him. Li Ruobing was reluctant. Young Master Wang, your leg is almost healed, it doesn't need further treatment. Also, I haven't fully mastered this ability yet. I'm afraid of hurting you. Can we wait a few more days? Once I've learned how to use it properly, I'll treat you, okay? Wang Lu's eyes turned cold. No, absolutely not. Can't you understand plain words? Do I have to slap you across the face for you to cooperate? Listen carefully, heal me with your ability right now. Immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you experience some intense heat. At the words, intense heat, Li Ruobing's mind instantly conjured images of herself drenched in sweat along with the memory of that suffocating, tear-inducing heat. If she angered Wang Lu in his current state, he might. Then, she would surely become a different person, lose all dignity, and... No, it was unthinkable. Just imagining it filled her with dread. A cold sweat broke out on her back. No, please don't, young Master Wang. I'll do as you say, I'll use my healing ability on you right now. Wang Lu nodded in satisfaction. Li Ruobing obediently followed his instructions. Young Master Wang, shall I begin the ability now? Wang Lu nodded approvingly. Yes, start now. You must relax, and relax some more. The more relaxed you are, the better your ability works. Understand? I understand. Here I go. Li Ruobing agreed, slowly closing her eyes. She began to use her healing ability on Wang Lu. As the healing ability activated, Wang Lu felt a gentle spring breeze caress him. It was utterly exhilarating. This refreshing sensation accompanied by abundant energy revitalized his slightly fatigued body as if he had been injected with a stimulant. The effect was simply unmatched. The wound on Wang Lu's leg previously inflicted by Yi Chen's pellet gun healed at a visible pace, leaving not even the faintest trace. Perhaps Li Rubing's control over her healing ability was still imperfect. Consequently, the ability radiated outward, affecting the surroundings. Zhao Yinrong, who stood by, grew increasingly bright-eyed and took deep breaths repeatedly, as if each inhalation brought her greater comfort, utterly intoxicated. Meanwhile, the frozen shoots on the large bed began to slowly sprout tender leaves. If an ordinary person witnessed this phenomenon, they would surely be astounded enough to cry out for their mother. Li Ruobing continued to wield her healing ability, her face growing paler, as if she might faint at any moment. Seeing how earnest she was, Wang Lu decisively grabbed Li Ruobing by the hair, lifted her, and placed her on the bed. If he didn't call for a stop, she would certainly pass out. Not bad, Bing Bing. Your performance satisfies me. Let's end the healing here. Don't faint on me again. If you do, you'll be like a dead pig. Impossible to wake up, such a hassle. Despite being treated roughly, Li Ruobing felt no hatred this time. Instead, she was somewhat relieved. Thank goodness. If he had called for a stop, even a moment later, I would have collapsed from exhaustion. Sigh. Is this ability a blessing or a curse for me? Young Master Wang. I'm sorry, I've done my best. I'm so tired and dizzy now. May I rest for a while? Wang Lu, however, stretched his limbs, looking spirited. Rest? You must be dreaming. Stay put and don't move until I return. With that, he strode out of the room and into the living room. Wang Lu walked to the balcony piled high with supplies. It must be said that the generous donations from the neighbors in the entire building were quite abundant. Especially rice flour, oil, and frozen meat. There was a great deal. Even with Li Ruobing and Zhao Yinrong, these supplies would suffice for a month of indulgent eating and drinking. Earlier, when his abilities were not yet formidable and he hadn't developed the metal attribute, Wang Lu had considered taking his underlings to borrow supplies from the other buildings. To that end, he had even taken control of the underground garage. Stockpiling supplies could help him survive better in the apocalypse. But later, after awakening the metal aura and the ability to deprive alternate space, his plans changed. The supplies before him were more than enough. He might not even need them all. Based on the current weather changes outside, Wang Lu could clearly foresee that within no more than a month, at most half a month, the snow would cease to fall daily and instead drift only sparsely. The north wind would also vary in intensity, no longer howling incessantly as it did now. By then, Lu Manshan would have finished modifying the snowmobile, and the snow surface would be frozen solid. That would be the time for him to take his underlings out to collect supplies. Once he could go outside, Wang Lu's primary target would be to obtain firearms and ammunition from the SWAT headquarters. With guns and bullets, he could arm all his underlings. Then blowing up Building 6 would be a trivial matter. Killing Yi Chen would become easy. For Wang Lu, as time went on, the path grew wider, and good things multiplied. Thus, the hoarded supplies at hand were sufficient. Wang Lu approached the large pile of supplies not because he was hungry and needed to replenish food for the upcoming battle, but because he was searching for something: milk. The milk collected from the neighbors amounted to 7 or 8 cartons. Most of it remained untouched. There were also many cans of milk powder, especially calcium-rich ones for the elderly, 5 large boxes, gifts from their children. So much milk powder that drinking it all would make one sick. Wang Lu surveyed the supplies briefly, then opened his palm toward them, creating a spatial gate. Soon one item after another was absorbed into the space. Within the space, he could mentally sort and stack the supplies quickly. Finally, he categorized them into 3 types: carbohydrates, proteins, and fibers. After stacking everything, he summoned a carton of milk and carried it back to the room. Returning to the large bed, Wang Lu warmed the frozen milk until it turned into hot milk, then placed it on the bedside table. Rangier, open this carton and make Li Ruobing drink it all, not a single drop left. If she refuses, force feed her. Do as you see fit. Li Ruobing's face changed in fright, nearly fainting. An entire carton of milk. How could she possibly drink it all? And if she couldn't, she would be force-fed. From Wang Lu, he was utterly wicked. He was a demon. He was terrifying. He was clearly tormenting and retaliating against her in a roundabout way. Although Zhao Yinrong didn't understand Wang Lu's intentions, she obeyed his orders absolutely. She immediately opened the carton, took out a warm box of milk, inserted the straw, and handed it to Li Ruobing. Sister Ruobing, please don't make things difficult for me. Drink, hurry up, but if you can't finish, I'll have to force feed you. Li Ruobing took the milk, bit her lip lightly, and began to gulp down the warm milk. Though she seethed with hatred for Wang Lu, the warmth of the milk in her stomach unconsciously softened that resentment. It was truly delicious. After drinking, her body felt much warmer, and she felt comfortable. So she took the second box and drank it all in a few gulps. After finishing that box, Li Ruobing didn't feel full, instead she felt even better. So she took the third, fourth, fifth boxes and kept drinking. The more she drank, the less weak she felt, and her strength gradually returned. How strange, my body actually craves milk so much. Why don't I feel bloated after drinking so much? Instead, I want more. Could it be that protein provides special replenishment for my ability? After finishing the entire carton, Li Ruobing barely managed to burp twice. Wang Lu observed Li Ruobing, whose complexion had become much rosier, and stepped forward with satisfaction. Good, you obeyed. Now aren't you dizzy? Don't you feel more energetic? Li Ruobing forced a faint smile. Yes, young Master Wang. I didn't expect to drink an entire carton of milk in one go. I feel much more energetic now. Thank you for giving me the milk. Wang Lu was naturally aware of the energy replenishment for Li Ruobing's healing ability. In the original plot, when Li Ruobing first used this healing ability, she always grew weak and pale, unable to find a way to replenish. After a few days, she gradually discovered that her ability had a strong absorption capacity for protein. As long as Li Ruobing consumed protein voraciously, her ability recovered very quickly. Thus, before finding a more efficient method, she turned into a foodie, devouring various protein-rich foods. Later, during an operation, she encountered some mutated spiritual herbs and medicines, which became a better alternative. She could consume them directly, and after ingestion her healing ability would undergo a new upgrade. The healing effect became better, stronger, faster, and the target recovered more quickly. Eventually, she found even better substitutes than spiritual herbs, and her ability upgraded again, gaining new properties. But that was all in the future. For now, the quickest way to restore Li Ruobing's ability was to supplement protein. Milk was a fast-absorbing and direct source. Although eating meat or eggs also worked, Li Ruobing's small mouth took ages to finish a single egg. Beef would also take too much time, and it required cooking. Wang Lu had no patience for that. Milk was the most convenient. Once the milk in the space was depleted, he would have a way to give her the elderly milk powder. The several boxes of elderly milk powder in the space were well-known brands with high protein content and clean ingredient lists. After all, the elderly living in this community weren't poor, their children wouldn't buy cheap goods. These supplies were of decent quality. Giving them to Li Ruobing to drink was perfectly fine. Even if the quality were mediocre, as long as it contained protein, it would suffice. Even if there were harmful substances, it didn't matter. Li Ruobing had awakened a healing ability. Any harmful substances would be neutralized by her ability before they could harm her body. Speaking of which, another attribute of the healing ability was immunity to all poisons. Now it was impossible to poison Li Ruobing. Any lethal toxin was ineffective against her. From the moment her ability awakened, her body was no longer ordinary, but belonged to the category of transcendence. Looking at Li Ruobing's pretty face, Wang Lu smiled with elegance and amiability, his handsome side fully displayed. Oh, you want to thank me? Sure, I accept. But I don't like hearing thanks in words. As the ancients said, actions speak louder than words, right? Bing bing. Zhao Yanrong, standing nearby, watched Wang Lu as if he were about to corner Li Ruobing against the wall. She was stunned like a fangirl. So handsome. But Li Ruobing's heart skipped a beat, and she knew something was wrong. This bastard really had no good intentions. Young Master Wang, what book do you want to read with me? Although I've recovered a bit, and can recite some ancient poems, I'm still weak. How about we study tomorrow? The sea of learning is endless, and it's better to rest early tonight. It's already late, and you must be tired too, right? Li Ruobing put on a pitiful, caring expression as she looked at Wang Lu. But inside her emotions were a tumultuous flood. She muttered to herself, thinking back to the beginning. It's a long story. I was so foolish to believe Chen's nonsense and try to kill Wang Lu with snake venom. That was an extremely wrong choice. Back then, before I tried to kill him, Wang Lu had always treated me with respect. He was quite decent, never intending to offend me. So, Wang Lu was a bad man, but he had strong principles. What a pity. I didn't seize the opportunity. His sudden change began when I tried to kill him with snake venom. Now thinking back, Li Ruobing had regretted it countless times. If she hadn't done that, but instead chosen to stand with Wang Lu, even if she had confessed her feelings to him directly, the situation would never have been like this. Zhao Yanrong was the most obvious contrast. That was why she could interact with Wang Lu so easily. And Wang Lu indeed never harmed Zhao Yanrong. But Wang Lu treated me so coldly and mercilessly, as if we had a blood feud. His indifferent attitude, his icy gaze, they truly put immense pressure on my spirit, and I was terrified. Although Wang Lu occasionally showed a hint of warmth, that gentle look was always a wolf in sheep's clothing. This man was too terrifying. I should never have offended him. Wang Lu listened to Li Ruobing's words as if he hadn't heard them, completely ignoring her. Rest. I'm brimming with energy right now, thirsting for the excellent culture of the 5,000 years of Dragon Kingdom's history. You want me to rest? Ridiculous. I'm going to study hard and make progress every day. No one can stop me. Not even Jesus. Bing bing, from now on don't call me young Master Wang. It sounds too formal. After all, you're now my scholar. Think about it. What should you call me? Li Ruobing was puzzled. So after all this, Wang Lu wanted her to thank him just so she would change how she addressed him. Just a change of address. That should be simple and no big deal. But what should I call him? Calling him Brother Wang Lu seemed too flirtatious. Calling him Little Brother Wang Lu was a bit daring. Although I'm older than Wang Lu, I really didn't dare to call him that. Calling him Young Master Wang was also out of the question. Zhao Yanrong now called him Young Master, and it sounded so intimate. But I wasn't worthy of that address. After all, Wang Lu treated Zhao Yanrong so well. Using the same address as Zhao Yanrong seemed inappropriate. I wasn't good enough. What should I call him? Her mind raced through various titles. But in the end, Li Ruobing couldn't come up with a good one. It actually stumped her. Sister Ruobing, the young master, is asking you a question. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Isn't it just changing an address? So simple, just answer quickly. Zhao Yanrong glared at Li Ruobing with some dissatisfaction. Li Ruobing's eyes lit up as if she saw a lifeline grabbing Zhao Yanrong's hand and saying, Sister Renjir, please help me. I don't know what address to use. Can you think of one for me? Please. With Li Ruobing holding her hand and looking so pitiful, Zhao Yanrong was taken aback. Wang Lu, on the other hand, didn't care. He just watched Li Ruobing waiting for her answer. He had plenty of time and was full of energy, not tired at all. Even if Li Ruobing took longer and Zhao Yanrong joined in, it didn't matter. I help you think. Is that appropriate? Zhao Yanrong hesitated as she spoke. Although she said it to Li Ruobing, her eyes kept glancing at Wang Lu. Clearly, as long as Wang Lu didn't mind, Zhao Yanrong was willing to help. But if Wang Lu showed even a hint of displeasure, she would firmly refuse. By observing Wang Lu's expression, Zhao Yanrong found that he didn't seem to have any major reaction, still calm and composed. This gave her confidence. It's very appropriate. Extremely appropriate. Sister Renjir, you're smart, gentle, and lovely. Please think for me. You're the best, I beg you. Li Ruobing held Zhao Yanrong's hand deliberately, infusing a trace of her healing ability. Just that tiny bit of healing energy made Zhao Yanrong feel ecstatic. Her whole body felt incredibly comfortable, and she seemed much more energetic. Zhao Yanrong was overjoyed. Well, since Sister Ruobing is so sincere, you'll think about how you should address the young master from now on. In less than half a minute, Zhao Yanrong had an answer. Sister Ruobing, why don't you call him young master, just like me? Let's both study hard and make progress every day and become learned people together. After all, you're really not worthy of being the young master's friend right now. The young master is of such noble status, such an outstanding existence. I am not worthy of him, and neither are you. But the young master has been truly good to you, always thinking of you with benefits, taking care of you more than me. So I think you should agree. Li Ruobing listened to these words and nodded gratefully at Zhao Yanrong. Okay, you'll listen to Sister Renjir. If you think it's fine, I'll give it a try. After saying this, Li Ruobing stepped forward and approached Wang Lu. Young master, may I call you that? Wang Lu felt the soothing comfort of the healing ability coursing through his body. Inwardly, he exclaimed, marvelous. Truly marvelous. Though the sensation was pleasant, while he couldn't simply let Li Ruobing off the hook. Her journey of atonement would be a long and enduring process. Ruobing, you've got quite the nerve and ambition. How dare you address me with the same title as Renjir? Do you truly believe you're more important than Renjir? Renjir has been utterly loyal to me. Do you think you're worthy of using the same title as her? Meeting Wang Lu's icy gaze, Li Ruobing was so frightened she dared not meet his eyes, silently lowering her head. Zhao Yanrong, standing nearby, was overjoyed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected to be so important already. Indeed, her efforts had paid off. As long as she continued to be better and more loyal, then in the future, she would no longer have to endure the cold or suffer from hunger and thirst. She could feast on delicacies every day and be impervious to the chill. In this apocalypse, she could live even better than before. Perfect, now she had a direction to strive for. Sorry, I know I'm not worthy. I don't deserve to use the same title as Sister Renjir. Let me think of another one, okay? Li Ruobing stared silently at her shoes like a bullied child. At this moment, there was not a trace of the aloof, beautiful doctor's demeanor left in her. None at all. She was like a pitiful, fragile soul, easily manipulated however one wished. No, this matter must be settled now. Hey, race a chance, handle this task for me properly, and I'll allow it. Wang Lu said. All right, what is it? Tell me quickly. If Ruobing can do it, I won't hesitate. Li Ruobing lifted her head, a faint smile on her face. Though there was an element of forced cheerfulness, part of it was genuine relief. After all, the issue of the title was finally resolved. If Wang Lu had truly refused to let her use it today, would have been unbearable. The mere thought of that had troubled Li Ruobing deeply. Now at last there was a solution. This is something you can do. Come, let Renjir pick out a suitable outfit for you. Okay. Zhao Yanrong dressed Li Ruobing in her own wool coat, dress pants, and leather shoes. After putting on the outfit, Zhao Yanrong also wrapped a scarf around Li Ruobing. A cool, elegant aura instantly emerged. Li Ruobing's former aloof, unapproachable demeanor as a cold female doctor was reborn. She exuded the quintessence of a goddess. In truth, Li Ruobing didn't have to try. This aura was innate. Once her appearance was polished, her temperament naturally shone through. Wang Lu looked her over from head to toe, visibly pleased. Bing bing, let's go. Come with me to take care of some business. Li Ruobing was terrified by Wang Lu's gaze and naturally dared not refuse. Okay. Zhao Yanrong quickly chimed in, waving at Wang Lu. You two go ahead. I'll tidy up the room spotlessly. Wang Lu gave her a look of affirmation, then led Li Ruobing out of the room. Entering the living room, Wang Lu swept his gaze over the other 3 rooms. Eventually, he headed toward Lu Manshan's room. Without knocking, he pressed the door handle and pushed it open. To his surprise, Lu Manshan hadn't locked the door. It seemed old Lu trusted his brothers. This small act of leaving the door unlocked showed that Lu Manshan was genuinely unsuspecting. This increased Wang Lu's fondness for Lu Manshan by another notch. Though old Lu was a bit aged, he was a good subordinate. In the future, when good things came around, he'd have to keep old Lu in mind. The door swung open. Wang Lu was utterly stunned. Holy shit, old Lu was actually. The sight before him left Wang Lu completely dumbfounded. The door pushed open. Wang Lu stood there utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Old Lu was actually. The sight before him left Wang Lu completely stunned. There stood Lu Manshan holding a kitchen knife, scraping it back and forth over Mu Yuqing's head. Old Lu was actually shaving Mu Yuqing's head. She was left with only a single tuft of hair. Lu Manshan noticed someone entering, immediately halted his movements and turned around. Seeing it was Wang Lu, he grinned and said, "Boss, you're here." Wang Lu, frowning, walked over to Mu Yuqing. Watching her trembling, tear-streaked face covered in hair clippings, he couldn't help but feel curious. "Old Lu, what kind of fetish is this? I'm a bit lost here." Lu Manshan's face lit up with excitement. He glanced warily at Li Ruobing, not revealing the answer directly. Instead, he leaned in close to Wang Lu's ear and whispered, "Boss, you see, I discovered that using a kitchen knife for shaving really works. I got carried away and ended up shaving Mu Yuqing's head too. And Xiangzi and the others." Wang Lu nearly burst out laughing at this absurd revelation. He immediately gave Lu Manshan a thumbs up. "Old Lu, you're a damn genius. You finally wised up. With this new mindset, Xiangzi and the others will have to call you their godfather." Lu Manshan, flattered by Wang Lu's praise, chuckled and scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Boss, I wouldn't dare be their godfather. I'm afraid of karmic retribution, haha. Unless one day I become even more wicked than them, then I might consider it." Wang Lu thought, "Stick with us villains, Old Lu, and you'll definitely become a heinous scoundrel. I believe you'll be worse than Xiangzi. Don't forget you're a real talent, Old Lu." Li Ruobing, listening to their exchange, felt utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom why these two were having such a jovial conversation. After a few more laughs with Lu Manshan, Wang Lu said, "All right, Old Lu, go wake up Xiangzi and the others. I have a huge favor to bestow upon you all." Lu Manshan was ecstatic. "Sure thing, boss. He'll wake them up right now." Returning to the living room, he banged loudly on the doors of the two bedrooms. Shichong, Lian Yufeng, Zhou Heilei, and Chun Huaping, who had just fallen asleep, were furious enough to curse. Opening the door and finding it was Old Lu, their pent-up rage could no longer be contained. "Damn it, Old Lu, are you sick? Why are you knocking at this hour? Old Lu, are your ass cheeks itchy or what?" "Old Lu." Lu Manshan, as if expecting their resentment, immediately explained. "Don't get mad. The boss asked me to call you. He has a huge favor for us. If you don't want to go back to sleep. If you're not interested, I'll take it all for myself, hee." Shichong and the others were stunned. "Old Lu, you're becoming less and less human. Brother Neo, you're such a sly dog. Damn you, Old Lu, you wish." After a few jests, the four of them, thinking about the boss favor, were suddenly wide awake. They quickly walked over to Wang Lu. As for Li Ruobing standing beside him, they completely ignored her. After all, she was the boss woman. No matter how beautiful or curvaceous, they dared not entertain any thoughts that would be suicidal. Their boss was ruthless. Thus, Li Ruobing was treated as if she were invisible by the four brothers. "Boss, what's this huge favor? Tell us." "Yeah, boss, spill it. We can't wait." "Right, boss, just say the word. Whatever it is, we're all in." Wang Lu, seeing the eager curiosity of his five underlings, didn't beat around the bush. "This good thing will be revealed shortly. Now line up in a row facing me." Hearing this, the underlings grew even more curious. Though they had no idea what was coming, they dared not disobey their boss orders. They immediately lined up before him. Wang Lu signaled to Li Ruobing with his eyes. "Dr. Li, you can now treat the five of them. They're all quite sleepy, and I need them to be energetic and alert all night long. Can you do that?" Li Ruobing finally understood. So Wang Lu wanted her to use her healing ability on his five underlings too, so they wouldn't need sleep. What was this guy planning? Nevertheless, she dared not defy him. "I'm not sure if I can achieve the effect you want, but I can try." Wang Lu made a gesture for her to proceed, saying nothing more. Li Ruobing looked at Shichong, and the others slowly raised her right hand, concentrated her mind between her 5 fingers, and released her healing ability. As the healing energy enveloped the 5 men, they instantly became spirited, their eyes brightening. Not a trace of drowsiness remained. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement and exhilaration. After about a minute, Li Ruobing's complexion began to pale. But Wang Lu didn't call a halt, so she gritted her teeth and persisted with the energy output. Only when she was on the verge of fainting did Wang Lu grab her wrist and lower it, cutting off the healing ability. Li Ruobing, weakened, leaned directly into Wang Lu's arms. Without him to support her, she felt her legs would have given way, sending her to the floor. Healing 5 people at once consumed a tremendous amount of energy. It was even more draining than healing Wang Lu earlier, and it depleted faster. Having just awakened her ability, such continuous output was more than she could bear. Fortunately, Wang Lu stopped her in time, otherwise she would have certainly fainted. At this moment, Shichong and the others were so excited they could barely speak, tears almost welling up. Emotions swirled within them, a complex mix of feelings. Their admiration for Wang Lu had reached its peak. "Boss, this is incredible. I feel instantly full of energy, more alert than usual." "Yeah, boss, what powerful ability is this? I've been suffering from hemorrhoids today, my ass hurt like hell, but now it doesn't hurt at all, and am full of vitality. Boss, you're a god. You made Dr. Lee awaken such an amazing ability. I was a bit hungry earlier, but now I don't feel it at all, just brimming with energy. My god, it's so miraculous. Boss, I feel like I've gotten 10 years younger, my whole body is bursting with strength. Boss. The underlings were all talking at once, their voices brimming with emotion as they poured out their feelings. Wang Lu wanted to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but Reborn was so weak she could barely stand, on the verge of collapsing from the need for a quick energy boost. So he said, brothers, wait for me here. He'll take Dr. Lee to her room to rest, then we'll talk. With that, Wang Lu immediately helped Reborn back to the bedroom. He summoned 2 cartons of milk from his space, heated them up, and handed them to Zhao Yinrong to take care of her. After a few brief instructions, he returned to the living room. Without Reborn present, the underlings were even more excited and animated. They crowded around him, expressing their gratitude and exhilaration and asking how Dr. Lee had awakened her ability. It was incredibly powerful. Wang Lu then told them the story of how he obtained the snake venom from Chen and how the ability awakened. Brothers, the conditions for awakening might be special. It's highly likely that only when a person is on the brink of death can the ability be triggered. Reborn was lucky. After being injected with the snake venom, she didn't die, but instead awakened a healing ability. If you want to try it, you could also take a trip to the gates of death. If you succeed and come back alive, there's a slight chance you might awaken an ability. If you fail, you're gone. The underlings all gasped. The conditions for awakening were that harsh. Forget it. If they accidentally died, the loss would be too great. With the boss around, why would they even need an ability? With the boss, they had an endless supply of ability enhancements. After chatting idly with the underlings for a while, Wang Lu transferred heat to each of them. Then he asked, now don't you feel full of energy without a trace of fatigue? Don't you feel an overwhelming urge to do something? Don't you feel like stirring up trouble? Shirchong and the other 4 didn't even think twice before answering in unison excitedly. Yeah, boss. I'm bursting with energy like I have endless strength. Except for being a bit cold, I really don't feel anything else. I want to cause some trouble. Right. Boss, now that you've given us heat, I'm neither cold nor weak. I feel amazing. I want to go to the 15th floor right now, tear down the place, and bring the wood upstairs. By morning, you can start a fire on the upper floor. Yes, boss. I really want to cause trouble. I even want to go to the 6th floor and slap that fat woman a few times, haha. Boss, I old Lu want to cause trouble too. I want to go to the basement right now and see if those 2 bastards are still alive. If they're alive, I'll chase them down and chop them to death. Boss. The underlings were all talking at once, each more excited than the last, eager to start causing trouble immediately. Wang Lu had been waiting for them to say that. He made his stance clear on the spot. Alright, from now on, you 5 take your weapons and head to the basement first. Deal with the 2 fitness trainers we didn't kill today. We never leave loose ends. Also check all the basement doors and weld them shut with the welding machine. That'll make them more secure. No one can break in easily. After that, old Lu and Xiangzi stay in the basement to collect gasoline. Once that's done, you can start modifying the motorcycles. Chen Huaping Lian Yufeng Zhou Hailei. You 3, after killing those 2 bastards in the basement, go to the 15th floor and dismantle the place. Bring the wood upstairs. Tomorrow morning, we'll set an even bigger fire. And I have an important task tonight. You all saw how exhausted Dr. Lee was earlier. I might be just as exhausted tonight. I need to fully develop her ability. Brothers, though we're all working hard, a bright future awaits us. Let's work together. Sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow. Wang Lu's words were incredibly inspiring. If Li Rubing's healing ability was a physical enhancer, then Wang Lu's words were a spiritual stimulus. The underlings felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Let's do it. Let's start right now. Boss, let's work together, fight hard, and forge a better life. For the boss not to be exhausted, the boss must be exhausted. Boss, you're so great. Boss. The underlings were all fired up, and after expressing their enthusiasm, they immediately set out to execute their tasks. Wang Lu was very satisfied. Smirking, he returned to the bedroom. Just as Shirchong and the other 4 were about to leave with their spears and cleavers, Lu Manshan slapped his forehead and said, Xiangzi lazy xiaoping offing. I almost forgot something. Let's bring Mu Yuqing along and lock her up with Lin Wenya on the 1st floor. The others were startled, not quite understanding Lu Manshan's meaning. But Lu Manshan grinned and said, don't you all want to play with the big white tiger? I'm not one to keep things to myself. We've got one right here. At those words, Shirchong and the other 3 burst into laughter. One by one, they gave old Lu big hugs and thumbs-ups. Old Lu, from now on, you're our good brother. Yeah, old Lu, with that statement and that action, you're my brother from now on. No need to say more. Old Lu is one of us. They happily went to Lu Manshan's bedroom, brought Mu Yuqing, and took her to the 1st floor, locking her up with Lin Wenya. Before parting, the 5 brothers felt a little tempted. So they silently made a private agreement, like a duty roster among themselves. After that, they excitedly chuckled, grabbed flashlights and weapons, and began searching the basement for the 2 surviving instructors from the Menghu Club. Within about 10 minutes, they found one of the fitness trainers. By then, the man was frozen stiff, lying on the ground, twitching. Chang and Lian Yufeng immediately thrust their spears into his chest, stabbing him repeatedly. The other fitness trainer was no longer as agile as before. He had hidden under an SUV hoping to escape, but he was discovered. Chang ordered him to come out. Terrified, the trainer tried to climb onto the SUV's chassis like Spider-Man. But he overestimated himself. He grabbed the undercarriage, but couldn't hold on for more than 3 or 4 seconds before falling. He was then repeatedly stabbed with spears and dragged out. Zhou Hailei swung his cleaver and chopped down on his head, a gruesome sight. That insignificant thug was finally dead. After dealing with the 2 men, the 5 of them felt a wave of relief. At last, they had eliminated the lingering threat that had been troubling their boss. Next, they picked up the welding machine and welded all the basement unit doors shut, ensuring they couldn't be opened. Thus, they effectively took full control of the basement, gaining access to all the cars stored there. They could smash, dismantle, and use the batteries and gasoline as they pleased. Meanwhile, back in the room, Wang Lu found Li Ruobing had already finished 1 carton of Grassland brand pure milk and was starting on a second. Even a glutton wouldn't have such an appetite. Seeing Li Ruobing in such a good mood, Wang Lu smiled faintly and asked, "Bing Bing, how's the pure milk? Does it taste good?" This seemingly caring remark startled Li Ruobing so much that she choked on her milk. "The milk is quite tasty," she said. "Good." Just as Li Ruobing was drinking her milk, Wang Lu called Zhao Yinrong over to whisper something. Zhao Yinrong listened, her eyes growing brighter. Then she grinned with joy. Great happy. She immediately ran to the wardrobe to find clothes. The smile on Wang Lu's face grew even wider. Happy days. Always slipping away imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The sky showed a pale fish-belly white, still heavy with falling snow. The temperature had dropped again, and frost covered the windows. Wang Lu sat up from the bed, bare-chested and stretched. A surge of immense heat flowed from his palms throughout the room, instantly melting the frost on the glass, revealing a world clad in silver. 1,000 miles of ice and a myriad miles of snow. Another beautiful day. The snow is so white. Wang Lu sighed and withdrew his gaze. After absorbing healing energy all night, he felt a tightness in his muscles, as if he could unleash immense power at any moment. The energy of the healing type ability was truly wonderful. It seemed that his underlings had also undergone physical enhancement. If this continued, becoming top-tier fighters was only a matter of time, and his underlings would turn into elite soldiers. Although they were not superhumans, their combat prowess would rival that of superhumans. Awesome. Because Wang Lu had turned the room warm as spring. Originally an early riser, he casually experienced the feeling of a king who no longer holds morning court. Only when the sun was high in the sky did Wang Lu yawningly go to the rooftop to set fires. After setting the fires, he assigned tasks to his underlings. The underlings worked, and Wang Lu also worked. Then lunch. Work. Dinner. Continue working. When midnight came, he transmitted heat to his underlings to strengthen their stamina. The underlings went out to work, and Wang Lu returned to the room to work. Sleep. Wake up the next day. Set fires. One day like this, every night like this. Over the following week, Wang Lu's life became strangely regular, as if he had entered a peaceful cycle. During these 7 days, Wang Lu went to the rooftop every day to set fires and visited the underground garage to check on Lu Manhan's progress in modifying the snowmobile. After returning home, he would cook delicious food with Zhao Yinrong and Li Ruobing. Wang Lu still had a considerable stockpile of supplies that would be a waste not to enjoy them. The cooking skills of his underlings, which Wang Lu initially found acceptable, now left something to be desired. The underlings only knew how to roughly stew meat, steam fish, and pan-fry steak. After a few meals, it really got boring. Tasting the delicious food cooked by the beautiful chef was much more enjoyable. To make his underlings work more and enjoy the 996 welfare, Wang Lu voluntarily relieved them of the hard task of cooking. After eating every day, they could continue to go up to the rooftop and down to the garage. Li Ruobing and Zhao Yinrong were quite good at cooking. The 2 women prepared a variety of dishes, greatly whetting Wang Lu's appetite. Moreover, Li Ruobing needed a lot of protein supplementation, relying on just a few boxes of milk was clearly far from enough. If he encouraged them to cook delicious food, they could use up the meat, soy products, and several boxes of elderly milk powder. At the same time, they could also make some snacks such as fried spicy meat jerky, baked pies, and roasted chicken legs. So they could eat them as snacks when bored. After making these snacks, he immediately stored them in his dimensional space, achieving excellent preservation. No matter when he took them out, they were still hot and fresh. During this short week, Wang Lu somehow turned his apocalyptic life into a romantic getaway. On the other hand, Wang Lu's underlings were extremely busy. The 5 brothers worked tirelessly, without sleep, always howling as they worked. Fortunately, Lin Wenya and Mu Yuqing on the first floor provided them with some comfort. Otherwise, the 5 brothers would definitely have been very bored and would have found it hard to maintain their current high-spirited momentum. This was also why Wang Lu had not sent the 2 women down and continued to give them food and warmth every day. Although the underlings were busy, they were all very happy, even becoming more and more motivated and gaining a sense of accomplishment as they worked completely unaware of fatigue. The model worker among them was naturally Lu Manshan. Following the modification steps in the video, Lu Manshan completely transformed a motorcycle into a snowmobile in just 2 or 3 days. The motorcycle had no key, but that didn't stump Lu Manshan. Using the property management data on Mu Yuqing's phone, he easily found the building and unit number of the motorcycle owner from the parking space number. Then he took Shirchang and a few others to the door, picked the lock, entered the house, and politely asked the owner, "Where is your motorcycle key? Our boss wants to borrow it for a ride. You don't mind, do you?" The owner was so scared he nearly wet himself. Well, of course, he didn't dare to object and obediently handed over all the keys. With the motorcycle key issue resolved, the modified vehicle could be started. However, after completing the modification of one motorcycle, Lu Manshan felt that he was not quite satisfied with this snowmobile. The first attempt had many flaws that hadn't been considered, such as smooth steering, loading capacity, etc. Only the power was relatively guaranteed. After finishing one modified vehicle, Lu Manshan immediately started modifying the second and third motorcycles. The snowmobile converted from a motorcycle looked quite large, but it could only seat 2 people at most. This made it easier to speed quickly over the snow. Carrying more weight would be unsafe and slow. To be able to go out together with the boss in the future, it was necessary to modify several more. To achieve this goal, Lu Manshan almost became a workaholic every day. Apart from mealtime, he spent all his time busy in the garage, making his assistant Shirchang dizzy with work. Chen Huaping, Zhou Heilai, and Lian Yufeng were also busy. Dismantling houses was really hard work. After finishing the 2 units on the 15th floor, they started on the 16th floor. Although they didn't know the residents, they knocked on the door, went in with spears, and then everyone got to know each other. When villainous underlings did things, they naturally took the simplest approach. In the icy apocalypse, the strong reigned supreme, the weak were prey, and the fittest survived. All morality and humanity of civilized society were collapsing. Thus, the residents of the 15th, 16th, and 17th floors obediently contributed their houses. Not only did they have to allow the dismantling, but they also had to help dismantle and then help deliver the materials to the 18th floor. Any single house, after being dismantled, provided enough fuel for 2 days. Because they dismantled houses every day, Chen Huipeng and the other 2 had gained experience and became very interested in Yichen's safe room. They started from the bottom of 1802, the roof of 1702, and from the side wall of 1801. They smashed holes in the roof or broke through the walls, trying to dismantle Yichen's safe room and give the boss a surprise. But after much effort, they failed. The safe room was like a steel-encased tortoise shell with no weak points. Thus, the furious underlings begged Wang Lu to take action and melt a hole in the floor or wall of Yi Chen's house to infuriate that green-haired turtle. Wang Lu was greatly appreciative when he learned of this. In fact, Wang Lu had also imagined doing this many times over the past few days. But Wang Lu had already conceived a more vicious and brutal method. This method required accumulating more firepower. The underling's suggestion was temporarily shelved. However, the actions of provoking hatred and expanding the dimensional space could not be stopped. Every time Wang Lu took his underlings to the rooftop to set fires, they would cause some trouble. The underlings would fill one jar after another with olive, i.e., feces, tie them with ropes. When performing the prank, Wang Lu would uniformly heat these jars. The feces inside the jars would expand from the heat, almost bursting the jars. Then the underlings would swing the jars like a pendulum, fling them out, and pull them back with the ropes. The glass jars would smash violently against the windows of Yi Chen's house, making a bang sound, blooming into a beautiful flower of feces. If it had been just once, it might have been bearable, but Wang Lu and his underlings went every day to bomb. Every day, the feces they produced were all splattered on Yi Chen's windows. Yi Chen was furious and helpless. Wang Lu, on the other hand, was overjoyed because the angrier Yi Chen got, the faster his dimensional space expanded. During this period, Wang Lu contacted his mother several times. The signal was poor, but he could confirm that his parents had followed his instructions and were currently safe. They looked forward to reuniting with Wang Lu soon. Then one day, a fierce blizzard raged outside. The wind howled, carrying the heavy snow as if to swallow the whole world. Anyone outside would be instantly buried by snow. Just one glance out the window at this fierce weather was terrifying. Li Ruobing and Zhao Yanrong cooked the meal, ate first, then placed one delicious dish after another on the table and went back to their rooms. Wang Lu stored both snowmobiles into his dimensional space. Filled with joy, he returned with his 5 underlings to start the meal. The 6 of them sat down. Wang Lu spread his heat, and the frozen dishes on the table instantly became steaming hot. Brothers, this is life in the apocalypse. Simple 10 dishes, let's dig in. The 5 underlings were overjoyed, all started eating, wolfing down their food. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal to the fullest, Wang Lu received a call from an unknown number. He answered. "Excuse me, are you young Master Wang Lu?" "Yes, who are you?" "I am Zhou Huimin. I have 2 things to tell you, young Master Wang. One good, one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" Wang Lu. "Damn. Zhou Huimin. Which Zhou Huimin? Good news, bad news? What's going on? Who the hell is Zhou Huimin? Are we that close? Don't try to be mysterious. I'm not buying it." Wang Lu retorted rudely. "Young Master Wang, you certainly have a temper. We're neighbors. I live in building 2 and am the building manager now. Who I really am doesn't matter. What matters is that everything I say is true. This good thing for you is truly a great benefit, and the bad thing is genuinely a disaster. In this apocalyptic ice age, everyone is struggling to survive. Young Master Wang, if you're not careful you might really lose your life. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Wang Lu heard the words, Building 2 Building Manager, and recalled some characters from the original plot, suddenly remembering. So it was her. This woman was a well-known internet celebrity in Jiangnan City's cosmetics industry originally, named Zhou Huihui. When she was in elementary school, the Hong Kong actress, Zhou Huimin, known as the Jade Maiden Leader, was wildly popular across China. Many people named their daughters Huimin back then. And Zhou Huihui was often called Zhou Huimin by her classmates because she was indeed pretty with a nose similar to Zhou Huimin's. Therefore, when transitioning from elementary to middle school, Zhou Huihui deliberately changed her name to Zhou Huimin, a name that earned her plenty of attention throughout middle school and university. Zhou Huihui's cosmetics brand had very high sales, and she herself was a moderately famous internet celebrity, an entrepreneur extremely skilled at manipulating people. Her ability to become the building manager of Building 2 was inseparable from her talent for deception. She also had 2 black bodyguards hired from Africa, tall and burly, looking quite intimidating. But in reality, these 2 black bodyguards were merely physically strong. In terms of combat skills, they were utterly unremarkable. However, Zhou Huihui cared a lot about face, taking them out made her feel cool and imposing, and she genuinely liked black men. Her home was a massive 400 square meters formed by merging 2 apartments with interior decoration naturally extremely luxurious. She had 4 maids at home attending to her daily needs, including serving her bodyguards. On the surface, those 2 black bodyguards were her protectors. But well, during the day, she called them black bodyguards, and at night, she would call them black darlings. In the subsequent plot, this woman skillfully manipulated the relationships of several buildings in the complex, turning all the building residents' hostility toward Yi Chen. The entire community was scheming against Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had the protagonist's halo along with firearms and ammunition and powerful supernatural abilities. He carefully hid himself using his gun to ambush the unarmed neighbors. Only then did he achieve final victory. If Yi Chen didn't have the protagonist's halo, he would definitely have been toyed to death by this woman. Piecing together this information, Wang Lu was certain that her approach was not so simple. If he had a chance to kill her later, he would not show any mercy. Keeping this scheming woman would only bring endless trouble. Of course, another reason to kill her was that Wang Lu couldn't stand her sycophantic attitude toward black people. Before the apocalypse, she often taught her female employees feminist rhetoric at the company, belittling men and stirring up gender conflicts. She twisted logic with great eloquence, brainwashing everyone smoothly. She was truly extremely sycophantic toward black people. She even cited the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang wearing a black dragon robe, claiming that his father was actually a black man, hence the emperor's fondness for the black dragon robe. She said that black was considered a noble color by Chinese ancestors, so we should not discriminate against black. When excited, she would directly call her 2 black bodyguards black daddies. Therefore, Wang Lu would not show any mercy to such a person and her 2 black bodyguards. If he had a gun, he would empty the magazine. At this moment, this woman was definitely starving, barely eating anything for 3 days. She and those she had deceived were likely in the same situation. Especially the 2 black daddies she supported, probably already weak from hunger. With a general understanding of this woman, it was not hard to figure out her purpose. Wang Lu put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "Oh, so you're the building manager of Building 2. Now I understand. Tell me, what is the good thing and what is the bad thing?" Zhou Huihui seemed to expect Wang Lu to be interested in her words. Laughing on the phone, she said, "Young Master Wang, the good thing is that I want to give you a beloved girl. Do you remember a young lady named Su Nan whom you once pursued? She is right here with me now. As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I'll immediately let you be with Su Nan. This is a huge blessing for you. Su Nan is beautiful, has a sexy figure, loves singing and dancing, and is considered a top-tier little internet celebrity in our company. So are you satisfied with this good thing?" Wang Lu was inexplicably speechless upon hearing the name Su Nan. This little internet celebrity was the type that the original host's foolish self liked, not the type I like. Besides, the original host probably didn't even like Su Nan that much. After all, how many internet celebrities are truly innocent? She had long been passed around. The original host was no fool. If he really liked her that much, with his daily allowance of hundreds of millions, getting such a small internet celebrity would have been effortless. So Zhou Huihui bringing up Su Nan was merely a honey trap. Or even to place Su Nan by his side as a spy. In short, this woman was up to no good. "Oh, Su Nan. She is actually with you, boss Zhou. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Fine, tell me, what kind of cooperation do you want, and then you'll hand this little beauty over to me." Zhou Huihui seemed very pleased on the other end. She immediately said, "Young Master Wang, you are indeed as straightforward as the rumors say. Are you sure you don't want to know what the bad thing is? So eager to get Su Nan." Wang Lu slowly took a sip of tea, gestured to his underlings to eat and drink as they pleased, and then turned on the speakerphone. "Bad thing? What bad thing could happen to me? My brothers and I are now the overlords of Building 6. The underground garage is also my territory. What bad thing could possibly befall me? Wang Lu deliberately displayed his arrogant and domineering side. Young Master Wang, you are indeed formidable in Building 6, now living comfortably with your few underlings. But with the raging snowstorm outside, aren't you worried about accidents? And I have inside information that you are truly in mortal danger. Chen has devised a perfect plan to kill you, and you are completely unaware of it. If you don't prepare now, you might not survive tonight. Isn't that a bad thing for you, young Master Wang? Zhou Huihui spoke calmly and leisurely. She was certain that the playboy Wang Lu would be terrified upon hearing this. Sure enough, after she said this, Wang Lu was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally said, "Boss Zhou, don't scare me. That coward Chen doesn't even dare to step out of his door. What can he do to me? I've provoked him more than once. Will he kill me? Does he have the ability?" Zhou Huihui's lips curled into a mocking sneer, but her tone became even more gentle and seductive. "Oh, young Master Wang, that is your biggest weakness right now. You are too overconfident. Therefore, Chen has found your weakness and has already planned the entire operation to kill you. Fortunately, there is a very trustworthy employee of mine in your Building 6 who has joined the small group where Chen and his people are plotting to kill you. So if you are willing to cooperate with me, I will not only give you the beautiful little Su Nan as your girlfriend, but I will also help you thwart Chen's plan to kill you, allowing you to live even more comfortably. How about it? Are you now interested in discussing cooperation?" Wang Lu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Chen wanting to kill me. I've known that all along. Do you even need to say it? You Zhou Huihui managed to sneak your own underlings into Chen's little group. Did you think I was a fool? All I had to do was grab Li Rubing's phone, casually reply to a few of Chen's messages, and I was in the group effortlessly. Now I'm a core member of that very group. I have Chen's pathetic plan completely mapped out. Moreover, I've already devised a counter-ambush for his scheme. I'm just waiting to stoke Chen's fury once more to crush those rebellious neighbors in Building 6 and make him taste the agony of betrayal by Li Ruobing and Uncle Yang. This double dose of pain would surely expand my dimensional space from the current 200 cubic meters to 300. No difficulty at all." The only thing Wang Lu hadn't anticipated was that Zhou Huihui, that woman, had managed to uncover this information. Then who was the spy she had planted in Chen's group? It seemed he'd have to carefully check his phone once he returned to his room. "Oh, is that so? That coward Chen dares to lay a hand on me. How ridiculous. Boss Zhou, I didn't realize your connections ran so deep. You even know about this. But how do I know you're telling the truth or just spinning tales? Don't take me for a fool. No matter how beautiful you are, I won't risk cooperating with you blindly." Zhou Huihui bit her lip, lightly murmuring to herself. She hadn't expected this spoiled rich second generation to be so cautious. Still, it made sense. Without some skill, he wouldn't have become the building manager of Building 6 or earned such loyalty from his underlings. But you Wang Lu are nothing more than that. Young Master Wang, if you want proof, just accept my friend request, and I'll send you some pictures. Oh, that works. I'm curious to see what pictures you have. Add me. Sure, young Master Wang. Ending the call, Zhou Huihui added him as a friend and immediately sent several photos over. They were screenshots of the chat from Chen's group. The conversation detailed a series of plans about how to kill Wang Lu. All group members had confirmed their agreement and pledged to follow Chen's orders. Within less than 2 minutes, Zhou Huihui received a video call from Wang Lu. She smiled a smile full of flirtatious charm. She quickly waved her 2 black bodyguards aside, adjusted her hair in front of the phone, and touched up her lipstick with the compact she carried, adding a seductive blush before answering the video. "Oh, my young Master Wang, why are you calling on video? Don't tell me you want to see Miss Su Nan already, eh? Boss Zhou, with your beauty, why would I care about Su Nan? I fucking want to play with you. You've got so much allure, you're better than her." Ha ha. Wang Lu's arrogant demeanor made Zhou Huihui deeply uncomfortable. "Young Master Wang, you're such a tease. I'm just a 38-year-old Annie, not worth a young girl's attention. Don't joke around. Let's talk business. Are you ready to cooperate with me?" Wang Lu's face on the video was full of insolence. "Boss Zhou, I fucking want to play with you seriously. The more I look, the more I want to ha ha ha. But of course we have to kill Chen first, or I won't enjoy it. That turtle Chen dared to start a secret group and gather some close allies to plot my death. Hey, he's got some nerve. If I could break down his door, I'd have my boys rip that bastard's head off right now. Boss Zhou, tell me, how do you want to cooperate? What do you need me to do?" Zhou Huihui watched Wang Lu's arrogant and defiant expression on the video without showing any reluctance. Instead, she smiled, even more seductively, almost deliberately tempting him. In truth, she was cursing his entire ancestry in her mind. She had already resolved that she would kill this wicked young master today. What a filthy piece of trash. You want to play with me? You pathetic little scum, are you even worthy? I only play with black men. You soft weaklings of the Dragon Kingdom aren't fit to touch even my toes. I wish you were all eunuchs, a bunch of dog slaves. Utterly disgusting. Oh, my young Master Wang, you're so naughty. As long as we cooperate happily, everything can be arranged. Big sister actually likes your type too. So let's talk about the cooperation now. Alright, let's hear it. How do we cooperate? Our cooperation, of course, is to take out Chen, seize his warm, safe house, and the mountains of food stored inside. Then we'll share that cozy home and all those supplies together. The plan is actually quite simple. First, you and your men open the basement unit door of our building 2. They'll bring my people to meet you there, and we'll head to building 6 to find Yi-Chen. Once we're at Yi-Chen's door, you don't need to worry about how to break in. I have my ways. Even if his home were fortified with iron walls, it wouldn't stop me. You just need to lead the way. Then we'll charge in together. You hate Yi-Chen, don't you? I can hand him over to you to kill. After he's dead, we'll take over his house and have our fun there. Won't that be delightful? Young Master Wang, you'll have Miss Su Nan and me. We'll enjoy ourselves in Yi-Chen's warm house partying until we're dead drunk. What do you think? Tempting, isn't it? You get beautiful women, supplies, revenge on Yi-Chen, and a capable partner like me. So cooperating with me is a win-win on 4 fronts. Wang Lu was genuinely tempted to applaud her after hearing this spiel. This woman, a salesperson through and through, had a silver tongue and knew exactly how to persuade. If he hadn't known she was a cunning, deceitful, and utterly depraved woman who fawned over black men, he might have fallen for her trap. After all, her every smile and gesture was incredibly alluring. She had reached her current position by using her body and looks to trade for convenience and achieve her goals. These moves were well practiced. Great idea, Boss Show. You make it sound like a truly brilliant plan. Alright, I'm in. Now I have no reservations. You're the one bringing your people to Building 6 to find Yi-Chen. We're on the same side. I agree to cooperate. Gather your people at 8 tonight. They'll have my boys open the basement door of Building 2, and we'll meet up to go after Yi-Chen. But you have to keep your word, Boss Show. That house will be shared by you, me, and Su Nan. I really want to have some fun with you. The more I look at you, the more I'm turned on. You're so fucking sexy. I feel like grabbing you by the hair and making you sing for me, ha ha ha. Zhou Huihui smiled seductively, deliberately leaning her bright red lips close to the camera and blowing him a flirtatious kiss. Moi, young Master Wang, you're so bad, but I love it. He'll do whatever you say. When the time comes. I really do like you. If I'd known you were so interested in me, I wouldn't have introduced Su Nan to you. Now I'm a bit regretful. Alright, young Master Wang, it's settled. They'll bring my people to meet you in the basement at 8 tonight. After we kill Yi-Chen, we'll party till dawn. Don't let me down. Wang Lu naturally burst into laughter, followed by a torrent of crude remarks, teasing Zhou Huihui with utter abandon. She responded with equal coquettishness. The two were lost in a game of feigned affection, reluctant to part. Finally, ending the video call. The moment he put down his phone, Wang Lu's expression turned icy. His former reckless demeanor vanished, replaced by cold indifference. He stared quietly at the 5 underlings at the table. Brothers, at 8 tonight, we're going to kill someone. Brothers, tonight, at 8, follow me to kill. Just one sentence from Wang Lu, and the 5 underlings instantly seethed with excitement, their eyes gleaming. After a week of continuous work, life had become somewhat monotonous. Now, upon hearing they were going to kill, everyone couldn't wait to grab their weapons. Alright, boss, I've been itching for this. This past week, Dr. Li has been using his ability to strengthen our physiques every day. I feel like I could punch a man's head off with one blow. Boss, great, the hunting time has finally arrived. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I really want to fight now. I feel like I'm a master. Boss, that Zhou Huihui is such a bloody bitch. When the time comes, boss, you need to teach her a lesson, let her know your prowess. Alright, boss, he'll kill all her underlings and the women he all for you. Boss, I won't let you down. Tonight we'll show them what it means to kill like butchers. Boss. The 5 underlings spoke one after another, their faces filled with excitement and bloodlust. Wang Lu looked at their fervor, and he too was looking forward to starting a battle of slaughter. For the past week, he and his underlings had been undergoing physical enhancement every day. The feeling of possessing explosive power in one's body, the sensation of all-round improvement in mobility and speed. It truly gives one an inexplicable sense of strength, a confidence that makes you look down on everything. That's why the underlings were so eager to go fight. In fact, Wang Lu also wanted to test if he could embody the terrifying aspect of a killing machine. Shrouded in metallic aura, reinforced with a powerful physique, flames infused into the blade, and then opening a space gate. Just thinking about it was thrilling. With such a combination, who could withstand it? Originally, he had planned to have a good slaughter when Yi-Chen made a move against him. But now it seemed even more interesting. Zhou Huihui had many people under her. The moment the unit door of Building 2 was open tonight, there would definitely be a surprising number. She would have many people. But what if there were many? His own underlings were no longer what they used to be. Whether in terms of physique or combat weapons, they were different now. During the process of modifying snowmobiles, Lu Manshan had made a sharp double-edged spear for each of Shi Chong, Lin Yufeng, Chen Huiping, and Zhou Hailei. They also carried long knives, short knives, and bayonets to handle various combat situations. They also made simple armor from spliced steel plates. This way, even if someone threw a cleaver at them, they wouldn't get hurt and vital areas were protected. The armor could be worn under their down jackets, completely invisible. Even if each of the 5 underlings was thrown into a crowd alone, they could wreak havoc. They were no match for unarmed, ordinary people. With their explosive power and agile reaction speed, they could absolutely rival a specially trained soldier. Even if they lacked experience in fighting and martial arts routines, their formidable strength and fast reaction speed were overwhelming. All martial arts in the world, only speed cannot be broken. Wang Lu nodded approvingly at his underlings. Good, you are truly my brothers. Now I'll explain our specific action plan today. Yi Chen wants to kill me, doesn't he? Then we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We'll make Zhou Huihui lead all her people into Building 6 to die, and also make all those under Yi Chen who plotted against us die, leaving Yi Chen restless. At that time we'll do this, and then this, and then this, and then that. Do you all understand? The underlings nodded repeatedly, indicating they understood. After saying this, Wang Lu walked straight to the window and looked out at the raging snowstorm. The underlings were curious. Why did their boss suddenly have the mood to enjoy the snow? Boss, what's so interesting about snow? Yeah, boss, tonight, I'll capture Zhou Huihui and bring her to you for fun. Yeah, boss, we'll bring both Su Nan and Zhou Huihui to you. Boss. Wang Lu smiled without speaking, opened the window, and reached his hand out to touch the swirling snow. After a long while he closed the window again. Brothers, if my guess is correct, our good times are coming. Within a week, we'll be able to drive snowmobiles and gallop across the vast snowy plains. Hearing this, the 5 underlings' faces were full of anticipation. Really, boss? Is the snow going to stop? Boss, a week is fast, can we really go out? I unconditionally trust you, boss. It's great to be able to go out. Boss, after we go out, we'll immediately raid the big supermarket for supplies, including clothes, daily necessities. Yes, this is too important. Lately I've been washing and reusing my condoms, we must go out. Boss. Mentioning going outside, the 5 underlings were lost in imagination. Wang Lu glared at them in exasperation. Look at your petty ambitions. Our goal should be to build a post-apocalyptic kingdom of our own. The first thing after going out is to get firearms and ammunition, and then. Hearing Wang Lu's words, the underlings' horizons instantly expanded, and they were filled with anticipation for the future. Firearms and ammunition, fully armed. Wow, I can't even imagine. The boss is truly the boss. So farsighted, I kneel to you. Boss, after hearing your words, I find my thinking has been elevated. Please allow me to call you Godfather. Boss, I'm so looking forward to going out after a week. Boss. Wang Lu is also looking forward to going out after a week. Given the current weather and the fact that snow had buried the 6-story building, Wang Lu was convinced that after the snowstorm there would be an even colder freeze. The current massive snowstorm would blow away the soft snow, and the remaining compacted snow would form a dense frozen layer which would become as hard as ice in a week. Therefore, Wang Lu was very certain that they could go out in a week. After dreaming with his underlings for a while about the wonderful things after going out, and what they would do with firearms, Wang Lu glanced at the time. Alright, let's stop here for now. The most important thing now is to take out those people in Building 2 who want to use us and kill us. Tonight they will have at least 15 people or more. So we must be prepared for a crazy slaughter. Now go and rest for a while. When the official action begins, I'll have Dr. Li strengthen your physiques one more time to ensure you are full of energy and can kill in the best state. Don't be afraid of getting hurt, as long as the injury is not fatal. Dr. Li can heal it. The underlings, full of hope for the future, were like being injected with a second dose of adrenaline, eager to act immediately. Alright, boss, we'll go prepare now, and then rest. Don't worry, boss, we can barely be called superhumans now. We won't let you down. Boss, I'm full of confidence. I'm not afraid of even the most serious injuries. Boss, my butcher knife is already itching. Boss. After expressing their determination, the underlings bid farewell to Wang Lu. They didn't go to rest, but left room 1001 to go to Lu Manhan's place on the first floor to equip themselves with cold weapons. Wang Lu watched the snowstorm for a while longer, then headed to the bedroom. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to enter, his phone rang. It was a call from an unknown number. Wang Lu frowned. Who could this be? He answered. Crackle, crackle. The signal was extremely poor, there was no sound at all. Wang Lu was speechless and hung up directly. Seeing that the other party had no intention of calling back, he couldn't be bothered, and walked into the bedroom. As soon as he entered, Li Ruobing and Zhao Yanrong greeted him from left and right. Master, you're finally back. Ruobing and I wanted to go out just now, but Ruobing said you ordered that we are not allowed to leave during the meeting, so we didn't. Can Rengier participate in this operation? Ruobing occasionally strengthens my physique too. Rengier also wants to share your burden. Rengier can protect you. Zhao Yanrong hugged Wang Lu's arm with a look of longing. Master, Rengier and I have understood what happened just now. When you act tonight, let Ruobing go with you. Ruobing can strengthen our people's physiques at any time, and even if they get hurt, Ruobing can heal them promptly. Moreover, Ruobing can also protect you. Li Ruobing's eyes were full of anticipation. Wang Lu looked at the two women. Oh, Rengier Bingbing, you are truly loyal to me. I am really moved. However, I have other plans for you. Zhao Yanrong was overjoyed upon hearing this, and was eager to show off. Master, Rengier is so happy. Whatever the arrangement, Rengier will spare no effort to carry it out. Now Rengier will massage you. Li Ruobing also hurried forward to show her enthusiasm. Master, Ruobing and Rengier have been studying the techniques of massaging the back meridians today. Ruobing can do it too. Wang Lu's smile widened. Alright, but before relaxing I still have something to do. With that he strode to the bed and sat down, placing his hand on Zhao Yanrong's shoulder. Li Ruobing quickly sat on the other side. Zhao Yanrong was full of anticipation. Master, tell me quickly, what is it? Let Rengier help you. Wang Lu caressed Zhao Yanrong's delicate face. Rengier, hand me Bingbing's phone. There's something I need to investigate thoroughly. So that's what this is about, master. Zhao Yinrong promptly retrieved Li Rubing's phone from her pocket and handed it to Wang Lu. Li Ruobing standing by showed no discontent on her face. To her this was utterly normal. From the moment she had submitted to Wang Lu, she had forfeited her freedom, even the right to use a phone. Her phone was kept by Zhao Yinrong. To use it she first had to seek Wang Lu's permission, then retrieve it from Zhao Yinrong. Thus Li Ruobing felt nothing about Wang Lu inspecting her phone. To her the device had become dispensable. In truth, Li Ruobing was perplexed. She had tried so diligently to please Wang Lu, acting with such devotion and obedience. She even possessed supernatural abilities, proving immensely valuable to Wang Lu and his underlings. Yet why couldn't Wang Lu truly accept her as he had accepted Zhao Yinrong? Was a single act of disrespect truly so unforgivable in his eyes? Wang Lu opened the phone and began browsing the chat logs of Yi Chen's internal small group. After a cursory scan yielded nothing significant, he started meticulously examining the group members. The group was small, comprising only 12 individuals. They were Yi Chen from the 18th floor, Uncle Yang Guangrong from the 3rd floor, the plump tutoring mother from the 6th floor, the feminist fairy Li Ruobing from the 8th floor, Dong Pengfei from the 17th floor. Among them, only 3 were women: the plump woman, the feminist fairy, and Li Ruobing. Thus Wang Lu easily pinpointed his target, the feminist fairy from room 602, 6th floor. 9 times out of 10, this little wench worked at that influencer company alongside Zhou Huihui. After all, she and Zhou Huihui shared a common trait: both were utterly treacherous. If she also engaged in smear campaigns, then it was practically confirmed. It had to be her. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Brainwashed daily by a schemer like Zhou Huihui, even a normal person would become twisted. Wang Lu cared not how this damned mole reported Yi Chen's activities, but daring to leak his secrets and inviting that cunning Zhou Huihui to plot his demise. She had to die, just as Wang Lu was about to toss the phone aside and indulge in some pleasures. Many in the small group seemed to conspire together, all mentioning Yang Guangrong. Within the group, Yang Guangrong: Uncle Yang, when will Yi Chen deliver the supplies he promised? I'm starving to death. Yes, Uncle Yang Guangrong. We risk our lives daily, secretly monitoring Wang Lu's every move. If we don't get supplies soon, we'll die with regrets. Indeed, we risk death, sending intel to the group every day, yet receive nothing. We're to take another risky action tonight. Have we been deceived? Yang Guangrong: Uncle Yang, we trusted you and risked our lives to gather intel on Wang Lu. But now we've received no supplies. Yang Guangrong: Uncle Yang, it's Ame. My baby hasn't eaten in 5 days and is sick now. Can you please beg Yi Chen to give us some supplies? We risk our lives for him. Surely he can't watch us starve to death. Yang Guangrong: Uncle Yang, we. Wang Lu watched the group chat, unable to contain himself, and burst into hearty laughter. That stingy, green-hatted turtle, Yi Chen, is hilarious. He has people doing his bidding, but won't even toss them a timely bone. No wonder everyone's against you. Hoarding billions in supplies, yet being too miserly to spare a crumb, only offering empty promises. Who'd risk their life for you? Seeing Wang Lu laugh so joyfully, his 2 little cuties, one on each side, curiously leaned in. Wang Lu handed them the phone directly. After reading, the 2 women couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Chen's behavior would make even a capitalist weep in frustration. Just then Yang Guangrong sent a voice message in the group. Everyone, don't panic. The promised supply delivery is scheduled for tomorrow. Yi Chen won't deceive you. Just put in extra effort today and complete your respective tasks. Once Wang Lu is dead, I believe Yi Chen will provide all the supplies as agreed tomorrow. However, his words only stirred up a hornet's nest. The group members seemed unconvinced, growing even more agitated. They poured out their grievances to Yang Guangrong about their dire circumstances. Uncle Yang am on the verge of freezing and starving to death. The gas is cut off, the blizzard outside is fierce, and the temperature keeps dropping. Yes, Uncle Yang, life is unbearably hard for us. We're barely clinging to life. But what about Yi Chen? He lives so well with such abundant supplies. The scraps he throws away could save a life, yet he never offers a thing. Yang Guangrong: Uncle Yang, it's truly dangerous for us to spy for Yi Chen. Tonight's coordinated action is even riskier. Yet we haven't seen a single supply. Can't Yi Chen at least give us a morsel in advance? Exactly, Uncle Yang. No matter how detestable Wang Lu is, no matter how great the threat he poses, I'm starving to death now. Yet I'm still cooperating to kill him for Yi Chen. Why can't we get even a little supplies up front? Yi Chen always keeps us dangling like this. He seems worse than Wang Lu. Uncle Yang, Wang Lu is openly wicked but treats his own men well. But Yi Chen, he's tighter than a miser's purse. Always scheming, a hypocrite. Wang Lu chuckled again as he read the group chat. For those words alone, this villain is pleased. He'll make sure you die painlessly tonight. If I remember you next year, he'll definitely burn billions in hell money for you. Yang Guangrong looked at the group chat, feeling helpless. If he had enough supplies, he would have given them out long ago. But he only had a little, barely enough for himself. Thus, after much hesitation, he called Yi Chen. It took 5 attempts before the call finally went through. Inside the safe house, Yi Chen put down his phone and a special cup. A look of weariness on his face. Staring at Yang Guangrong's incoming call, he felt quite annoyed. As the protagonist, he suffered not only from cleanliness obsession and morning irritability, but also from a reluctance to chat after certain activities. Yet Yang Guangrong was his only trusted confidant. He had no choice but to steel himself and answer, suppressing his displeasure. Hello, Uncle Yang. What's the matter? You've called me so many times. Brother Yichen, what have you been busy with? Haven't you seen the group chat? The neighbors helping us gather intel are clamoring for supplies. Can you spare them some food? I know it's an unreasonable request, but the situation is really dire now. The gas is off, power won't be back until tomorrow. They're starving. They can't hold on much longer. Yichen raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He casually summoned a bottle of soda from his space, took a single sip, and tossed the remaining half into the trash. These greedy neighbors irritated him deeply. Want supplies? Dream on. What do your lives have to do with me, Yichen? If you freeze or starve to death, is that my fault? Ahem. Uncle Yang, I absolutely won't take risks until Wang Lu is dead. Tell them they can have their supplies once Wang Lu is eliminated. By the way, I'll send you some pictures to soothe them. Yang Guangrong sighed. All right, brother Yichen. Ending the call, Yichen immediately summoned several crates of fish, beef, lamb, and pork from his space, piling them up in the room. Then he conjured fresh green vegetables, various fruits, melons, and fresh milk. A lavish bounty covered nearly half the wall. Satisfied with his work, Yichen raised his phone and snapped several photos. He also recorded a video encouraging everyone to follow the plan, promising that once Wang Lu was dead, all these supplies would be theirs. Afterward, Yichen stored everything back into his dimensional space and sent the photos and video to Yang Guangrong. He could have posted them in the group himself, but to maintain an aura of authority and mystery, Yichen rarely spoke in the small group, leaving Yang Guangrong to act as his proxy. Upon receiving the photos and video, Yang Guangrong was still deeply shaken and astonished. He had an innate trust in Yichen and felt genuine gratitude toward him. Without a second thought, he forwarded the images to the small group. He then sent several voice messages to calm everyone down. Neighbors, Yichen has prepared supplies for you. Look how bountiful they are. But as long as Wang Lu lies, these supplies won't be safe in your hands. So for tonight's operation, we must cooperate seamlessly. No one can back out. If anyone retreats and causes the entire plan to fail, then these supplies will be lost. We must unite tightly and eliminate that rotten apple Wang Lu and his men. If we follow Yichen's plan, our success rate in killing Wang Lu and his underlings tonight is at least 80. I have great confidence in this, and I implore you all to cooperate. Yang Guangrong's images, video, and soothing messages finally had a positive effect in the group. Though the group members hadn't received actual supplies, they had swallowed another of Yichen's empty promises, and strangely their hunger seemed to subside. They began cheering in the group, encouraging one another to unite, follow the plan, and kill that scourge Wang Lu. After reading these messages, Wang Lu lay in bed, rapidly typed a message on Li Rubing's phone, and posted it. Li Ruobing, please trust Yichen, cooperate with Uncle Yang. A brighter future lies ahead. After sending the message, Wang Lu tossed the phone to Zhao Yanrong, who was massaging him. Time passed, and it was 8 p.m. In the underground garage, Wang Lu arrived at the entrance of Unit 1, Building 2, with 5 of his men as promised. Building 2 had 2 units. A Zhou Huihui lived in Unit 1, but Unit 2 had also fallen under her control. The entire Building 2 was now in Zhou Huihui's hands. Wang Lu glanced at the heavily welded garage door. He extended a finger to the welded seam. Instantly, the area around his finger turned a glowing red. As he traced his finger downward, the welded metal rapidly disintegrated. The process was remarkably smooth. Wherever his finger passed, the metal first glowed red, then turned charcoal black and crumbled. After tracing a circle around the iron door, Wang Lu gave it a gentle pull, and it swung open. The 5 men behind him, Lu Manshan and the others, showed little surprise, their eyes fixed on the entrance. None of the 5 carried spears or long blades. They were equipped only with inner armor, concealed short knives and bayonets. In their hands they held a single battered cleaver, appearing utterly unremarkable. The spears and long swords were of course stored in Wang Lu's dimensional space. When the fighting began, his men would hurl their cleavers at the enemy, and in the next instant Wang Lu would distribute their real weapons. This would catch the foe off guard and unprepared. As the iron door opened, a sight that stunned Wang Lu and his 5 men appeared. Inside, unexpectedly, over 20 black men surged out, each tall and robust with gleaming white teeth and eyes, their faces dark as charcoal. As they rushed out, they immediately surrounded Wang Lu and his 6 companions. Following them was Zhou Huihui. She was wearing 2 down jackets, and despite having several pairs of pants on, it was still evident that her legs were slender and shapely. Gazing at the vast underground garage, her face was brimming with a satisfied smile. By her side were 2 immensely burly black bodyguards, and behind her followed over 30 neighbors from Building No. 2. Every one of them was armed with kitchen knives or clubs, exuding a formidable presence. In total, Zhou Huihui's forces numbered over 50 people. Even Wang Lu was taken aback by the sight. This was nothing like the original plot. How did this woman have so many black men under her command? And wasn't she rallying a bit too many neighbors to her side? These 30-odd men, whose sons' husbands or fathers were they? How could they so unflinchingly follow Zhou Huihui? only to be slaughtered tonight. It was truly pitiable for the women behind them. Yet despite the overwhelming numbers, not one of Wang Lu's 5 underlings showed any fear. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement. They thought to themselves, with so many people, if they killed them all, could the hallway of building no. 6 even hold that many bodies? Killing so many in one night. How exhilarating would that be? Zhou Huihui, seeing all her people enter the garage, a smug smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She glanced around haughtily and said, "Young Master Wang, oh young Master Wang, you're so short, aren't you? Where are you? I can't see you." Her words instantly enraged Wang Lu. A murderous intent surged within him. For that remark alone, Wang Lu decided this woman must die, and she would die in a particularly humiliating manner. "Boss Yang, your dark-skinned men are a bit unruly." Wang Lu sneered, raising his kitchen knife to strike at the black man who deliberately blocked his way. Seeing the knife coming straight for his face, the man flinched and dodged aside. The 5 underlings immediately charged forward, brandishing their knives. "Move. Get out of our boss way, all of you. You stupid zero-cost shoppers, what are you staring at? Believe me, you'll chop you to pieces. Get lost. If you want to fight, bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Faced with the 5 men wildly slashing their knives as they charged, the crowd of black men blocking Wang Lu's path recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Oh no! Oh no! My God!" They scattered to both sides, none daring to risk their lives in a confrontation. Thus the barrier formed by the black men was breached. Wang Lu strode forward to stand before Zhou Huihui. Her gaze, icy arms crossed, she glared at him arrogantly. "Young Master Wang, your men are far too crude and barbaric, aren't they? I treated you with such courtesy and politeness. How could you let your underlings draw knives on my people? And to brandish a kitchen knife at esteemed international friends? Our Dragon Kingdom is a nation of propriety. Do you have no manners?" Slap. Wang Lu raised his hand and struck Zhou Huihui across the face. "Manners? This is manners, you damn bitch. Do you think I'm giving you face? I said I'd toy with you, and today I'll make sure you're done for. So what if you have black men? Are they that impressive?" Struck in the face and berated by Wang Lu as he arrogantly waved his knife, the 2 black bodyguards flanking Zhou Huihui were stunned. It took them several seconds to react, belatedly extending their arms to shield her, bearing vicious expressions at Wang Lu. At the same time, they raised their iron bars as a warning. Shi Chang and his 4 companions grew indignant. Were they bullying their boss because he was outnumbered? Once again they erupted in fury. "Fuck you. Disrespect our boss and I'll chop you to pieces. Bitch, who do you think you are, acting tough in front of our boss? Don't you want to find Chen anymore? Fine, then let's settle this here with blades and see who dies first. On the phone you were squawking like a chicken, but now with your numbers you dare show disrespect. Then let's hack at each other. Come on, if you want to die, try it." The 5 underlings brandished their knives in unison, revealing bloodthirsty manic grins, like desperados charging at the 2 black bodyguards. Terrified, the bodyguards grabbed Zhou Huihui's arm and hastily retreated 3 steps. Their confidence wavered. Zhou Huihui was fuming, her nose practically twisted with rage. For now she couldn't afford a conflict with Wang Lu. If these 6 desperados truly fought to the death in such a vast garage, the outcome was too unpredictable to contemplate. "You spoiled brat. Just you wait. He'll tolerate this once. Once we break into Chen's place, he'll kill him and seize his vast supplies, moving into his house. Then with your frail little bodies, he'll turn around and destroy you 6 pieces of trash. They'll have my black daddies chop you into cripples, make you eat their shit and drink their piss. You've crossed me, Zhou Huihui, and you'll die horribly. Ahem. Young Master Wang, what are you doing? It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Tell your men to calm down. We're on the same side, aren't we? Our common enemy is Chen." Zhou Huihui forced a radiant smile, speaking to Wang Lu with coquettish charm. Wang Lu signaled his men to stand down and lower their knives, and they complied, stepping back. "Boss Zhou, you're really unprincipled. Not only do you disrespect me, but you also try to play me. Where's Su Nan? Why didn't you bring her? With so many people, and only one woman, what the hell am I supposed to do?" As if anticipating his question, Zhou Huihui smiled sweetly and stepped forward. The 2 black bodyguards moved to intercept her, but she pushed them aside. She linked her arm through Wang Lu's and leaned in as if to kiss him, but he blocked her with his hand. "Oh, young Master Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Come here for a kiss." "Oh, you're so annoying, why won't you let me kiss you? I just want to give you one." "If you mean that little slut Su Nan. She's too timid to take risks. After we finish off Chen, someone will naturally bring her here. In your eyes, am I not better than her?" Wang Lu listened and gave a cynical smirk. "Oh, so that's how it is. They'll be magnanimous and let it slide this time. As for you and Su Nan, of course you're the more tempting one." With that, Wang Lu wrapped his arm around Zhou Huihui's shoulder and pressed her down, deliberately forcing her to bend her knees. Though he was already taller than her, he wanted to humble her to make her recognize who was in charge. As a villain, he never endured humiliation. Zhou Huihui gritted her teeth in fury, her heart seething with hatred for Wang Lu. She silently vowed again, once they broke into Chen's home, she would make him pay. "Trash like you think you can have me. I saved myself only for the noble black men. You don't deserve it. Young Master Wang, you're so bad, pressing me until my legs go weak. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's head to building no. 6 and break into Yi Chen's place, okay. Wang Lu, seeing that Zhou Huihui had reverted to her wanton demeanor from the video call, finally pushed her away in satisfaction. Alright, follow me then. Zhou Huihui, without any sign of temper, immediately put on a charming smile and echoed, "Sure thing, young Master Wang, thank you for leading the way." The group of people followed Wang Lu and his 6 companions in a grand procession to Building 6. At that moment, the unit door of Building 6 was open. Zhou Huihui had a clear grasp of Wang Lu's situation. Wang Lu had only 5 underlings, no one else. Now all of Wang Lu and his men had entered the stairwell to lead the way, and there wouldn't be anyone else behind them. Sure enough, this playboy after all lacked significant cunning. But Zhou Huihui was a woman with a sharp mind. After everyone followed into the stairwell, she still had 2 of her black men guard the unit entrance. Moreover, on the first floor, second floor, third floor, at each level a corresponding person was stationed at the stairwell door. One could say that after entering Building 6, Zhou Huihui was exceptionally cautious. In no time, Wang Lu led Zhou Huihui and the others to the stairwell on the 18th floor. Entering the stairwell, heading further into the inner corridor, revealed 2 apartments per floor. Unit 1802 was on the left and Unit 1801 on the right. The stairwell area was quite safe. However, entering the corridor space leading to 1802 and 1801 was within Yi Chen's attack range. Therefore, Wang Lu would not go there. Arriving at the stairwell, Wang Lu stopped and looked at Zhou Huihui, saying, "Next, opening the door doesn't require me. If you could unlock Yi Chen's door, we wouldn't need you. Didn't you say you have a way? Now it's your people's turn to act." Zhou Huihui, exceptionally confident, signaled to several men behind her. 2 Chinese men in their 40s, somewhat overweight, stepped forward. One of them held an umbrella, walked straight to the door of 1802, opened a toolbox, and began examining the lock on Yi Chen's door. Several curious black men followed closely behind these 2, observing their lockpicking. Meanwhile, Zhou Huihui stayed in the stairwell chatting with Wang Lu. "Young Master Wang, the 2 I brought are top-notch lockpicking experts in China. They specialize in opening all kinds of safes and even bank vaults, high-difficulty locks. Even if Yi Chen's home has undergone high-security renovations and the door lock is different from ordinary ones, it won't stump them. Just watch, within 2 minutes, Yi Chen's door will be easily opened." Wang Lu sneered inwardly. Yi Chen was after all the chosen one. If his safe house could be breached by these small fry so easily, he wouldn't deserve the title. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Lu finished his thought, trouble struck. A series of screams echoed from the corridor. The 2 lockpicking men lay on the ground, their bodies emitting a burnt smell. At the same time, a curious black man was also affected, collapsing and rolling his eyes upward in a bizarre manner. It was evident that these 3 had died within seconds. The cause was an instantaneous release of ultra-high voltage. With 3 dead in a blink, Zhou Huihui began to panic. Damn it, how could such an accident happen? She looked at Wang Lu in disbelief. Wang Lu paid no attention to Zhou Huihui. Instead, he stood in the stairwell and shouted loudly, "Yi Chen, you bastard, if you have any guts, come out. Playing dirty tricks from inside your house, what kind of skill is that?" Hidden behind the security door, Yi Chen was initially puzzled. Who did these black guys belong to? Why were they all so foolish? I've already electrocuted 3 of them, and a few are still standing there staring stupidly. Should I use the crossbow to kill them all? Upon hearing Wang Lu's voice, Yi Chen's last hesitation vanished. "Damn, Wang Lu, so it's you again, you dog, trying to trap me. Yi Chen will never forgive you. Die. All of you die." No sooner had Wang Lu's voice faded than Yi Chen pulled the trigger. Within his shooting range, 3 black men and 2 owners from Building 2 who were trying to drag away their comrades' bodies were pierced by crossbow bolts before they could react. The others, terrified, quickly retreated into the stairwell. Wang Lu saw Yi Chen swiftly take 5 more lives with such agility and felt like applauding him. "Not bad, you cuckold, you're really obedient. This villain is very satisfied with the kills." Meanwhile, Zhou Huihui and her men were terrified, their faces full of disbelief. "Young Master Wang, how could this happen? Where did Yi Chen get a crossbow? Did you know about this? My people never reported that Yi Chen had arrows." Zhou Huihui grabbed Wang Lu's arm, her expression grim. Wang Lu also feigned surprise. "Damn it, that sneaky Yi Chen even has a crossbow. I thought he only had a marble gun. I've been hit by his marble gun before, that's why I didn't dare go near his door. I never expected he had a crossbow too. It's too dangerous. Boss Zhou, maybe you should give up and take your people back. Yi Chen's house is too hard to break into. Well, think of another way later." From the moment she entered the unit door of Building 6, Zhou Huihui had no intention of turning back. Even facing such setbacks, she remained extremely unwilling. She was a strong woman. She firmly believed in doing everything better than others. What others couldn't achieve didn't mean Zhou Huihui couldn't. Wang Lu and his rabble might fail to break into Yi Chen's house, but she could. Even with this setback, Zhou Huihui still believed that today, no matter the cost, she would make it into Yi Chen's home. Even if she couldn't get the warm house, she had to obtain the massive stockpile of supplies Yi Chen had accumulated. Otherwise, the black daddies she supported would starve to death. They were naturally gluttonous and couldn't withstand the cold like the soft Chinese men. If she couldn't get food, she would have to cut the flesh from those weak Chinese men and cook it for her black daddies. After all, she could never let her black daddies suffer. She could endure anything but hardship. So Zhou Huihui shook her head repeatedly. No, we can't back down now. There must be a way, there has to be a way. Young Master Wang, do you know the neighbor in 1801? Ask them to open the door. From the window of 1801, we can get into Yi Chen's house. If we can't open his door, breaking his window works just as well. Zhou Huihui said through gritted teeth. Wang Lu was delighted inside. This woman was asking for trouble again. Great, let me send another wave to their deaths. After all, in Yi Chen's eyes, all these troublemakers were brought by me, Wang Lu. Yi Chen only hates me. It feels so good to reap the benefits for free. And the ones dying are Zhou Huihui's people. It's a win-win. I know the person in 1801, of course I do. Let your people go knock on the door and say that I, the young master, request they open it. Zhou Huihui was very pleased and immediately said, good. She glanced at a black man beside her and gave him a signal. This was not one of her personal black bodyguards. She cherished her 2 black daddy bodyguards too much to let them take risks. However, the black man ordered to act was not stupid either. Going to that spot to knock on the door would also put him within attack range. What if he got shot with an arrow? So he hesitated, afraid to go forward, causing everyone to grow anxious. At that moment, an owner from Building 2 who had followed reached out, dragged a black man's corpse from the corridor, propped it up, and said to Zhou Huihui, Boss Zhou, I can use this body as a shield to knock on the door of 1801. However, his words nearly cost him his life. Several black men immediately became furious, pointing at him and cursing in a rapid guttural language. Their eyes bulged like an ox's. With their thick lips and fast speech, saliva flew everywhere. Zhou Huihui was also extremely angry. Slap, slap, slap. She immediately struck the male owner 7 or 8 times across the face, turning his cheeks red. You Chinese trash. Are you asking for death? How dare you use a black daddy's corpse as a shield? This is a precious black daddy. He's already dead, and you still want to use his body as a shield. Are you even human? If you want to use a corpse as a shield, weren't there a few in the corridor just now? Go drag one up here. At this point, the surrounding black men began chanting slogans in unison. Although Wang Lu couldn't understand what they were shouting, the gist was likely some protest slogan claiming they were being discriminated against or targeted. Zhou Huihui's level of pathological black worship defied normal evaluation. After her constant brainwashing, her subordinates harbored a natural fear of Zhou Huihui and her black men. So the man was forced to bow and apologize to all the black men on the spot, almost kneeling. Wang Lu looked on speechlessly, his heart filled with murderous intent. It seemed this villain's plan to clear the building tonight had a hint of justice. These black men must all be wiped out. Next, the man who had apologized actually groveled, dragging a long frozen corpse up from downstairs. But after placing the corpse in the stairwell, he was already exhausted, panting like a dog on the verge of fainting. Zhou Huihui, disgusted, told him to get lost, then ordered another man to use the corpse as a shield to knock on the door of 1801. The man complied. Bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded heavily. Open up. In with young Master Wang. Is anyone there? Open the door. Room 1801 housed a young otaku who had long been terrified by Chen Huipeng and his 2 brothers. Whenever the trio ordered him to open the door, he had no choice but to comply. The wall adjoining room 1801 and Yi Chen's home had already been breached by Chen Huipeng and his men, revealing the steel beneath. The 3 brothers planned that when their leader had time, he would come over and melt a hole in Yi Chen's wall to infuriate him. But Wang Lu had an even more malicious plan. Thus, the whole poking plan was temporarily shelved. Young Master Wang's underling. Anyone inside? Open up. The young man inside heard it was Wang Lu's subordinate. Through the peephole, he saw that Wang Lu and Chen Huipeng were indeed present. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the door. Zhou Huihui discovered that invoking Wang Lu's name was so effective that she instantly wrapped her arm around his and gave him a thumbs up. Oh, young Master Wang, you're so mighty. I'm truly in awe of you. You're truly the overlord of Building 6, so imposing. Wang Lu pried Zhou Huihui's hand away and pushed her aside. You damn hen, stop crowing at me. Do you want to be responsible for getting me worked up? With so many people around, I don't want to start a fire yet. Once we're inside Yi Chen's place, I'll grab you by the hair and have some fun. Zhou Huihui gritted her teeth in anger. Yet her face still wore a seductive smile. No problem, young Master Wang. Once we enter Yi Chen's home, well, indulge to the fullest, I promise you'll enjoy it. I've always been fond of your type, and I'm already eager. So now shall we break through from room 1801? Wang Lu didn't want to banter with her. He said bluntly, fine, let your people go in first. I need to observe a bit more. Yi Chen has tricked me several times, so I dare not rashly cross over from here. What if he's waiting to ambush me? So have your men go first. Zhou Huihui didn't hesitate. She immediately summoned her men and had some of them enter room 1801. Meanwhile, several more corpses were brought up. Using 3 corpses to block Yi Chen's line of fire, the others crouched low and rushed into room 1801. Yi Chen stood at the firing port, observing the outside for a long time, but ultimately did not pull the trigger. He gnashed his teeth in fury. Wang Lu, you bastard, you're really cunning, using frozen corpses as shields. But even if you enter the room next door, what can you do? You'll never break into my safe house. Zhou Huihui saw that her main forces had entered and called out to Wang Lu. Come on, young Master Wang, it's safe. Let's go over too. Wang Lu knew he had to go. Otherwise, how could he better trick them into walking to their deaths? So he signaled his underlings. Shirchang and the other three chose to stay in the stairwell, while Wang Lu led Lu Manshan into room 1801. Once inside, the otaku immediately approached Wang Lu, his face full of fear. He respectfully greeted Wang Lu and begged for mercy. Wang Lu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. You've been so cooperative lately, so we're already on the same side. Rest assured I won't harm a poor otaku like you. Hearing Wang Lu's words, the young man felt somewhat relieved. But the next moment he was anything but calm. His heart nearly shattered. He noticed a dark-skinned man entering his bedroom and casually swiping the half-eaten baked potato he had only eaten half of today. He had been planning to survive tonight on that half potato. Now it was stolen by that dark-skinned man, who then pretended nothing happened and started whistling. The young man gritted his teeth in fury. However, the next moment, he was even more unsettled. His room was filled with posters of beautiful women, anime waifu pillows, and exquisite half-body figurines of beauties. Several dark-skinned men, upon seeing these items, drooled with greed and excitedly snatched them away. The dark-skinned men rudely started a zero-cost shopping spree in the young man's home. The young man trembled with rage, tears streaming down his face. But outnumbered, he dared not confront them. Pathetically, he ran to Wang Lu and looked up at him, saying, Wang, young Master Wang, they took my most precious treasures. They're bandits. I hate them. Wang Lu immediately handed a kitchen knife to the young man and patted his shoulder. This is your home. Whoever dares to touch your things, you chop them to death. They're just black dogs. Kill them like you'd kill a beast. Go ahead with me backing you. You can hack them to death without mercy. The young man took the knife, trembling for a long time. Finally, he slumped to the floor, sobbing bitterly. For a moment, he really wanted to do as Wang Lu said. But he was a timid, cowardly otaku. He would even blush and lower his head in the presence of girls. Facing a group of towering dark-skinned men, he had even less courage. Wang Lu was utterly speechless. This young man sighed. I gave you a chance, but you wasted it. If you had dared to cut those black dogs today, I would have given you a bright future. What a pity. What a pity. At that moment, Zhou Hui hurried over to Wang Lu, her face filled with excitement. Young Master Wang, just wait and see. My men have already gone out from the window. As long as they edge along the window sill carefully, they can safely reach Yi Chen's balcony. The extended edge of Yi Chen's balcony is wide enough for two people to stand without falling. Next, we just need to break Yi Chen's glass, and we'll be inside his place. Wang Lu immediately gave Zhou Hui a thumbs up. Not bad, boss Zhou. Then send more of your men. I'm afraid a few won't be enough to break the glass. Yi Chen's glass must be quite thick. The more the merrier, and the dark-skinned ones are strong. Send more of them. They're the best. Zhou Hui, hearing that Wang Lu seemed to praise the dark-skinned men, was delighted. She immediately barked a few foreign words to her two black bodyguards. The two bodyguards then chattered orders to the dark-skinned men who were looting. 3 dark-skinned men reluctantly put down the beauty figurines and jumped out the window. Wang Lu watched the scene with a broad smile. With just one sentence, he had sent 3 black men to their deaths. I'm really a genius. I can kill with just my words. Inside the safe house, Yi Chen was seething with rage, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wang Lu, you bastard, you're asking for death, aren't you? Fine, don't blame me for being ruthless. You want to send people to attack me from the balcony? How today I'll show you what a steel fortress is. With burning hatred, Yi Chen stealthily peered out from behind the curtain. By now 2 men were already on the balcony, smashing the window with hammers. More were coming from other directions. Yi Chen sneered. They all must die. Previously, every time Yi Chen saw the windows splattered with feces from Wang Lu's gift, he felt annoyed and would curse Wang Lu's ancestors for generations. Thus the balcony curtains were always drawn. But now Yi Chen found that the filth on the glass wasn't so bad. It seemed to protect the glass. And keeping the curtains drawn made it hard for outsiders to spot him approaching. After observing the situation from the balcony, Yi Chen quietly opened the balcony's firing port, then stood on a stool behind it. The curtains shielded him from view, so no one outside could see Yi Chen approaching. Little did they know Yi Chen had already mounted a repeating crossbow on the firing port. He had decided anyone who came onto his balcony would die. Even if he couldn't shoot them from this position, he could perfectly hit them when they tried to retreat. Once more people gathered, he would begin the hunt. The crossbow bolts would seal their escape route, and he had plenty of goodies in his pocket dimension, gasoline, diesel, all of it. From this firing port, he could pour a large amount of gasoline directly down. Then the entire half of his balcony window would turn into a sea of fire. His windows were fireproof and wouldn't burn. This way he could burn off the filth on the windows, allowing him to see the outside again, and also incinerate those below, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this thought, a sinister smile curled on Yi Chen's lips. Wang Lu, you bastard, it's time you learn my power. Come on, come and die. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Second update of the day delivered. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the window came from outside, each strike violent and forceful. As more people gathered before the window, the pounding grew increasingly fervent, each one hitting with all their might. Yi Chen hid behind the curtains, silently observing the scene. Only when no more approached did he cautiously raise his repeating crossbow to scan the surroundings. After identifying several positions for his shots, he stowed the crossbow. Then from his alternate dimension, he summoned a pipe and a large barrel of gasoline. Yet that was not all, he also summoned a small pressure pump typically used for car washing. After a quick assembly, Chen extended the pipe outside and pressed the switch on the pump. Instantly a torrent of gasoline sprayed out through the pipe, drenching the entire outer surface of the window. The 8 men pounding on the windows, startled by the pungent odor of gasoline, paused and looked up toward the spot above their heads. Only then did they realize that from the dark vent-like opening above a pipe could be extended to spray gasoline. Gasoline. What could they do? Just as the 5 owners from Building 2 and the 3 black men stood in panicked confusion, a lit kerosene lighter fell. Before the lighter even reached them, flames erupted into the sky. The entire balcony window of Chen's apartment blazed with raging fire. The 8 men standing before the balcony, inevitably soaked in gasoline, were instantly engulfed in flames. Screaming in agony, they began to retreat along the same path. The 3 black men, eager to escape quicker, kicked 2 of the Building 2 owners straight off the 18th floor. They slapped at their burning bodies, shouting obscenities in their native tongue as they retreated along the wall. But no sooner had they left Chen's balcony than crossbow bolts pierced their bodies, sending them also plummeting from the 18th floor. Several others attempted to retreat, but met the same fate, shot down by Chen with ruthless precision. The remaining few were too terrified to move or retreat. Thus they were burned alive before Chen's balcony. Standing inside room 1801, Zhou Huihui watched the scene with pupils constricted, her face a mask of disbelief. She said to Wang Lu beside her, young master Wang, what do we do? That despicable Chen even has gasoline. And his window. After all that pounding, it still won't break. My men brought specialized window breaking tools. Why can't they break through? Wang Lu curled his lips in a cold sneer, looking at Zhou Huihui. Because you and your men are a bunch of idiots. If Chen's place were so easy to break into, would it have been left for you? I'd have broken in long ago. Zhou Huihui was stunned. You. Humiliated by Wang Lu, though burning with rage, she had no mind to quarrel with him. Her hatred now focused entirely on Chen, still scheming and pondering how to break down his door. So despite the mockery and insult, she chose to endure, avoiding further exchange with Wang Lu, and instead went to the 2 black bodyguards to converse with them in a foreign tongue. Wang Lu, a poor student, barely understood a word of what she said. While Zhou Huihui was rattling off in her foreign language, the 4 underlings, Shichang Zhou Halei, Lian Yufeng, and Chen Huipeng, had all entered room 1801 and taken their positions beside Wang Lu, each ready to massacre the floor. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Zhao Yinrong and Li Ruobing sat inside Wang Lu's Rolls-Royce. Zhao Yinrong stared intently at her phone. Soon she received a message from Wang Lu 1. Upon seeing the number 1, Zhao Yinrong immediately understood. She said to Li Ruobing in the passenger seat, "Come, Sister Ruobing, it's our turn to act. Our goal is to kill the 2 black men guarding the building entrance, then shut the door immediately." Li Ruobing nodded. "All right, Sister Ronger, I'm ready." Zhao Yinrong gave her a deep, meaningful look, said no more, and started the car slowly driving toward the entrance of Building 6, Unit 2. The car moved steadily, not fast. When it reached the entrance of Unit 2, the 2 black men naturally noticed it. They waved their hands, blocking the car's path, and shouted for Zhao Yinrong and Li Ruobing to get out, lecherous gleams in their eyes. After all, beauties like Zhao Yinrong and Li Ruobing were rare. Seeing the moment was right, Zhao Yinrong floored the accelerator. The Rolls-Royce roared as it charged madly toward the 2 black men. With a deafening crash, one black man was pinned hard against the wall, crushed into a bloody pulp, dead on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, a gruesome sight. The other black man dodged aside with quick reflexes. After killing one, Zhao Yinrong leaped out of the car and charged at the remaining black man. He fled in terror. Li Ruobing also got out, went to the underground garage door, closed it, and secured it from the outside with an iron bar. Then, frowning, she glanced at the black man crushed against the wall. She was tempted to try using her ability to revive the already dead man. But after a moment's hesitation, she refrained. At that moment, Zhao Yinrong, not far away, leaped into the air, a full 1.5 meters, soaring like a nimble wildcat toward her prey. With a single swipe of her blade, a head rolled. Zhao Yinrong coldly decapitated the fleeing black man. The scene was utterly stunning, leaving Li Ruobing dumbfounded. However, Zhao Yinrong's moment of glory lasted less than half a second. After decapitating the black man, her extreme sprinting speed caused her to lose balance upon landing, and she fell hard face first into the dirt. She tumbled several times on the ground. Gritting her teeth in pain, Zhao Yinrong scrambled to her feet, covered in dust. Staring at the blood on her short blade and the severed head of the black man, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. I killed a man. Zhao Yinrong actually killed a black man. How exhilarating. That jump I just did. I leaped so high, sprinted so fast, and my explosive power was so strong. So, I can be this fierce, this formidable. Zhao Yinrong was even a little awed by her own strength. After all this time of enhancement, Zhao Yinrong have become a human many times stronger than before. I am no longer the weak, fragile Zhao Yinrong of the past. With that thought, she brushed off the dust, wincing slightly, and kicked the severed head toward Li Ruobing like a soccer ball. Sister Robbing, what do you think? Wasn't that strike of mine just magnificent?